This choice is far too simple, isn't it? Within the boundless chaos over the sea of clouds in the extreme south, there was a small pool of water. Chu Chen sat by the pool muttering to himself. At the same time, he slowly put down the fishing rod in his hand. Yes, he was in fact a transmigrator who had coincidentally crossed into the prehistoric world, becoming an illusory, insubstantial spiritual body. On this very day, he awakened the Star Sea fishing system and was faced with the choices it presented. Ding! Congratulations to the host for descending into the prehistoric world during the era when Pangu opens the heavens. Please choose. First, immediately go to the prehistoric world to witness Pangu opening the heavens with a chance to obtain the inheritance of an innate god devil. Second, fish for 100 years to obtain an innate spirit treasure. Inheritance of an innate god devil. An innate spirit treasure. Did that even require deliberation? The former was obviously superior. Chu Chen immediately reverted fully into a spiritual body and drifted away from the pool. Yet just as he left the sea of clouds within Chu Chen's field of vision, he saw at the edge of the sky a giant who towered between heaven and earth, axe in hand, cleaving directly into the chaos. Boom! Violent ripples surged outward from the very center toward all directions. Even the faintest trace of the power they carried possessed enough force to scatter one's soul into nothingness. Chu Chen suddenly recalled what this was. This was the very first tribulation of the opening of heaven and earth. Pangu cleaving the heavens. The entire chaos was being severed by endless flows of qi. Even a mere wisp of the aftershock almost caused his already insubstantial spiritual body to vanish without a trace in an instant. Chu Chen frowned, for he realized that this power was far too terrifying. If he remained for even a moment longer, he would likely be annihilated in the blink of an eye. Chu Chen made a snap decision and practically rolled and tumbled in panic as he fled back into the sea of clouds. In his heart, he roared furiously, "Damn it, the system is trying to kill me." This was completely different from what he had imagined. The prehistoric world at this time was far too horrifying. A single elusive wisp of aura alone could instantly obliterate him. With his current strength, he simply could not step outside. Meanwhile, as Pangu opened the heavens and transformed his body into all things, the primordial chaos was first sundered open. Endless living beings began to arise and awaken, and after countless tens of thousands of years, the grand era of the prehistoric world finally took shape. Chu Chen became completely well-behaved, merely hiding within this small pocket of heaven and earth, quietly observing the outside world. Ding! Host's spiritual body has been detected as injured. Fish for 300 years to obtain an innate spirit treasure for protection. Again, Chu Chen looked on with a face full of suspicion. After confirming that the system contained no hidden traps and required only simple fishing, he finally let go of his worries. An innate spirit treasure. Such an item was something even saints valued immensely. 300 years was hardly anything. After all, in the prehistoric world, time held little meaning. Thinking this, Chu Chen gently picked up the fishing rod and cast it into the pool. He thought to himself, "I am merely fishing. Surely I will not be beaten to death for that, right?" 300 years later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 100-year fishing task and obtaining an innate spirit treasure, the 4 swords of Xian replica. In the next instant, 4 immortal swords exuding boundless might appeared beside him, slowly revolving, emanating a terrifying power sufficient to slay gods. Back then, the demon clan's Luo Hou had relied on the god-slaying spear and the sword formation formed by the 4 swords of Xian to slay countless enemies and dominate the prehistoric world. A hint of delighted surprise flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. At long last it had come. His centuries of effort had not been in vain. Yet before he could even speak, he heard another soft chime. Please choose. First, continue fishing here for 500 years and immediately obtain an ordinary prehistoric breathing and cultivation method. Second, make use of the 4 swords of Xian to take advantage of the freshly opened chaos of Pangu and subdue the innate god devils, thereby obtaining another innate spirit treasure. Looking at the second option, Chu Chen immediately rolled his eyes. Trying to trick me again. Last time Pangu opening the heavens had almost wiped him out entirely. He knew that at present he was nothing more than a spiritual body without any cultivation. Any random god or devil could extinguish him with a single thought. Even if he possessed the genuine 4 swords of Xian, they would be of no use to him, let alone a replica. What was more, in his current state, he could not remotely control the power of the 4 swords. Thus the system was clearly taking advantage of the fact that he had not died the first time it tricked him, and now wished to coax him out again to throw his life away. Having learned his lesson the first time, Chu Chen chose the first option without the slightest hesitation. He continued fishing. Would an innate spirit treasure be useful to him right now? No. At the dawn of chaos, any casual being out there was not someone he could contend with. So was it not far better to cultivate properly? If he insisted on running outside to form alliances and play the hero, he might very well die without even knowing how. In the next instant, a fishing rod appeared beside Mu Chen, its other end directly extending into the spring. The fishing began. A vast stream of memories surged through Mu Chen's mind, methods of breathing and cultivation. Following the instructions within those memories, he slowly closed his eyes. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye, hundreds of years passing. Mu Chen gradually adapted to this manner of the flow of time. Moreover, having immersed himself in cultivation for these several centuries, he no longer felt lonely. In the prehistoric world, time was the least scarce resource. On the contrary, so long as one remained alive, one could only grow stronger and stronger. At last one day a voice sounded. Fishing has ended. Please make your choice. First, continue fishing for 500 years. During this period, the host's cultivation speed at this place will be increased tenfold. Second, enter the imminent first Dragonhan tribulation. Join one of the 3 great clans and obtain 2 innate supreme treasures. Mu Chen took a deep breath. The Dragonhan Great Tribulation was about to begin. Then he absolutely could not go out. Those were battles at the quasi-saint level. They were in no way inferior, even when compared to innate god devils. Unless he reached a state of absolute invincibility, it would be far more practical to obtain a solid cultivation method. Others rely on their systems, yet I have to match wits and courage with mine. Mu Chen rolled his eyes again. He knew very clearly that his own strength was the only true strength. He had just witnessed Pangu opening the heavens. As for the Dragonhan Great Tribulation that followed, no matter how fiercely the 3 clans fought, they would all end up dead or scattered. What did that have to do with him? Sensing that the flow of spiritual energy around him had increased tenfold, Mu Chen continued to cultivate diligently. Time flowed by quietly. Ding! The 500 years of fishing have ended. Please choose. First, continue fishing for 800 years to immediately obtain 100-fold cultivation speed. Second, join the Qilin clan to oppose the Dragon and Phoenix clans with a small chance of being acknowledged by the first Qilin as master. He would not go. Mu Chen kept his eyes closed, silently cultivating. Congratulations to the host for completing 800 years of fishing. Please choose. First, continue fishing for 3,000 years to obtain the divine ability of manifesting heaven and earth. Second, the Qilin clan is now on the verge of destruction. Leave the prehistoric world to turn the tide and become the new king of the Qilin clan. He would not go. Even if the first Qilin knelt and called him father, he would still refuse. Congratulations to the host for completing 3,000 years of fishing. Please choose. First, continue fishing for 3,000 years to enhance the defensive power of the surrounding Cloud Sea Grand Array until it becomes unbreakable by any below the level of Saint. Second, join the struggle between Hongjun and Luo Hou, expose the plots of the demon ancestor Luo Hou, and obtain the respect and divine abilities of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Mu Chen grunted in acknowledgement. The divine abilities of the Dragon and Phoenix clans certainly sounded formidable. Therefore, he chose to continue his closed-door cultivation. As time flowed on, the Dragonhan Great Tribulation gradually approached its end. At this moment, Mu Chen slowly opened his eyes beside his pool. A formidable pressure spread out across the center of the area. Within the sea of clouds, a faint aura of oppressive might slowly radiated from Mu Chen's body. After thousands of years of arduous cultivation, he had finally broken through to the heavenly immortal realm. Of course, this was hardly something to boast about. In the present great desolation, each being was more formidable than the last. At most, the heavenly immortal realm was merely the level of an ant that had gained the ability to fly. By comparison, Mu Chen had spent thousands of years bolstered even by 100-fold cultivation amplification only to finally reach the very initial stage of the heavenly immortal realm. Mu Chen felt somewhat abashed at this. It was humiliating and utter disgrace within the great desolation. Yet he did not truly mind. So long as he remained alive, that was the ultimate path. After his breakthrough, Mu Chen began to slowly comprehend his own mana. That single bout of contemplation lasted 300 years, and in a flash, he had reached the milestone of 1,000 years of fishing. Congratulations to the host for completing the 1,000-year fishing task. The surrounding sea of clouds is upgrading. Upgrade complete. Within the Cloud Sea Grand Formation, the host may wield power at the quasi-saint level. The surrounding sea of clouds grew even denser, drifting according to some obscure pattern like a grand formation, enclosing Mu Chen within. Within this small world of roughly 1,000 meters in radius, Mu Chen felt himself merging with the environment around him as though everything lay entirely within his grasp. At a mere stir of Mu Chen's mind, the surrounding sea of clouds rapidly shifted. One magnificent structure after another took shape, rising upon the cloud banks, standing tall amid the firmament like a celestial court. With another thought, countless buildings vanished in an instant, collapsing and dissolving into nothingness. Mu Chen understood then this Cloud Sea Grand Formation was equivalent to his own minor cave heaven. Within this cave heaven though he remained, but at the heavenly immortal realm, he nonetheless held the authority over the life and death of others. This was the working of law. Just as beneath the heavenly Dao all beings were, but and so too was the heavenly Dao supreme. Controlling the formation for a while, Mu Chen could not help but laugh aloud. That sensation of manipulating and overlooking all things was peculiarly strange, carrying an indescribable exhilaration. No wonder all races sought to cultivate. It was simply too rapturous. A sudden thunderous roar split the air. A Qilin wreathed entirely in true flames had appeared. No one knew from where it had fallen beyond the edge of the cloud sea. Its body was as vast as a mountain. Its enormous eyes stared unblinkingly through the clouds toward the interior, though its gaze held a hint of weariness. "You trying to kill me? You scared me half to death," Mu Chen exclaimed as his body jolted. Yet within his own small world, armed with quasi-saint-level power, his fear vanished in an instant. Though the Qilin could not see Mu Chen, it sensed provocation and flared in anger. Terrifying true flames erupted from its maw, blasting outward. Yet when they struck the sea of clouds, they had no effect whatsoever, vanishing in the blink of an eye as the clouds devoured them. Mu Chen gave a disdainful chuckle. "If you've got the guts, come in." The Qilin was driven to fury. Yet before it could act, its massive body suddenly toppled. It crashed heavily atop the sea of clouds and lay motionless. Mu Chen was stunned. Could even the Great Desolation have such things as feigned injury scams? The next instant he noticed that this Qilin had long since been riddled with wounds. Its abdomen and forearms had suffered grievous injuries, blood cascading toward the ground like a waterfall. "Tisk tisk tsk. It seems it just went through a great battle and fled here on the verge of death," Mu Chen murmured. Suddenly a colossal dragon stretching 10,000 zhong surged in from the end of the cloud sea. The sky around it crackled with thunderous might suffused with murderous intent. Clearly its target was this Qilin. From the corner of its eye it glanced at Mu Chen within the cloud sea. A hint of vigilance surfaced in its eyes. It could not see through him. This fellow did not reveal even the slightest trace of aura. The true dragon exuded an overwhelming majesty, commanding with the laws. "Are you trying to obstruct my dragon clan?" At that moment the system's voice echoed. Option 1, save the Qilin, offend the dragon clan, let it recover in the Dao field for 1,000 years, and teach it the divine abilities of heaven and earth. Option 2, remain indifferent, allow it to be slaughtered by the dragon clan, and gain their attention. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mu Chen decisively shook his head. "You all do as you please him. Not that familiar with it." The severely injured Qilin immediately revealed a look of despair. Yet Mu Chen remained indifferent. "Save someone. I am no saint. I'm just a weakling. If I offend the already formidable dragon clan during the initial tribulation of the Dragon Han, wouldn't that be a death I can't survive?" To his surprise, the next moment, ding, saving the Qilin grants merit, and you can be rewarded with 1,000 times cultivation speed and high-level breathing techniques. Mu Chen's expression turned quite peculiar. The temptation is too great. Is this system intentionally slapping me in the face? Am I really that easy to make a U-turn? Is it really acceptable to talk big without any backing? Do I really have to offend the dragon clan? In the next moment, he secretly pondered the rewards. Fine, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Since this Qilin has fate to appear before me, I should at least show a little kindness. As for the dragon clan, I'm not scared. If they don't like it, let them come. After all, I'm not going anywhere. Wait. Mu Chen instantly stopped the true dragon, who was about to take action. "What do you want now, eh?" The true dragon frowned. Mu Chen cleared his throat. "I calculated this Qilin has a connection with me, so leave quickly and I won't bully you." Boom. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning. The towering true dragon roared in anger. "Bold. You dare to repeatedly toy with my dragon clan. You seek death." Indeed, the dragon clan is currently the protagonist of the world. Due to the war, they are being somewhat restrained towards those who are unclear about the situation. However, Mu Chen's flip-flopping actions enraged him. In an instant, countless bolts of heavenly thunder rained down upon Mu Chen's head. Bang, bang, bang. Without exception, they were all absorbed by the cloud sea above. What? The true dragon was taken aback. This divine thunder technique could annihilate all things in heaven and earth. Yet it couldn't even break through this guy's defense. Mu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, feigning a mysterious expression. "Little bug, hurry and leave. It's been billions of years since I killed anyone. With your crude little thunder, you can't even split my hair." The true dragon was furious, circling and roaring in the sky. Good, good, good. You dare to provoke me relying on the formation. Just wait. I will immediately call for my clan's ancestors. You better not run." Mu Chen was taken aback. Then his expression quickly changed between light and dark. Following that, he revealed a radiant smile and waved his hand. "Come on, little brother, come down. We can talk nicely." I apologize for offending you. Let's discuss it in detail. After saying that, the cloud sea slowly dispersed. Mu Chen stood outside the water pond, adopting a posture of being at the mercy of others. The true dragon's eyes lit up. Instantly, it floated down proudly. Humph. Indeed, no matter how powerful someone is, they still fear the name of the dragon clan. However, he completely did not expect that he would deeply regret this realization in the future, when he saw this foolish dragon floating into the interior of the cloud sea formation. Mu Chen smiled. Now it was his turn to be impressive. What was your name again? The true dragon proudly declared, my name is Aotian. Kneel down and admit your mistake right now and hand over that Qilin. I may spare your life. Mu Chen's eyes revealed a deeper smile as he rolled up his sleeves. Aotian was taken aback. What are you doing? Of course I'm going to beat you up. After saying that, Mu Chen slapped him hard. What was originally just an unremarkable slap, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Aotian's immense dragon body was unexpectedly sent flying. Aotian was sent flying a great distance by a single slap. The entire dragon was instantly stunned. How is this possible? The previous strike from his opponent had shown no force, and logically it should not have caused him any harm. Aotian lifted his head. Once again he was astonished. At this moment, Mu Chen's figure seemed to tower alongside the heavens. Compared to him, Aotian's colossal form seemed no different than that of an ant. How did you get so big? Aotian couldn't help but ask. Mu Chen wore a playful expression. Take another look. Aotian was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified. It turned out that Mu Chen had not grown larger, rather he had shrunk. His enormous body, measuring tens of thousands of zhang, had now diminished to the size of a worm. In an instant, he was petrified with fear. Mu Chen was grinning wickedly, pinching him with 2 fingers. Watching the true dragon struggle like a worm in his palm was a sight to behold. He couldn't help but feel a twisted sense of amusement. Immediately, he flicked his fingers towards Aotian while muttering. You little brat, you dare ask me to kneel. You dare to call for help. Do you think no one will stand up for me? Is the dragon race truly that formidable? Can you not count? Do you not have any self-awareness? Each time his fingers flicked against Aotian, it felt as though countless heavenly thunders struck him, causing immense pain, as if hitting his very soul. At this moment, he was screaming internally. Great Luo. It's likely at the Quasi Saint level. Realizing this, he felt an overwhelming regret, as if his heart had turned to ash. How could such a powerful being arise in such a remote place? Having offended him, he knew he would surely die a miserable death. After a while of flicking, Mu Chen tossed him to the ground. Not far away, the severely wounded Qilin witnessed this scene, and his heart was stirred with tumultuous waves. The shock he felt was no less than that of Aotian. Such divine abilities could only belong to a saint. How could he have encountered such an existence? Mu Chen glanced at him and said, You come in too. The Qilin was startled, but knowing he couldn't escape, he reluctantly walked into the cloud sea formation with a face ashen as death. Mu Chen looked at him again. The Qilin's mountain-like body began to shrink, gradually transforming into a small dog-like size. In the next moment, Mu Chen waved his hand gently. The Qilin's near-fatal injuries began to slowly heal as a surge of vitality emerged. The Qilin's heart raced uncontrollably. He realized he was alive. It was solely because the other had looked at him. Quickly suppressing his excitement, he respectfully knelt on all fours. Thank you for your immense grace, Senior. Qilin clan's Xian is willing to go through fire and water for you. Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This foolish Qilin was quite perceptive. He then pointed into the air, transferring the divine ability of heaven and earth to the Qilin before saying, All right, you rest here for 1,000 years. That silly dragon over there too, no going out for 1,000 years. The rest of you can do as you please, just don't disturb me during my retreat. Though Mu Chen was very strong within the cloud sea formation, it would be quite bothersome if dragons kept coming to disturb him. After finishing this statement, Mu Chen cheerfully walked back to the small pond to continue fishing. The high-level breathing technique and 1,000 times the cultivation speed. How wonderful. In the scene, Aotian couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Would he not die? At this moment, the Qilin seemed to have ascended from hell to heaven. Not only was he alive, but he had also received help from a senior and learned divine abilities. In the next moment, he cast a somewhat mischievous glance toward Aotian in the distance. At this moment, both of them had no magical power. However, in terms of size, he undoubtedly had the upper hand. So who was it that had chased him earlier? Aotian quickly stepped back, stammering this. This is the senior's domain, do not be reckless. A voice filled with mischief came from beside the small pond. It's fine, a bit of sparring is beneficial for both body and mind. Just as the words fell, Xian pounced at Aotian like a vicious dog. Soon after, the only sound in the open space was Aotian's frantic cries. Help! By the water's edge. Congratulations to the host for saving the Qilin and obtaining the high-level breathing technique along with a 1,000-fold cultivation speed. A surge of memories flooded into Chu Chen's mind. Once he fully mastered it, he detected that the host has learned the high-level breathing technique. Please choose. First, engage in 10,000 years of fishing to gain a chance to choose a primordial race. Second, join the Dragon Han Great Tribulation to alter the course of the war and gain the favor of the Dao's fortune. Chu Chen did not hesitate. Choose one. Not to mention the favor of the Dao's fortune. All of this is illusory. Being this weak once targeted, I fear that stepping out of the cloud sea would lead to my demise at the hands of those powerful beings. Chu Chen had made his decision. From now on, he would set a small goal. First, he would survive until he reached sainthood. The next moment, the system's voice continued. Please choose the race for your physical form. 1 dragon race. 2 phoenix race. 3 Qilin race. 4 human race can be chosen after Nuwa created humanity allows evasion of the Dao's scrutiny. Looking at the 4 options before him, Chu Chen fell into deep thought. It is known that the physical forms of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races are exceptionally powerful, otherwise they wouldn't be the main characters of the world at this moment. If it were ordinary times, Chu Chen would surely choose one of them. After all, the human race's physical form is pitifully weak compared to them. However, upon learning that choosing the human race would allow him to evade the Dao's scrutiny, Chu Chen knew what his choice would be. In the primordial era, it is said that the Dao is the true mastermind behind the scenes. The so-called Pangu opening of the heavens, the initial catastrophe of the Dragon Han, the battle between the shaman and the demon, and even the future journey to the west are all orchestrated by the Dao. Moreover, there are rumors that whoever becomes a saint will instantly become a puppet of the Dao's will. Thus, Chu Chen had to remain vigilant. Furthermore, he was originally from the human race in his past life, so he naturally had no reason to hesitate. In that case, let's wait until after the shaman demon Great Tribulation, when Nuwa creates humanity, and then choose. For now, this is quite good. Chu Chen muttered to himself. He then gathered his focus and continued to cultivate. It is known that the levels of the primordial realm can be divided into 4 stages. Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal. Taiyi True Immortal, Taiyi Golden Immortal, Taiyi Mysterious Immortal. Great Luo Golden Immortal, Great Luo Mysterious Immortal. Quasi-Saint and the True Saints. He was just at the starting point and could only work harder. Here things became lively for Chu Chen. Xian and Qian chased each other in the cloud sea every day, having a blast. Fortunately, Qian knew that Chu Chen wouldn't allow him to kill Xian, so he always held back. Even so, Xian's situation was quite miserable. Aside from chasing each other, the two would also retreat into closed-door cultivation like Chu Chen. After all, even as strong as they were, they still needed to cultivate. In such an atmosphere, 5,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. At the beginning of the 5th millennium, Chu Chen awakened from his meditation. He gently exhaled, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He had broken through. He advanced from the heavenly immortal realm to the true immortal realm, and his magical power surged. Chu Chen opened his eyes again, only to see Qian beating Xian. He couldn't help but pull at the corners of his mouth. They had been at it for 5,000 years. What kind of grudge was this? He couldn't help but shake his head. The karma has been repaid. You must not bully Xian in the future. Qian replied respectfully. Yes, master. Over the past 5,000 years, he had completely worshipped Chu Chen and was willing to recognize him as his master. Upon hearing this, Xian was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude to Chu Chen. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Chu Chen walked around and then continued his closed-door cultivation. Time slowly passed. A full 10,000 years had gone by. Detected that the host has been fishing for 10,000 years. Please continue to choose. 1 fish for 100,000 years to immediately obtain the innate divine ability avatar of the outer heaven. 2 stop the demon ancestor Luo Hou from establishing the demon sect, save the beings of the primordial era, and gain the favor of the Dao. Chu Chen opened his eyes. He knew that the climax of the initial catastrophe of the Dragon Han was about to begin. As the war grew increasingly brutal, Luo Hou would become the main character of the Dao. Hearing the options given by the system, Chu Chen couldn't help but pull at the corners of his mouth. It was known that the demon ancestor Luo Hou was about to reach the peak of his life above all races. Just a glance from him could kill Chu Chen 1,000 times. Only someone with a hole in their head would want to take the lead. Choose one, Chu Chen said. The host chooses to continue fishing, obtaining the innate divine ability avatar of the outer heaven. A surge of memories flooded into Chu Chen's mind. The embodiment from beyond the heavens. Chu Chen revealed a thoughtful expression. This divine ability, in simple terms, is the creation of a clone. This clone can replace you to go anywhere. Of course, its combat power will be significantly reduced. However, it is mainly for convenience, and being killed or destroyed will not affect the main body in any way. Since it is not very troublesome, Chu Chen learned it in 10 years. Just after mastering it, he created a clone and hurried towards the center of the desolate land. Although he did not dare to go himself, sending a clone to observe the commotion was not a problem. Along the way, the battle of the Dragon Han initial tribulation was still extremely fierce. Above the continuous mountain range, one could occasionally see giant dragons and fire phoenixes battling with innate divine abilities being unleashed, causing the heavens and earth to collapse and oceans to explode. The Qilin has been defeated. Now it is a battle between dragons and phoenixes. The sky and the sea have been stained red with blood, the land is cracked, and the seawater is rushing back, a terrifying sight. Along the way, Chu Chen saw over 100 corpses of true dragons and fire phoenixes at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortals lying on the ground. An unparalleled atmosphere of brutality and the stench of blood surged into Chu Chen's senses. It was too tragic. This is truly not a place for humans to dwell. Chu Chen sighed. No sooner had he spoken than the aftermath of a fireball unexpectedly affected the ground he was standing on. In an instant, he was melted away. Above the sea of clouds, Chu Chen opened his eyes undeterred. Let's try again. With his current true immortal status, a clone would approximately consume 10 years of his accumulated mana. 10 years. What does that matter? Chu Chen was unconcerned. After all, in the desolate land, if there is anything in abundance, it is time. In the next 100 years, Chu Chen gradually sent out a dozen clones. He had also witnessed the entire process of the Dragon Han initial tribulation with his own eyes. After this 100 years, the Dragon and Phoenix clans began to decline. The demon ancestor Luo Hou rose to power. He aimed to prove the great Tao of saints through killing in the desolate land, becoming the center of attention for a time. Meanwhile, the beings of the desolate land fell into a bloody storm. It was even more brutal than the battle between dragons and phoenixes. On this day, Chu Chen's clone arrived at a towering cliff. Originally, he was just wandering around waiting for death. As a result, he unexpectedly encountered an old man in gray robes with white hair. He stood at the cliff's edge, staring into the distance with a face full of sorrow. Chu Chen, curious, engaged him in brief conversation. He discovered that the old man was lost because the beings of the desolate land were suffering with corpses everywhere, and he did not know how to save them. Chu Chen chuckled. What's the big deal? As long as someone can eliminate Luo Hou, the fortune of the wild will be monopolized by that person, and the desolate land will be peaceful for many thousands of years. The old man in gray pondered. Luo Hou's cultivation is now transcendent, and he has the extermination sword array to kill enemies along with countless demonic army. How can we fight? Chu Chen smiled faintly. Is it a matter of him having more people, or of the countless beings of the desolate land he has killed? Can't we just gang up on him? Gang up? The old man in gray frowned in thought. Chu Chen thought this person was really foolish and explained 2 against 1, 5 against 3, 10 against 5. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding appeared in the old man's eyes, as if he had suddenly seen the light. So this is what it means to gang up. The old man was overjoyed. He slightly bowed to Chu Chen. Thank you for enlightening me on a problem I have pondered for many years. What you do now may save the lives of the beings of the desolate land, and the merits are immeasurable. As a token of my gratitude, seeing that your external clone's divine ability is rather crude, I will bestow upon you the 36 heavenly gang methods. Use them well. After saying this, he lightly pointed. Chu Chen felt a surge of memories suddenly flood into his mind. You are? Chu Chen's eyes widened. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, the old man in gray smiled faintly. My name is Hongjun. Upon uttering these words, Hongjun vanished from the spot, leaving Chu Chen in a state of shock. Damn, Hongjun, the future lord of the heavenly Tao, the first person of the primordial era. By the small pond, Chu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a storm of emotions surging within him. The thought of having just bantered with such a terrifying figure felt surreal. After pondering for a while, Chu Chen realized that it was his own idea to gather the great powers of the primordial era to besiege Luo Hou beneath the Buzhou mountain. He truly felt like a genius. After thinking for a moment, Chu Chen shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any further. After all, Hongjun had not yet attained sainthood, and whether he was friend or foe could not affect him. What mattered more was his cultivation. Yes, continue to cultivate. In the days that followed, Chu Chen refrained from sending out his avatars to avoid encountering any strange characters. Stealthy development, not drawing attention to oneself, was the true path. 100,000 years in the primordial era was not a long time, but it required considerable effort. During this period, Ao Tian and Xian wished to go out. They had originally agreed to recuperate for 1,000 years, but seeing Chu Chen remain silent, they ended up staying for quite a long time. In fact, their cultivation had risen to an extremely formidable level. Now they were eager to know the extent of the progress in the 3 clans' battle. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Chen agreed. Currently, the battlefield was between Luo Hou and Hongjun, to put it simply. The 3 clans had nothing to do with it. Before they left, Mu Chen looked at the two and slowly said, I must remind you that in this initial calamity of the Dragon and Han, all three clans are losers. The Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans have already withered, and now the Demon clan's Luo Hou is the true leader. Once you go out, you will only face greater danger, as Luo Hou will kill you for your essence blood. Therefore, it would be safer to remain here. So do you still wish to go out? Upon hearing this, the Dragon and the Qilin were both stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. The three clans, all defeated. If it were anyone else, the two would never believe it. The Dragon and Qilin clans were supreme among the heavens. How could they possibly be defeated? However, it was Mu Chen who spoke. In their eyes, he was a being akin to a saint of the heavens with no reason to deceive them. In that moment, the two exchanged glances. Their expressions were extremely complex. After spending tens of thousands of years together in this place, they had developed feelings. Friendship. Relieved to learn that going out would mean no more life and death struggles, they also felt sorrow upon hearing about the heavy casualties in their clans. All in all, their emotions were quite complicated. Master, I still want to go out and help the Dragon clan. Xian gritted his teeth and said, I also want to see the members of the Qilin clan. Xian nodded in agreement. Mu Chen smiled and said, all right then, go as you wish, but remember not to seek your own demise. Luo Hou has violated the heavenly Dao, and someone will take care of him. After saying this, he opened the Cloud Sea Great Formation. Watching the two rush towards the horizon, Mu Chen let out a slight sigh, feeling a bit reluctant. In any case, here he could still protect the two of them, but outside they would have to rely on their own fortunes. Along the way, corpses lay scattered everywhere. Xian and Xian learned the situation. The three clans truly had been defeated and were nowhere to be found. Now, with Luo Hou commanding over 10,000 and possessing countless demonic armies, he even specialized in slaughtering the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans to gain power. Master, did you know the outcome of this battle from the very beginning? Xian and Xian were both shocked. They understood now that Master had kept them in the Cloud Sea all for their protection. After all, if they had fought with their previous strength, even if they survived the battle of the three clans, they would have perished at the hands of Luo Hou. The thought that Mu Chen had known about the tragedy of the three clans several tens of thousands of years ago and had conveniently saved them struck them deeply. The two immediately knelt down, their admiration and gratitude towards Mu Chen spilling forth like a torrential river. Master is truly too powerful. After the departure of Xian and Xian, Mu Chen felt a certain desolation over the sea of clouds. However, fortunately, this discomfort gradually faded away in the long passage of time. In the remaining time, Mu Chen solidified all the divine abilities he had obtained. Now his general situation was as follows. Mu Chen, peak cultivator of the true immortal realm with a body of no roots. Divine abilities, heaven and earth manifestation, avatar of the outer heaven, 36 heavenly gangs techniques. Techniques, low-level breathing techniques, high-level breathing techniques. Weapon, 4 swords of extermination, imitation. Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although he seemed like a weakling in the great desolation, but it was still something he had slowly acquired step by step. Of course, he was still quite weak. Thus, Mu Chen began to enter seclusion once more. Time flowed gently. 45,000 years passed quietly. Congratulations to the host for completing 50,000 years of fishing. Please choose. Option 1, continue fishing for 100,000 years. After 100,000 years, you can obtain a drop of Pangu's essence blood, greatly enhancing your physique. Option 2, leave the Great Desolation, follow Hongjun to eliminate Luo Hou and save all beings, and you can obtain a trace of Hongmeng Purple Qi. Mu Chen's eyelids twitched. Hongmeng Purple Qi. This is such a big deal, isn't it? This is a manifestation of the Great Dao. Aside from the saints, no one in the Great Desolation can possess it. Once obtained, it could be said that the Great Dao is within reach. A hint of struggle flashed in Mu Chen's eyes. In the end, Mu Chen gritted his teeth and refused. Hongmeng Purple Qi is a treasure, but also a source of calamity. Acquiring it would only attract the covetous gazes of others. What's the big deal? I can still become a saint in the future. I don't think you can disturb my Dao heart. Mu Chen mumbled with a hint of sourness. He continued his seclusion. Just thinking about the drop of Pangu's essence blood he could obtain after 100,000 years made him quite satisfied. Pangu, even if it's just a drop of essence blood within my body, it can enhance my innate talents. With this in mind, Mu Chen's resolve for seclusion became even firmer. During the long years of seclusion, Mu Chen would occasionally use the 36 techniques to transform avatars and venture out. The 36 heavenly gangs techniques are far stronger than the external body techniques, renowned for their ability to transform all things in heaven and earth, making them extremely convenient to use. One must admit Hongjun has quite the prestige. Even the divine abilities he casually casts are so impressive. As the years flowed by, Mu Chen also broke through to the Xian immortal realm. At the same time as his realm slowly ascended, the surrounding sea of clouds expanded from a radius of 500 meters to several thousand meters. From the outside, it merely appeared as an extraordinarily ordinary sea of clouds. In reality, unless one is a formidable being from the Great Desolation, as long as Mu Chen wished, they would never discover him within it, and even passing by the sea of clouds would not reveal any oddities. Mu Chen thought somewhat shamelessly, perhaps this is what it means to be strong. As for the outside world, a new round of brutal battles had commenced. Hongjun joined forces with the great beings of the Great Desolation to engage in a decisive battle against the demon ancestor Luo Hou. Countless ancient beings of the Great Desolation fought, causing the heavens to crumble and rivers to run red with blood. However, overall, Luo Hou, wielding the 4 swords of extermination, dominated the scene by slaughtering all living things. On a certain day, Mu Chen's avatar was wandering outside, observing this grand battle between the demons and the Dao in the Great Desolation. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before him. Hongjun. Mu Chen was startled. How did this guy find him again? Hongjun smiled faintly. Since the 36 Heavenly Gang's techniques were transmitted by me naturally, there would be some resonance. Mu Chen pondered and responded with an understanding. Oh. Determined not to use this technique again in the future, he then asked nonchalantly, what brings you here, Dao friend Hongjun? Upon hearing this, a hint of worry appeared on Hongjun's aged face. He sighed. In 10 years I will battle Luo Hou in the west, but I always feel somewhat uneasy. Seeing that your thoughts differ from those of the beings in the Great Desolation, I have come to clarify your doubts. Mu Chen was bewildered. What was happening? Hongjun actually came to seek his advice. Mu Chen felt a wave of embarrassment. The big shot. He was just a mere Xian immortal. The kind where a single glance could annihilate countless beings. Why ask me? To be honest, even Hongjun didn't know what was going on with him. The battle at Buzhou Mountain was imminent, yet he was always unsettled. The opponent possessed the 4 swords of extermination capable of forming an invincible extermination sword array, and he was uncertain if he could break it. Amidst such worries, he happened to discover the existence of Mu Chen's avatar. Thus, in a moment of impulsiveness, he came here. In fact, he didn't even harbor hopes that Mu Chen would provide any explanation. Detected Hongjun's plea for help. Please choose. 1. Reveal a hint of heavenly secrets and forge some good karma with Hongjun. 2. Remain silent, avoiding any entanglement in causality with Hongjun and never interact again. Mu Chen fell silent for a moment. It should be known that in the upcoming battle, Hongjun would attain enlightenment and become a saint. Whether he spoke or not, the plot would unfold this way. It seemed that he should properly cling to this thick leg. At the very least, he could forge some good karma. With that thought, Mu Chen cleared his throat twice. He articulated, in the primordial chaos, regardless of victory or defeat, all is determined by the Dao. Oh, it has been decided long ago. Thus all we can do is give our all, and the rest is beyond our control. This statement was particularly profound to Mu Chen. Winning was the will of heaven. Losing was also the will of heaven. In any case, it couldn't be blamed on him. Upon hearing this, Hongjun's expression froze. All is the will of heaven. The Dao is predetermined. For some reason, Hongjun suddenly fell into a state of enlightenment. For an existence of Hongjun's caliber, once he attained enlightenment, it was truly remarkable. Just like now, with Mu Chen's mere few words, Hongjun's realm actually began to break through, establishing a profound connection with the universe. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. In reality, it was quite short. When Hongjun regained his senses, the anxiety and worry on his face had vanished, replaced by a look of carefree enlightenment. So that's how it is. He then looked at Mu Chen, even more amazed. I didn't expect that in the primordial chaos, a mere Xian immortal could have such a profound understanding of the Dao. Impressive, truly impressive. Mu Chen had no idea what had just happened. He only felt that Hongjun was now completely different, resembling more closely the image of Hongjun he had in his mind. He couldn't help but ask, why do you want to eliminate Luo Hou so badly? Hongjun remained silent for a long time, gazing at the heavens and earth. Finally, he uttered a single sentence, I observe that all beings are not at ease. Mu Chen murmured to himself, so that's how it is. This was also a question he had pondered for a long time. In the past background of the primordial chaos, there were countless interpretations regarding this. Some believed that Hongjun learned of his opportunity to attain the Dao, thus opposing the demon clan. Others thought that Hongjun aimed to kill Luo Hou and other powerful beings to monopolize the fortune of the primordial chaos. There were even those who believed that the initial calamity of Longhan was a grand scheme set by Hongjun. However, in this moment, Mu Chen felt that what Hongjun said was the truth. At the very least, in the current world of primordial chaos, Hongjun was genuinely considering the well-being of all beings. No wonder he could attain sainthood. Mu Chen sighed. Old Jun, rest assured, in 10 years during the Western battle, you will surely win, so have peace of mind. Hongjun's expression was peculiar. Old Jun. No one in all of Primordial Chaos dared to address him that way, but it felt quite nice. Hongjun shook his head and smiled with ease. Then I shall take your good words as a blessing. If I win this battle, I shall reward you handsomely. Saying this, he vanished from the spot. Mu Chen watched this scene. He quickly destroyed his avatar. Time to leave. It should be known that the battle at Shumi Mountain in the west was the most brutal conflict of the initial calamity of Longhin, resulting in countless powerful beings' demise. Even those like the great immortal Yang Mei who controlled the laws perished, leaving only Hongjun. At this moment, Mu Chen silently made up his mind. Before the conclusion of the western battle at Shumi Mountain, he would not step out again. 10 years. In the eyes of the ancient cultivators, it hardly counts as a blink of an eye. Mu Chen diligently practiced in his cloud sea during his closed-door meditation. Meanwhile, the world of Primordial Chaos was bustling with activity. At this moment, at the foot of Shumi Mountain in the west, ancient cultivators gathered the sea of blood surging in imposing atmosphere. Hongjun summoned the creation jade tablet. Luo Hou unleashed the god-slaying spear and the extermination sword array. 80 million demon warriors clashed with the beings of Primordial Chaos. A great battle erupted, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth, its ferocity far surpassing that of the dragon and phoenix conflict. As time passed, the demons led by Luo Hou fell into a disadvantaged position. At a critical moment, Luo Hou sacrificed everything, thrusting the god-slaying spear towards Hongjun's true body. But Hongjun evaded it. Immediately after, Hongjun, along with the other 3 saints, seized the opportunity to claim the extermination force swords, breaking through the unstoppable extermination sword array. Ultimately, Luo Hou could no longer withstand it and perished beneath the full power of Hongjun's creation jade tablet. Before his death, Luo Hou's face was filled with unwillingness as he roared skyward. I, Luo Hou, vow once again, demons and the Dao cannot coexist. From now on in this world, demons will rise as the Dao wanes, and as demons fall, the Dao will rise. Thus the heavens and earth felt it, and the demonic path officially ascended to become one of the great paths of Primordial Chaos. In summary, Luo Hou recklessly slaughtered the beings of Primordial Chaos, attempting to seize the path of the saint through bloodshed, leading to the utter decline of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans. Moreover, Luo Hou's actions even drew the disdain of the heavenly Dao, leading to a collective counterattack by the beings of Primordial Chaos, led by Hongjun. This marks the origin of the initial calamity of Longhin. Mu Chen opened his eyes from his closed-door meditation. Sensing the fluctuations of the primordial heavenly Dao, he felt a certainty within. The great battle should have ended. Even here, he could vaguely hear the unwilling roar of Luo Hou before his death. For this, Mu Chen understood very well. But there was nothing to be done. After all, Hongjun was the protagonist of the heavenly Dao at this time. No matter how powerful the god-slaying spear and extermination sword array were, in the end, defeat was inevitable. With this thought, Mu Chen further understood a principle. Don't seek death. Even Luo Hou ended up in such a tragic state, opposing the protagonist. Oh, what chance did a mere Xian immortal like him have? Close the door and meditate. In another 80,000 years I can obtain Pangu's blood. Steady development is the true path. Mu Chen silently recited, closing his eyes once more. Tens of thousands of years quietly passed in primordial chaos. As the initial calamity of Longhin came to an end, the heavens and earth restored their peace. The beings of primordial chaos began to multiply at a terrifying rate, and countless formidable innate gods and demons awakened. Among them were the 12 ancestor witches, as an example. The 12 ancestor witches were born from the 12 drops of Pangu's essence. They possessed incredibly powerful physiques and extraordinary innate abilities. In an instant, the name of the 12 ancestor witches shook the primordial chaos, unmatched in their time. Following closely were the demon clan, led by Donghuang, Taiyi, and Dijun. Mu Chen secretly glanced at them. He discovered that the demon clan, due to their vast numbers, proliferated and grew faster than the witch clan in primordial chaos, thus becoming even stronger. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Inevitably, friction and conflict began to brew between the 2 clans. The great calamity between the witches and demons was faintly visible. In contrast, beneath a certain cloud sea in the extreme south of the sky, all remained as quiet as ever. Mu Chen was still in closed-door meditation. As time passed, he heard a voice. Congratulations, host. After fishing for 100,000 years, you have obtained a drop of Pangu's essence, which can be fused after choosing a racial body. As the voice fell, a drop of essence containing terrifying pressure appeared in the palm of Mu Chen's hand. Seeing this scene, Mu Chen opened his eyes, excitement and joy evident in his gaze. 100,000 years. It has finally arrived. With this thing, his physical body could probably rival that of the 12 ancestor witches. What he needed to do next was quietly wait for Nuwa to create the human race, then choose the identity of a human. Just as he was thinking this, the heavens and earth suddenly radiated with a glow shaking the four seas. Countless beings knelt and trembled on the ground. Sensing this commotion, Chu Chen murmured, "Has he finally become a saint?" A voice ancient and majestic resonated through the heavens and earth. "I am Hongjun, now proving my Dao within the heavens and earth as a saint willing to impart the Dao to all beings. Anyone with faith may ascend to the 33 heavens and the purple cloud palace. 3,000 years later, listen to my teachings." Hongjun attained sainthood. It was the foremost event of the primordial era and marked the birth of the first sage of the heavenly Dao. Upon the issuance of the decree, all gods and demons of the primordial era bowed in submission. Just as Chu Chen thought this pressure had dissipated, Hongjun unexpectedly spoke again. "Those who once taught me the art of group fighting at the cliffside come to the purple cloud palace to listen to my teachings, and I shall impart my knowledge to you with devotion." As soon as the words fell, the entire primordial era erupted. Who could teach Hongjun the way to enlightenment? No way could there truly be such a powerful figure. Strange, why do I not know of such a person in the primordial era who can teach Hongjun's methodologies? Group fighting. What kind of technique is that? I have never heard of it. Regardless of the technique, it is clear that the Dao Ancestor intends to take this person as a disciple. Who could be so fortunate? Now, with Hongjun as the foremost figure of the primordial era, his direct invitation to impart teachings to this person represented an immense opportunity. Everyone was filled with envy and curiosity. Chu Chen was also bewildered in the sea of clouds. Group fighting. What on earth is that? What he did not know was that it had already spread through Hongjun's words during his battle with Luo Hou. In the future, primordial era group fighting would become a novel and trendy term. For instance, if a certain mighty being in the primordial era found someone displeasing but could not defeat them, they would call upon their friends and say, "Let's go and group fight him." The one who was beaten would feel enraged and would return home to gather their friends. "I was bullied, bring people, and let's group fight back." Simply put, group fighting is about rallying people which would thrive in the future primordial era. It doesn't matter if you can't win, or what matters is that I have more people than you. Embarrassment. The Dao Ancestor Hongjun defeated the Demon Ancestor using the method of group fighting to attain the Dao. Who would still feel embarrassed? If Chu Chen were to realize that he was leading the primordial era's atmosphere astray, he would be quite conflicted. At this moment, Chu Chen faced a choice: to go to the Purple Cloud Palace to hear the Dao and ascend in realm, while exposing himself to the gaze of the innate gods and the three pure ones, or to continue his own training at his own pace, avoiding entanglements with the gods. Detection of Hongjun's active invitation. Please choose. 1. Ignore it, and continue fishing in the sea of clouds for 50,000 years, after which I will gain the Dragon Clan's divine ability, True God's Thunder Method. 2. Go to the Purple Cloud Palace to hear the Dao, becoming Hongjun's greatest disciple, and receive 3 innate spiritual treasures. Chu Chen's expression was conflicted. He was somewhat tempted to go to the Purple Cloud Palace. If he truly became Hongjun's greatest disciple, he would strut around the primordial era without needing to hide here. Even during the future great calamity of the Wu and Yao, he wouldn't have to worry, even the later Fengshen. Wait, the great calamity of Fengshen. Chu Chen furrowed his brow tightly. The great calamity of Fengshen was a battle among sages, and none of Hongjun's disciples fared well. Moreover, after the great calamity of Fengshen, it seemed that sages no longer appeared in the mortal realm. If he were to become Hongjun's disciple now, he would undoubtedly be the target of everyone's attention. Would he then disappear after the Fengshen? Chu Chen felt a slight cold sweat on his forehead. After careful calculation, with so many great calamities, none were easy to overcome. With his current abilities, he would never make it. Go to hell, just choose. Chu Chen decisively made up his mind and no longer considered the matter. 3,000 years later. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Dao Ancestor Hongjun sat cross-legged on a high platform, clad in a Dao robe, his demeanor serene and transcendent, his aura merging with the heavens and earth. In front of him, seated in the main hall, were Yuan Shitong, Tian Laozi, Nuwa Junti, and Xian. Behind them stood the strongest figures of the current primordial era, such as Hong Yunming, He Kuan Pengdong, Huang Taiyi, and Di Jun. Most curiously, at the very front of the hall there was an empty seat that remained unoccupied to this day. Hongjun glanced at the seat, then shook his head slightly, saying, "The time has come today, I will impart the Dao here." As soon as the words fell, the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace slowly closed. Hongjun spoke the profound meanings of the Dao, and radiant colors filled the heavens and earth. All was silent, no one dared to stir. This lecture lasted for 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, the teaching concluded, and everyone was entranced, their powers greatly enhanced. especially Hongjun's 6 disciples at the front, who radiated a faint golden light almost on the brink of becoming sages. Any questions may be asked. Qilin Peng, being the most rebellious, spoke up directly and asked Dao Ancestor who is qualified to sit in that empty seat at the front. Why hasn't he come to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Dao? Everyone revealed curious expressions. The Dao Ancestor Hongjun had personally reserved the seat, yet no one had come who had the audacity and confidence. Hongjun smiled lightly. I once encountered him by chance. He was merely a little fellow at the true immortal realm, but in terms of his insights into the heavenly Dao, perhaps none of you here combined could match up to a fraction of it. Such unrefined jade, I had hoped to impart the Dao to him, but since the time is not yet ripe, let it be. Just take away his seat. As soon as the words fell, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. It is important to note that everyone present is an existence akin to innate divine demons. Yet now Hongjun Daozu has stated that their combined comprehension does not compare to that of a mere young fellow in the true immortal realm. This is truly shocking. In an instant, curious glances from the crowd surfaced simultaneously. Hongjun revealed a hint of a mysterious smile and shook his head. That little Dao friend seems to be extremely cautious by nature, using his external incarnation for traveling, which cannot be disclosed. The crowd naturally dared not ask further. However, their curiosity about that mysterious individual only grew stronger. Who exactly is this fellow? Chu Chen remains unaware that his reputation has already spread to the ears of the 3 purities and other future saints. At this moment, he is still diligently in seclusion. Since becoming a profound immortal, his cultivation speed has drastically slowed down. Even with 1,000 times the speed of cultivation and high-level methods, it remains the same. But Chu Chen is already quite satisfied. After all, those formidable beings are either innate divine demons or transformed from Pangu. Yet he is merely a spiritual body with no background or support. Being able to achieve the current speed is already quite impressive. As time passes, one day Chu Chen sensed an opportunity and successfully broke through to the level of Taiyi True Immortal. The surrounding sea of clouds churned, expanding once more to a range of 10,000 meters. Within 10,000 meters, Chu Chen possesses strength on par with a quasi-saint. Feeling the sensation of becoming stronger, Chu Chen revealed a hint of a smile. Heaven does not disappoint those with a heart. He has finally made a breakthrough. Chu Chen's motivation has grown even stronger. At this rate, even amidst the upcoming calamity of the Wu and Yao and the Fengshan calamity, he should be able to possess the strength to protect himself. Perhaps by the time of the saints' retreat after the journey to the west, he will rise to prominence. Thinking about it truly excites him. Chu Chen closed his eyes and once more entered a rigorous state of seclusion. Before long, a powerful and unparalleled aura slowly approached from the direction of the sea of clouds. Chu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. At present, there is only one person in the primal chaos who can possess such an aura. Hongjun. But why is he looking for me? Chu Chen is not surprised that his location can be found. After all, Hongjun has now become a saint of heaven and earth. Finding someone is as simple as a calculation. Little Dao friend, you are truly hard to find. Hongjun appeared beside the sea of clouds wearing a smile. Chu Chen waved his hand lightly, and the great formation of the sea of clouds dispersed. It can't be stopped anyway. Hongjun walked in calmly, looking at Chu Chen with a face full of astonishment. A rootless body at the level of Taiyi True Immortal. He did not expect that Chu Chen was merely a spiritual body. Chu Chen awkwardly smiled. Hongjun, what brings you here? Hongjun collected his thoughts and asked, I will be giving a second sermon at the Zixiao Palace soon. I wonder if little Dao friend would be interested this time. This shows that Hongjun not only wishes to repay the clarification from last time, but truly values Chu Chen greatly. During the first sermon, he specifically reserved a seat for him, even ranking him before the 3 purities. For the second sermon, he even personally came to meet Chu Chen, simply providing ample face. Unfortunately, if it weren't for the Fengshan calamity. Chu Chen shook his head. Sorry, I have no interest in sermons, though I prefer to cultivate without worries, so such opportunities are better left for others. Not interested in the Dao. While the Dao is certainly one's own path, if it is borrowed from others, it will never truly be one's own. Tens of thousands of years passed just like that. Hongjun was to preach 3 times at the Zixiao Palace, each time lasting 3,000 years. Now it was already the second preaching. Countless innate gods and demons broke through, reaching the realms of Great Luo Golden Immortal and even Great Luo Xian Immortal. Meanwhile, Chu Chen's cultivation was also gradually progressing, now at the 3rd layer of Taiyi True Immortal. Though still akin to an insect, he barely possessed a bit of self-preservation strength. 100,000 years later. Congratulations, host, your fishing has concluded, and you have obtained the Dragon Clan divine ability, True God Thunder Control. A surge of memories instantly flooded into Chu Chen's mind. He grasped it quickly. With a slight thought, the sky within a radius of 10,000 meters crackled with thunder, massive and terrifying lightning roaring and flickering. He casually slapped the surface of the sea. A lightning pillar as thick as a mountain descended from the sky instantly, creating a 1,000-meter-wide pit in the ocean. Impressive. Mu Chen smiled. Truly, it was the formidable divine ability of the Dragon Clan. What he had just utilized was merely the cultivation of a Taiyi True Immortal. If he were to unleash the power of a Quasi-Saint level within the Star Sea Array, the entire ocean would likely be obliterated. Congratulations, host, you have mastered True God Thunder Control. Please continue to choose. 1 fishing for 100,000 years will grant you a top-grade innate spirit treasure, the Demon Suppression Tower. 2 go to the Xiao Palace, teach the 3 purities their path to sanctification, recognize the powers of the primordial chaos, and you will obtain the innate supreme treasure, the God-slaying spear. The God-slaying spear. Mu Chen's heart stirred. However, it was merely a fleeting impulse. Wasn't it just the strongest weapon for slaughter? What was so great about that? Mu Chen gritted his teeth in sorrow and refused. Meditation. Still meditation. Mu Chen rarely woke up fully immersed in his cultivation. One day, 2 overwhelming auras surged from the sky. They were extremely formidable. Mu Chen looked and saw that it was Qilin and Hongjun Ancestor. At that moment, the 2 were engaged in a life-and-death struggle, with Hongjun heavily injured and fleeing. Qilin pursued with incredible speed, suddenly spreading its wings and covering millions of miles, closely trailing behind Hongjun. Mu Chen understood. During the preaching at Xiao Palace, Hongjun offered his seat to the seemingly pitiful Xuan. However, Xuan then helped Xian seize the position of Qilin. Now everyone realized that the seat was the holy position. Thinking of losing the opportunity to achieve sanctification, Qilin was naturally furious. This was the reason Qilin sought to kill Hongjun in the primordial chaos. However, to Mu Chen, it was purely a matter of Xuan and Jian's shamelessness. Because of this, Mu Chen held no goodwill towards Buddhism in the future. It was too hypocritical. Detected Qilin chasing Hongjun, please choose host. 1 save Hongjun during fishing to gain his favor. 2 remain indifferent and let him die to obtain a random innate spirit treasure. 3 assist Qilin in attacking Hongjun, gaining Kunpeng's favor and obtaining the ability to traverse great distances in an instant. Mu Chen pondered seriously. Hongjun Ancestor's true form was the first red cloud at the beginning of the universe. Gaining his favor represented auspiciousness and could increase one's merit. As for the innate spirit treasure, he didn't even want a Chaos Supreme treasure, so naturally he didn't care for it. Moreover, Hongjun was kind-hearted, and compared to the proud and arrogant Qilin, Mu Chen was more willing to save Hongjun. Having thought this, Mu Chen extended a hand. He shouted, "Come in." Hongjun, believing he was on the brink of death, brightened at these words and directly rushed into the Cloud Sea Array. Seeing this, Qilin was furious and immediately crashed into the Cloud Sea Array. Mu Chen snorted coldly, using Quasi-Saint power to unleash True God Thunder Control. In an instant, the entire heavens and earth were covered by shocking thunder, as if the world were ending. Even the strong Qilin let out a wretched wail, its entire body flying back tens of thousands of zhong, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Now Qilin had not yet reached Quasi-Saint strength, making him naturally no match. Mu Chen sent him flying with a single strike. Turning his head, he asked, "How are you?" Hongjun Ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood and shook his head. "My injuries are too severe. I must disperse my cultivation and start anew. However, I am grateful for your great kindness, Senior. As a token of appreciation, I can only offer the innate spirit treasure, the 99 Hongjun Scattering Soul Gourd, hoping you can once again protect Hongjun." After saying this, a fired gourd slowly flew into Mu Chen's hand. 3 feet and 3 inches long, completely fired and crystal clear. Mu Chen understood. The innate gourd vine grows on the Buzhou Mountain, bearing 7 innate gourds, 1 each of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan blue, and purple. One of them was this item. Inside it contained infinite red silk spreading everywhere, capable of scattering human souls. This was truly a genuine treasure. Mu Chen's eyes lit up. After Hongjun Ancestor completed this task, his physical form instantly dissipated, returning to the original state of red cloud. Following that, this red cloud slowly merged into the cloud sea above Mu Chen's head, standing out among the other white clouds, resembling a cotton candy. Mu Chen scratched his head. Rebirth and recultivation. Didn't that essentially mean erasing all memories? Even if he awakened again in the future, he would no longer be the Hongjun Ancestor of today. So at this moment, the true form of Hongjun. Seeing it not flee, could it mean it now belonged to him? One must know that the first red cloud in the world could potentially achieve sanctification, at the very least a top-grade, innate supreme treasure, right? There might even be a chance to become a Chaos Supreme treasure. With that thought, Mu Chen couldn't help but smile. He not only obtained an innate spirit treasure, but also possessed the only red cloud in the world. What a delightful day it was. 100,000 years. For some suffering cultivators in the Primordial era, it hardly counts for anything. It must be noted that in the Primordial era, the unit of time is calculated in tens of thousands of years. Within those 100,000 years, Hongjun preached bringing silence and restoring peace to the Primordial era. Just like the incident of Qilin pursuing Hongyun, Muchun encountered only this one event in countless years. As the myriad gods and demons began to seclude themselves striving for the position of saint. However, only the 6 disciples of Hongjun, who possessed the primordial purple energy, could truly attain sainthood. Unfortunately, only Muchun knew this. Thus, the 100,000 years came to an end. Detection of the 100,000 years of fishing has concluded the host has obtained the demon-suppressing tower. Detecting current attributes. Host Muchun. Race rootless body, 1 chance to choose a primordial race. Realm 7th layer of Taiyi True Immortal. Divine abilities, law of heaven and earth, avatar of the outer heaven, 36 heavenly techniques, true god thunder control technique. Cultivation techniques, low-level breathing technique, high-level breathing technique. Weapons, 4 swords of extermination, imitation, demon suppressing tower. Treasures, a drop of Pangus, blood scatter, soul gourd. Looking at his attribute panel, Muchun nodded in satisfaction. This was all painstakingly earned by himself. Moreover, during his fishing, the fishing system occasionally caught numerous heavenly materials and ground treasures, as well as refining pills. At first, Muchun didn't quite grasp it. Later, he understood that he would pull the fishing rod out of the pond every 10 years to check for treasures. As for those pills, without a doubt, he consumed them to enhance his cultivation speed. In short, he had grown stronger. Above his head, a mass of red cloud floated leisurely in Muchun's sea of clouds. Suddenly, a warm red light descended upon him. It seemed to be celebrating as well. Just when Muchun was feeling elated, a presence radiating a gentle, yet powerful aura approached the sea of clouds. Muchun gasped in surprise. Another quasi-saint. In the current primordial era, theoretically, there were no other quasi-saints except for a few disciples of Hongjun. Was it Yuan Shi Tianzun, Tong Tian Jiaozhu, or perhaps Lao Jun? No, he had no connection with any of them. Muchun held his breath and focused. He completely sealed off the surrounding sea of clouds, determined that if there was no important matter, he would pretend to be dead. Outside the cloud sea formation, a figure gradually revealed itself. With a human head and a serpent's body, she had an incredibly beautiful appearance, exuding an aura of unparalleled nobility. However, at this moment, she rode the wind towards him, her face bearing a hint of melancholy. She slowly spoke, her voice resonating with the heavens. Is the friend present? Muchun was astonished. It was actually Nuwa. He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It should be noted that at this moment the witch and demon clans were in power, and this was precisely the time when Nuwa was creating humanity. He was waiting for the establishment of humanity so that he could mold himself with Pangus blood. In doing so, he would be able to rid himself of his rootless body, potentially greatly enhancing his cultivation speed. Immediately he spoke here. Upon saying this, the cloud sea formation automatically opened. Muchun stood atop the sea of clouds, hands behind his back, smiling broadly. I wonder what brings you here, fellow Taoist. Upon seeing Muchun, Nuwa's eyes flickered slightly. A quasi-saint. No, she sensed he resembled a Taiyi True Immortal. Truly, he was a being favored by her master. Even at her current peak quasi-saint level, she could not see through him. Thinking of this, she bowed respectfully. I have come due to a certain matter, and I hope fellow Taoist can enlighten me. Muchun asked curiously, what is it? Nuwa sighed. It is like this. During Master's second preaching, for some reason, he specifically instructed me to exit seclusion and gather the soil of all things, using it to comprehend the Tao. I missed the second preaching at the Zixiao Palace, and have been working hard for 10,000 years to collect all the divine soil of all things, yet I have gained no insights, wasting my opportunity to attain the Tao for nothing. In my perplexity, Master called me here to consult with you, young Taoist. May I ask, what opportunity does this soil hold for me to attain the Tao? Nuwa felt genuinely troubled. Not only had she missed the second preaching of her master, but her cultivation had also fallen behind that of her fellow disciples. Now she was mockingly referred to as the mud goddess by other gods and demons. If it were anyone else, Nuwa would have exploded with rage long ago. However, this was her master's command, and she had no choice but to comply. Upon hearing this, Muchun felt a wave of embarrassment. Wasn't he just trying to make her create humans sooner? Why did Master Hongjun really send his disciple to dig mud? Thinking about how he had caused Nuwa to miss the preaching, Muchun suddenly felt a chill. Wait a minute. If he said there was no opportunity, would Nuwa kill him on the spot? This was a grudge against the great Tao. With that thought, Muchun could only clear his throat and say, Nuwa Taoist, have you ever heard of the Mother of Earth? Nuwa frowned, puzzled. Mother of Earth. Muchun smiled slightly. The two characters of heaven and earth. Heaven governs the primordial, thus it is called the heavenly Dao. And what can the earth be replaced with? Naturally, it is soil. You must know soil is the root of the earth, able to shape myriad forms and transform all things. This is the essence of the earth. As of now, the heavens have opened while the earth is still in chaos. If someone can observe the changes of soil governing the earth, wouldn't that lead to the achievement of the mother of earth? Yes. Chu Chen was just spouting nonsense. After all, he had only heard it from others. However, upon hearing this, Nuwa was stunned. Countless brilliant flashes crossed her mind, and her entire aura began to boil. Soil is the root of the earth, able to shape myriad forms and transform all things. Mother of earth. At this moment, Nuwa felt as if something had finally clicked. The soil itself may seem insignificant, but it is the root of the earth, and it can shape all things. Could this not be the supreme Great Dao? Nuwa's long hair rose without wind, her aura sublimated, even the heavens and earth faintly glimmered with auspicious light. She bowed respectfully to Chu Chen, joyfully saying, I have gained a sudden insight. Thank you, young Taoist, for your teachings. I will come back to thank you once I attain sainthood. After saying this, she hurriedly left. Watching this scene, Chu Chen was utterly bewildered. How was she behaving? Just like Hongjun. Talking and talking, she became dazed, and after being dazed, she just slipped away. Was there no sense of courtesy? Chu Chen watched as Nuwa departed, shaking his head. Forget it. As long as I am not troubled, I will continue my closed-door cultivation. With this thought, Chu Chen closed the cloud sea and resumed his training. Hongjun preached 3 times at the Purple Cloud Palace. Finally, it concluded. Yet the second great calamity was beginning to unfold. The witch and demon calamity has officially begun. Please choose host. Option 1. Ignore worldly affairs and continue fishing for 100,000 years to obtain true fire of samadhi. Option 2. Prevent the witch and demon calamity from unfolding, gaining supreme merit, and receive 2 chaos supreme treasures for protection. Choose one. Chu Chen stood on the cloud sea, gazing into the distance, a hint of pity in his eyes. A great chaos was about to erupt with countless beings suffering. However, he was merely a lowly Taiyi True Immortal, utterly powerless. Do try to die less. He sighed. 100 years after Hongjun's preaching at the Purple Cloud Palace, another wave of the aura of sanctification emerged. It was Nuwa. I am Nuwa. Today, seeing the suffering of the sentient beings, I am moved by the earth, creating the human race, wishing for its prosperity, to protect the primordial wilderness for eternity. Her voice was majestic and resonant. The heavens and earth trembled. Countless primordial beings prostrated in awe. Even the myriad gods and demons were astounded, for they had not heard that Nuwa, who preached for the second time, was the first among disciples to break through to sainthood. Chu Chen opened his eyes, his face filled with astonishment. So soon. It had only been 100 years. Could it be that a casual remark he made previously had inspired Nuwa? But if that's the case, the one who taught Nuwa to create the human race was actually him. Chu Chen was dazed. After a moment, he stopped pondering this deeply unsettling question. In any case, the human race had finally been born, and his Pangu bloodline finally had a place to manifest. Detected that the human race has awakened. Please select a race again. Option 1. Dragon Clan. Option 2. Phoenix Clan. Option 3. Qilin Clan. Option 4. Human Clan can avoid the gaze of the heavenly Dao. Chu Chen chose without hesitation. Option 4. Chu Chen felt as though he had undergone some transformation. His entire body felt warm and indescribably comfortable. Looking down, he discovered he had regained the physical form of a human, no longer merely a light and airy spiritual body. At the same time, the power of the peak Taiyi True Immortal returned to his body. Chu Chen felt his connection with the heavens and earth was now countless times stronger than before. This made Chu Chen marvel. The human race truly excelled in terms of cultivation talent. Compared to the rootless body, it was indeed far superior. In fact, this was quite natural. Although the human race had a much shorter lifespan compared to other primordial beings, they were the embodiment of the heavenly Daos, while inherently able to cultivate, unlike the other demon races who had to struggle to take form, which was an extreme advantage. Having acquired a human body, Chu Chen's first choice was to refine that drop of Pangu blood. This process would be immensely lengthy. Yet it was the most crucial step in Chu Chen's ascension. The following events in the primordial world unfolded. The winds rose and clouds surged. The human race reproduced and thrived, growing ever stronger. It seemed to have been stimulated by Nuwa. The 3 pure ones emerged one after another, beginning to reveal their astounding powers in the primordial realm. Laozi walked among humans, establishing the human teaching. The Master of Heaven created the Jie sect. Zhuan and Jie established the Western teaching. Yuan Shi Tianzun founded the Chan teaching. All 6 became saints. In a moment, the 6 saints took charge of the primordial realm, overshadowing all. Chu Chen sat dazed upon the cloud sea. His face bore a look of envy. They had all become saints. He was the only one destined to fish here for 100,000 years. It was worth noting that this was the most prosperous and glorious period for Hongjun's sect. After the Fengshen Great Calamity, the saints would have to begin a great battle facing calamities and gradually decline. During this century, Nuwa attained sainthood, and in gratitude towards Mu Chen sent 3 phoenix chicks. It was said they were found on the mother tree of the phoenix clan, the Wudong tree. The phoenix clan had suffered greatly during the first calamity, almost facing extinction, and these 3 were already exceedingly precious. Their value could rival that of innate supreme treasures. Mu Chen accepted them without hesitation. He felt a lack of vitality in his surroundings, but with the 3 chicks it improved considerably. The 3 chicks with no feathers yet were now playing on the cloud sea, chirping like birds resting upon the red clouds in utmost comfort. The phoenixes sang. A gentle breeze. The clouds sea. This is life. Mu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly something struck him on the head. He instinctively touched it. Immediately he roared. How many times have I told you not to poop everywhere? In the days that followed, Mu Chen became a caretaker not of ordinary pets, but of 3 young phoenixes left behind by the Phoenix clan. They were named Xiaoqi, Xiaoba, and Xiaojiu, names that were simple and fitting for Mu Chen's character. Every 10 years Mu Chen would awaken once, using his divine powers to throw their droppings into the sea. Fortunately, raising pets added a touch of amusement to the long and dull life. 100,000 years passed slowly. During this time, the conflict between the witch and monster clans intensified. The monster clan under Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Taiyi established a heavenly court atop the unworldly mountain, recruiting countless beings from the primordial wilderness into their ranks. In no time, the monster clan became the largest faction of the primordial wilderness, with their influence spreading across the 4 seas. The only force that could contend with them was the witch clan. However, due to their smaller numbers, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. As for the human clan, they were still in their growth phase, extremely small and fragile. Mu Chen observed as a bystander, quietly watching the 2 clans vie for supremacy. In his view, the reason the witch clan was falling behind in confrontations was not only due to their numbers, but fundamentally because of their lack of unity. The 12 ancestor witches were transformed from Pangu's flesh, inherently unmatched in physical form. In an era without sages, they were already the pinnacle of combat power. If the 12 could unite even slightly and charge toward Unworldly Mountain to eliminate Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Taiyi, the monster clan would be utterly defeated. However, each of the 12 ancestor witches possessed unique divine abilities and rebellious personalities, refusing to bow to one another, unlike the unity of the monster clan. As time went on, this discord became increasingly apparent. Eventually, the fire god Zhurong and the water god Gong Gong quarreled and came to blows. From then on, the internal discord of the witch clan signified their descent into a disadvantage. This won't do. I need to find a way to help the witch clan later, Mu Chen murmured to himself. After all, the witch clan would eventually ally with the human clan, while the monster clan would prey upon them. In terms of sentiment and reason, as the current leader of the human clan, Mu Chen should lend a helping hand. Resolving his thoughts, Mu Chen began to enter seclusion once more. Let it be. The essence of Pangu's blood is nearly refined. In another 50,000 years I will obtain my 3 mystical true fire. It is worth noting that Mu Chen's current offensive capabilities rely primarily on the true god thunder control technique. With the 3 mystical true fire and a hardened body, his combat prowess would surely increase significantly. The days passed slowly. 50,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The bloodlust and malice of the primordial wilderness grew denser, reaching a breaking point. The witch and monster clans finally tore off their masks and began to fight fiercely. After these 50,000 years, Mu Chen finally refined a drop of Pangu's essence blood. His body became unparalleled, reaching a terrifying level. Even his cultivation speed significantly increased. Thus, he finally broke through to the peak of the Taiyi True Immortal realm. With just a little more, he could reach the level of Taiyi Mystic Immortal. If he could continue to cultivate and achieve the Great Luo position, he would be renowned as a powerful figure even in the primordial wilderness. On this day, Mu Chen sat cross-legged atop a red cloud, silently cultivating. Now, as a member of the human clan, he appeared as a handsome young man with long hair draping slightly over his shoulders, clad in white, exuding an extraordinary aura. Do not be fooled by his seemingly frail appearance. His physical form was only slightly inferior to that of the 12 ancestor witches. At this moment, 3 young phoenixes spiraled down from the sea of clouds, chirping softly toward Mu Chen. As Mu Chen opened his eyes, he heard the sounds of laughter from the monster clan and the panicked cries of the human clan. 7 or 8 dragon-like creatures from the monster clan were stirring up waves upon the sea. They surrounded a massive sea vessel filled with ordinary human citizens. The human race is still in a state of naive development, entirely ignorant of the background and true nature of the primordial world. Furthermore, with 6 saints preaching among mortals, the legend of immortals came into being. Countless people harbor an indescribable yearning for the lands beyond the seas. Clearly, the 20 or so individuals beneath their feet are here to seek out the immortals. Humans. Tisk their flesh is quite delectable. Hiss, I wish to go to the land and feast on 100 humans. Take me along. The human race is simply too weak to deserve existence in the primordial world. Should be careful, you might get yourself killed if Saint Nuwa hears. Several leading flood dragons conversed openly. Their eyes were filled with a greedy glint as they gazed at the humans aboard the merchant ship. To them, the human race was akin to ants, merely food to satisfy their hunger. The dozens of people on the ship turned pale, kneeling and prostrating themselves in a plea for mercy. The human race had yet to awaken, possessing minimal understanding of the changes in heaven and earth. Most did not know how to cultivate, leaving them utterly defenseless. At this moment, faced with the unknown, they were utterly terrified. Chu Chen observed this scene and couldn't help but chuckle. He had never held a favorable view of the demon race. Yet here they were on their own territory, wanting to devour their own kind. Did they truly believe they could act without consequence? Chu Chen pointed casually at the sea of clouds, and suddenly lightning flashed. Whoosh! In the next moment, a bolt of lightning as thick as a mountain plummeted from the sky, striking directly at the largest flood dragon, the one with the strongest cultivation. In an instant, the massive flood dragon had no time to react before it was obliterated, utterly dead. This scene was striking. The remaining flood dragons were left dumbfounded. In that moment, the essence of destruction contained within the thunder made their souls tremble. Such terrifying thunder magic. However, the next moment, the remaining 5 or 6 flood dragons raised their heads towards the sky, their expressions filled with fury. Who dares? We are great flood dragons under the command of the demon Lord Dijuan. If you dare to kill us, you will surely face retribution from the demon race. Perhaps it was due to their habitual bullying among the demon race. Furthermore, with the dragon clan dwindling, the flood dragon lineage could be considered a strong faction among the demons. Thus, facing such terrifying thunder magic, these few flood dragons did not flee immediately. Instead, they began to question. They clearly felt that their backing was invincible. However, demon race, is that something to be proud of? Chu Chen's indifferent yet commanding voice rang out. He intended to resolve the matter directly, but seeing the 3 little phoenixes beside him eager to engage, he thought for a moment and said, "Very well, I'll leave them to you." Little 7, little 8, and little 9's eyes brightened, and they instantly dashed out from the sea of clouds towards the few little pests in the water. In truth, the adult fire phoenixes of the Phoenix clan preyed on flood dragons, making them natural enemies. Now, after living in the sea of clouds for 50,000 years, the 3 little phoenixes had developed preliminary hunting abilities. Emerging from the clouds, the clear calls of the phoenix echoed through heaven and earth. The 3 little phoenixes instantly grew to a length of 1,000 feet, revealing their true forms. The faces of the flood dragons changed drastically. The deep-seated fear surged from their bones, compelling them to dive into the sea without hesitation. Damn, aren't true phoenixes extinct? If you ask me, who should I ask? Run! Boom. The 3 little phoenixes, undaunted, charged directly towards the seabed. The waves were tumultuous. The sea erupted. The flood dragons and true phoenixes tumbled and fought within. In mere breaths, the battle concluded. All the flood dragons became meals in their bellies. After completing this, the 3 little phoenixes flew contentedly back into the sea of clouds. Transforming back into fiery red little birds, they perched upon Chu Chen's shoulder. The sea's surface regained tranquility. The humans aboard the ship witnessed everything, left speechless in shock. So terrifying. Is this a miracle? Plop. The first person knelt down, his face filled with excitement and exhilaration. Immortal. There really are immortals. There are indeed immortals in this world, and they saved us. Following this, the others also knelt on the deck, incessantly bowing and cheering. At this moment, Chu Chen fell into deep thought. Detection of humans, discovering the existence of the host, options available. Stop fishing, establish a religion among humans, and lead the human race to defeat the witch and demon races to obtain a chaos supreme treasure and future merits of sainthood. Continue fishing, complete the task after 50,000 years to obtain the 3 mysterious fire technique. Chu Chen fell silent. It wasn't because he was tempted by any chaos treasures or the virtues of saints. Rather, he felt that his intelligence had been insulted. Let's not even mention that there isn't a single capable person among the human race right now. With just his current small status as a Taiyi Golden Immortal, how could he possibly contend against the 2 races of Wuliao? If he truly went out, he would probably be wiped out by the 2 races in no time. The system of a snake's spirit disease. Chu Chen suddenly rolled his eyes. If he didn't react quickly enough, he might just impulsively go. However, for the god of survival, it was absolutely impossible to make such a grave mistake. Thinking of this, he cleared his throat twice. He slowly spoke to the humans beneath him. In the great era of chaos, all things have spirits. Although the human race has a weak physical body, they are the primates of all beings. All beings must complement each other, utilizing strengths to adapt to the transformations of the 24 hours and drawing from their essence. Moreover, one should not blindly place hope in the immortals. One must know that humans themselves are immortals, and humans can also become immortals. If you want to grow strong, you can only rely on yourselves. After this speech, Chu Chen was unsure of what he had said. In any case, let's just consider it some motivational talk. Looking at the confused crowd beneath him, Chu Chen was uncertain if they understood. He waved his hand, and the ship began to move towards the land they had come from without any wind. The man at the front shouted, "May I ask for the immortal's name?" Chu Chen paused for a moment, then slowly uttered a word. The heavens and earth echoed. Mu. As he watched the ship slowly depart, Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh. The human race would remain at the bottom of the food chain in the chaotic world for a long time to come. Yet he had no way to change this. It wasn't that his elder brother wouldn't come out, it was simply that the enemies were too abnormal. The calamity of Luo Hou was already terrible enough. And then there was the even more formidable calamity of the Fengshen. Who could withstand that? Moreover, Chu Chen's perspective was now on the entire chaos. As long as the human race did not perish, he wouldn't be too concerned. So, the human race might as well lie low. Once the saints are dead, the human race can rise again. Chu Chen turned his head. At this moment, 3 young phoenixes were swirling and playing in the sea of clouds, having just eaten their fill, appearing full of energy. Chu Chen was extremely satisfied with their previous performance. Even though they were still in their growth phase, their realm was estimated to be similar to Chu Chen's current level, also at the Taiyi True Immortal stage. One should know that most adult phoenixes are at the Great Luo Xian immortal level, and the Yuan phoenixes are even at the Quasi Saint level. If he were to cultivate them, well, perhaps in the future, he would have 3 helpers at the Great Luo, or even Quasi Saint level. It seems it's time to start special training. Chu Chen muttered while stroking his chin. In the distance, the 3 young phoenixes felt a chill run through their bodies and looked at Chu Chen with puzzled expressions. The poor little creatures had no idea that their good days were about to end. 50,000 years passed quietly. The demon race grew increasingly powerful. Even the sea beneath Chu Chen was filled with various demon beasts. It seemed that this was due to Chu Chen having killed several powerful dragon demons that once roamed the seas 50,000 years ago. Now that the sea beneath him had lost its overlord, the disorderly demon beasts were even more numerous. Thus it was noisy every day. Some old tortoises with Xuanwu bloodlines had even transformed, carving out caves beneath, engaging in revelry and fighting among themselves. Regarding this, Chu Chen was currently in seclusion, too lazy to pay attention to these little fish and shrimp. The 3 little phoenixes, on the other hand, were struggling in the thunder sea created by Chu Chen. They had to train once every 100 years. With each session, the exceptionally talented 3 young phoenixes would be charred and tender, pitifully so. In the chaos, time was not recorded. On this day, Chu Chen finally stepped into the Taiyi Xian immortal realm, just a step away from the Great Luo. Coincidentally, he had just finished fishing. Congratulations, host, for completing 100,000 years of fishing and obtaining the 3 flavors True Fire technique. With a loud bang, a blazing fire ignited in Chu Chen's palm. Although the scale was not large, it contained endless might, as if it would never extinguish. Chu Chen grinned. The 3 flavors True Fire, while not significant in the chaos, would become quite famous during the journey to the west. Furthermore, he could even create a powerful fire-based divine ability from it. At this moment, loud noises from the demon beasts below could be heard. Chu Chen frowned slightly. Being disturbed while in seclusion irritated his naturally peaceful disposition. There is a difference between being lively and being noisy. Moreover, there were even small demons occasionally peering at the sea of clouds above, simply audacious. From today onwards, within a radius of 10,000 miles of the sea, no noise shall be made. No fighting is allowed. No vendettas shall occur. No demon beasts above the celestial immortal realm shall exist. Leave immediately. Otherwise, Chu Chen had no fondness for these inherently cruel and belligerent demon races. Not to mention that they disrupted his cultivation. This statement actually left room for the demons below. The little demons above the celestial immortal realm just had to leave obediently. The other demons would not face any trouble as long as they behaved themselves here. On the contrary, with Chu Chen's presence, this place could even protect their cultivation. However, upon hearing this, the demon beasts below immediately erupted. Who dares to provoke our demon clan? A mere Taiyi daring to seize our demon territory. Could he be one of the witch clan? The demons began to blame each other. The few ancient beings who had opened their caves beneath the sea paid no heed to Mu Chen's words. They had ruled here for thousands of years. How could they leave just because of some unknown figure? Even if they couldn't win, would this loose cultivator not fear the demon's retaliation? The old demons exchanged glances, all revealing expressions of pride. Not afraid. Worst comes to worst, they would just hide. Half an hour later, a young man suddenly appeared atop a massive reef at sea, hands behind his back, gazing at the distance. His robe floated with the wind, exuding an air of detachment. Having undergone countless years of seclusion and cultivation, Mu Chen had gradually become a formidable figure in the wilderness, his gaze filled with profound and intimidating emotions. He scanned the surroundings. Only a few demons had left the sea. Most simply ignored his words, coiling up at the sea bottom, waiting to observe. Especially those ancient demons who had hidden in their caves, seeking pleasure, thinking that remaining indoors would keep them safe. Stubborn and unyielding, then go to your death. Mu Chen shook his head and gently extended his right hand. The three flavors true fire erupted instantly. In a mere instant, the terrifying and surging true fire engulfed the sea for thousands of miles. The great fire steamed the ocean. A wave of scorching heat instantly spread across the surface of the sea. Any demon who reached the celestial immortal realm was directly incinerated. Even the presence of seawater was of no use. The few ancient demons hiding in the caves were roasted alive. Before dying, their faces were filled with confusion. Half an hour later, Mu Chen withdrew the three flavors true fire. If he continued to roast, the entire sea area would likely be burned away. At this moment, the sea area returned to silence. The ordinary little demons were terrified, hiding at the bottom of the sea, trembling. It was terrifying. This kind of divine power filled them with a fear deep in their souls. Mu Chen concentrated his thoughts and approached a trembling turtle demon lying on a rock. This turtle demon was not young, had opened its intelligence, yet was extremely timid. Upon seeing Mu Chen, it immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy. Earlier, after hearing Mu Chen's words, it had fled towards the sea. However, the problem was, its speed was too slow. So slow that it still hadn't managed to escape. Mu Chen felt somewhat speechless. He said lightly, "What is your name?" The turtle demon prostrated and replied, "Turtle. Turtle Prime Minister." Mu Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. This was quite a coincidence. Obviously, this was not the turtle prime minister of the East Sea Dragon Palace, but rather its ancestor. Mu Chen nodded and said, "From today onwards, you will help me guard the sea area within 10,000 miles. As a reward for your assistance, I will grant you some techniques and treasures not to be shared." The turtle demon did not expect this. With a face full of joy, it immediately nodded. In the next moment, Mu Chen bestowed upon the turtle prime minister the high-level breathing technique and the demon suppression tower. After teaching it how to use them, Mu Chen returned to the clouds above the sea. Home is still the most comfortable. Mu Chen languidly stretched. When going out, even if it was under his own feet, he still felt anxious. Just being at his doorstep made him a bit afraid. Wouldn't it be worse outside? Mu Chen became even more resolute. Not invincible, absolutely do not go outside. In the days that followed, Mu Chen continued to fish. This time for another 100,000 years. The reward for finishing fishing was a divine power that shrinks the distance to an inch. Mu Chen was extremely happy. For a powerhouse of his nature, having more means of self-preservation was naturally better, and shrinking the distance to an inch was a quasi divine power. During his fishing days, Mu Chen also began to research fire-based divine powers. The pure three flavors true fire was not very destructive. With Mu Chen's current talent, he had reached the point where he could create divine powers himself. After 800 years, Mu Chen finally succeeded in creating a fire-based divine power of his own. When unleashed, his whole body would be enveloped in true fire, impervious to all, and a single punch could unleash 100 zhang of fire waves. Let's call it the Fire Guardian technique, Mu Chen said somewhat self-consciously. Suddenly, two terrifying pressures rose within his sea area. Although not comparable to a quasi-saint, they were still very formidable. Mu Chen used his divine sense to look. One person was tall, entirely enveloped in blazing fire with red snakes coiled around his hands and feet. The sea surface where he stood was entirely melted by the flames. Compared to him, Mu Chen's Fire Guardian technique was rather underwhelming. The other person had a human face and a snake body with fiery red hair, a menacing and violent expression. Thick water columns wrapped around him intimately. The 12 ancestral witches, Zhu Rong Gong Gong, detected an internal conflict between two ancestral witches. Please choose. 1. Remain indifferent and continue fishing. 2. Stir the pot. Let the two fight to the death and gain their divine powers. 3. Find a way to stop the internal conflict between the two ancestral witches, gain favor with the witch clan, and also obtain their divine powers. This choice posed no difficulty for Mu Chen. If he turned a blind eye, he would receive not a single reward. If the witch clan fell into internal strife, the demon clan would grow stronger and the human clan would only suffer misfortune. Thus, both emotionally and logically, he should lend a hand to the witch clan. Meanwhile, Mu Chun was still contemplating. On the other side, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong had already started fighting. Since ancient times, water and fire have been incompatible. As time passed, the two grew increasingly displeased with each other. Until today, their conflicts inevitably erupted. The shocking battle between the two primordial ancestors of water and fire began. In an instant, the entire sea area was engulfed by terrifying flames and torrents. Watching this scene, Mu Chen immediately felt uneasy. This was his territory, and if the fighting continued, all beings in the vast sea would perish. So he quickly called out, "Stop!" Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were immediately startled. This aura, it was so strong. It seemed even stronger than theirs. Following that, Mu Chen utilized the heavenly and earthly transformation divine ability, his entire body towering to millions of feet appearing before the two. He calmly inquired, "As fellow 12 primordial ancestors, why must you harm each other?" If it were anyone else, these two rebellious ancestors would naturally ignore them. However, at this moment, Mu Chen was situated within the Cloud Sea Grand Formation, possessing quasi-saint strength. They naturally had to give him some face. Zhu Rong coldly snorted. All races respect the name of the water god and denounce all flames in the world by saying water can extinguish fire. As the ancestor of fire, I cannot turn a blind eye. Nonsense, water can extinguish fire by nature, and your fire divine ability is simply no match for my water's essence. You are talking nonsense. If you are unconvinced, come at me. Watching the two at loggerheads, Mu Chen merely smiled faintly. May I ask, which races are you referring to? Zhu Rong exclaimed angrily. The races are the races. The Serpent Clan, the Jiao Dragon Clan, the Mouse Clan, and even some lowly beings like the Human Clan. The Human Clan is of low cultivation, and they have not even opened the path of cultivation. As the ancestor of fire, why must you bother with them? Let me ask you, aside from the Human Clan, what about the other beasts? Which clan do they belong to? Gong Gong impatiently replied, Do I even need to ask? Some small crawlers naturally belong to the demon. Before he could finish, Gong Gong froze. Zhu Rong also sensed something was amiss. Mu Chen smiled slightly. It seems you both understand. Indeed, they all belong to the demon clan. In my view, the demon clan is well aware that the two primordial ancestors of water and fire are incompatible, hence deliberately spreading such rumors in the world. The purpose is to incite discord between you, allowing the demon clan to reap the benefits. Just a few simple sentences unveiled the truth in an instant. With Mu Chen's modern cunning ability, he could easily see through the scheme of the demon emperor Dong, Huang Taiyi. Although the 12 primordial ancestors were unparalleled in physical strength, perhaps due to their inability to cultivate the nascent soul, they lacked a bit in strategic cunning. Of course, it could also be said that they looked down on such strategies. After all, in their eyes, apart from the innate divine demons, all other races were merely weak ants. After hearing Mu Chen's words, Zhu Rong was immediately enraged. Bastard, those damn demon clan members dared to scheme against the witch clan. Gong Gong was also extremely indignant. Humph, if it weren't for the orders from the boss, I would have flooded Mount Buzhou and slaughtered those two demon beasts, Dong Huang and Dijun. Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction. In that case, can you both put down your dispute and cease fighting? Zhu Rong and Gong Gong exchanged glances and spoke in unison, No, we still need to fight. At this moment, he simply wanted to say one thing. What the hell? Gong Gong and Zhulong looked at each other with disdain. Even though they knew this was the ploy of the demon tribe, the two were still determined to fight. Mu Chen sighed. The demon tribe was cunning and cruel. The witch tribe was just a stubborn fool, not willing to listen. As a representative of the human tribe, Mu Chen expressed his thoughts. Feeling exhausted, Mu Chen shook his head and said, You may do as you wish. However, let's fight in another place. The area within 10,000 miles is my domain. Gong Gong and Zhulong simultaneously inquired, Senior, may I ask where is suitable for a great battle? In the primordial world, strength was paramount. Those stronger than them were considered seniors. Mu Chen couldn't be bothered to entertain the two any further. He casually said, Then let's go to Buzhou Mountain. After all, the destruction caused will only affect the demon tribe's lair. Zhulong and Gong Gong's eyes both lit up. Indeed, if a fight were to break out, it should be near Buzhou Mountain. When water and fire clash, it will be the demon tribe's ants that perish. Zhulong quickly bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I can only repay you with a copy of my own insights on controlling fire as a token of gratitude. Gong Gong became anxious. What is fire? Senior, I shall gift you a piece of the source of water, which can command all waters in the world. Mu Chen received a droplet of the source of water along with memories containing the divine art of fire control. Without waiting for Mu Chen to respond, Gong Gong and Zhulong completed their exchange and left. As they left, they were still whispering to each other. My source of water is obviously more important than your shabby fire divine art. the senior will surely refine mine first. Nonsense. Did you not see the senior was in a daze? Clearly, he is comprehending the methods of controlling fire. Are you looking for a fight? Am I afraid of you? Come. Watching the two lively characters still arguing as they walked away, Chu Chen felt bewildered. Was this also a reward from the system? This is quite impressive. Don't be fooled by the unimpressive names of the source of water and the divine art of fire. After all, Zhulong and Gonggong were the two greatest shamans in the primordial world when it came to water and fire. Their treasures would undoubtedly grant Chu Chen significant improvements. With this thought in mind, Chu Chen instantly returned to the Sea of Clouds to comprehend. Next, Gonggong and Zhulong quarreled again over trivial matters on their way to Buzhou Mountain. As a result, they ended up clashing severely once more. This time no one intervened, and both vented their frustrations. Countless heavenly flames and floods swept across the primordial world, resulting in a catastrophic scene. 50 years later, the victor and loser were determined. Gonggong, who had gifted Chu Chen a trace of the source of water, found himself at a disadvantage and regrettably lost. In a fit of rage, he happened to see Buzhou Mountain in the distance. Remembering that the demon tribe's heavenly court was situated atop Buzhou Mountain, he charged forward in anger. With immense force, the four colossal pillars supporting the heavenly court instantly collapsed. Heaven and earth crumbled. Ancient records state Gonggong furiously collided with Buzhou Mountain, breaking the heavenly pillar, severing the earthly supports, destroying the four poles, and tearing apart the 9 provinces. In the heavens beyond the heavens, the already enlightened Nuwa suddenly felt something and opened her eyes. The voice of Hongjun resonated. The heavens are collapsing, the waters beyond the heavens are about to submerge the primordial land. Hurry and mend the heavens. Nuwa hastily complied. To mend the heavens, materials were certainly needed. The 5-colored earth was the perfect place to refine the heavenly mending stone. Just as Nuwa was pondering, she suddenly remembered that her master had instructed her to seek the earth of all things for enlightenment years ago. Among them, she happened to have plenty of 5-colored earth in her palace. With this thought, Nuwa quickly made her way to the peak of Tiantai Mountain, piled up massive stones for a furnace, used the 5-colored earth from her palace as material, and borrowed the divine fire of the sun. After 9 days and nights, she successfully refined 36501 pieces of the 5-colored giant stone. Then, after another 9 days and nights, she used the 36500 pieces of colored stones to mend the heavens. The last piece was placed at the mountain peak, basking in the morning glow. Thus, Nuwa once again established her saintly merit for the primordial world, greatly enhancing her realm and cultivation. She even ranked among the top among the 6 saints beneath Hongjun. However, after accomplishing all this, Nuwa's face showed no signs of joy. She merely gazed thoughtfully at the 5-colored earth in her hands. What an uncanny coincidence. Just as she needed to mend the heavens, she happened to possess 5-colored earth. Yet the reason for all this was due to Chu Chen. If Chu Chen hadn't pointed out to her where the opportunity for enlightenment lay back, then she would never have been able to gather so much 5-colored divine earth in time. And thus she would not have been able to gain such immense saintly merit. One could say that it was all thanks to Chu Chen. Could it be that he had already foreseen everything that is happening now? Did he already know that Buzhou Mountain would collapse? Thinking of this, Nuwa couldn't help but feel a wave of shock. If Chu Chen were to know the thoughts of Nuwa at this moment, his expression would undoubtedly be quite peculiar. To call Nuwa to observe the earth was purely a misunderstanding by Hongjun. Gonggong's furious crash into Mount Buzhou resulted in a massive hole in the heavenly court, something he would only recall later. Therefore, everything happening now was merely a coincidence. However, Nuwa did not think so. The next day, she approached Hongjun and expressed her doubts. Hongjun sat cross-legged in the void. His entire being exuded no aura, as if he were one with the heavens and the earth. Even Nuwa at this moment could only feel the strangeness and immense power. It turned out that the gap between saints was indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth. Hongjun smiled indifferently. In my eyes, Chu Chen is the greatest wonder of the primordial world, not constrained by the 5 elements, or whatever he does is not out of line. Had it not been for Chu Chen back, then I might not have been able to attain enlightenment in the heavens and the earth. I do not know why he has guided you time and again, but since it is a benevolent connection, you may send some small gifts in return. Nuwa displayed a look of understanding. The next day, she sent a small monkey that was currently asleep as a return gift. Chu Chen focused his gaze and was taken aback. It was actually a monkey king. This was one of the 4 great divine monkeys known for seizing the sun and moon, shrinking mountains, discerning fortunes and misfortunes, and manipulating the universe. Such creatures were quite rare in today's primordial world. Chu Chen suddenly felt speechless, sending both phoenixes and monkeys. What was going on? Was this a zoo? However, this was a gift from a saint, so Chu Chen had to accept it with a smile. From this day forth, Mu Chun had gained an additional task in his desolate fishing life. That was to raise the monkey. With Gongong's furious crash into Mount Buzhou, the conflict between the demon race and the shaman race was completely ignited. The two races no longer cared about their faces and began to slaughter each other extensively in the Primordial World. As time passed, it was not just the great shamans and great demons. Even the 12 ancestors of sorcery, along with Emperor Jun and Dongwang Taiyi, joined the battlefield. One after another, powerful beings fell. Rivers of blood flowed, and the brutality surpassed that of the initial calamity of Longhan. Above, several saints watched coldly, knowing this was the second tribulation of the heavenly Dao. They remained silent, fearing being drawn into the vortex. Similarly, as war approached, Mu Chun began his old profession. Amidst the monotonous fishing, he used the 36 techniques of Tiangang to create a doppelganger with the cultivation of a true immortal of Taiyi to travel through the primordial world. On his shoulder, he carried the just awakened Monkey King. One man and one monkey traversed the primordial world, having spent 10 years there. In those 10 years, the battles were exceptionally fierce, with great demons and great shamans dying from time to time. Mu Chun remained indifferent, offering no assistance to either the demon race or the shaman race. He completely acted as an observer. This was both a trial and a witness to the brutality of the shaman-demon calamity. One day in a certain forest, Mu Chun said earnestly, "Little Tin, bringing you out is not to have you follow me like a perverted stalker. You are still underage, can you not be so bizarre?" Little Tin was the name of the Monkey King. As soon as the words fell, Little Tin reluctantly shifted his gaze from the backside of a female monkey and returned to Mu Chun's side. Just as Mu Chun was about to leave, he noticed a figure shrouded in black mist standing near a stream not far away. It turned out to be a woman. She sighed skyward. "The suffering of living beings, how should I save this primordial world? Everything is uncertain. Why do these saints? Why do they see death and not save?" Mu Chun's expression was peculiar. What the hell? Why does she sound just like old June, with a tone that could destroy the heavens, the earth, and the air? Could she be another old monster? Just as the thought left his lips, Ding Host encounters Hutu, please choose. 1. Help Hutu comprehend the Dao and establish the 6 realms of reincarnation to gain favor from the shaman race. 2. Slay Hutu, prevent her from establishing the 6 realms, becoming a great enemy of the shaman race, and obtain the innate supreme treasure, the Tai Chi diagram. Hutu is one of the 12 ancestor witches. She is also the least fond of battle, possessing a gentle nature. In the original story, during the great catastrophe of the witch and demon, Hutu, moved by compassion for all living beings, saw lost souls wandering about, and feeling pity in her heart, transformed herself into the Dao to create the 6 paths of reincarnation. From then on, the underworld's yellow springs were established. All malevolent spirits and resentful ghosts found a place to be reborn. Because of this act, Hutu garnered immense merit for the primordial world and ascended to the status of a saint of merit. Logically speaking, she is the only one among the ancestor witches to have attained sainthood. Mu Chun reflected on Hutu's deeds in his mind. Then he looked at the 2 options presented by the system, unable to help but smirk. Although the Taiji diagram was tempting, being a third of Pangu's axe. However, killing Hutu was fundamentally an impossible task, even though Hutu is the one among the 12 ancestor witches who dislikes battle the most. Still, she is one of the 12 ancestor witches, a top-tier existence in the entire primordial world. At this moment, he is merely a clone with the cultivation of a Taiyi True Immortal attempting to ambush someone. What a joke. Hutu could stand there and not even be harmed. If he foolishly acted on impulse, he would undoubtedly be killed in an instant by Hutu. Moreover, he would have to offend the witch clan. According to Mu Chun, this was entirely a question with only one choice that could lead to death. Fortunately, since arriving in the primordial world, Mu Chun had been playing a game of wits with the system, so he was not blinded by the allure of the Taiji diagram. Since the second option was not feasible, then he chose the first one. Seeing Hutu's puzzled expression, Mu Chun felt it necessary to deceive her. Ahem, guide her instead. Mu Chun cleared his throat and spoke in a voice that was weathered yet steady from a short distance away. The trend of destiny is inevitable. The catastrophe has arrived. Since we cannot resist it, perhaps we can take action in other ways. Hutu turned her head curiously. She had long noticed Mu Chun behind her. However, being just a small Taiyi True Immortal and a little spirit monkey, she naturally overlooked him. Unexpectedly, the other party was able to articulate such principled words. What do you mean by this? Hutu asked patiently. Mu Chun smiled and said, the suffering of living beings is everywhere, with countless dead bodies, yet there are numerous lost souls and wandering ghosts in the primordial world, which increases the malevolent energy, leading to the continuation of the Great War. If someone could build a place for these lost souls and ghosts, allowing all things to reincarnate, this malevolent energy could be dissipated. Once the malevolent energy is gone, the primordial world would be clear, and naturally no one would wish to engage in slaughter. Ho-Tu pondered, realizing that this statement indeed made a great deal of sense. She then looked closely at Mu Chen and found that he was merely a clone. Wait, a clone? A Taiyi True Immortal? Ho-Tu's expression gradually transformed into one of shock and disbelief. She whispered, "May I ask, during the initial calamity of Longhin, did you senior ever encounter the Dao Ancestor at the cliffside and discuss the Dao Dao Ancestor? Discuss the Dao?" Mu Chen pondered. "Oh, you mean Lao Jun? I have encountered him by chance twice." Lao Jun. Ho-Tu's body trembled involuntarily, her face filled with excitement. Hongjun spoke of the Dao 3 times, and even Nuwa Saint mentioned a mysterious little friend during her teachings. His realm was unfathomable, yet he was inherently cautious, traveling the primordial world in the form of a weak clone, while his understanding of the Dao even surpassed that of Hongjun's 6 disciples. Moreover, it is said that the reason Nuwa was able to stand out among Hongjun's disciples was due to this person's guidance. Now this mysterious figure had long spread throughout the primordial world. Even the 12 ancestor witches were well aware and very respectful. After all, no one could refuse the temptation of becoming Hongjun's greatest disciple. "Senior, you specifically came to guide me, right? It must be that Senior could not bear to see the suffering of living beings, thus coming to provide guidance. A chance to attain the Dao. This is my opportunity to attain the Dao. But what exactly is reincarnation? What is reincarnation? Can all things truly have reincarnation?" Huda thought to herself, unknowingly falling into a state of enlightenment. "Fellow Taoist, are you still there? You haven't died, have you? Then can I leave?" Mu Chen looked at the expression of Ho-Tu in silence, not understanding why this ancestral witch suddenly fell silent. However, upon reflection, Hongjun and Nuwa were also of similar nature. Anyway, talking on and on would eventually lead to distraction or departure. Forget it. The task was completed. He wouldn't stoop to their level. Mu Chen patted his backside. "All right, you can ponder by yourself. Oh, I shall take my leave." Ho-Tu remained unresponsive. Only after 100 days did Ho-Tu awaken from her brief contemplation, feeling that everything was falling into place, even experiencing a significant surge in her cultivation. Ho-Tu lifted her head only to find that Mu Chen had already vanished without a trace. Watching this scene, a look of yearning appeared on her face. "Indeed, the senior came specifically to guide me. Seeing that I had gained some understanding, he left. His movements were ghostly, and his cultivation was simply awe-inspiring. If Mu Chen were here, he would likely not care about their combat abilities and would be unable to resist delivering a slap. My pet turtle can crawl to the East Sea." Yet as Ho-Tu thought of this, her determination to seek the Dao became even firmer. She hurried back to the Wu clan to meditate on the Dao. Mu Chen traveled the world for 100 years, taking Xiao to witness the myriad beings of the primordial world. This could also be considered a form of worldly enlightenment. Mu Chen felt that his cultivation and understanding had undergone a tremendous enhancement, a benefit not achievable through seclusion. After 100 years, Mu Chen sensed a slight breakthrough in his bottleneck, thus concluding this journey. He began to focus on intense cultivation within the Sea of Clouds. His realm surged dramatically. However, he was still at the late stage of Taiyi Xian. He was still far from the legendary Daluo Jingshan's level. After all, the might of Daluo could be considered the pinnacle combat power of the primordial world. If the saints and quasi-saints do not emerge, then that is the overlord of the primordial world. Detection shows that the host has concluded 100,000 years of fishing and gained the ability to shrink the earth to an inch. As soon as the words fell, a torrent of memory regarding heart methods surged into Mu Chen's mind. Mu Chen spent 10 years integrating this knowledge, feeling quite satisfied. He had gained another means of survival. Wonderful. Mu Chen's mind conjured up his attribute panel. Host Mu Chen. Race human. Realm Taiyi Xian. Divine powers, law of heaven and earth, avatar of the outer heaven, 36 methods of the celestial general, true gods, thunder control, shrink the earth to an inch, fire god protection technique. Cultivation methods, low-tier breathing techniques, high-tier breathing techniques, Zhu Rong's fire control technique. Weapons, 4 swords of extermination of immortals, imitation demon suppression tower. Treasures, true fire of samadhi, a drop of the essence of water, can summon the myriad waters of the primordial world. After learning Zhu Rong's fire control technique, Mu Chen's understanding of fire deepened. Combined with his true fire of samadhi, his divine powers increased greatly. Thus he enhanced his self-created fire god protection technique. Now with a thought, Mu Chen could summon heavenly fire from the skies to scorch the earth, exhibiting immense power. Mu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Looking at his panel, he finally felt the taste of becoming stronger. No longer was he the weakling he once was. This feeling of reversal was quite pleasing. At that moment, a powerful pressure from the saints descended from the sky. All beings couldn't help but look up at the heavens. The saints from the outer heaven also couldn't hide their inner astonishment. Could anyone still become a saint amidst the Wu and Yao catastrophe? In the next moment, the truth was revealed. I am Hou Tu of the Wu clan, taught by a certain senior today. I transform into the 6 paths, promoting the cycle of all things. From now on, I shall open the path of the Yellow Springs in the underworld. After death, all beings may enter the Yellow Springs for reincarnation and rebirth, no longer wandering the mortal realm. With these words, the heavens and the earth trembled. The momentum was terrifying. Countless wandering spirits suffering in the world finally saw the light of dawn, beginning to wail and weep. Moreover, because of the 6 paths, a missing link in the heavenly Tao was restored. Thus, Hou Tu achieved immeasurable merit and successfully ascended to become the first saint of the Wu clan. Her cultivation was only slightly inferior to the 3 pure ones and Nuwa. However, at this moment, the myriad saints and mighty beings of the primordial world were not concerned about this point. They gathered together, glancing at each other in confusion. A saint through guidance. Who else could it be but Hongjun Daozu? In front of the Zixiao Palace, the Master of Heaven asked, "Strange, how could the 12 ancestral witches who do not cultivate their primordial spirits and are mere brutes suddenly comprehend the opportunity to achieve sanctification?" Yuan Shi Tianzun closed his eyes and replied coldly, "Regardless of the truth, Hou Tu's actions have brought great merit to the Witch clan, and it seems that the Tao of Heaven has shown some compassion, suggesting that the Witch clan may have a glimmer of hope." Laozi exclaimed, "Inaction and tranquility lead to creation from nothingness. What Hou Tu has done is a great good." Tong Tian frowned in confusion. "It's a strange matter. Who besides the master can teach the ancestral witches transformed from Pangu's flesh to achieve sanctification? Why would he do such a thing?" At this moment, all the saints turned to Daozu Hongjun. When Daozu preached in the Zixiao Palace, he once mentioned that their combined understanding of the Tao could not compare to that of a small Tao friend at the Taiyi True Immortal level. This matter has spread throughout the entire Hongwang. It is estimated that only that person possesses such capability. It is even said that Sister Nuwa's cultivation soared due to guidance from that individual regarding the opportunity for proof of the Tao. Hongjun remained silent and did not explain. The Sanqing felt somewhat regretful. Laozi shook his head and smiled. Regardless of who it is, that Tao friend must be considering the well-being of all beings in Hongwang. Furthermore, it is to help the Witch clan accumulate merit to avoid future annihilation by the Tao of Heaven. It must be noted that the Witch clan has a small population, and their unique talents make them prone to jealousy from the heavens, unlike the endless reproduction of the monster clan. I must say this person is extraordinarily talented, and their deeds are not only astonishing, but also admirable. In that case, I will no longer intervene in the affairs of the Witch clan. They shall decide their own fate. Yuan Shi nodded. Indeed. The Sanqing debated amongst themselves. Xuanti and Xian established the Western sect in the West, and had yet to return. Only Nuwa remained silent at the front, her eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity. Subconsciously looking towards her master, she wondered, could it be Chu Chen again? After the saints departed, Hongjun slightly opened his eyes, and countless fragments of the Tao flashed within his gaze. He seemed to be pondering something. Chu Chen, meanwhile, continued to observe Hou Tu's proof of the Tao amidst the sea of clouds. His expression showed no signs of surprise. Hou Tu embodied the 6 paths: the Tao of Heaven, the Tao of Humanity, the Azura Tao, the Beast Tao, the Evil Ghost Tao, and the Hell Tao. From that moment on, being in the Yellow Springs endowed Hou Tu with the strength of a saint. Correspondingly, Hou Tu's immense merit reversed the situation for the Witch clan. In Chu Chen's view, this was the reason the Witch clan had not been completely exterminated. It must be noted that the witch and demon calamity was a direct targeting by the Tao of Heaven against both clans. Especially for the Witch clan, whose disputes and slaughters were severe, and who did not cultivate their primordial spirits, it even displeased the saints. However, Hou Tu's actions not only benefited herself, but also added merit to the Witch clan. As a result, even the Tao of Heaven has been less ruthless. Chu Chen nodded in relief. This is good. With the Yellow Springs underworld, the bloodshed among the beings of Hongwang can be significantly reduced. He turned his head and began to consider the choices previously presented by the system. Ding, detecting that Hou Tu has created reincarnation, please choose. Option 1, indifference, choose to fish for 100,000 years to obtain the Pillar of Heaven. Option 2, formally join the Witch clan with the full support of Hou Tu's saintly power, thus becoming a king in the Yellow Springs, immortal and indestructible. Chu Chen stroked his chin, feeling quite conflicted. The reward for the second option was indeed enormous. Immortal and indestructible on the road to the Yellow Springs. Doesn't that mean as long as the 6 paths of reincarnation do not collapse, he would achieve eternal life? Chu Chen's expression fluctuated again. But what if the 6 paths of reincarnation were to collapse? Logically, it shouldn't happen, but what if? If he were to come into being, he would fully expose himself to the scrutiny of the entire monster clan, the Saints, and the Tao of Heaven. Is it worth it to exchange for a temporarily indestructible opportunity? Damn it, you can't trick me into death. Mu Chen gritted his teeth. I will choose one. Continue to close off. The days of seclusion were quite leisurely. After the Earth Mother attained sainthood, the wilderness regained a long-lost tranquility. The demon tribe, wary of the Earth Mothers, might temporarily halted their war. The demons govern the heavens. The shamans govern the earth. This polar division led to a relatively peaceful phase. However, only Mu Chen understood that this was merely temporary. After the great calamity of the shamans and demons, the human race would become the main actors in the heavenly realm. The saints would engage in schemes on the mortal plane to uphold the foundations of their doctrines. In both reason and emotion, it was impossible for the two tribes of shamans and demons to coexist peacefully. One could even say that the great calamity was fueled by the intrigues among the saints. Thus, the next time the conflict erupted, it would be the moment of the complete destruction of the two tribes. However, this time Mu Chen would be powerless to intervene. 300 years later, Mu Chen opened his eyes from seclusion. Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiu floated beside the pond, hesitating to speak. At this moment, they had all reached adulthood, their true forms towering thousands of feet, immensely powerful. Having undergone Mu Chen's rigorous training in the Thunder Sea, they were filled with confidence. Mu Chen asked lightly, "Do you wish to go out and explore?" The three fire phoenixes nodded eagerly. Mu Chen considered for a moment and did not refuse. He imparted to them the three mystical fires technique and the Zhu Rong fire control ability. Once you leave, do not join the demon tribe. Help the human race whenever possible. Make your own decisions when faced with challenges, and do not invoke my name. After delivering these three warnings, he allowed them to depart. Before leaving, the three little phoenixes circled around Mu Chen's head 10 times with reluctance, then soared away with a phoenix cry. Now the dragon phoenix and Qilin were no longer the main actors in the heavenly realm, and no great calamity awaited them. Another 100 years passed. Xiao Shi arrived by the pond. Given the growth rate of the long-armed monkey, he had now developed spiritual intelligence and reached adulthood. Mu Chen remained silent. He directly gifted him the True God Thunder Control technique and the Red Cloud. After repeating the same 3 warning phrases, he allowed him to leave. Xiao Shi respectfully knelt and knocked his head 3 times. Then he rode the Red Cloud and flipped away from the Cloud Sea. The Cloud Sea once again became empty. Fortunately, Mu Chen's mind had long been as solid as rock, and after a brief moment of discomfort, he regained his composure. Go on, all of you, the path of becoming stronger is forever lonely. Mu Chen sighed with an air of maturity and began his silent seclusion, once more undistracted. Moreover, due to the departure of the 3 phoenixes and the long-armed monkey, a hint of realization flickered within Mu Chen's previously dull Dao heart. Life and death partings even moved the saints, let alone him. Thus Mu Chen resumed his cultivation. This time he vowed to ascend to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Mu Chen underwent the most serious seclusion of his life. Tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. Time flowed like the changing of oceans and mulberry fields. The sea beneath the Cloud Sea formation gradually flourished after tens of thousands of years of tranquility. Fortunately, due to the diligent work of the Tortoise Minister and the deterrent power of the Demon Suppression Tower, no one dared to stir trouble in this area. Over time, it even became an excellent refuge or place for many beings to cultivate peacefully. Some great shamans and demon beings unwilling to provoke further disputes arrived here. On this day, a sudden silence enveloped the air. A chilling aura emanated from the Cloud Sea. Immediately following, the 4 seas trembled and boundless waters surged towards the center. Dark clouds loomed overhead, containing countless terrifying bolts of lightning like thunder serpents. This scene resembled the end of the world, suffocating all who beheld it. Countless beings in the seas trembled and involuntarily left their abodes to come to the surface. Their expressions were filled with shock. What is this? What happened? This is the first time I've seen such might. If I am not mistaken, a powerful being is breaking through. Could it be a Taiyi Xian? Taiyi, how could that be possible? With such grandeur and phenomena, even heaven and earth are stirred. This might is definitely at the Great Luo level. No way. We have a Great Luo Golden Immortal stationed in this remote sea area. How did I not know? This moment was truly shocking. Everyone chattered in disbelief, their faces filled with astonishment. Above the Cloud Sea, Mu Chen stood proudly in midair, his long hair billowing in the wind, revealing a pair of bright and clear eyes. With just a glance, it seemed to contain infinite might. The realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Mu Chen had finally attained it. Mu Chen felt his physical body and nascent soul undergoing profound purification, while his comprehension of heaven and earth soared to an unprecedented height. His cultivated energy surged exponentially, escalating to a terrifying magnitude. Is this the power of a Great Luo Immortal? Mu Chen murmured softly to himself. With but a single thought he could perceive, clearly and completely, everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of li. Meanwhile, the cloud sea formation spread wildly outward. As he ascended to Great Luo immortality, every realm shrouded by the clouds became irrevocably his sovereign domain. Within moments, 10,000 li of ocean and several mortal towns lay fully enshrouded beneath the cloud sea, a span so vast it could easily constitute an immortal's celestial cultivation ground. Mu Chen exhaled deeply, a faint trace of quiet satisfaction softening his features. For countless millennia, the fishing rod in his hand had nearly rusted away. From this day forward, he finally possessed the true foundation to stand firm within the primordial chaos. At that very moment, an urge rose within him to let loose a long, triumphant howl toward the heavens. Damn it, anyone left? Please select your next course of action. Option 1, fish for 1,000 years. Reward the orthodox human cultivation method, the golden core Dao. Option 2, venture into the primordial chaos for 1,000 years. Demonstrate your Great Luo might lead humanity's rise and randomly acquire 2 innate supreme treasures. Mu Chen glanced once and withdrew his gaze. The duration of fishing had shortened and the rewards had correspondingly diminished. Yet he hesitated not even for an instant. He fished on. After all, though a Great Luo Immortal was mighty, such power was still but a threshold. Even the sages would soon struggle to preserve themselves, how much less could a mere golden immortal hope to endure? Though the golden core Dao was rudimentary, it remained humanity's orthodox cultivation path. Once acquired, he could transmit it to humanity, nurturing its gradual ascent. Indeed, Mu Chen harbored subtle intentions. When the war of the divine beasts and the demon clans concluded, humanity would naturally ascend as the sovereign race of heaven and earth. Thus, the sages coveted humanity's celestial fortune, descending to the mortal realm to gather disciples, thereby expanding their doctrines and fortifying their own Dao foundations. If even the sages must cultivate merit for humanity, then why should he, who was himself human, not do the same? Onward, onward. Nothing, not a single thing, shall impede my resolve to cultivate in seclusion. Mu Chen closed his eyes once more. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Having just attained Great Luo immortality, Mu Chen perceived no passage of time at all, as if he had merely blinked and it was over. Congratulations, cultivator, fishing complete. Reward acquired, the golden core Dao. Instantly, the systematic cultivation methods streamed into Mu Chen's consciousness. He skimmed them briefly and dismissed them outright. These teachings were designed for mortals, yet uninitiated in cultivation. In the primordial chaos, most beings were born as immortals. Such rudimentary methods held no allure for them. At that very moment, the air grew scorching hot. It was then revealed that the 10 golden crows, the sons of Emperor Jun, were flying from the sun star toward the mortal world, traversing Mu Chen's domain. 10 resplendent golden crows stood aloft in the sky, their wings unfurling torrents of solar divine flame. Random detection: 10 golden crows passing through. Please select. Option 1, observe indifferently, let them pass. Option 2, intercept and slay them. Provoke enmity with the demon clan and obtain a fragment of the Zhou Tian stellar formation. HSS. Mu Chen drew a sharp breath. The Zhou Tian stellar formation, it ranked among the most supreme arrays in existence, rivaling even the severing sword formation itself. The rewards offered by the system grow increasingly impossible to refuse. Mu Chen mused quietly, yet made no move to act. Though the Zhou Tian star array was immensely powerful, its fragmented version held little allure for Mu Chen. And to slaughter the 10 golden crows over it would inevitably provoke Di Jun. His inevitable wrath would be swift and devastating. Even though Mu Chen had already attained the realm of Great Luo Immortal, and within the Cloud Sea formation, he stood at the threshold of sagehood, and engaging the entire Yao clan in open conflict would be a catastrophic miscalculation. He might even be swept into the cataclysmic Yaowu tribulation. In no battle, Mu Chen embodied prudence and caution to perfection, never risking danger without absolute certainty. Yet the very next moment he watched the 10 golden crows swagger arrogantly across his domain. Deep unease prickled through his entire being. After all, the 10 golden crows had descended from their ancestral star, scorching the mortal world with searing solar flames. And the Wu clan and humanity's stewards of the earth bore the brunt of that devastation. Who could fathom how many humans perished beneath the unbearable heat of solar true fire? Humanity's unseen guardian Mu Chen felt a solemn duty to intervene. Wait, Nthuff, he would not kill them. A discreet reprimand surely wouldn't cross the line. A spark of sharp intent flickered in Mu Chen's eyes, and his gaze settled upon the last of the 10 golden crows. This one foolish and reckless tumbled ceaselessly through the cloud sea, hurling solar true fire most zealously onto the ocean's surface, and deliberately targeting inhabited lands teeming with life. Yet among the 10, its cultivation energy was conspicuously feeble. In Mu Chen's estimation, clearly the youngest, utterly untempered by the harsh trials of existence. You are the one. And Mu Chen extended his right hand and clenched it sharply, and instantly the last golden crow materialized before him. The crow scanned Mu Chen, now about to unleash a torrent of insults, and when icy dread seized its very marrow. In great sage aura, and trembling it hastily assumed human form and bowed low. This unworthy junior is Inu, ninth son of Di Jun of the Yao clan. Dare I ask what matter concerns this venerable senior? And glancing behind it realized the other 9 crows remained utterly oblivious. And panic surged deeper still. Mu Chen's countenance was stern, his presence overwhelming. And for a fleeting instant, he noted how this fair-faced youth seemed almost handsomer than himself. Inthan dismissed the thought with disdain. And what mattered was the havoc the 10 golden crows had wrought upon the world. Without hesitation he struck. A thunderous slap resounded. And crack. And Inu hurtled hundreds of meters, his cheek instantly blooming with a vivid stinging imprint. Inu stood stunned. Long moments passed before he could utter a word. As a prince of the Yao clan, none had ever dared raise a hand against him. Under ordinary circumstances he would have incinerated the entire realm with solar true fire. Yet restrained by the terrifying power before him, he choked back his fury and demanded, "Venerable senior, why this outrage? My father is Di Jun, sovereign of the Yao clan. Without just cause this humiliation will not go unanswered. The Yao clan shall demand reckoning." Inu Chun had long prepared his reply. He spoke coldly. "Do you know what you did within my Dao realm moments ago?" And Inu blinked, bewildered. "I do not know." With a sweeping gesture of his voluminous sleeve, Mu Chun declared with righteous gravity, "This land, 10,000 li in every direction, is mine, pristine and immaculate. Yet you defiled my cloud sea, my sacred sanctuary cultivated and guarded for 10,000 years, with your excrement. How dare you claim innocence? What of it, that your father is Di Jun, sovereign of the Yao clan? Does imperial authority grant license to soil another's Dao realm at will? Is there no cosmic justice left?" And Inu froze dumbfounded. Excrement. Ni's face crumpled in despair. "Venerable senior, I stand but one step from attaining Great Luo immortality. Such base impurities no longer pass through me. You must have mistaken it." Mu Chen's eyes flared wide. "Insolent wretch, do you accuse me of slander? I saw it with my own eyes." And stripped of all cultivation within the Cloud Sea formation, Inu now wailed like an ordinary mortal. "Venerable senior, this is grievous injustice. What you witnessed was likely only ash from solar true fire. In nonsense. If I say you soiled it, then you soiled it. I am a great sage. Do you presume I could err? And truly, I am a prince of the Yao clan, not some insignificant human ant. I would never commit such vulgar, degrading acts." And Mu Chun had reached his limit. And then, from the cloud sea rose Inu's agonized, indignant shriek. Half an hour later, Mu Chun clapped his hands, feeling refreshed, leaving Inu on the ground with a bruised face, nearly in tears. "This is too much. After all, I am the 9th prince of the demon clan. Born with the ability to abstain from food, how could I possibly defecate? Even if I take a step back, how could I not admit to it?" However, the opponent's cultivation level was stronger than his, leaving him utterly unable to resist. This is the way of the wild. No matter how powerful your background, if your strength is weak, you will still struggle. Mu Chun placed his hands on his hips, coldly asking, "Do you still want to argue?" Inu shook his head in resignation. "I dare not." Mu Chun nodded in satisfaction and said earnestly, "Young man, it's okay to make mistakes. Recognizing and correcting them is a good thing." Hearing this, Inu nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He couldn't comprehend how such a shameless person could become a quasi-saint. Is the heavenly Dao blind? Mu Chun glanced at the sky. "All right, you can go back to the Sunstar now." Inu was taken aback. "This?" Mu Chen's gaze turned unfriendly. "What? Do you still want to fly over from me? I told you to roll back, so roll back." In the end, Inu, fearing Mu Chen's imposing presence, left in a pitiful manner. He then hid away, curled up, no longer daring to unleash the true fire of the sun or chase after his brother. Thus one of the 10 golden crows was lost before it could wreak havoc upon the land. Mu Chen stood amidst the sea of clouds, his expression gradually turning serious. He had done his best. By stopping one golden crow, he could save some lives. This was all Mu Chen could do. The calamity of the witch and demon was fully upon them. As the 9 golden crows descended upon the world, they provoked the witch clan and the human clan. The true fire of the sun swept across the land, causing countless lives to perish. Decades later, the great witch Quafu was furious and relentlessly pursued the 9 golden crows. However, the speed of the 9 golden crows was extraordinary, making them impossible to catch. Decades later, Quafu, constantly scorched by the true fire of the sun, finally exhausted his strength and died. This news shocked the skilled archer Hou, a close ally of the witch clan. In a fit of rage, He took out his divine bow, determined to shoot the sun from the cliff. Several days later, the 9 golden crows fell one after another in the wild, none surviving. The 9th son, Yu, who had been watching from the sky, was thoroughly terrified. This was too horrifying. It turned out that the previous ancestor prevented him from going forward because he sensed the consequences and saved him. Filled with gratitude, Yu hurriedly flew back to his ancestral star to inform Dijun. Dijun was furious and killed Hou with a thunderous strike, declaring war on the witch clan once again. In an instant, the previously peaceful wild was shattered. The two great clans engaged in a deadly battle beneath Mount Buzhou. Although the demon clan had the numbers, their peak combat power was inferior to that of the witch clan. Ultimately, Dong Huang Taiyi wielded the Chaos Bell and fought against Dijun and all the ancestral witches. The Quasi Saint battle. It was extremely heroic. Even the saints observed from the heavens. At this moment, Mu Chun briefly shifted his gaze from the battlefield below. In front of him, the remnants of Hou and Quafu's spiritual senses floated in midair, looking bewildered. This was also a choice given by the system. When Quafu and Hou died, they would ask Mu Chun whether he wanted to save them and allow them to reincarnate. Originally, the Great Witch of the Witch clan had no soul. However, the system was omnipotent, having fused their remaining spiritual senses into a shard of soul. Mu Chun agreed both times. Quafu pursued the sun. Hou shot the sun. These two great witches were well-known figures. As for the human clan, they precisely needed talents the most. Mu Chun looked at the two and seriously asked, under the 6 paths of reincarnation, do you wish to be reborn into the human clan? As soon as he finished speaking, both great witches looked towards the battlefield direction, showing signs of hesitation. Mu Chun understood the thoughts of Hou and Quafu. As the great shaman of the Wu clan, their kin were currently engaged in a fierce battle. How could they be reincarnated? Mu Chun said calmly, now you are merely remnants of souls no longer connected to this great war and unable to assist the Wu clan. If you are unwilling to reincarnate, then you will simply fade away completely. Upon hearing this, Quafu and Hou exchanged glances and sighed. Senior, we are willing to reincarnate as human beings. Mu Chun nodded in satisfaction and gently extended his right hand. A huge vortex slowly appeared in the sky, pulling them in with tremendous force. After completing this, only then did he detected that the host is experiencing the final battle of the Wu Yao catastrophe. Please choose. Option 1, remain indifferent fish for 10,000 years and gain the divine ability of the fiery eye. Mu Chun rolled his eyes. What nonsense. The battle between the Wu and Yao clans was one of Quasi-Saint level. It should be known that during the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era, the Great Luo Golden Immortals were everywhere and held little value. Even now, after a great calamity, a Great Luo Golden Immortal could vaguely become a local overlord, but still would not wield decisive power on such a battlefield. You want me to go to my death? Dream on. Mu Chun complained to the system, then prepared to enter seclusion. Meanwhile, he secretly created a clone to observe the battle of the Wu Yao catastrophe. He had already thought it through. In such a great battle, it was beneficial to watch more. When the time of the journey to the west came, he could boast with the myriad gods and Buddhas. The battle remained brutal, resembling the horrific scenes of the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era. The ancestral shamans of the Wu clan, along with countless great shamans, charged into the Yao clan's heavenly court. Dijun activated the Heavenly Star Formation and the Hunyuan Hiluo Formation to protect the heavenly court. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Taiyi single-handedly battled 7 great ancestral shamans, creating an astonishing spectacle. In this battle, numerous secret methods and forbidden techniques erupted, causing the heavens and earth to change color and the primordial chaos to shatter. The ancient primordial chaos was thus divided into the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Mu Chen's clone watched from a distance, realizing how the 3 realms were divided in this manner, and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was terrifying. He didn't know when he would possess such power. At that moment, a gentle and warm voice spoke up. It seems that the little fellow is quite curious about this great battle. Mu Chun turned to look. Nuwa. She appeared at his left side, silently observing the battle. So it is the Saint Nuwa, welcome, welcome. Mu Chun immediately displayed a fawning smile. Nuwa glanced at him and quietly asked, you actually chose to base yourself on the human race. Is it possible for a rootless body to choose a race to cultivate? Perhaps, but it was not important for Nuwa. However, Mu Chen's choice of the human race did surprise Nuwa. After all, she was the one who created the human race. Mu Chen quickly flattered her. Of course, humans are the spiritual apex, and since they are personally created by the goddess, they are certainly much better than other races. Nuwa smiled faintly, but while looking at the battle before her, she couldn't help but ask. It seems you have a close relationship with the Wu clan. What do you think of this battle, eh? Chu Chen shook his head. I won't watch. Nuwa was taken aback. Not watch. Chu Chen nodded. It is the trend of the times, the will of heaven. Naturally, one cannot obstruct its development. If one lacks the strength to contend against the will of heaven, going up will only lead to entanglement in cause and effect. At this point, he glanced meaningfully at Nuwa. If one forces a change, perhaps even a saint would not bear the wrath of the heavens. These words immediately made Nuwa's expression fluctuate. She was of Yao descent and had founded the Yao religion. If the Yao clan were to be defeated, they would inevitably retreat from the stage of the primordial chaos in the future. Thus, the Yao religion would naturally become weak. So now she was here, actually struggling with whether or not to intervene. Chu Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back, said nonchalantly, It seems that the Saint Nuwa is quite conflicted, but I remember that when the Saint Nuwa attained her Dao, it was not reliant on the Yao religion. As soon as his words fell, it was as if thunder cracked in Nuwa's ears, causing her to suddenly awaken. That's right. She relied on the human race to attain her Dao. The human race was the foundation of her great path. Even if the Yao race fell, it would not affect her too much. But if she obstructed the human race from becoming the main character of the heavens, perhaps her great path foundation would suffer serious damage, or she might even face a significant decline in her cultivation. Nuwa instantly broke out in a cold sweat. She couldn't intervene. Even the mighty master Hongjun remained silent regarding this great calamity. How could she, a saint of merits, dare to contend against the great trend of the heavens? Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist. Nuwa nodded repeatedly, then no longer lingered here. As long as she remained, she could protect the remaining Yao clan from extinction. This could be considered her utmost effort. Upon seeing this, Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly his expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted towards the horizon. Sister, please don't send any more animals. I can't afford to raise them. Nuwa returned to the celestial realm after this battle and began to seclude herself, ignoring worldly matters. The most formidable force of the demon clan, Saint Nuwa, did not intervene. The saint of the witch clan, Hutu, transformed into the Yellow Spring. The two clans waged a battle that could be described as evenly matched. The heavens and earth collapsed. The three realms had been divided. This battle lasted for over 100 years. After over 100 years, several ancestral witches fought desperately against Dijuan and Dongwang Tai. Dongwang Tai detonated the chaos bell, perishing along with the ancestral witches. Dijuan was also killed by the surrounding witches. The Kwasa Saint battle ravaged the entire Honghuang, with rivers of blood flowing and ominous energy scattering. The entire Honghuang was left in ruins, resembling the desolate scenes of the initial calamity of Longhan. Not a single living being remained. The remaining ancient witches and demon clans suffered heavy casualties. The survivors either hid away or submitted under the banner of the saints. As a result, both the witch and demon clans completely lost their power to dominate Honghuang. After the great battle, the continent was shrouded in desolation. All races needed to accumulate strength until the next great calamity began. Chu Chen's avatar stood on an abandoned battlefield, his eyes filled with pity. The witch and demon clans believed themselves to be the strongest, but in truth they were merely pawns of the heavenly Dao. Even saints could only preserve themselves during such a grand calamity. Sigh, I wonder when I can truly be free and unrestrained. Chu Chen sighed. He then slowly disappeared from his spot and returned to the cloud sea to continue his seclusion. His strength was still too weak. He would not emerge from seclusion until he became a saint. Following that, the witch clan completely perished in the Honghuang world. The powerful demons also met their end, while the remaining demons became like rats in the street, hunted by all. The saints gradually began to support humanity in ascending to the forefront of Honghuang. Meanwhile, the fallen remnants of the demon clan became humanity's nemesis on the land. This was also intentional on the part of the saints, aiming to enhance humanity's strength. Thus, the witch and demon clans began to confront each other on the Honghuang continent. From then on, the great calamity of the witches and demons came to a complete end. After 10,000 years, congratulations to the host for completing the 10th Sandier fishing task and obtaining the divine ability of the Fire-Eye Golden Pupils. Chu Chen opened his eyes after his seclusion. His eyes transformed into a golden hue, and everything evil in his line of sight could not escape detection. This was of little use to Chu Chen, who had reached the level of the Great Luo Xian. However, it would be quite beneficial to pass it on to the monkey in the future. Over these 10 millennia, his cultivation had not improved much. To elevate one's realm at the Great Luo level, what was most needed was not seclusion, but rather a moment of enlightenment. Fortunately, Chu Chen was not in a hurry. After all, time was still abundant. he could still endure. During these 10,000 years, nothing significant occurred. Only 2 sentences from Hongjun's teachings began to circulate among the saints of Honghuang. They were: the Tao is not transmitted to non-humans. The law is not transmitted to the six-eared. It was said that these were uttered by Hongjun before a prolonged period of seclusion. In no time, countless beings of Honghuang were discussing it. When Mu Chun heard this news, he was momentarily taken aback, and then he came to his senses. The Tao is not transmitted to non-humans means that the profound truths of the Tao are only imparted to humanity. This also hinted to the 6 saints that humanity was about to rise, so they should hurry and act. As for the law is not transmitted to the six-eared, that was even simpler. It was surely the 6-eared monkey secretly using his 6 ears' divine ability to eavesdrop on the teachings, angering Hongjun. Thinking of the 6-eared, Mu Chun couldn't help but chuckle. This truly was a bold little monkey daring to eavesdrop on Hongjun's teachings. However, having faced punishment, he would only be able to wait until the rise of Buddhism during the journey to the west before someone dared to take him in. This also explained why the 6-eared lived so long, but could only match Sun Wukong. These 2 sentences were like a small wave crashing into the currently tranquil Honghuang, causing some ripples, and then slowly subsiding. One day Mu Chun was fishing in seclusion. A small boat drifted across the sea beneath him. On it stood a human wearing a conical hat. He shouted, "May I inquire where the immortal is?" The man wearing a straw hat has thick eyebrows and big eyes with a resolute expression, possessing the realm of a celestial immortal. Do not underestimate his realm. In the current human tribes, he can be regarded as a transcendent immortal. After calling out for a moment without receiving a response, his face displayed frustration. He shouted again, "May I ask if the shepherd god is present in this sea of clouds?" "I know the shepherd god is here. My name is Xian from the human race. I beseech the shepherd god to meet with me and show a clear path for the current human race." From afar, a slow-moving old turtle suddenly emerged from the sea, speaking human words, and sternly reprimanded Xian, "Bold human, you cannot make noise in this sea and disturb the master's cultivation." Indeed, this old turtle is the turtle prime minister appointed by Mu Chun. After all these years, the turtle prime minister's realm has grown higher, and he possesses absolute authority in this sea, living quite comfortably. Hearing someone daring to call for the master, he hurried over to reprimand. Xian was overjoyed upon hearing this. "May I ask, dear turtle friend, could you introduce me to your master?" The turtle prime minister glanced at him and immediately shook his head, saying, "Dream on. A mere celestial immortal has no qualifications to meet my master. Leave quickly, and I shall not hold you accountable for disturbing this sea." At this moment, Mu Chun, who was fishing in a pond, slowly opened his eyes, looking quite astonished. "Xian, wait a moment. Isn't he the disciple of Laozi among the 3 purities? He is also one of the earliest strong figures of the human race. There are even rumors that Xian is the Confucius of later generations. But what is he doing here? Is he here to help the human race?" Mu Chun pondered for a moment and slowly said to the sea below, "Let him come up." As soon as he finished speaking, the clouds in the sky began to flow and a heavenly staircase appeared at the center. Witnessing this scene, the turtle prime minister's face was filled with astonishment. He had lived here for hundreds of thousands of years and had never seen the master take the initiative to acknowledge anyone. Xian was extremely excited and quickly ascended the staircase. He arrived beside the small pond. Upon seeing Mu Chun, Xian was taken aback, realizing he was indeed a senior of the human race. Mu Chun also glanced at him a few times, unable to help but ask, "Where is your master?" Xian looked confused. "What master?" Upon seeing the bewildered expression on his face, Mu Chun immediately understood. In Mu Chun's previous memory, Xian was the only disciple collected by Laozi during his journeys in the mortal world to establish the teachings of humanity, later becoming the renowned master Xian. However, the truth at this moment is, Laozi did not immediately take in Xian, likely testing and observing his character in secret. So to this day, Xian remains unaware of Laozi's existence. Mu Chun cleared his throat and asked, "Then how did you know I was here?" Xian immediately replied respectfully, "Since ancient times the legend of the shepherd god has been passed down among the human race as they sought immortality. Some even say that you are the first immortal of the human race to comprehend the Tao, which is why a sect was established in the mortal realm to worship you day and night. Thus I have come this time to represent the human race in inviting the shepherd god to guide us on the Tao." Mu Chun was completely bewildered. How did legends about him spread among mortals? Wasn't he supposed to be living low-key? However, the next moment, Mu Chun suddenly remembered something. Long ago, it seemed he had saved a group of humans from being surrounded and killed by a flood dragon in the sea. And the word Mu was also revealed by him. Unexpectedly, such a casual act of kindness made him famous among mortals. Mu Chun felt a wave of embarrassment. "Brothers, I just want to live a low-key life." Xian looked at Mu Chun without speaking and immediately knelt down to beg. Senior, currently in the Hongwang continent, the demon race is wantonly slaughtering innocent humans with their innate divine abilities. Yet the current human race lacks a stable and effective cultivation system, with countless people yearning for the Dao, but unable to attain it. Therefore, I specifically came to request the Immortal to guide the human race toward a clear path. Chu Chen had not yet spoken. Ding, detecting Xian thus request. 1. Grant him the golden core Dao to lead Xian due to Laozi, gaining Laozi's favor. 2. Take Xian Du as a disciple, impart the golden core Dao's methods, and become enemies with Laozi, randomly obtaining a piece of innate spiritual treasure. Innate spiritual treasure. Chu Chen rolled his eyes in disdain. How could they underestimate the strength of his Hongwang Gowang? To offend the three pure ones over an innate spiritual treasure and to entangle himself in karma was simply foolish. Only someone with a hole in their head would do that. One must remember that the Supreme Old Lord has only taken one disciple from Xuandu, and it took him a long time to specifically observe and test that individual. Clearly they held him in high regard. It would be inappropriate for him to intervene at this moment, both morally and logically. Who knows, the Supreme Old Lord might hold a grudge against him during the divine punishment calamity. Where would he go to seek justice then? As for the golden core Dao, it was originally prepared by him for the human race, so he felt no regret about it. With that thought in mind, Chu Chen said lightly, the human race is temporarily constrained by the demon race. This is fate, and it is against the will of heaven. I am helpless in this matter. Xuandu could hardly hide his disappointment. Chu Chen, with a faint smile on his lips, continued, however, I have a method for the golden core Dao here. Those fated among the human race may borrow this golden core method to comprehend the Dao and thus attain the path of immortality. This golden core Dao is somewhat incomplete. I will gift you this method, but you must not open it. Instead, focus on your cultivation from now on. In the future, there will be a great master who will take you as a disciple, and you can pass this method on to them for review and modification so that it may spread among the mortals. After saying this, he gifted the golden core Dao method to Xuandu. Xuandu was both surprised and somewhat puzzled. A great master would take him as a disciple in the future. However, seeing that Chu Chen had made up his mind not to say more, he refrained from asking further. Chu Chen waved his hand gently. By the way, I also have some miraculous elixirs and good weapons here. Take them and cast them into the mortal realm. A mountain of spiritual elixirs and weapons flew in front of Xuandu. These were all things that Chu Chen had fished out from the pond. The quality was ordinary. Now at the level of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, Chu Chen naturally looked down on them. However, in the mortal realm, they could definitely be considered artifacts of great power. Xuandu was stunned. Then he said excitedly, Thank you, Senior Chu Chen, for making such great merit for the human realm. I, on behalf of the human race, bow in gratitude. After saying this, he knelt on the ground and respectfully knocked his head 3 times. Chu Chen coughed twice, feeling somewhat embarrassed. To him, these things were merely trash. Just a casual gesture. Cough, cough, I am also of the human race. Naturally, I must contribute something for the human race. All right, you may leave now, but remember not to publicize my deeds, for I am a person who prefers to keep a low profile. As you command. Xuandu accepted these treasures and then left the place. Chu Chen watched him depart. Nodding silently to himself, he felt that he had done another good deed for the human race. A moment later, Chu Chen suddenly froze. Wait a minute. Why was there no option to continue fishing after he finished his seclusion? Did the system think he was too cautious and was not going to reward him? That's impossible. Even without a reward, I won't go out. Chu Chen waved his hand resolutely, continuing his seclusion. After Xuandu left, he returned to the mortal realm to cultivate in peace. 100 years later, the old master emerged from his seclusion, successfully accepting him as a disciple. In a palace beyond the heavens, the old master sat high on a cloud platform, ethereal and transcendent. Among the 3 pure ones, the old master could be considered a truly desireless person. Looking at the handsome Xuandu, he said with satisfaction, From today onward, you shall be my eldest disciple. Do you have any wishes? Xuandu, who had always been focused on the human race, had been waiting for this moment. Without hesitation, he handed over the golden core Dao method and recounted the events that took place on the clouds back then. Mushin Xianren. The Supreme Old Lord frowned slightly. Calculating with his fingers, it really was that person. As a young friend whom Hongjun Daozu praised highly, the Supreme Old Lord had always kept him in mind. However, upon hearing that the golden core Dao could allow the human race to possess a complete cultivation system for pursuing the Dao, the old master furrowed his brow slightly. Bestowing a path for the human race to cultivate is not difficult. However, enabling every mortal to cultivate is extremely complex. In fact, this is something he needs to consider and ponder right now. After all, the human race is about to rise, and his task is to protect the Dao for the human race. The old master thought for a moment and instructed, Xuandu, recite it for me to hear. Xuandu responded with an "oh" and slightly closed his eyes. Countless profound meanings began to emerge in his mind. He spoke aloud. The Tao of Heaven states the Tao produces 1, 1 produces 2, 2 produces 3, and 3 produces all things. With a rumble as the decree was issued, the realms beyond the heavens began to tremble. Vaguely colorful rays of light appeared. The old master was astonished. The originally serene and ethereal face revealed a look of shock. This is... Laozi was filled with profound astonishment. Any cultivation method capable of eliciting celestial omens was deemed supreme. Only a sage could conceive such an art. Though this golden core Tao before him ranked modestly within the primordial chaos, yet should it truly provide humanity with a complete self-contained cultivation system, it would unquestionably constitute a divine act of creation. More crucially, the profound principles of this golden core Tao harmonized perfectly with his own cultivated Tao. Had he not known otherwise, he might even have believed it the personal creation of his own master. Xuandu sat with eyes closed, reciting the entire essence of the Tao without pause. Then, opening his eyes with quiet trepidation, he spoke. Master Elder Mushi said this method bears slight imperfections. Only you possess the insight to perfect it. Laozi was stunned. Imperfections? To be revised? Was it not already flawless? Yet constrained by his disciple's earnest gaze, he cleared his throat dryly. This method is indeed exceptional, but I detect 2 subtle flaws in its structure. Leave it with me. Return in several days to retrieve the refined version. After Xuandu departed, Laozi could scarcely contain himself. He swept his sleeve, and instantly the golden script of the golden core Tao reappeared suspended in midair. He read it through once more meticulously, even hoping to uncover those alleged flaws. Alas, none appeared. Laozi fell into deep contemplation. Judging by this golden core Tao, if truly devised by Chu Chen, his mastery of alchemical Tao must rival, or perhaps even surpass, his own. Yet, he was a sage. At that thought, for the first time, an overwhelming curiosity about Chu Chen surged within him. Were Chu Chen to learn of Laozi's musings at that very moment, he would surely burst into laughter, for this golden core Tao was in truth Laozi's own creation transmitted to humanity. Thus, of course, it was identical in every respect. Yet, because Chu Chen had obtained it prematurely, via the system, the timeline had shifted, leaving Laozi utterly astounded. In Chu Chen's words, "I haven't even created it yet. How did you already hand it out?" Time flowed like water. The great Wu cataclysm had ended, the world of Honghuang settled into an unusual stillness. The 3 realms were now divided, yet remained shrouded in primordial chaos. Thereupon several sages dispatched their disciples to spread teachings among mortals, proclaiming their respective doctrines. Among them, the Jie sect flourished most rapidly, under the direct patronage of Tontian Jiaozhu. Most critically, the Jie sect defied the decree of the celestial patriarch Hongjun. It embraced all without distinction. Any sentient being capable of Tao cultivation was welcomed as a disciple. Thus, it attracted countless wondrous beasts and exotic creatures who had attained enlightenment. In no time, the Jie sect became the most renowned sect across Honghuang, while the Ren sect and Chan sect followed closely behind. Additionally, a minor sect known as the Mushan sect endured quietly among mortals, not large in scale, yet never lacking devotees. During this period, Chu Chen entered a brief seclusion. It seemed his earlier cultivation had proceeded too effortlessly. Now he faced a profound bottleneck, and his progress slowed to a near halt. He persisted diligently for some time, but soon Chu Chen ceased this fruitless practice. So mere seclusion yields no further gains. It seems only time itself can grind away this barrier. He murmured softly to himself, utterly unruffled. Was there not an old saying? Given enough time, even a pig born early may ascend, as Marshal Tianpeng. After all, he belonged to the same epoch as Hongjun himself. So long as he did not perish, sheer longevity alone would eventually refine him into a sage. Rising from meditation, Chu Chen stood. Just as he prepared to dispatch a phantom avatar to survey the mortal realm, a sudden spine-chilling sensation surged through him, and his eyes snapped wide open. Something was wrong. Someone else remained within his cloud sea. Who goes there? Chu Chen barked coldly. This sudden feeling made him a bit flustered. It seemed that since arriving in the primordial world, no one had dared to intrude upon his sea of clouds formation. Thus he had grown somewhat complacent. However, at this moment, Chu Chen was certain that someone existed within his sea of clouds formation. It felt like a ghost story. The one who could enter silently must undoubtedly be among the saints. Just the thought of a saint standing beside him while he remained oblivious sent a chill down his spine. Saints are no trifling matter. They are not to be taken lightly. As soon as the words left his mouth, an elderly figure of the human race slowly walked out from the sea of clouds. His face was ancient and transcendent. Dressed in a blue Taoist robe, he held a whisk in his hand. It was none other than Laozi. There's no need to be nervous. I merely came to take a look, but I found your formation quite peculiar, containing the principles of the Tao. It's restricted to those below the saints, which piqued my curiosity. Laozi said with a gentle smile, I have long heard of your reputation from Nuwa and your master. I took the liberty to visit this time, and I apologize if I have intruded. Mu Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Among the three pure ones, only Laozi had a better temperament. He was free of desires and would not have too much selfishness. Mu Chun immediately displayed a sycophantic smile. Not a disturbance at all. It is truly an honor for a saint to visit my Taoist venue illuminating this place. However, may I ask what brings the saint here? Laozi's eyes glimmered with appreciation. I heard from Xuandu that the golden core Tao is your creation. Indeed. Your understanding of alchemy exceeds my expectations. However, I wonder where you learned it from. Mu Chun slowly replied, having prepared his words. A while ago the saint preached the mysteries of the human teachings in the overseas Daoshan, and I was fortunate enough to learn from the sidelines a few times. Since the three pure ones began teaching among mortals, every sect started to recruit disciples, and Laozi naturally preached in person. Mu Chun certainly did not attend. However, with so many people listening, how could he know them all? It was normal to miss one or two. Sure enough, Laozi was momentarily taken aback, then his expression shifted to one of enlightenment, followed by an unmistakable admiration in his eyes. A genius. To create such profundity after merely listening a few times. No wonder the master said this child's talent surpasses that of others. Thinking of this, Laozi's demeanor transformed, exuding an ethereal, yet imposing presence. As if the highest being had descended. Observing your intelligent disposition, the Tao is promising. Would you be willing to join the human teachings? I can bestow upon you a strand of primordial purple energy to help you achieve sainthood. He said earnestly. Ding, detecting Laozi's invitation, please choose host. Option 1, decline the invitation and quietly enter closed-door cultivation for 10,000 years with a chance to randomly fish for a piece of innate spiritual treasure. Option 2, join the human teachings and receive a strand of primordial purple energy cultivated by Laozi. Mu Chun fell silent. To be honest, he was not overly excited. If he were a normal person, he would surely have immediately clung to the other party's leg to obtain the primordial purple energy and live a life of arrogance as a second-generation deity. However, he was just a salted fish who had already spoiled the plot. He knew that the calamity of the function was truly devastating. It was even more terrifying than the initial calamity of the dragon Han and the calamity of the witch and the demon. It could be considered the most dreadful and perilous tribulation among the myriad disasters of heaven and earth. Because the protagonist is of the human race, it also involves the foundational Tao of the saints, who would easily give way in the face of the Tao. Conflicts and battles among saints erupt at the slightest provocation. At such times, one must absolutely avoid entanglements with the causes and effects among the saints. Once caught in their schemes, it would be exceedingly dangerous. Seeing Mu Chun still hesitating, Laozi pondered for a moment and said, that's true. Xuandu has already joined my human teachings, and there is a difference in generation. In that case, once you utilize the primordial purple energy to reach the quasi-saint level, you could serve as the vice leader of the human teachings and manage the teachings for me. How about that? Vice leader of the human teachings. Toward the three pure ones, Mu Chun saw no need to lie. Laozi frowned, slightly puzzled. Perished in a tribulation. The great immortal calamity of the Wu and Yao clans has long concluded. Heaven and earth now bask in serene clarity. Should you join the human teaching under my protection, how could you possibly meet your end in tribulation? Mu Chun remained silent. Could he possibly confess he was a transmigrator from another world? I am by nature timid. Please forgive this humble disciple, Holy One. Even if I, as a celestial sage, personally guarantee your safety, would that still not suffice? Well, that too seems somewhat precarious. What if Tongtian and Yuanshi were to intervene? If even the Supreme Elder Sage's protection feels uncertain, theirs would be even less reliable. Seizing the moment, Mu Chun flattered with practiced ease. Observing Mu Chun's sly, darting expression, Laozi felt both intrigued and faintly amused. After all, he was one of the celestial sages who upheld heaven and earth, who in all creation dared oppose Mu Chun beneath his hand. Yet seeing the young man's unwavering resolve, he sighed softly. Very well. It seems the karmic thread has yet to mature. You are simply not destined for the human teaching. Truly, he had been moved by Mu Chun's rare talent, and deeply reluctant to see him claimed by either the Jie teaching or the Chan teaching. Little did he expect Mu Chun would hold them in such low regard. Then he recalled how during the Dao Ancestor's discourse at Zhixiao Palace, Mu Chun had shown no deference even to the ancestor himself. Suddenly his heart felt considerably lighter. If even the Dao Ancestor commanded no reverence, what of the three pure ones? Smiling warmly, Mu Chun said, humanity now rises, its celestial fortune flourishing. The human teaching shall thrive magnificently without my clumsy interference. Laozi nodded. Should your mind change, you need only seek me out. As a human yourself, the gates of the human teaching shall remain open to you always. With that, he vanished into the cloud sea formation. Mu Chen waited a moment, then still uneasy ventured cautiously. Holy One, do you still linger? Might you step back in for a cup of tea? Do not deceive me. I know you are still here. Receiving no reply, Mu Chen swiftly sealed the entire cloud sea formation, then exhaled deeply, a weight lifting from his chest. In earlier days, when his cultivation was low, he had scarcely perceived their awe-inspiring might. Now, having attained the rank of Great Luo Immortal, the sheer terror of a celestial sage unfolded before him with chilling clarity. Yet he harbored no regret over refusing Laozi's invitation, not in the least. The future itself would bear witness to his choice. For now, the three pure ones are absorbed in spreading their doctrines across the primordial chaos. They'll pay me no heed. Best to grow stronger, quietly, diligently. Muttering to himself, Mu Chen immediately entered seclusion. 10,000 years passed. Laozi's avatar had descended in person, and the profoundly arcane aura he radiated granted Mu Chen a fleeting vital insight. His bottleneck began at last to yield. 10,000 years later, Mu Chen smoothly broke through the bottleneck of Great Luo Immortal, early stage ascending to mid-stage. Simultaneously, he completed the system's decade-long fishing quest, acquiring the 12-petal karmic flame lotus platform. A treasured artifact once wielded by Lord Mingi, the platform blazed with roaring karmic flames, offering formidable defense, transforming karmic burden into incinerating fire equally potent in offense and protection. Put simply, it looked spectacular. Thus Mu Chen adopted it as his personal seat. And with this primordial spiritual treasure now in hand, his attribute panel had finally taken on a truly imposing form. Cultivator Mu Chen. Race human. Cultivation realm Great Luo Immortal midstage. Noble arts heaven emulating body outer heaven avatar 36 celestial techniques true god thunder command art earth shrinking stride fiery guardian god mantra. Cultivation methods low tier chi absorption art high tier chi absorption art Zhurong fire mastery art. Weapons replica of the four swords of annihilation demon sealing pagoda soul scattering gourd. Supreme treasures genuine triple fire a single drop of primordial water capable of summoning all waters of the Primordial Chaos Hongjun 12-petal karmic flame lotus platform. Both the demon sealing pagoda and Hongjun had been gifted away, but remained retrievable, thus still counted among his assets. Mu Chen nodded satisfied. Such a profile in any virtual realm would mark him unequivocally as an elite player. Of course, he remained far from the apex. Unavoidable, cultivation advancement was arduous beyond measure. Merely progressing from Great Luo early to midstage had consumed countless millennia. Who knew what trials awaited him beyond? Great Luo mystic immortal, then quasi-sage. Just then Mu Chen sensed a sudden heaviness in his palm. The fishing rod in the pond had snagged something. Ding! Detected cultivator bottleneck. System has fished forth auxiliary treasure deceit heaven cloak. Mu Chen paused momentarily, taken aback. Heaven deceiving cloak. Such a treasure did not exist in the primordial chaos, so why had it appeared before him? Curiosity piqued, he gently lifted his fishing rod, and there floating into his palm came a translucent white cloak. Congratulations, cultivator. You have acquired the heaven-deceiving cloak. Function conceals or alters the wearer's cultivation realm aura and even karmic origin, stealing heaven itself, shifting fate with unparalleled subtlety. Even a sage would fail to detect it without employing divine insight and deliberate scrutiny. Suggestion: utilize this cloak to manifest a phantom avatar and attend the Dao lectures at the Three Pure One's Daoist sanctums, deepening your comprehension of the heavenly Dao. Mu Chen blinked in astonishment. What? So potent? He clicked his tongue in awe. If it could temporarily deceive even sages, it was undoubtedly a primordial artifact at the very least. Upon hearing the system's suggestion, his eyes gleamed anew, flickering faintly with suppressed excitement. Indeed, with this treasure he could now enter the sacred Daoist sanctums established by the sages beyond the seas. Unseen, untraced, unchallenged. He knew precisely why his cultivation had stagnated for so long. He had never attended the Dao lectures at Zhixiao Palace, where Hongjun imparted the supreme truths of existence. He had deliberately withheld himself, fearing premature exposure before the assembled sages. Yet now, armed with the heaven-deceiving cloak, he could listen to their sermons undetected, absorbing the essence of their wisdom without arousing suspicion. Such an opportunity would undoubtedly elevate his realm to unprecedented heights. System, you've finally revealed your true worth. Mu Chen exclaimed, elated. Ding. Detected heaven-deceiving cloak in possession. Please select an option. Option 1: fish for 50,000 years. Directly ascend to the latest stage Great Luo Immortal realm. Option 2. Employ the heaven-deceiving cloak and a phantom avatar to attend the three Pure Ones Dao lectures across their various sanctums over 50,000 years, assimilating their profound insights, synthesizing the three teachings into one unified path. After 100 millennia, your understanding of the Grand Dao shall reach extraordinary depth. This time, Chu Chen chose without hesitation. Option 2. Forcing ascension to latest stage Great Luo immortality over 50,000 years would be meaningless. Beyond the Great Luo realm, advancement hinges entirely upon one's insight into the heavenly Dao. Conversely, spending those same 50,000 years absorbing the three Pure Ones' interpretations of the Grand Dao would prove invaluable, not only toward attaining the status of quasi-sage, but perhaps even ascending as a celestial sage. At that thought, Chu Chen sprang upright, brimming with anticipation. This time, the hidden sovereign of the primordial chaos would step forth from seclusion. Of course, still through an avatar. In the days that followed, Chu Chen began refining his avatar beside the tranquil pond. This was no ordinary phantom. This avatar had to resonate flawlessly with his true self, enabling authentic, unmediated enlightenment. 5 centuries later, on a certain day, I am Tontian, the founder of the Jie sect. Today I shall preach the Dao upon Pangu, Immortal Island. All beings of the primordial chaos, regardless of race or cultivation level, are welcome to gather here and hear my Dao. A voice resonant with sovereign authority echoed across heaven and earth, the voice of Patriarch Tontian. The Jie sect now stood at the zenith of influence, and Patriarch Tontian wielded immense authority throughout the primordial chaos. So much so that even in Chu Chen's distant sea domain, countless cultivators surged toward Pangu, Immortal Island. So, it has finally begun. Chu Chen opened his eyes amid the sea of clouds, a flash of sharp brilliance flickering within them. For 5 centuries he had done nothing but refine his avatar and wait for the three Pure Ones to begin their Dao transmissions across the primordial chaos. Now at last Tontian had arrived. In the next instant his refined avatar donned the heaven-deceiving cloak, its entire appearance, aura, and even karmic lineage instantly transformed. It became a slender young man with freckles and a mere celestial, immortal-level cultivation base. His origin: a serendipitous human cultivator who had stumbled upon enlightenment by sheer chance. Let's go. Chu Chen soared skyward toward Pangu, Immortal Island, his expression alight with quiet anticipation. This would be his first entry into a formal assembly convened by a sage. This time, it promised to be truly extraordinary. The Jie sect, founded and led by Patriarch Tontian, stands as the most powerful of the three great sects, renowned for its inclusive doctrine, teaching without discrimination and drawing 10,000 immortals to pay homage. To Chu Chen, however, that word pay homage might well refer to the Pangu Island's Bo Palace, the very site where Patriarch Tontian established the Jie sect and disseminated his Dao. At this moment, upon Patriarch Tontian's decree, countless beings gathered densely beyond the island's shores, bizarre, wondrous, and infinitely varied in form. Yet without exception, each possessed formidable cultivation befitting the primordial chaos. Duo Bao Daoren emerged from the Immortal Isle and spoke slowly. My master shall expound the Dao upon the grand altar within the island 3 hours hence. You may wander freely to admire its scenery, but must not damage anything. All present bowed their heads with profound reverence. Simultaneously they saluted. Yes, Duo Bao Daoren, one of the 4 senior inner disciples of the Jie sect, commanded such awe that none dared show the slightest disrespect. Chu Chen, standing among the crowd, mimicked the gesture dutifully, while stealing glances at Duo Bao Daoren ahead. Good heavens, this is the future Rely. He doesn't look like it at all, Chu Chen murmured inwardly. He recalled how in the future collapse of the Jie sect, Duo Bao Daoren would be lured westward by the 2 venerable sages Xuan and Xian and become the Buddha Rely. Yet perhaps it was still too early, and no trace of that destiny had yet surfaced. As Duo Bao Daoren departed, the multitude entered Pangu Immortal, all wandering leisurely through its wonders. Chu Chen did likewise, wide-eyed and awestruck like a rustic entering the imperial capital. Good heavens, this tree appears to be a primordial spirit treasure. Wait, these fruits look delicious. Surely plucking just one won't matter. Blimey, this stone can talk. Do you think you're a golem? Chu Chen's eyes widened in genuine astonishment. Though he now held the exalted rank of Great Luo Immortal and was famed across the primordial chaos as the supreme survivor, he had scarcely encountered such wonders firsthand. Ordinarily, his projected avatars ventured only into remote, secluded mountains and forests. Now stepping onto this isle felt akin to ascending into the celestial palace itself, a realm of unparalleled splendor. His behavior instantly drew scornful glances from countless onlookers. The sage lords governed heaven and earth. Here beneath Patriarch Tontian's very gaze, decorum demanded distinction. How could one behave so vulgarly, like an ordinary mortal. Even if a primordial spirit treasure lay abandoned upon the ground, none would dare claim it unbidden. Mu Chen, however, remained utterly unconcerned. He bore no intention of joining the Jiejiao sect, merely attending the lecture as a neutral observer. Soon he arrived at a tranquil lakeshore where a lone fruit tree stood. A single crimson fruit gleamed upon its bough. Mu Chen's eyes lit up, and he strode forward. This ought to taste rather fine, I'd wager. He murmured quietly, yet as his hand reached for the fruit, another hand closed upon it simultaneously. Was someone trying to snatch it? Furious, Mu Chen whirled around, only to meet the glare of a middle-aged man with a goatee who stared back with equal hostility. Across the endless eons of the primordial chaos, many wars that shook the cosmos began with seemingly trivial incidents. For instance, do you prefer sweet tofu, or salty? Or why are you staring? Or what of it, if I am staring? Now the goateed man bristled with fury. Why are you staring? Mu Chen heard, and instantly flared. What of it, if I am staring? The man sneered. I am Zhao Gongming of Luofu Cave on a May Mountain. And who, pray tell, are you? Mu Chen was taken aback. Zhao Gongming. Isn't he one of the most renowned third-generation disciples of the Jie sect in the future? It is said that the three sisters with quasi-saint strength in the future are his junior sisters. However, Mu Chen quickly rethought. The current Zhao Gongming has not yet joined the Jie sect and is of mediocre cultivation. At most, he is just a character from the novice village. What is there to fear? Mu Chen replied with righteous indignation. What is a May Mountain? I am the leader of the Exploding Heaven Gang, Wang Jia Dao Run. Haven't you heard of my name? Zhao Gongming instinctively took a deep breath. The Exploding Heaven Gang. Sounds quite impressive. He immediately became more cautious, snorting coldly. This fruit was discovered by me first. Why does fellow Taoist Wang Jia want to snatch my opportunity? Mu Chen scoffed. Have some dignity. I've already placed my hand on it, so it must be mine. Zhao Gongming grew furious. What are you trying to fight? Let's fight then. Am I afraid of you? I, Wang Jia, have never feared anyone. Fine, I won't bully you. Let's have a brief contest at the celestial level. Whoever wins takes it all. No problem. Seeing Mu Chen agree, immediately Zhao Gongming revealed a hint of a proud smile. Humph. Ant. Watch me deal with you. Against a mere celestial realm human cultivator, Zhao Gongming was confident he would win. In the next moment, Zhao Gongming transformed into a rainbow and charged directly toward Mu Chen's face. Mu Chen did not even move. He suddenly shouted, "Look at my treasure." After saying that, he took out a small red gourd from his bosom. The 99 red cloud dispelling gourd. If we talk about the origin of this gourd, it is one of the 7 gourds from the unworldly mountain. This was a congenital spirit treasure given to him when Hongjun fell. Now Mu Chen used it for self-defense, which would be more than enough to deal with a mere Zhao Gongming. Moreover, at this moment, Zhao Gongming was completely empty-handed, having yet to acquire any opportunities or treasures. For Mu Chen, he was simply too inexperienced. In the next moment, Mu Chen gently opened the gourd. Infinite red sand surged out, overwhelming everything. As the rainbow light transformed from Zhao Gongming first made contact with the red sand, he felt as if his body was being crushed under 10 mountains, unable to move. At the same time, he felt his essence becoming dizzy and his soul was on the verge of dispersing. Zhao Gongming was greatly frightened. He hurriedly retreated hundreds of meters, his face a mix of shock and fear. A congenital spirit treasure. A congenital spirit treasure. You are cheating, actually using such a treasure. Mu Chen rolled his eyes. Who said treasures cannot be used in a duel? If you have the guts, you use one too. After saying that, the red sand spewing from the gourd continued to surge toward Zhao Gongming. In an instant, Zhao Gongming, without any treasures to defend himself, could only flee in panic with the red sand closely pursuing him, forming a gigantic wave that spiraled in the sky. Mu Chen watched this scene with satisfaction. He suddenly scratched his head. Wait, this feeling seems familiar. Sandstorm Gara. No, the style has gone awry. This is the primordial age. Mu Chen quickly retracted his thoughts. Seeing that Zhao Gongming was almost done, he gradually collected the red sand and coughed lightly. Are you convinced? He still had a certain appreciation for Zhao Gongming. It's just a pity that after joining the Jie sect, he was ultimately killed by Luo. Convinced. 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 Zhao Gongming nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He dared not refuse. That terrifying force that nearly scattered his soul in an instant was something he never wanted to experience again. Young man, you must know that the road ahead is long, so do not be too arrogant. I, Wang Jia Dao Run, am not renowned for nothing. Mu Chen said earnestly. Then he took the fruit from the fruit tree. Under Zhao Gongming's envious and jealous gaze, he tossed it into his mouth. Smooth and tasty. At that moment, the aura on the island suddenly shifted. Dao Bao Daoren appeared in front of Mu Chen, smiling brightly. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, you have successfully passed the assessment. Mu Chen blinked his eyes. Assessment? What assessment? However, Daobao Daoist remained silent, merely waving his sleeve, gently causing the three of them to disappear from their original location. When Mu Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in the front seat of the grand altar on the island, with Zhao Gongming behind him. Behind them were countless bewildered listeners seemingly moved directly here. A few could sit, but most were standing. When they saw Mu Chen and Zhao Gongming sitting in front, they immediately became displeased. Wait, why did they get to sit so close? What qualifications do two celestial realm cultivators have to be so close when the saint is preaching? Quickly get down, the seats are for those with destiny, and little celestials are unworthy. The crowd was furious. It is well known that the seating for preaching is of utmost importance in the primordial era. Long ago, when the Dao Ancestor preached, Honyun Lao Zu lost his chance at sanctification just because he gave up his seat. He was also subsequently attacked by Kunpeng, who had lost his seat as well. Although the final outcome is unknown, it was ultimately a lost opportunity for sanctification. Thus, all beings now place great importance on seating arrangements. The closer the seat, the more it signifies recognition by the saint. Daobao Daoist listened to the clamor. He frowned, clearly growing impatient. In an instant, a massive pressure enveloped the venue. Everyone fell silent, not daring to speak. Only then did Daobao Daoist slowly explain, the meaning of Jiejiao is to intercept the heavenly secrets, which also embodies the principle of contention. This is the island of preaching, logically opportunities should abound. However, you all must either meditate in seclusion or cultivate a heart of detachment, turning a blind eye to everything which contradicts the principles of Jiejiao. In fact, the only fruit on the single fruit tree within the island is the assessment for entering the island. Those who obtain it will be allocated seats. Among them, only Daoist Wang Jia and Daoist Zhao Gongming's true intentions aligned with the principles of Jiejiao, hence they fought for that fruit, allowing them to secure front row seats. Upon hearing Daobao Daoist's explanation, the crowd suddenly understood and then revealed expressions of regret, especially those who had observed Mu Chen and Zhao Gongming fighting from a distance. Had they known it was like this, how could they have allowed two celestials to take such advantage? Mu Chen was also in despair at this moment. Knowing this, he would never have accepted that fruit. I just wanted to stand quietly at a distance and listen to the saints preaching. Daobao Daoist left the place. The air returned to silence, and everyone awaited the arrival of the Tongtian saint. At this moment, Mu Chen knew what he had to do. If he were to be so close to the saint, he even doubted whether the heavenly concealment cloak could hide the heavenly secrets. Ahem, everyone. Mu Chen stood up, looking back with a face full of regret. As a mere celestial, I have fortuitously obtained such an opportunity, feeling quite apprehensive. I surely do not have the qualifications for this prime seat. It rightfully belongs to the strong. I wonder if anyone would be willing to exchange seats with me. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. No one expected that this guy would actually be willing to give up his seat. Suddenly, countless voices clamored. Ill trade. Ill trade. Me? I am a true celestial of Taiyi. A mere true celestial is nothing. I am just one step away from achieving Daluo. Realm doesn't matter. I am willing to offer 5 innate spiritual treasures. What are 5 innate spiritual treasures? I offer 3 slightly flawed innate supreme treasures. A complete innate spiritual treasure. Flat price 3 innate spiritual treasures. Mu Chen's eyes lit up. He never expected that seats could be sold like this. He immediately shouted, 3 innate spiritual treasures. 3. Is there anyone willing to raise the stakes? It's a sure deal. 3 innate spiritual treasures plus 5 innate spiritual treasures. If no one else will take it. 8 items. 8 innate spiritual treasures. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming watched this scene completely astonished. This preaching by the saint. How did it turn into an auction? In the end, Mu Chen sold his position as the first seat by trading 10 postnatal spiritual treasures along with 3 innate spiritual treasures. The buyer was a powerful rat spirit with thieving eyebrows and rat-like eyes. Yet Mu Chen remained indifferent. Ignoring the scornful, angry, and disdainful gazes of everyone, he happily scurried to a seat at the very back. If this matter were to spread, it would surely circulate throughout the entire primordial realm. There was a shameless human cultivator who actually sold the first seat that Tongtian used to preach. From ancient times to the present, only Mu Chen could accomplish such a feat. What a bountiful harvest, he said with a hint of embarrassment, yet unable to suppress his amazement. All the treasures were tucked away into his sleeves. At the same time, he cast a grateful glance at Zhao Gongming, who looked utterly bewildered. If the previous plot had developed as expected, the reality would have been that he had snatched Zhao Gongming's opportunity, though otherwise it would have been Zhao Gongming sitting in the first seat for this lecture. However, it was likely to be similar now, as Zhao Gongming's entry into the Jiejiao was a foregone conclusion. One must know that the selection of disciples by the Sanqing sect was determined by fate. If one truly believed that merely having a seat could change everything, they were indeed thinking too much. Mu Chun was acutely aware of this. There was also something to mention here. Once Mu Chun thought that the innate spiritual treasures of the primordial realm were just those he was familiar with. However, in reality, there were more innate spiritual treasures in the true primordial world than he had anticipated. For instance, the 3 innate spiritual treasures in his hands, at the very least, he did not recognize. Zhan Xian Ding, a cauldron embodying a hint of chaotic aura capable of suppressing innate divine demons within it. Wanwu Bai, a brush that paints in midair, allowing the painted objects to materialize and assist the owner in slaying enemies. Zhu Xianchong, as the name implies, a blade with immense lethality capable of killing immortals. In an instant, he obtained 3 innate spiritual treasures by snatching Zhao Gongming's opportunity. Mu Chen thought to himself, extremely satisfied. For earning so many treasures in one go, old Zhao is indeed a good brother. I will cover you once during the journey to the west. Although these treasures might not have the same lethality as the most famous ones, their mysterious and miraculous effects, however, made Mu Chen quite satisfied. Moreover, compared to the painstaking effort of fishing for treasures over thousands of years, this sudden feeling of becoming rich was absolutely different psychologically. Suddenly, 3 concealed and deadly gazes came from behind. Mu Chen did not turn around. He merely squinted his eyes, slightly a glint of vigilance flashing in his gaze. He was being targeted. However, Mu Chen was not particularly flustered. In the primordial realm, killing and robbing treasures was commonplace. Furthermore, the Jiejiao was a mixed bag, and encountering such morally corrupt individuals was quite normal. But if they truly thought that he was merely at the celestial realm and could be easily manipulated, they were being too naive. They wouldn't dare act on the island. They are likely waiting until the lecture ends to make their move. Thinking this, Mu Chen settled down comfortably, preparing to listen to Tongshan's teachings first. As for the others, I have read over 1,000 chapters of dope. Do you think you can sneak up on me outside? Half an hour later, a robust old man dressed in black robes appeared at the center of the grand altar, sitting cross-legged in midair. Without needing any actions, an aura that made everyone tremble in worship emanated from him. Tong Tian has arrived. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Mu Chen was no exception. Saint Tong Tian, likely the most powerful being after Hongjun. Dao Bao Daoren stood quietly to the side. His gaze swept across the seats, and his originally solemn expression suddenly turned blank. Where is my buddy Wang Jia? Why has it changed to a rat spirit? Lord Tongtian swept his gaze across the assembly below. All beings stood solemn and silent, too reverent to utter a sound. Mu Chen bowed his head low, silently chanting inwardly. Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. Though cloaked in the heaven-deceiving robe, Mu Chen still felt uneasy beneath Lord Tongtian's watchful eyes. After all, as the youngest and most cherished disciple of Hongju and Tongtian, had inherited the majority of divine treasures from the Finbao Rock. Even the celestial Dao's supreme killing formation, the Zhuxian sword array, had been bestowed upon him. Who knew what other unfathomable artifacts he might possess? In the next instant, Tongtian's gaze lingered, briefly, upon Mu Chen, then withdrew without pause or hesitation. Mu Chen exhaled in quiet relief. It worked. Tongtian lowered his gaze and spoke slowly. Today I shall impart the profound Dao principles of the Jie sect. Attend closely, all beings. Those with karmic affinity may join our sect. The duration of this transmission shall span 300 years. The Jie sect derives its name from seizing celestial opportunities. But what precisely is seizing? Tongtian continued, his voice measured and lucid. He expounded with clarity and depth, not like Hongjuan, whose utterances soared directly into abstruse cosmic truths, but rather beginning from subtle minute details, rendering the Dao astonishingly accessible and vivid. Mu Chen silently marveled. This old Tongtian truly possessed extraordinary insight. By modern standards, he would rank among the finest live-streaming lecturers, goldier no doubt. At that thought, Mu Chen himself gradually settled into earnest attention. Across the primordial chaos, all beings sought the great Dao. Now the Dao's profound essence laid bare before them, and every being listened with rapt, unwavering focus. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Tongtian glanced skyward and abruptly ceased his lecture. Moments later, the entranced assembly slowly stirred awake from their trance-like slumber. Yet over a dozen remained deeply immersed in enlightenment. Duo Bao Daoren observed them with a faint smile. The longer one remained within the master's Dao discourse before awakening, the deeper their comprehension of the Dao, and thus the greater their innate talent. Indeed, this criterion formed one of the Jie sect's core standards for accepting disciples. Clearly, these dozen souls were now qualified for admission. Lord Tongtian remained impassive and softly intoned. Awaken. At once the dozen disciples emerged one by one from their meditative absorption, glancing around bewilderedly. Zhao Gongming was among them. During Tongtian's discourse, he felt his very soul sink wholly into the Dao. Yet upon awakening, though he had done nothing outwardly, his cultivation had surged to a terrifying level. A radiant joy spread across his face. Duo Bao Daoren then scanned the assembly again, and to his surprise discovered one disciple still deep in trance. It was the cultivator Wang Jia. Disciple Wang Jia indeed possesses extraordinary aptitude. Perhaps this so-called exploding heaven sect warrants closer scrutiny after all. Duo Bao Daoren reflected quietly. Others noticed it too, and began murmuring amongst themselves, "Good heavens! A mere human celestial immortal, yet his depth of Dao comprehension is staggering. The primordial chaos truly conceals countless hidden geniuses. This one is clearly not as shameless as he first appears. Nonsense. What ordinary cultivator dares openly auction the foremost seat at a Dao transmission? I sensed instantly, he's no ordinary being." Even Lord Tongtian nodded imperceptibly. Such talent was precisely what the Jia sect required. Thus he called out a second time, "The great Dao knows no bounds. It cannot be mastered in a single moment. Awaken." Yet Mu Chun remained utterly still, unmoved. Tongtian was visibly startled. Still unawakened. His Dao resonance could instantly rouse even the deepest cultivator from enlightenment, without strain or harm, and had never failed before. As he prepared to deepen his tone, a translucent bubble appeared on Mu Chen's nose, swelling steadily, growing larger and larger, emitting an eerie rhythmic sound. Pru, pru, hr. Then pop. The bubble burst, and Mu Chen jolted fully awake. He immediately scowled, swiveling his head left and right. Who just shouted at me? I was merging with heaven and earth. A heavy, stunned silence fell upon the air. Every face froze, distorted, incredulous, petrified. All living beings were dumbfounded. Wong, bastard. Was this celestial being insulting the Tongtian patriarch? It seemed that since the dawn of time no one had dared to speak thus. In that moment the lyrics rang true. The most feared thing is when the air suddenly falls silent. Dao Bao Daoist was stunned, then cautiously glanced at his master. At this moment Tongtian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Harmonizing with heaven and earth. Wasn't that just a blatant display of slumber? Thinking back, he had regarded this youth as a promising talent, only to realize that he himself had been too young. Tongshan's expression was a mixture of anger and embarrassment. However, he was still a sage. How could he stoop to the level of a mere celestial being? Unable to suppress a cold snort, he suddenly vanished from the grand altar. Dao Bao Daoist then cleared his throat. Those whose names were called may enter the Jia sect to cultivate. The rest must continue to strive. Immediately after, over a dozen individuals led by Zhao Gongming were called out. The remaining beings left with regretful expressions, feeling desolate. As they departed, most cast admiring glances at Mu Chun. To dare sleep so soundly during Tongtian sage's sermon. Indeed, there was no one else like him. At that moment, Mu Chun realized what he had done. Initially, he had been attentively listening to the sermon, inadvertently sinking into an unfathomable state. But who knew how he had fallen asleep? Hadn't he just offended the Tongtian patriarch? It should be noted that the Tongtian sage could be rather petty at times. Instantly, he felt on the verge of collapsing. Wait a moment. Why was he feeling so good? Mu Chun slightly closed his eyes, his body trembled, nearly exclaiming in surprise. His true body within the Cloud Sea array had surprisingly reached the mid-stage perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Only a thread separated him from the late stage. Shock filled Mu Chen's gaze. To think only 300 years had passed. He had not expected that listening to the sage's sermon would be so effective. Just a single sleep equated to decades of arduous cultivation in his true form. Mu Chen's mood instantly brightened. Time to slip away. It was best to leave early after inadvertently attracting the attention of the Tongtian patriarch. With that, he transformed into a rainbow and departed from Penglai Fairy Island. Tongtian stood at the cliff's edge, hands clasped behind his back, deep in thought. Dao Bao Daoist cautiously said from behind, "Master, a total of 15 individuals passed the assessment this time, with most at the Taiyi level. I have instructed them to cultivate in their respective caves." Tongtian replied with a faint, uninterested hum. Then he suddenly asked, "Do you think my method of imparting the Dao is flawed?" Startled, Dao Bao shook his head hurriedly. "Master, your cultivation is profound, and your understanding of the Dao has long reached the saintly level. How could it possibly be flawed?" Tongtian furrowed his brows, asking in a tone of uncertainty. "Then why did my imparting of the Dao allow a celestial being to fall asleep for 300 years? Is it truly that uninteresting? When my master imparted the Dao at Zhixiao Palace, countless innate gods and demons were entranced, yet such a situation never occurred. Evidently, even the proud and powerful Tongtian patriarch was hurt by Mu Chen's actions. He even began to doubt himself. Dao Bao Daoist, feeling a bit of a headache, helplessly said, "Wang Jia Shao Daoist belongs to the human race, and is naturally carefree and unconventional. Having done such peculiar things upon arriving on the island, he cannot be judged by common standards. Tongtian intrigued asked, what else has this guy done? Dao Dao's face turned slightly awkward as he quietly recounted the incident where he openly auctioned the first seat. Tongtian was bewildered. Sleeping during his sermon. Selling the first seat for a few innate and acquired spiritual treasures. Was his sermon really that worthless? Tongshan's face was dark. This guy, could he be sent by that old fellow Yuan sure to mess things up? Daobao's eyes lit up. It's possible. I've never seen such a brazen and shameless person. Tongshan's expression was skeptical. He then slightly closed his eyes, beginning to deduce the heavenly secrets. However, he found nothing amiss. There was merely a strange sensation. Daobao curiously asked, Master, how is it? Tongtian opened his eyes, a glimmer of glee flickering in his expression. Nothing seems off, but I can see that he is about to face a great calamity. If it's time to let this boy experience some hardship. At this moment, just 100,000 miles away from Penglai Fairy Island, Mu Chen was intercepted. In an endless expanse of ocean, 3 figures blocked Mu Chen's path. One of them, a burly man with long crimson hair and fierce eyes resembling a tiger, appeared to be a tiger spirit. Another figure had purple hair, wings sprouting from his back, his gaze cold, and lips curling into a chilling smile, likely an eagle spirit. The last one bore a turtle shell on his back, appearing aged and wrinkled, a turtle spirit. All of them possessed a cultivation level at the Xian stage if nothing unexpected occurred. During the heavenly sermon, it was these 3 demons who revealed their murderous intent towards him. Mu Chen was not surprised, merely smiling as he said, May I ask what the 3 of you are called? The red-haired giant spoke proudly, I am the evil demon tiger supreme of the Southeast Mountain. The middle-aged man with wings spoke indifferently. I am the shadow demon of the Tianxiu and Dixie of the Southeast Mountain. The old turtle slowly replied, I am the water supreme turtle god of the Southeast Mountain. Listening to these titles, Mu Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The vibrant colors of their hair, red, orange, yellow, and green, and their incredibly cool names were truly impressive. Mu Chen feigned ignorance and said, I wonder what matters the 3 of you have for me. The tiger spirit sneered. Since you haven't joined the GS sect, you should obediently hand over the 3 innate spiritual treasures. A mere celestial immortal like you is not qualified to possess so many treasures. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Mu Chen's mouth. Are you perhaps planning to kill me and seize my treasures? Aren't you afraid I will use the innate spiritual treasures to suppress you? The turtle demon stroked his beard, speaking with an air of pride. A mere celestial immortal can at most exert 1% of the power of an innate spiritual treasure. To control multiple treasures is but a dream. All 3 of us now possess Xian cultivation. You are doomed. It would be better for you to surrender obediently. Mu Chen was taken aback. He had been in seclusion all this time, reaching the Daluo Jinxian realm. He had never considered whether he could wield multiple innate spiritual treasures. However, hearing their words now, it seemed to make sense. Wasn't he in great danger? The tiger spirit, as the leader of the 3 demons, revealed his murderous intent. Little celestial, immortal, hand over the treasures now or die. With that, a pressure of Xian level erupted, locking onto Mu Chen. Mu Chen could no longer feign ignorance. He directly took out the 9 heavens red cloud dispelling gourd, and a sea of red sand erupted, completely encircling the 3 figures in the air. He then prepared to flee. Although it was just a clone, it was better to survive than to die. The 3 demons transformed into their true forms and began to frantically attack the red sand in front of them. However, they still underestimated it. The innate spiritual treasure was ultimately an innate spiritual treasure. Even 1% of its power was beyond their ability to break. At that moment, beings departing from the Penglai Immortal Island began to appear on the horizon, many of them being demon birds and strange creatures. They saw Mu Chen about to slip away. In a panic, the tiger spirit shouted, This human celestial immortal possesses 3 innate spiritual treasures. Whoever kills him will obtain them. As soon as the words were spoken, all eyes turned toward him. Upon seeing the 9 heavens dispelling gourd in Mu Chen's hand, their expressions lit up, and they rushed forward as if pumped with adrenaline. Innate spiritual treasure. It's mine. Since I can't enter under the teachings of a sage, obtaining 1 innate spiritual treasure will suffice. I recognize that kid. His name is Wang Jia, the one who auctioned him at the main venue. If that's the case, we can't hold back any longer. Let's gang up on him. Countless demon beasts surged forward like a tide, overwhelming him with their numbers. Looking at this scene, Mu Chen felt utterly devastated. He initially thought there was little danger, but who knew it would attract so many demons at once? Mu Chen made a swift decision, retracting the dispelling gourd and fleeing. At the same time, he turned his head and roared fiercely, If you have the guts, come after me. They'll call upon the Daluo Jinxian when I return, or if you're bold enough, don't run. Mu Chun dashed away at full speed, not forgetting to leave behind a harsh remark. It was as ridiculous as elementary school students fighting after school. Indeed, the horde of monsters behind him erupted in laughter. A mere little human immortal, if you can recognize a Great Luo Golden Immortal, I will be the grand disciple of the heavenly sage. Stop the nonsense, let's take him down first, then we can divide the innate spirit treasures later. Good. I've long found this human race unpleasant. With a rumble, the sea parted. In an instant, the sea area formed a stunning vista rarely seen in a century. A mere heavenly immortal was frantically running ahead. Behind him, a group of tail-level monsters directly carved through the ocean. Be it creatures swimming in the sea, flying in the sky, or running on the ground, they all converged together at this moment, madly chasing after him. Clearly, the allure of 3 innate spirit treasures was unparalleled. Some beings passing by and observing this scene wore expressions of admiration. Across the entire wilderness, there was no human celestial being who could command such a presence. The ability to attract so many monsters must indicate some extraordinary capability. This is how a human prodigy should be. A bystander from the wilderness gave Mu Chun a thumbs up. Mu Chun heard this remark. He almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, don't wait for me to return to the Cloud Sea Array, or you'll all die. They just love to gang up on me. This group of monsters was utterly shameless. Gritting his teeth, Mu Chun unleashed his shrinking earth into an inch technique, stepping out and flying over 1,000 meters, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The speed of the monsters was incredibly swift, yet they still couldn't catch up to Mu Chun in front. As time passed, there was even a hint of them falling behind. Observing this scene, all the monsters displayed expressions of shock. How could this guy run so fast? Shrinking earth into an inch, this heavenly immortal has actually mastered the technique of shrinking earth into an inch. Someone with keen eyes shouted. Upon hearing this, the group of monsters erupted into a tumult, their eyes burning with fervor. A mere heavenly immortal, yet possessed such a powerful technique. Who knows what other formidable treasures he might have? Instantly, everyone exerted themselves even more. After 3 days, Mu Chun landed on a plain. His figure flickered like a phantom, disappearing in the blink of an eye, then reappearing in another place. However, upon looking back, a group of monsters was relentlessly pursuing him. For some unknown reason, they were even more determined. A bunch of lunatics. Mu Chun cursed and simultaneously gained a deeper understanding of the dangers of the wilderness. It was indeed right that he hadn't come out before. Strength. Without strength, even walking could lead to death. Several hours later, Mu Chun glanced at the scenery and secretly thought it was chilling. He was still far from the Cloud Sea Array in the south. Yet his magical power could no longer sustain the continuous use of the shrinking earth into an inch technique. If this continued, he would inevitably be caught by them. At that moment, Ding host detected to be in a dead end. Please choose. Option 1, continue running forward, exhausting all your magical power, perhaps seeking a glimmer of hope. Option 2, give up, fleeing, surrender all your treasures and techniques with a 50% chance of survival. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun immediately became displeased. I'm not afraid to die, but I won't cower either. Worst case, I'll just lose a clone. Why should I abandon my dignity just to survive? Am I Mu Chun that kind of person? Run. He gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Another 3 days passed. Mu Chun finally stopped before a waterfall on a cliff. He simply could not run anymore. A heavenly immortal was utterly weak in the wilderness. In less than a while, over a dozen speed-oriented monsters surrounded the waterfall. An eagle spirit hovered in midair, grinning wickedly. Run. I won't let you run again. Surrender the innate spirit treasures, or I'll kill you today. Mu Chun rolled his eyes. There was no escaping now. But at this moment, he just wanted to say one thing. I will definitely return. At that moment, a familiar figure floated by on a red cloud in the air. It seemed to have sensed the demonic aura here, and specifically looked down. Mu Chun saw that conspicuous red cloud, his eyes shining with rare brilliance. Instantly he shouted, Xiao Shi, come to my rescue. Indeed, the cloud above is the only red cloud in the world. And naturally, it is the little Shirtong arm monkey who rides the red cloud. Upon thinking of this, Mu Chun suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. In the sky is someone calling me. The Shirtong arm monkey furrowed its brow slightly. Now he was clad in black armor. After countless years of honing, he had already made a name for himself in the wilds, his expression resolute, resembling a darkened sun Wukong. He had originally passed through this place, and sensed the gathering of countless demonic auras, which piqued his curiosity to come take a look. As a result, he saw the human frantically waving under the waterfall. For some reason, a bizarre feeling of familiarity suddenly surged in his heart. Besides the master and my 3 older sisters, who else knows my nickname? The celestial being of the human race must have some connection to the master. I must save him. With a thought, he transformed into a black rainbow and landed before Mu Chun. He shouted at the group of demon creatures, eyeing them hungrily. Get lost. Countless demon beasts at that moment were oblivious to the Shurtong arm monkey's cultivation and began to curse. Where did this monkey come from seeking death? Thinking of monopolizing the 3 innate spiritual treasures. Dream on. Get out of my way, or I'll take you down too. Moreover, more than a dozen demon beasts couldn't contain themselves and charged forward intending to eliminate Mu Chen with overwhelming force. The Shurtong arm monkey remained expressionless, merely narrowing his eyes slowly. In the next moment, it was as if thunder had erupted from the ground. A surge of overwhelming black, demonic energy erupted from him, soaring straight into the sky, even darkening the clouds above. Boom. The surrounding mountains and forests were enveloped by this terrifying pressure. Countless low-level demon creatures couldn't withstand it and knelt down on the spot. This. The pressure of the Great Luo. No, just a hair's breadth away. What to do? This guy is so strong. What's there to fear? Let's all attack together. With so many comrades, can we not deal with a single Taiyi Xian? Xiao Shurtong crossed his arms and concentrated. He only saw a thunderbolt as thick as a mountain strike down from the sky. The true god's thunder control technique. An ancient dragon clan's ultimate skill. Bang. As the thunder fell, the dozen or so demons that had attacked in the front were instantly obliterated, their souls scattering in an instant. Even a pit several hundred meters long appeared on the ground. Immediately after, the thunder continued to fall. In the blink of an eye, over 100 demon beasts suffered heavy casualties. Watching this scene, the remaining demons were terrified. They retracted their earlier thoughts and scattered in fear. It was too terrifying. They were simply no match. The other side hadn't even made a move yet, and already there was a sense of overwhelming pressure. In any other place, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a demon king. Observing the demeanor of the Shurtong arm monkey at this moment, even Mu Chen couldn't help but have his eyes light up. The little monkey has finally grown up. He then suddenly noticed 3 sneaky figures in the distance trying to escape and immediately began to curse. Little Shurtong, don't let the tiger spirit, the eagle spirit, and the little turtle escape over there. Bring them all back to me. The Shurtong arm monkey initially wanted to eliminate them all, but upon hearing this, he transformed into a black rainbow and instantly appeared before the 3 demons. Bang! With a punch, he shattered the tiger demon's teeth. With a kick, he sent the eagle spirit crashing to the ground. The remaining turtle demon shrank into its shell and wouldn't budge even when struck. 3 small demons at the Xian level. Before the Shurtong arm monkey, who stood at the peak of Taiyi Xian, they naturally had no power to resist. In the next moment, a long rope flew out from the Shurtong arm monkey's hand. It moved on its own without wind and tightly bound the 3 demons together. After doing all this, the Shurtong arm monkey approached Mu Chen and curiously asked, "Dao friend, how did you know my nickname?" Just as Mu Chen was about to speak, he suddenly remembered something and froze. Wait a moment. Although it is just a clone, if word gets out that I am being hunted by a group of powerful demon clans, wouldn't that completely ruin my reputation? Mu Chen's face turned dark. Shouldn't my script be one where I emerge victorious and invincible once I truly enter the world? No way. I haven't even made my move yet. How can I have such a dark history? Mu Chen firmly shook his head and cleared his throat twice. Ahem, I am Wang Jia Dao Ren of the Heavenly Explosion Gang. A few years ago, I was accepted as the direct disciple of the great elder Mu Chen, so I naturally know your name. Not just you, but also Shao Qi, Shao Ba, and Shao Ju, the 3 descendants of the Feng clan. I know about them all. The long-armed monkey revealed a knowing expression. His demeanor became much more respectful, showing no doubt towards these words. After all, only the master truly knows the matters concerning the 3 sisters. To be able to uncover these matters without the master's gaze in his eyes was impossible. His master, at the very least, possessed the cultivation of a peak quasi saint. The long-armed monkey respectfully said, "So you are the great disciple personally taught by the master. I salute you, Brother Wang." Mu Chen smiled and replied, It's nothing. It's dangerous here, let's return and talk." The long-armed monkey thought for a moment. Just in time, I need to return to see the master as well. Since that's the case, Brother Wang, please ride my red cloud, it will be faster. Mu Chen was unceremonious. All right. After saying that, he stepped onto the nearby red cloud and pointed at the 3 demons, saying, "Those 3 little bastards, remember to bring them along. A group of scheming people is trying to frame me." The long-armed monkey scratched his head and revealed a knowing smile, thinking that the great disciple the master took in has a temperament quite similar to the master. Though the words were incomprehensible, it all felt quite interesting. In the next moment, Xiao Shi, carrying the unconscious 3 demons, left with Mu Chen. The red cloud moved at incredible speed, incomparable to the cloud of the journey to the west. This was only natural after all. It was the first red cloud born from the chaos of the world. Just like that, only 2 or 3 days passed. Mu Chen returned to the great array of the Cloud Sea in the South Sea. In just a moment of days, the clone merged back into the true body by the small pond. Huff. Mu Chen opened his eyes. The power of a quasi-saint surged into his body, and he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Home is indeed the safest. If it weren't for the need to hear the teachings of the saint, he wouldn't have been willing to go out again. The long-armed monkey then entered from the cloud sea. He was taken aback. Where's Brother Wang? Why is his aura completely absent? Mu Chen stepped out from the cloud sea and said slowly. Wang Zha's skills were lacking, so I directly sent him into closed-door cultivation. The long-armed monkey was delighted to see Mu Chen and excitedly knelt on one knee. Master, I have returned. Mu Chen nodded and feigned seriousness, saying, I already know about what happened earlier. You did very well. You should know that Wang Zha is naturally clever, exceptionally talented, handsome, and charming. However, he has not practiced for long, so you need to support him more in the future. Upon receiving Mu Chen's praise, Xiaoshi joyfully said, Yes, I will definitely help Brother Wang. After traveling for so many years, he understood even more the terrifying nature of his master. The Feng clan. They were the overlords during the era of the Dragon and Han calamity. Yet the master has actually raised 3 of them. The Red Cloud. This is also a legendary priceless treasure. The True God Thunder Method. This is also the supreme divine ability of the Dragon clan. Whichever way you look at it, it showcases the terrifying cultivation and depth of the master. For this reason, the long-armed monkey admired Mu Chen even more now. Mu Chen nodded and smiled, saying, What important matters do you have in returning this time? The long-armed monkey suddenly recalled something, his face filled with anger, and said seriously, 100 years ago, I encountered a spirit of fire who called himself Luo Daoren. When I saw him ruthlessly slaughtering beings in the world, I couldn't stand it and fought him. However, we have been at a stalemate for many years, always at a disadvantage, and even suffered humiliation and ridicule, so I returned to seek guidance from the master. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's eyes lit up. Mu Chen instantly grew cautious and thoughtful. Legend held that Luo was the youngest son of Dijun, sovereign of the demonic clans, and the smallest among the 3-legged golden crows. He had narrowly survived the great war of immortals and demons, only to awaken slowly from his eggshell long afterward. In the later investiture of the gods, Zhao Gongming would be slain by Luo. More importantly, Mu Chen recalled what followed the Great War. After Dijun and Dong Huang Taiyi perished, Qilin Peng rose to supremacy among the demonic clans. Yet though he served as the demon clan's grand sage, he never claimed the imperial title. Instead, perceiving the hidden intentions of the celestial sages, he withdrew into profound seclusion. His very first act was to recruit Luo into his inner circle, secretly amassing demonic strength. This was deeply unsettling. Years earlier, Mu Chen had incurred Qilin Peng's wrath when he intervened to save Hongjun. Yet thereafter, Qilin Peng vanished without a trace, compelling Mu Chen to tread with utmost vigilance. To confront such a cunning, treacherous, and immensely powerful adversary demanded unwavering caution. He could well be watching even now, lurking unseen, poised to strike without warning. At this thought, Mu Chen smiled faintly and said, Xiaoshi, are you truly unable to best Luo? The Tongbi macaque scratched his head sheepishly. His divine arts are myriad and inscrutable. He wields the true sunfire with mastery, and his treasures are countless, making him exceedingly difficult to engage. My divine thunder art and innate divine ability cannot even land a single blow upon him. Mu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Luo, as the most cherished crown prince of the Golden Crows, naturally possesses priceless legacies, but neither am I lacking. I shall first impart several divine arts and sacred treasures to you. With that, he pointed lightly into the air. Instantly, the techniques of fiery eyes and golden gaze along with the body-protecting flame god art flowed into Xiaoshi's mind. Then with another gentle gesture, a colossal pillar, unbreakable and immense, drifted slowly from the distant sea of clouds, transforming midair into a perfectly balanced black staff, the pillar that supports heaven. This was a peerless weapon bestowed long ago by the system. Mu Chen paused, then reflected, still uncertain of its sufficiency, and also transmitted the 36 heavenly methods of the celestial gauntlet along with a single drop of primordial water essence. Once complete, Mu Chen spoke with solemn earnestness, Xiaoshi, these constitute nearly half my most treasured possessions. Rise to the occasion, do not falter again. Subdue Luo thoroughly, and bring me his full measure of humiliation. Xiaoshi gazed upon these increasingly formidable divine arts, utterly stunned. He had never imagined his master would place such profound trust in him. Tears welled in his eyes. Thank you, master. I swear I will vanquish Luo and never disgrace your name. Mu Chen shook his head. No more, master. From this day forth you are my disciple, and let it be known you are the only one I have ever accepted as such. When you defeat Luo, be certain to learn where the grand sage Qilin Peng now resides. The Tongbi macaque's face lit with delight, then clouded with confusion as he scratched his head. But master, isn't senior brother Wang your eldest disciple? Mu Chen's expression froze. then softened into an easy chuckle. Ah, how could I forget? Very well, you shall be my second disciple. Overjoyed, the Tongbi macaque declared, I shall never disappoint my sect master, and hurriedly mounted the crimson cloud, departing at once. He intended to find a secluded place to cultivate these arts to perfection, then seek out Luo and reclaim his honor. After Xiao Shi departed, Mu Chun prepared to enter seclusion for a period. The Dao principles of the Jie sect transmitted by Tong Tian Jiao Zhu still required deep assimilation, and his own cultivation foundation needed further consolidation. Then he must hasten to attend the discourses of Yuan Shi Tianzun and Laozi. After all, the system granted only 50,000 years, yet barely 1 century had passed. Just then from beyond the sea of clouds came the timid, careful voice of Gui, Chung Xiang Master. Are you within? Mu Chen opened his eyes, revealing a contemplative expression. Prime Minister Gui had never set foot on the cloud sea. His presence here today must be due to some significant matter. With a thought, he moved him inside. What is it? Prime Minister Gui saw Mu Chen sitting cross-legged on the 12-petal red lotus. It felt as though a sage had descended to the mortal realm. He hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground. Greetings, Master. This time I mainly came for matters concerning the vast sea within 1,000 miles. Mu Chen frowned slightly. Is there another creature stirring up trouble in the sea? Prime Minister Gui shook his head repeatedly. No. No. As the Master is a Great Luo Golden Immortal, no one dares to cause chaos here. However, it is because of the events of these years. Mu Chen soon understood the reason for Prime Minister Gui's visit. It turned out that the beings in the 10,000 miles of sea beneath him were far too many. Especially in recent years, there were so many that even Prime Minister Gui found it somewhat troublesome. The reason was quite simple. There had been too much slaughter in the primordial chaos. Yet this place was one of the rare sanctuaries under the protection of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. As time passed, more and more beings chose to seclude themselves here. This place had even become a scenic spot in the primordial chaos. Simply put, this broken place had unexpectedly become popular in the primordial chaos. After hearing Prime Minister Gui's description, Mu Chen had a peculiar look on his face. He hadn't expected that his place would be so popular, but upon reflection he understood. Aside from a few heavenly saints who knew this was his Dao ground, the rest of the people viewed this place simply as a Dao ground of a Great Luo Golden Immortal who cherished peace and abhorred slaughter. Moreover, with no barriers or conditions, it naturally attracted many beings from the primordial chaos. Prime Minister Gui inquired, Master, there are too many beings in the sea. To avoid disturbing you, should we drive away some of the lower realm creatures? Mu Chen thought for a moment. Of course they should be driven away. What do they think this is, Wudong Mountain? Just come and go as they please. However, the next moment. Ding, detecting excessive beings in the sea, please choose host. Option 1, allow beings to reside, showing compassion for all, and gain a trace of sage merit. Option 2, showcase the strength of a Great Luo Golden Immortal to drive everyone away, thereby establishing one's authority in the primordial chaos and gain a piece of offensive, innate spiritual treasure. Mu Chen took a deep breath. While Mu Chen told himself actually sage merit wasn't that important. Mainly he felt compassion for all beings, whom heaven has a virtue of nurturing life. Those who come here should be beings who enjoy quiet cultivation and are not adept at slaughtering. I cannot wipe them all out. As for how to proceed, let me think about it first. Mu Chen feigned contemplation. Prime Minister Gui thought for a moment and quietly suggested. Actually, Master, you could establish a Dao ground in this sea and set a name for it. Any being that has resided here for 1,000 years would need to pay a certain amount of treasure, or else they would be expelled. This way it could be considered benevolent. Mu Chen's eyes brightened. Tax. That makes sense. He then looked at Prime Minister Gui with admiration. Little Gui, well done. Since that's the case, I'll leave this matter to you. As for the name, Mu Chen pondered slightly. Let's call it the Endless Sea. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles will be the domain of the Endless Sea. Remember to erect stone tablets around it. Prime Minister Gui displayed a troubled expression. Master, if I am the only one handling this, progress will be slow. Mu Chen fell into thought again. Then he suddenly recalled something. With a wave of his large sleeve, 3 little monsters from the southeastern mountains flew out directly from his sleeve. 100 years ago, after Little Ten left, these 3 little monsters had been trapped in his sleeve, contemplating life. As he was considering how to deal with them, they finally became useful. Mu Chen said indifferently, You 3 obey Prime Minister Gui's orders, and I will return your freedom in 1,000 years. The 3 monsters' eyes instantly brightened. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and knocked their heads in gratitude. Initially being brought here, they thought they were about to perish. Now that they unexpectedly welcomed a turnaround, they were naturally extremely excited. I, the evil demon tiger sovereign, heed the Master's command. I, the blood demon shadow of the heavenly show, heed the Master's command. I, the water show turtle god, heed the master's command. Mu Chen. Listening to these headaches-inducing titles, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. For a moment, he regretted his choice. What a mess. Mu Chen's face was filled with black lines. You shall be called Master Tiger. You shall be called Blood Eagle. And you Tortoise Head. Tortoise Hair. Tortoise 2. You will follow Tortoise Prime Minister to manage the affairs of the Endless Sea. Mu Chen casually pointed his finger, naming the three demons. The three demons wore expressions of deep resentment, but dared not refute. At this moment, Tortoise Prime Minister was extremely delighted. Not only did he gain subordinates, but he also acquired a descendant of the Tortoise clan. He couldn't help but speak kindly. Grandson, follow your grandpa, and since the master of this sea region is not present, I am in charge. However, the tortoise demon, named Tortoise 2 by Mu Chen, had completely opposite thoughts. Not only would he have to be a laborer for 1,000 years, but he also had to acknowledge a grandpa. Thinking of this, he instantly felt as if he wanted to die. The next day, the news of the Endless Sea Dojo was spread by Tortoise Prime Minister and the three demons throughout 100,000 miles of the sea. Countless beings, big and small, began to discuss. Most beings accepted it. After all, with the protection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal over this peaceful sea region, it was only right to offer some treasures. However, a minority of beings relying on their formidable cultivation were quite dissatisfied. Why should we? What if the Great Luo Golden Immortal is involved? That's right, this is our territory. Just because you have high cultivation, you act so unrestrained. Shameless. Do you believe I will destroy this sea region? Mu Chen listened to these words in the sea of clouds. He had long anticipated this situation. He was not surprised, he merely smiled disdainfully. It should be known that if it weren't for him stationed here, this sea region would have long since turned into a battlefield, perhaps even occupied by several flood dragons. How could these fellows then cultivate peacefully every day? Now that they had been practicing here for a long time under his protection, they felt they were the true masters of this place. This was akin to cultivating in his home and thinking it was natural. In Mu Chen's words, it was. Is there any sense of pressure? The next day, several large demons suddenly stirred up trouble above the previously tranquil sea. They even incited other demon clans to resist together. Then, they were struck dead by heavenly lightning that descended from the sky. Following that, a rain of meteors fell. All the primal demons that had jumped in the sea ended up with no bones left. Witnessing this scene, the sea became utterly silent. No one dared to seek death anymore. Some of the powerful beings that had lived in the sea for countless years seemed to have anticipated this situation and wore expressions of watching a show. They knew well the tactics of the terrifying existence above the sea of clouds and had witnessed it twice. The first time was with a dozen flood dragons. The second time was with countless demons in the sea. And they all ended up dead with no bones left. Thus, no matter how quiet and peaceful the sea of clouds appeared, they always maintained a sense of reverence for that existence. Above the sea of clouds, Mu Chen withdrew his gaze. In the primordial world, reasoning is never as useful as brute strength. After his intervention, the sea region would remain quiet for many years to come. Having resolved this matter, the rest would be left to Tortoise Prime Minister to govern. Mu Chen began to shift his focus back to the teachings of the three teachings. After all, this was his top priority. Based on the timeline, it should be time for the primordial heavenly sovereign to impart teachings right. Mu Chen slightly closed his eyes. His clone once again flew towards the sea of clouds. The primordial supreme being is imparting the teachings of the Chan school at the Jade Void Palace on Mount Kunlun. It was here that the renowned Zhang Zia and Shun Gongbao practiced during the Fengshan era. However, it has only been a short time since the calamity of the witches and demons has just ended. Coupled with the rising power of the Jie school, the Jade Void Palace appears rather desolate at this moment. Mu Chen arrived at the Jade Void Palace having learned his lesson, this time obediently, sitting on the futon at the back. He did nothing at all. He played the fool. Compared to the Master of Heaven, Mu Chen felt much more apprehensive toward the Primordial Supreme Being. The Primordial Supreme Being is in fact the highest deity revered in Taoism, one of the three pure ones. More importantly, after the great calamity of Fengshan, the Primordial Supreme Being defeated the Jie school, led by the Master of Heaven, despite being at a disadvantage. Just this point alone makes Mu Chen feel that none of Hongjun's three disciples are to be underestimated. No, the least to be underestimated is old Jun. In essence, the Fengshan era was merely Hongjun's dissatisfaction with the Jie school's dominance, leading to a reorganization of the three realms. Forget it, I'll just listen attentively and not worry about these things. Mu Chen cleared his mind of distractions. Currently, the Chan school, the human school, and the Jie school are all in a period of development. In the future, it will become nearly impossible to hear teachings from all three schools at once. Therefore, he could only seize the opportunity while it lasts. The system's stipulated 50,000 years may well mean this. In a short while the chaotic sounds of the Jade Void Palace suddenly vanished. An old man in white robes and white hair appeared on the high platform at the front. It was none other than the Primordial Supreme Being. He surveyed the surroundings and slowly spoke. Today I impart the profound truths of the Chan school here, and all beings should listen carefully. After saying this, he began to expound on the great principles. Unlike the Master of Heaven who speaks in the words of Saints, Chu Chen felt that the Primordial's demeanor was quite casual. Straight to the point. There were no assessments. Nor was there any unnecessary preamble. The attitude of the Chan school was entirely, I speak, you listen, as you wish, come if you like, do not if you do not. Chu Chen very much liked this style. He immediately immersed himself in it. 500 years later, the teachings of the Primordial Supreme Being came to an end. Chu Chen had gained considerable insights and was just about to enter seclusion when he discovered that Laozi was about to impart his teachings. Thus, he hurriedly made his way to the human school's venue. In the future, the Grand Supreme Elder's identity as the leader of the Three Pure Ones and the eldest disciple of the Daoist Ancestor Hongjun. Moreover, since the Grand Supreme Elder upholds the philosophy of non-action, the human school is managed on his behalf by the Primordial Supreme Being. However, at present Laozi's avatar is imparting teachings on a cliff in the mortal realm. Countless mortals are listening attentively. Chu Chen quietly became one of them. It is known that the rise of the human race is due to the will of the heavenly Dao and the support of the saints. The human school is the most crucial link. Anyone who enters the human school must not only be virtuous and wise, but also have the potential to become an emperor. Figures such as Fushi Sueran Shinong and the Yellow Emperor are all disciples of the human school. Now that the human school appears in the mortal realm, according to Chu Chen's speculation, the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is approaching. However, this has nothing to do with Chu Chen at present. In the next 50,000 years, Chu Chen attended the teachings of the Master of Heaven 10 times, and the Primordial Supreme Being twice. He attended Laozi's teachings 8 times. Perhaps attending too many times sparked some curiosity and ripples among certain people, but each time, Chu Chen shamelessly managed to defuse the situation. Yes, the teachings of the Jie school are the true orthodoxy of heaven and earth. It's not just me saying this, I happen to hear the teachings of the Chan school, and that level cannot even compare to our Jie school. Indeed, brother, what you said is correct. The principles of the Chan school simplify complexity, far surpassing the other 2 schools. The understanding of the Primordial Supreme Being's teachings is undoubtedly the strongest among the 3 pure ones. Yes, the Master's knowledge permeates heaven and earth. The Chan school and the Jie school cannot compete with the human school. Now that the 3 realms are divided, the human school should be established. What? You've mistaken me for someone else. The Jie school belongs to my brother. I am now a disciple of the Jie school and have long severed ties with that fool. 50,000 years later, the 3 pure ones concluded their teachings at the Hongwang venue. Next came the cultivation of their respective disciples. Chu Chen also ended his 5,000-year ordeal and returned to the Sea of Clouds. At this point, he had already mastered the profound principles of the 3 schools and had a clearer understanding of the entire Hongwang world. The 3 pure ones are originally one. The unity of the 3 schools is what is known as the Great Dao. Chu Chen pondered these matters and entered into another round of the longest seclusion. Time flowed serenely onward. Chu Chen had fully immersed himself in seclusion. This time, there was no set duration. Only the moment of personal enlightenment would mark its end. The Tao of the human teaching beckoned, such was his fortune. The Jie teaching drew 10,000 immortals in homage, such was its momentum. The Chan teaching embraced the tranquil freedom of solitary cultivators, such was its heart. Beyond the 3 teachings rise, all beings across the Hongwang realm gradually aligned themselves into factions. 10,000 years later, Xiao Palace. Only Nuwa, who had withdrawn into seclusion after the fall of the Yaos, and the 2 western sages Xuanti and Xian remained absent. The 3 pure ones gathered together. It was a long-standing custom. Every 10,000 years they convened before Hongjun to exchange insights on the Tao and receive his profound guidance. Even sovereigns required cultivation of the Tao. Yet this time Tontian Jiaozhu spoke far less than usual. Laozi upheld the principle of serene non-action. In casual conversation, he asked with genuine puzzlement, "Brother, the Jie teaching has quietly flourished across the Hongwang realm. Why do you appear so deeply troubled?" Upon hearing these words, Tongtian grew even more distressed. Yuanshi faintly smiled, a smile tinged with quiet schadenfreude. 10,000 years prior, Tongtian had preached the Tao at Bo Palace, where a human celestial immortal fell asleep for 300 years straight. When Tongtian finally awakened him, the immortal brazenly called him a wretch. This incident had long since spread across the entire Hongwang realm, becoming its foremost source of amusement. Tontian Jiaozhu, who prized dignity above all and held unparalleled status, could hardly resort to underhanded measures against a mere celestial immortal junior. Yet to his chagrin, this humiliating episode had echoed throughout the Honghuang realm over 10 millennia. It left him utterly mortified. Such an extraordinary figure exists. Not a single moment spent contemplating the profundities of the Tao. Laozi heard of this for the first time, and his expression shifted to one of genuine astonishment. He then gently raised his hand. In midair, a luminous projection appeared, showing every moment Mu Chun had attended Tao lectures over 50,000 years. The very first scene depicted Mu Chun speaking within the Chan teaching. I will never join the Jie teaching, not in this life, nor any other. Its ranks teem with fish and dragons alike. The Chan teaching remains the finest place for earnest cultivation. Tong Tian stared at the man's repugnant visage and listened to those words, and nearly choked on a mouthful of blood. Wretch! Had he known, he would have struck him down with a single palm strike. Yuanshi Tianzuan burst into hearty laughter. Yet, in the next instant, the Chan teaching does not exist. It is but dross beside the human teaching. Lacking all ambition, it pales utterly. Thus the human teaching must prevail. 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 myriad years. The projection then showed Mu Chun shaking his head and shouting fervently within the human teaching. Yuanshi's laughter froze on his face, his expression a masterpiece of stunned disbelief. Tontian Jiaozhu, now roaring with laughter, threw his head back in delight. Only Laozi stood momentarily dumbfounded. For immediately afterward the projection revealed Mu Chun railing fiercely against both other teachings within the Jie teaching itself. A strange look crossed Laozi's face. This youth's shameless audacity, why did it feel hauntingly familiar? What commotion is this? A faint ethereal aura drifted forth from the palace, detached, transcendent, and utterly serene. It was Hongjun. Emerging from Zixiao Palace, he seemed indistinguishable from heaven and earth itself. The three pure ones rose respectfully, addressed him as master, and recounted the matter. Hongjun traced the celestial calculations with his fingers. In an instant he discerned Mu Chen's true identity. Indeed, though the heaven-deceiving cloak was formidable, it could not wholly conceal its wearer from Hongjun, the supreme sovereign of the Honghuang realm. A faint smile touched Hongjun's lips as he asked, "You know not who this being is?" All three shook their heads. Hongjun then revealed Mu Chen's identity. The three pure ones were instantly astounded. Tontian Jiaozhu, already acquainted with Mu Chen's name, bristled with indignation, his beard flaring, eyes bulging. This fellow sends a single avatar to absorb the profound doctrines of all three teachings, yet refuses allegiance to any. What manner of conduct is this? Silence settled upon the hall. Indeed, this is far too outrageous. The primordial supreme being's expression was also unfriendly. Did they truly think the saints were mere decorations? If they were mortals, he would not trouble himself to respond. However, Mu Chun had experienced 2 major tribulations and was in ancient existence. Every word and action held profound meaning in his eyes. At this moment his avatar was openly causing trouble right under their noses. This was a significant provocation to the saints. To put it more sternly, it even denied the foundation of their great Tao, which naturally could not be easily tolerated. Laozi shook his head to smooth things over. I have visited little friend Mu Chen's Taoist temple and understand it quite well. Although little friend Mu Chun has a mischievous nature, he harbors no malicious intent. It must simply be his innate character. After all, according to what my master said, he has not shown himself for many cycles. Perhaps it is just a resurgence of childhood innocence. Tong Tian did not concern himself with this and coldly snorted. I will personally inquire into what this fellow intends to do. With that he prepared to leave. Hongjun was deep in thought regarding Mu Chun. In fact, Hongjun valued Mu Chun even more than his 3 disciples, the Sanqing. After all, Mu Chun had personally experienced the initial tribulation of the Longhan era and was a being that had survived since ancient times. Moreover, his insights into the great Tao were even beyond Hongjun's. Not to mention that after so many cycles Mu Chun had never stepped out of the Southern Sea Taoist temple, which was enough to prove his steadfast nature and grand ambitions. At this moment, he was pondering the purpose behind Mu Chen's actions. When his gaze shifted to the scene in the sky, a glint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Stop, Hongjun said lightly. Tong Tian was taken aback and quickly halted his movement. Hongjun snorted coldly. Foolish, do you not realize that this is little Taoist friend Mu Chun reminding you? If you truly go to seek an explanation, won't my reputation be entirely ruined by you? Tong Tian looked bewildered. What does master mean? Hongjun replied lightly. The answer lies within this painting, and it has been whispered into your ears. How can you as saints possess no insight whatsoever? Laozi pondered for a moment, and a glimmer of realization shone in his eyes. Master means to say, little Taoist friend Mu Chun is reminding us. It appears to be a reprimand, but in fact it points out the shortcomings of the three teachings. For instance, the Chanjiao is too lax, and the Jiejiao is too mixed with fish and dragons. Is the Rinjiao too mediocre? Hongjun shook his head. That's right, little Taoist friend. Mu Chun is secretly guiding you on how to improve the shortcomings of each teaching. Such sincere intentions, yet you remain oblivious. It seems you have grown overly complacent after becoming saints. Tongshan's face darkened. But why do I feel that this fellow is merely expressing genuine feelings? The primordial supreme being couldn't help but nod. Laozi also expressed a series of ellipses. Hongjun spoke slowly. Nuwa was able to stand out among you thanks to little Taoist friend Mu Chen's guidance. She was the first to become a saint, and thus avoided the calamity of the witch and demon. If the opportunities of the great Tao are before you, and you still do not understand how to reflect and contemplate, then the consequences are yours to bear. His tone appeared calm. But in reality, it was extremely authoritative. The Sanqing did not dare to speak further, silently nodding in agreement. They began to seriously contemplate the so-called principles within. Could it be that their teachings truly had such flaws? In the end, the Sanqing decided to head together to the Southern Sea Taoist temple to seek the truth. Hongjun did not stop them. The sea of learning is boundless, and the great Tao must be pursued. One cannot become complacent just because of high cultivation. At that moment, in the extreme South Sea, the endless sea, a terrifying aura spread from the cloud sea to the entire primordial wilderness, grand and magnificent. Hongjun and the Sanqing almost simultaneously gazed southward. Their faces bore expressions of surprise, for this aura actually contained a trace of saintly might. At this moment within the cloud sea great array, Mu Chun sat cross-legged on a 12-grade lotus platform. Unbeknownst to him, boundless rays of dawn illuminated the vast cloud sea for 100,000 miles around. Among them a golden cloud emerged, floating in midair above Mu Chen's head. This was a cloud of merit. The three clear ones attained sanctity through the merits of establishing teachings, which in turn triggered the merit of opening the heavens. At the moment of sanctification, such a cloud of merit appeared above one's head. Now, after a millennium of arduous cultivation, Mu Chun had finally unified the profound meanings of the three teachings into rules he could comprehend. However, this act was exceedingly shocking, comparable to the merits of founding a religion, thus invoking a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. This had nothing to do with the cultivation realm. It is known that in the primordial chaos, anything that is first receives the favor of the Tao, like the first red cloud in the world, the first Kunping, the first phoenix. All are beings born to be favored. Who are the three clear ones? They are the essence of Pangu transformed. Each of the three saints' profound meanings can be considered the supreme Tao. And now Mu Chun had accomplished the grand feat of unifying the profound meanings of the three teachings. He created yet another formation leading to the Tao for the heavens and earth. Though incomplete, even a mere prototype caused tremors in the world. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. A brilliant beam of light appeared within the cloud of merit, piercing through the cloud sea and enveloping Mu Chun. Mu Chen's entire being was radiant. His long hair floated in the air without wind, and a pressure emanated from him autonomously. Beings within countless miles sensed this pressure. They trembled in fear, thinking that yet another saint was about to emerge. They all knelt down, ready to listen to the saint's teachings. At this moment, however, Mu Chun was completely unaware of the phenomena outside, because his mind was entirely captivated by the choices presented by the system. Ding, detecting that the host has accomplished the unification of the three teachings, please choose. Option 1, directly attains sanctity through the profound meanings of the three teachings with a small probability of becoming a merit saint. Option 2, forsake this opportunity, fish for 1,000 years to stabilize one's own realm. Mu Chun was bewildered. Didn't he just want to break through to the Great Luo Xian immortal? How could he directly become a merit saint? After a brief contemplation, Mu Chun understood. It must be that he had not failed in using the path of unifying the three clear ones and the three teachings. Instead, he had succeeded. Wait a moment. I cannot become a saint. If I become a merit saint, I will also be constrained by the heavenly Tao, and at that point, I will be even less at ease. Thinking of this, Mu Chen's gaze became extraordinarily firm. It is known that attaining sanctity can be achieved through various means. Proving the Tao with strength is undoubtedly the most domineering. Next is attaining sanctity through opening the heavens, and the most forced method, becoming a merit saint. Like the witch clan's Hutu who established the 6 paths of reincarnation, this is becoming a merit saint. But without a doubt, becoming a merit saint is the weakest. Mu Chen's goal was not just a position of a saint. At the very least, he wanted to be a great being unrestrained by the heavenly Tao. However, a merit saint evidently did not satisfy this condition. Therefore, it is better not to become a saint. Moreover, a small probability of becoming one does not guarantee success. His concept of unifying the three teachings was still in its preliminary stage. It would be foolish to choose the first option. Chu Chen forcefully awakened himself from the state of enlightenment. As he just opened his eyes, he realized that he did not know when he had left the Cloud Sea Great Array. He was sitting cross-legged in the void of the endless sea. Below him, countless beings gathered, all kneeling in reverence. In an instant, he felt an indescribable sensation. This is the feeling of wielding thunder and lightning. What is it like for a saint to look at mortals? Upon seeing Chu Chen open his eyes, the countless beings in the endless sea were filled with pride and excitement. In unison, they exclaimed, "Listen to the saint's teachings of sanctity." Chu Chen felt embarrassed. After Hongjun attained sanctity, he passed on the Dao. The three clear ones also spoke similar teachings after attaining sanctity. The goal, after all, was to inspire all beings to strive for cultivation and become impressive figures like themselves. But the problem is, he hadn't even become a saint. What was he supposed to say? Looking at the devout and adoring expressions of the countless beings beneath him, Chu Chen was speechless. Finally, he could only cough twice. Today I am the master of the endless sea, preaching to the beings within the endless sea. The so-called Dao is without a limit. The Dao is formless. I may hear the Dao in the morning and die by evening. Moreover, the so-called demons do not fear immortals, so great power arrives. If all beings do not fear saints, then all saints will reach. All beings must remember the sea of the Dao is boundless. Wherever the heart desires is the other shore. The so-called teachings are merely the saint's vows to heaven and earth after attaining the Dao guiding all beings. Chu Chen casually rambled on a bit. However, he had yet to realize that as he spoke, the already auspicious sky suddenly burst forth with golden light. The sea of clouds behind Chu Chen transformed into a golden ocean as his words fell, for golden clouds, emerging majestically, radiating holy light that enveloped Chu Chen, resembling an otherworldly being. All living beings stared in astonishment at this scene. It was utterly inconceivable. The holy light clouds. They were witnessing four magnificent clouds appearing for the first time. Among the distant crowd, the three pure ones, each manifested a fragment of their essence, concealing their presence as they arrived here. Upon witnessing this spectacle, even they showed expressions of surprise. Tong Tian could not comprehend. This fellow is clearly only at the Daluo Xian immortal realm. How could he provoke a saintly phenomenon? Yuan Shi furrowed his brows. Strange, truly strange. Not only the saintly phenomenon, but what of these four heavenly holy light clouds? Could it be that he has performed some great deed? At this moment, Laozi felt as if his mind had exploded, his face filled with shock. If living beings do not fear the saint, then all saints will reach enlightenment. One may hear the Dao in the morning and die in the evening. This is the word of a saint. To create principles for heaven and earth, invoking their recognition. This is true, great merit. As the founder of the teachings of humanity, Laozi was naturally sensitive to these words. Moreover, the profound truths he grasped from them left even him deeply shaken. In midair, Chu Chen remained unaware that his words triggered a phenomenon of heaven and earth. He did not notice the arrival of the three pure ones. He only saw the creatures beneath him gazing up at him in worship. This made Chu Chen unable to suppress his joy. He thought how educated individuals truly are different. No matter how high one's realm or talent, if one is illiterate, what does it matter? Thinking of this, Chu Chen continued to ramble. Everyone, it is said that there is no Dao in the world, rather everyone wishes to attain the Dao, hence the Dao exists. The Dao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Dao. The Dao gives birth to 1-1, gives birth to 2-2, gives birth to 3-3, gives birth to all things embody Yin, and embrace Yang, harmonizing through Qi. A saint often remains unperturbed, taking the hearts of the common people as his own. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all beings as mere dogs. The saint is unkind, treating the common people as mere dogs. All things in the world arise from existence, and existence comes from non-existence. This is the supreme truth. Chu Chen spoke whatever came to his mind, thinking that the creatures beneath him likely did not understand. Interestingly, while these creatures indeed did not comprehend, they could understand the visual spectacle. As Chu Chen delivered his profound maxims, the holy light he emanated centered on him, enveloping an area of 100,000 miles of ocean. The holy light descended upon the world. The sea boiled and churned. Under such radiance, it seemed as if they would all ascend together. Not only them, even the three pure ones were dumbfounded at this moment. Chu Chen glanced down at his feet. Why do those three over there look so much like the three pure saints? No, it couldn't be. He must have been mistaken. How could three saints possibly appear in such a small place? And how could they display such expressions of mere extras? He averted his gaze. At this moment, Chu Chen felt an overwhelming heat surging through him. Oddly enough, his inner mana was increasing at a terrifying rate, far exceeding that during his closed-door training. Could this also be a form of cultivation? With this thought, Mu Chun became increasingly excited, gradually losing himself, letting out all sorts of chaotic ramblings. Everyone, it is said that the rise and fall of the primal chaos is the responsibility of every individual. Let it be mighty, let it be mighty. The gentle breeze caresses the hills, let it be reckless, the moonlight shines upon the great river. I laugh with my sword raised to the sky, indifferent to life and death. My heart is as vast as Kunlun. Damn it, I regard life and death lightly. If you don't accept it, then let's fight. Mu Chen spoke incessantly. Phenomena continued to emerge. Some could induce tremors while others could not. Yet the golden radiance that enveloped the endless sea was still extraordinarily terrifying. Watching this scene, the three pure ones were filled with shock. Since the primal chaos, such a bizarre sight had never appeared. This was true transmission of the Dao. This was the true realm. Compared to Mu Chen's single sentence that could provoke supreme phenomena, their hundreds of years of explanations of the Dao seemed utterly insignificant. Laozi was the most deeply moved, having gained the most insights. Many of Mu Chen's words were indeed the tenets upon which the teachings of humanity were founded, especially that phrase about heaven and earth being unkind. His heart was profoundly shaken. Thus he hurriedly took his leave, preparing to return to the outer heavens to revise the original version of the Tao Te Ching. Tong Tian and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Back at Zixiao Palace, the master had proclaimed that even the combined might of all gods and demons could not compare to Mu Chun. This statement unexpectedly turned out to be true. Thinking of this, and recalling Mu Chen's earlier comments on the three teachings, Tong Tian and Yuan Shi felt an overwhelming sense of shame, losing any desire to linger. They both returned to their palaces, preparing to revise the principles of the teachings of Chuan and Jie in the world. Yet at this moment, Mu Chun was entirely unaware of all this. At this moment, his mind was completely inundated by the system's voice. Ding, detecting that the host has triggered the merits of a saint likely to attain sainthood. Ding, detecting that the host has triggered the merits of a saint with a 100% chance of attaining sainthood. Ding, detecting that the host has triggered the merits of a saint with a 100% chance of attaining sainthood. Mu Chun ignored it, feeling the explosive increase in his realm and the worshipful gazes of the creatures beneath him. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Don't stop me. I want to show off. 3 hours passed. The strange phenomenon disappeared. Mu Chun concluded this session of imparting teachings with great satisfaction, leaving behind countless beings in the sea, all filled with admiration. Within the cloud sea array, Mu Chun walked through it looking particularly refreshed. It seemed that he had not been so arrogant since arriving in the primordial wilderness. Now, with a sudden opportunity, all his pent-up feelings were released, leaving him immensely comfortable. More importantly, after the recent commotion, he had successfully reached the initial stage of the Great Luo Xian immortal realm. He was just a great realm away from becoming a quasi-saint. This was the most delightful surprise for Mu Chun. Looking into the water pool, Mu Chun noticed that his appearance had also changed. If he was once a youthful boy, he had now transitioned into adulthood. With a calm and ethereal face, his black hair casually draped over his shoulders, and his gaze deep, as if containing myriad stars. After a decade of seclusion, I've become even more handsome. Sigh. Mu Chun shook his head shamelessly. Just then a voice chimed in. Ding, host detected to have reached the Great Luo Xian immortal realm. Please select an option. Option 1 sees the opportunity of the merit cloud to emerge, showcase the power of the Great Luo Xian immortal, and dominate the primordial wilderness, directly obtaining the innate treasure, the god-slaying spear. Option 2, conceal your power fish for 100,000 years, and you will receive the handle of the Qingping sword fragment combined with the sword body to merge into the Qingping sword. Mu Chun looked at these options. His eyelid twitched, and without hesitation, he chose the second option, a Great Luo Xian immortal. Acting pretentiously under the nose of the saints, what a joke. Moreover, the most dangerous god-sealing tribulation was approaching. Without achieving sainthood, he had no capital to intervene. Someone like him lacking background and power could easily be lured into it. Thus, this was the time for him to maintain a low profile. He even needed to be more cautious than before. Just thinking about that earlier boastful act in the sea made Mu Chun feel somewhat regretful. It was completely inconsistent with his character. Therefore, Mu Chun decided to continue being more low-key in the future. Let's continue to develop. After the god-sealing tribulation, saints will rarely emerge, and that will be my stage. Mu Chun lightly tossed his fishing rod and resumed fishing. Mu Chun's actions that triggered the celestial phenomenon shocked the sea within 100,000 miles. All beings were abuzz, claiming that there was a saint emerging in this sea. However, as time passed, this rumor gradually faded away like small waves. After all, 100,000 miles of sea was not considered a significant area in the primordial wilderness, and it could hardly stir up great waves. Everything went just as Chu Chen had imagined, gradually quieting down. Reaching the Great Luo Xian immortal realm, the more important aspect was the comprehension of the Dao and its laws. Chu Chen had originally planned to use the Heavenly Deception Cloak to attend the Three Pure One's Taoist teachings for some knowledge enhancement. However, after patiently waiting for countless years, he found that there was no sign of activity at the Three Pure One's Taoist temple. This left Chu Chen quite speechless. Little did he know. Ever since the Three Pure Ones witnessed his initial exploits in the sea, they had lost their face. Even a Great Luo Xian immortal could cause such a significant disturbance in the world. As saints, if they did not reach this level, wouldn't it be quite embarrassing? Thus, after this incident, the Three Pure Ones never publicly imparted teachings in the primordial wilderness again. Amidst these dull days, time slowly wore on. One day, a figure silently arrived in the cloud sea array. Chu Chen, having deepened his understanding of the world, immediately sensed something was off. He opened his eyes and nearly jumped in fright as he saw a gray-clad elder quietly standing by the pond, watching him with great interest. Beside him stood a little Taoist boy with rosy lips and white teeth, exceptionally cute. Chu Chen took a deep breath, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Hongjun, what is he doing here? Chu Chen felt a mix of emotions in his heart, but his face naturally displayed an incredibly radiant and sycophantic smile. Great Dao Ancestor, what brings you here? If there's anything you need, just command me. No need for you to make a trip. For these holy beings, especially Hongjun, Chu Chen maintained a facade of casualness, but in reality, he held an absolute respect from a distance, particularly since he had not yet attained sainthood. Heaven knows whether Hongjun might also plot against him during the grand calamity of sealing the gods. Moreover, Chu Chen keenly sensed that the Hongjun before him was rather different from the one who once dedicated his life to saving sentient beings. His demeanor had become increasingly ethereal and detached. It was almost as if he stood directly before the Tao itself, filled with an air of authority. Clearly, the present Hongjun had likely surpassed the status of a saint. You no longer wish to be called Old Jun. Hongjun's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. Chu Chen resolutely shook his head, his mouth running off. Well, regarding the Great Dao Ancestor, I hold the utmost respect. Whoever dares to call me that, I will have them extinguished. Hongjun merely chuckled at Chu Chen's words before getting to the point. Countless epochs have passed, you have faced two great calamities. Why do you hesitate to emerge? Chu Chen replied directly, I fear death. Hongjun was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a response. Chu Chen continued to speak. The great calamity of heaven and earth is approaching, with the dragon phoenix and Qilin along with the witch and demon races having already perished. With my current cultivation, I certainly do not dare to venture out. Hongjun nodded thoughtfully and asked again. Last time you manifested the clouds of virtue. Why not take this opportunity to attain sainthood? You must understand that once you become a saint, you will be undying and imperishable, and your concerns will vanish. Chu Chen fell silent. A glimmer of insight appeared in Hongjun's eyes, and he smiled, saying, Indeed, it seems your ambitions are vast. It is not that you do not wish to become a saint, but rather you do not wish to become a saint of merit. Truly, you possess great audacity. So what do you intend to do? Do you wish to attain sainthood by slaying the three corpses? Or perhaps through the opening of heaven? Please explain. The karmic ties between us have yet to be resolved. I can assist you this once. Chu Chen coughed twice, feeling somewhat guilty. Well, I thought of proving the Tao through strength. Just as he finished speaking, the air fell silent. Hongjun's serene and ethereal face revealed a hint of awkwardness. He had achieved sainthood by slaying the three corpses with the pure chi of the 9 heavens. His 3 disciples also slayed 2 corpses and then established teachings to manifest the merits of opening heaven to become saints. One can imagine the difficulty of proving the Tao through strength. Even Pangu, who was as strong as a deity, had not completed this. Although he opened the primordial chaos, he ultimately perished, transforming into all things. It can be said that no sentient beings in today's primordial world dare to contemplate such a notion. It is far too terrifying and difficult. Hongjun shook his head. Chu Chen smiled wide, saying, I was just thinking out loud, merely joking. He wasn't foolish. He naturally understood the difficulty of proving the Tao through strength. When Pangu battled the 3,000 demon gods, it represented a challenge against the 3,000 great laws of primordial chaos. Though he won, he ultimately perished on the path of opening heaven. Since you possess such grand ambitions, I shall not force you. I came today to discuss something with you. Hongjun pondered slightly before inquiring, now that the 3 realms are initially separated, how do you think they should operate? Operation? Oh, it's about how to manage it. In simpler terms, Hongjun is now the supreme ruler of the primordial world and must do something practical. As Chu Chen discussed this, he instantly perked up. This is easy. Isn't the underworld managed by the netherworld? With the rise of the human race on the earth and the 3 teachings spreading, we are only missing the heavenly aspect. In my opinion, it would be better to reopen the heavenly court on the ruins of the demon race, and casually send someone up to manage it. With the three realms mutually restraining each other's stability will be achieved. Hongjun considered this thoughtfully, and then asked who do you think would be most suitable. Mu Chun stroked his chin and mumbled. Anyway, none of your disciples are suitable. They tend to fight. It's better to use someone else. After saying this, Mu Chun glanced at the little Taoist boy who had been quietly standing beside Hongjun. With a sly smile, he said, this little fellow is quite good with a righteous look about him. Why not let him chat with your disciple in the future? After all, he is a junior, and the three pure ones wouldn't want to tear face with him. Hongjun smiled. That makes sense. Since you have such insights, you shall help me train him for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, let him restart the heavenly court. I still have matters to attend to, so I shall return to the palace first. After saying this, he disappeared into thin air, leaving only the little Taoist boy behind. Mu Chun was left in a daze. Something feels off about this plot. Why does Hongjun respond to whatever I say? He thought of a possibility and quickly stared at the little Taoist boy with wide eyes. Wait a minute. What is your name, kid? The little Taoist boy hurriedly replied, respectfully reporting to the senior, my name is Xian. Mu Chen's vision darkened. Damn, I thought this felt familiar. This kid is actually the future Jade Emperor. Mu Chen finally realized. He had fallen into a trap. Absolutely a trap. The balance of the three realms he mentioned must have been anticipated by Hongjun, who was already preparing to implement it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially brought Xian here. The purpose of coming here was to deceive him into falling for it. Thinking of this, Mu Chun felt a wave of despair. Damn it, I should have kept my mouth shut. After talking for so long, I ended up tying myself up in knots. One must know that the root cause of the great calamity of the gods has two reasons. One is due to the disciples of the Taoist sect having too many karmic ties, which led to the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school committing a killing calamity. The second is to accumulate the heavenly gods for Xian, completing the count of the 360 heavenly gods. Thus, in the future, Hongjun commanded the three teachings to jointly sign the list of gods, using the fall of the Shang dynasty by the Western Zhou as a pretext to conduct this battle, aiming for a complete reshuffle of the three realms. And once I become Heotian's teacher, I will inevitably be entangled in my own karmic ties. Damn, this old Jun is really something. Not only did he scheme against his own disciple, but he also dragged me into this mess. Mu Chun was speechless. Beep, detecting that the host is entangled in karmic ties with Xian, please choose. Option 1, subtly guide Xian to befriend the three purities with a small chance of blocking the great calamity of the gods in the future. Option 2, designed to make Xian and the three purities hostile, turning the great calamity of the gods into a battle among immortals, returning the three realms to chaos. Option 3, go with the flow, take Xian fishing for 1,000 years and establish a good relationship with him. Another choice question. Mu Chen glanced at the first option and immediately shook his head. Block the heavenly calamity. Not to mention it being impossible to succeed, just the backlash from the heavenly Tao would likely kill me beyond recovery. The calamity cannot be artificially blocked. This is an iron law. The second option, returning the three realms to chaos, also does not align with Mu Chen's thoughts. If chaos truly ensues, the primal chaos would become dangerous and terrifying again. I'm not a big boss, there's no need for that. Next, only the third option remains. Another standard lazy choice. However, it suits Mu Chen's character perfectly. Little Tiana. Mu Chen called out in a leisurely manner, his gaze sweeping over to Xian. I'm here. The little Taoist boy quickly replied, respectfully, slightly bowing. Mu Chen sized him up. He simply could not imagine merging this little brat before him with the legendary Xian, who commands countless immortals across the 4 seas and 8 desolates. The scene was too bizarre. Mu Chen retracted his thoughts and slowly said, from now on you will practice here with me for 1,000 years. But remember, I am not your master, understood? The master of the Jade Emperor. He does not wish to have this karmic tie. Once it is formed, escaping the great calamity of the gods in the future will be difficult. Survival is the true essence. Xian nodded repeatedly. Understood. As Hongjun's little Taoist boy, he had never seen his ancestor speak so casually with anyone. As if meeting an old friend. An old friend of Hongjun must also be a terrifying existence. Even without being a master, learning for 1,000 years would still be extremely beneficial. Mu Chen said kindly, well, since that's the case, I can't be too stingy. You tell me what cultivation methods you have, and I will grant you a few protective divine abilities. Mu Chen thought that it was just a small gesture as long as he didn't mistreat the boy. Go with the flow. In the future, when this kid becomes the heavenly emperor, he can still build a good relationship. Xian scratched his head and extended his little hand cutely. Master, I have the supreme Hongming heart method, the 3,000 body refinement formula, the 9 colors golden light, and the boundless distance. A series of names. Xian listed out a dozen or so divine abilities that sounded incredibly cool. The more Mu Chen listened, the more something felt off. Damn, how can each one be more impressive than the last? Mu Chen quickly understood after a moment of thought. As the favorite little disciple of Hongjun, the technique he practiced was naturally among the very best of the primordial era, indicating a solid foundation. Thinking of this, Mu Chen was suddenly struck by an impulse to take Xian as his master. That primordial cultivation method felt significantly superior to his own high-level cultivation method. If I could learn them all. Cough, cough. Of course, in the primordial realm, one must maintain a bit of dignity. Oh, I can't completely lose my standards. Very good, very good. Then you should continue your training and make sure not to slack off. Also, I'm not your master. Mu Chen said with a hint of sourness. Xian responded seriously. I will diligently follow the senior's teachings. Then Mu Chen took Xian to the small pond to begin fishing. Looking at the wooden fishing rod in his hand, Xian curiously asked, Senior, why are we fishing? Mu Chen yawned and replied, Training. The most important thing is not external possessions, but ultimately, it is about cultivating the heart. When your heart is calm, you can succeed. In terms of theoretical knowledge, Mu Chen was indeed well-versed. In an instant, he had Xian in a daze. Rest assured, Senior, I will not disappoint you. Xian was instantly filled with fighting spirit, his gaze fixed on the small pond before him. 1,000 years. It is neither long nor short. And indeed, it is quite short. 1,000 years in the past was almost just a blink of an eye. Now, with an extra burden, it added a bit of liveliness to the atmosphere. Senior, why are there no fish in the pond? You cannot catch fish if your heart is not calm. When your heart is tranquil, then you will succeed. So that's how it is. Senior, what do you mean when you say that? It means to express surprise and admiration. Can I say it? It's best not to say it in front of Daozu. Senior, do you think I can manage the heavenly court in the future? An excellent leader only needs to speak, the rest can be handled by others. But I don't know anyone else. Foolish one, there are so many disciples under the 3 pure ones. If there's no one left, just borrow some. If that doesn't work, throw a tantrum or go disturb Daozu. Understood, Senior. Xian, do you have any confusion about that primordial cultivation method? No, I don't. No need to be nervous. If you do, you can talk to me. I might be able to help clarify things for you. No need to trouble yourself. Oh, I understand everything, Senior. Cough, cough, there's no need to be shy. Good things should be shared. But Senior, I'm not shy. Sigh. Fine. A day in the heavens. A millennium passed in the mortal realm. The primordial world began to undergo numerous changes. Laozi founded the Tao Te Ching to enlighten humanity, while Xuandu bestowed the orthodox cultivation method of golden core, Tao, to the human race. As a result, countless humans began to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. With the deliberate support of the saints, they began to rise. The human race proliferated and gradually became the rulers of the land. Tribes were gradually abandoned by the human race, replaced by sects and empires. Numerous cultivation families emerged, among which many powerful cultivators were born. Among them, each person attained glory through ascending to the Tao. Over time, humanity gradually believed themselves to be the masters of the heavens and earth. However, they still did not know that even after ascending they were but the weakest celestial beings in the primordial world. 1,000 years later, Mu Chen awoke with Xian from the small pond. The millennium period had come to an end. Mu Chen stood up and gazed at the horizon slowly, saying, The millennium period has come to an end. You may return to the Xiao Palace to report back. 1,000 years have passed. Xian gradually transformed into a young man. With a resolute face and long hair cascading over his shoulders, he radiated a sense of righteousness. Yet at this moment a hint of reluctance showed on his face. Senior. Mu Chen smiled and patted Xian's head. The ocean of the Tao is boundless, but do not be swayed by the 6 desires and 7 emotions. Take care of yourself from now on. Xian nodded. After exchanging a few more words with Mu Chen, he reluctantly departed, watching Xian's retreating figure. Mu Chen couldn't help but sigh with emotion, a faint sadness washing over him. Because, damn it, 1,000 years have passed, and he still hadn't managed to deceive the Hongming cultivation method. Thinking of this, he felt even more melancholy. With a sense of regret, Mu Chen shifted his focus to the human race of the Central Land. At the same time, he found it somewhat strange. Logically speaking, during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there were hardly any powerful cultivators, nor were there well-established sects. Yet the human race today is evidently developing quite impressively. Various powerful sects stand tall, far from resembling the chaotic beginnings. Could it be that his presence caused some sort of butterfly effect? Mu Chen fell into deep contemplation. Xian flew back to the Xiao Palace. Entering through the main gate, he saw the Dao Ancestor sitting cross-legged in the void and quickly paid his respects. Master, I have returned. Hongjun opened his eyes, countless fragments of Daoic energy, flashing in his gaze capable of lulling one into sleep without effort. For Hongjun, 1,000 years was merely a moment. He slowly inquired, in the past millennium, what have you learned from Mu Chun? Hao Qian scratched his head. Senior only said I fished by the pond for 1,000 years. Hongjun slowly said, what does this mean? Hao Qian thought for a moment and replied, Senior said cultivation is about cultivating the heart. Only when the heart is calm can one catch fish. Hongjun lightly furrowed his brow. If it were anyone else, he would not take it to heart. However, these words were spoken by Mu Chun. Hongjun naturally had to think deeper. Cultivation is about cultivating the heart. Does that not imply that Haoshan's disposition is still not calm enough to control the heavenly court and restrain the other saints? Thinking of this, Hongjun became even more convinced of his thoughts. He then looked at Hao Qian. So do you feel your heart is calm now? Hao Qian honestly shook his head. It's much calmer, but sometimes Senior Mu Chun says I'm still not calm enough. Hongjun nodded thoughtfully. He then said, re-establishing the heavenly court is a significant matter. Since that's the case, you should undergo a bit more training to completely calm your heart. Hao Qian inquired, what should I do? Hongjun calmly replied, descend to the mortal realm and undergo tribulations. Experience 3,200 tribulations to attain the golden immortal position. The first 800 tribulations involve letting go of a country, the next 800 involve compassion and wisdom, the following 800 involve intelligence, and the last 800 involve self-sacrifice. Once you pass these tribulations, you can attain the fruit of the Dao and preside over the heavenly court. Should you fail, you will perish, and the control of the heavenly court will change hands. Hao Qian was taken aback. He realized he had misspoken and repeatedly responded respectfully. I will obey the Dao Ancestor's decree. Hongjun nodded. Yes, go now. With that, Hao Qian set off to undergo his tribulations with a troubled expression. Hongjun watched Haoshan's retreating figure, feeling that he was somewhat different from the obedient and adorable little Taoist boy of the past. For a moment, he felt a tinge of regret for entrusting him to Mu Chun. At this moment, Mu Chun was completely unaware of everything. If he knew that Haoshan's descent to undergo tribulations was due to such a matter, he would probably have something to say. Time flows like water. Since Hao Qian was commanded by Hongjun to descend and face tribulations, the primordial world has been unusually quiet. A rare moment of peace. Mu Chun has also devoted himself to cultivating for 100,000 years. Without Hao Qian murmuring beside him, Mu Chun felt a bit lonely. Not just Hao Qian. Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Ju, the three true phoenixes. The long-armed monkey. And Ao Tian and Shi Yin, those two fellows. Now he does not even know where they are. Perhaps they have already fallen. If Mu Chun were a sage, now he could go look for them. But now he can barely protect himself. Mu Chun sighed deeply. Perhaps this is life. There will always be gains and losses. Ding Host has fished for 100,000 years and obtained the body of the Qingping sword. As soon as the words fell, a snow-white sword body radiating a sharp and terrifying aura appeared in the sea of clouds. Mu Chun's eyes brightened. Did 100,000 years really pass, just like that? He has gotten used to it, and does not feel it as long at all. In the next moment, Mu Chun shifted his gaze to the sword body. Even though it is merely the body of the Qingping sword, a powerful aura of destruction instantly spread throughout the sea of clouds. If Mu Chun had not already achieved the Great Luo, he might not have been able to wield it. Mu Chun picked up the sword body and lightly waved his hand, causing the aura to vanish instantly. Tisk, no wonder it is a powerful innate treasure of offensive nature. If it could be fused into the true Qingping sword, the combat power would surely increase. Mu Chun thought to himself, becoming even more eager for this weapon. Ding Host, fishing has ended. Please choose. Option 1, choose to continue fishing for another 100,000 years to obtain the hilt of the Qingping sword. Option 2, establish the human race and become its pillar, leading the human race to become the dominant force in the primordial world. Mu Chun's face turned dark. Another choice that does not require a selection. I choose 1. Mu Chun said directly, then began to hide. At the same time, he sent a clone to the Xinzhou continent to check the situation. The current human race had deviated from his original expectations, so he needed to see. In the Central Earth, Xinzhou sects abound and cultivators are everywhere. Here, powerful cultivators can dominate a region standing above 10,000 people. Meanwhile, weak cultivators can only rely on sects and cultivate quietly. As for mortals, they are oppressed, becoming the lowest existence. Mu Chun transformed into a young man dressed in gray, with a fair complexion and bright eyes. As for why he wore gray, it's quite simple. It has class. The Dao Ancestor wore this way back then. As for the cultivation level of the clone, it is at the lowest level of Celestial Immortal. Although Celestial Immortals hold a low status in the primordial world, here they are akin to Ascended Immortals. An existence at the pinnacle of combat power. Upon arriving here, Mu Chun first spent 10 years wandering the human world. Then he shook his head in dissatisfaction. There is no leader, the current human race is too chaotic. Sects are mutually hostile. Along the way there are often incidents of murder and treasure snatching even more frequent than in the primordial world. To put it simply, no one submits to anyone. A group of people only know how to fight over treasures, creating a toxic atmosphere. A group of young people who have never experienced the harshness of society think they are the bosses. Mu Chun rolled his eyes. One must know that if a random person from the primordial world showed up, they could easily wipe out the current Central Earth. One day Mu Chun went to a cliff to enjoy the scenery. Behind him, 4 cultivators of different appearances gradually appeared. They had been following Mu Chun for several months. They believed he was a sect disciple with a treasure. Today, upon confirming that this kid was alone, they could no longer endure. The leader revealed a sinister smile. Kid, hand over the valuable treasures on you, or die. In the next moment, Mu Chun turned to glance at them. The 4 instantly turned to ashes. The tragic fate of the 4 cultivators who harbored malicious intentions. Before they could react, they were sent to reincarnate in the underworld. Mu Chun was unfazed. This was already the umpteenth person he had eliminated with just a glance over the past 10 years. It was simply a suppression of levels. He was now like a high-ranking individual visiting a lower-ranked plane. The celestial immortal realm is absolutely invincible in today's Shenzhou. Why does it feel like the development of the human race has exceeded my expectations? It's a bit advanced if Fushi hasn't even been born yet. Mu Chun mumbled to himself and continued wandering in the human world, hoping to find the reason. In the following days, he experienced a series of assassination attempts. It seemed to be in revenge for the initial 4. The strength of the attackers was increasingly formidable. However, the outcome was always the same. 3 months later, a large group of cultivators surrounded Mu Chun on the road, all wielding swords. A young man with an arrogant demeanor pointed his sword at Mu Chun and coldly snorted. "Bold thief, you killed several elders and disciples of the 7 Stars sect, and still dare to escape." Mu Chun glanced at them. They were all ordinary cultivators who had just comprehended the lowest level laws, and the highest among them had not even reached the Golden Core realm. After countless closed-door trainings, Mu Chun's temperament had gradually become indifferent. These fellows before him had nothing that could capture his attention. The sword-wielding man, seeing Mu Chun's lack of response, scolded, "I'm talking to you, little beast." Mu Chun replied flatly, "Ant." As soon as he finished speaking, the clouds in the sky parted, and a bolt of lightning, dozens of zhang long, struck down. The air seemed to crack open, and only a daze was seen. The heavens and earth shook. The cliff was instantly blown to smithereens. The sword-wielding man and the other elders were instantly terrified. Among the crowd remained only a delicate girl of the lowest realm. Mu Chun asked indifferently, "Name?" The delicate girl, realizing what happened, turned pale and hurriedly kneeled down. She was a registered disciple of the 7 Stars sect named Xiaohe. The 7 Star sect is the most powerful sect within 1,000 miles, and its leader is known as the 7 Stars Taoist. The 4 people Mu Chun initially killed were elders of the 7 Stars sect. Thus, the 7 Stars Taoist kept sending people to assassinate him. Mu Chun thought for a moment and commanded, "Take me to the 7 Stars sect." Xiaohe was taken aback. However, seeing Mu Chun's unquestionable expression, she dared not say anything further. Half a day later, the 2 arrived before a magnificent sect. Mu Chun felt annoyed by these incessant revenge seekers. Therefore, he prepared to come here to make them think twice before acting. As soon as Mu Chun set foot in this place, dozens of sword cultivators from the 7 Stars sect rushed out from all directions. Countless sword energies fiercely smashed towards Mu Chun and Xiaohe. Clearly, to deal with Mu Chun, they were even willing to disregard their own disciples. Xiaohe was so frightened that her face turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. Mu Chun remained indifferent. He merely stopped in his tracks. A powerful pressure emanated from him akin to a violent wind, causing the swords of the dozens of sword cultivators to instantly snap in half. With another stomp, dozens of them spat out blood, crashing against the surrounding walls, and fainted. Xiaohe was stunned. Covering her mouth, she remained silent for a long time. In her eyes, the almost invincible 7 Stars sect seemed as fragile as paper before this senior. So terrifying. At that moment, a powerful aura of an array surged into the sky, wrapping the entire territory of the 7 Stars sect in an instant. An old man with white hair and a sword on his back stood within the array, glaring at Mu Chun and coldly shouting, "Bold thief, how dare you intrude into my 7 Stars sect? If you have the ability, break my 7 Stars great array." Mu Chun did not speak. He merely curled his lips. A mere golden core cultivator speaks to a Great Luo Xian immortal like this, seeking death. In the next moment, Mu Chun extended his right hand and calmly said, "Fire come." Boom. As soon as the words fell, countless fireballs appeared in the sky. Like raindrops, they rained down towards the 7 Stars sect. It was the fire god technique that Mu Chen created. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone in the Seven Stars sect was terrified. Bang, bang, bang. The enormous fireballs continuously struck against the barrier of the Seven Stars Great Array, producing deafening roars. In less than a moment, the barrier of the Seven Stars Great Array became dim, swaying on the verge of collapse, as if it would break in the next instant. Senior. Please stop, please stop. The Seven Stars Taoist's face turned pale as he closed the array, immediately kneeling and repeatedly bowing in supplication. At this moment, he finally understood the gap in strength between the two sides and dared not resist any longer. Even if he did, it would only lead to a more tragic end. As the sect leader knelt, the remaining disciples of the Seven Stars sect also knelt on the ground. Mu Chen saw this scene, and his initial intention to intimidate them vanished. This shall not be repeated. Mu Chen shook his head and turned to leave. He had no intention of slaughtering their sect. As he left, he felt the awe-filled gazes of everyone. Mu Chen sighed again. Alas, I wish it could be like this in the Primordial World too. After slightly punishing the Qixing sect, Mu Chen left. The following days finally became much quieter. No more annoying disturbances interrupted him. This rumor unknowingly spread across much of the Divine Continent. A youth in gray single-handedly annihilated the Qixing sect, which had a golden core cultivator station, shocking everyone. Some said this was a celestial descending to the mortal realm. In an instant, no one dared to cause trouble anymore. One day, as Mu Chen was walking along the main road, he suddenly felt a tremendous upheaval. It turned out that not far ahead in a village, a gigantic centipede spirit was attacking the villagers, causing the very ground to crack open. Mu Chen was preparing to take action. He saw a dark-skinned youth standing on a hill several hundred meters away, holding a bow and arrow. With a gentle shot, the iron arrow transformed into a straight line, striking precisely at the centipede spirit's eye. Mu Chen's eyes brightened. Quite precise. This youth had no cultivation at all, but his archery skills were extraordinarily terrifying. Roar! The centipede spirit, its eye in pain, let out an enraged roar and charged directly at the youth. The dark-skinned youth, with a resilient nature, remained calm, retreating while shooting arrows. However, he was merely a mortal and was caught up by the centipede spirit in the blink of an eye. The centipede spirit roared out its tail, aiming viciously at the youth. A whistling sound cut through the air. If struck by the massive tail, he would instantly be turned into a puddle of blood. At that moment, Mu Chen appeared before the dark-skinned youth. A finger extended. Bang! The towering centipede spirit let out a wail, its entire body instantly charred by lightning, engulfed in blue-purple flames. In the end, only a blackened skeleton remained on the ground. The dark-skinned youth was dumbfounded. Then his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly knelt down. Celestial being, please take me as your disciple. I wish to learn your immortal arts. Mu Chen shook his head. I do not take disciples. The dark-skinned youth's expression turned grim, unable to speak. At this moment, a notification sounded. Ding, detected that Hou Yi wishes to become your disciple. Please choose. Option 1, accept him as a disciple to accumulate strength for the future divine era, which can be used for self-preservation. Option 2, refuse Hou Yi's request to join and gain 3 innate spiritual treasures. Mu Chen was taken aback. Hou Yi. He focused on the dark-skinned youth and contemplated for a moment. After a moment, a look of realization crossed his face. It truly was the reincarnation of Hou Yi. Logically speaking, Hou Yi had been slain by Di Jun during the calamity of the witch and demon. However, back then he had used the system to help him reincarnate with Qua Fu. Therefore, the current Hou Yi was simply a human with no relation to the witch clan. Mu Chen pondered slightly. The 3 innate spiritual treasures held no value for him now. So he chose option 1. Qua Fu and Hou Yi were undoubtedly the best of the human race. When the great calamity of the divine era appeared in the mortal realm, although he was determined not to compromise, having someone under his command would still be quite convenient. It is time to accumulate strength for myself. Mu Chen thought to himself, smiling at the Hou Yi before him. However, since you are fated to meet me, I shall temporarily take you as my named disciple. Hou Yi was overjoyed, repeatedly bowing. Thank you, master. Afterward, Mu Chen began to travel the mountains and rivers with Hou Yi. Not long after, he also found the reincarnated youth Qua Fu. The talents of both had not been forgotten. Qua Fu was immensely strong and had great endurance. Hou Yi was unmatched in archery, meticulous and agile. Mu Chen began to impart to them high-level cultivation methods and 2 innate spiritual treasures. Decades later, Qua Fu and Hou Yi grew stronger and gradually became formidable figures in the mortal realm. One day, Mu Chen was teaching them the 36 techniques of Tiangang. The clouds in the sky changed color. An endless pressure enveloped the mortal realm. A voice of immense authority descended. I am the emperor of the vast sky, here by the decree of the Dao Ancestor to re-establish the heavenly court, to restore the order of the wilderness and the world. All must obey. Xian, or rather the Jade Emperor. After enduring countless tribulations within a single Yuan Hui, he finally returned successfully commanding the three realms with divine authority. Has he finally arrived? Mu Chen slowly squinted his eyes. This marked the beginning of the tale of the Fengshan calamity following the establishment of the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, Hou, Yi, and Qua Fu were utterly shocked, their expressions reflecting their astonishment. The human race has always believed itself to be the protagonist of the world. However, the sudden emergence of the heavenly court triggered a sense of rebellion. Why should it be so? We, the human race, are the true rulers of the world. What nonsense is this heavenly court so ignorant? Would you all be willing to follow me to the heavenly court and eradicate these so-called gods from the heavens? Mu Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. A group of celestial beings without any real power aimed to destroy the heavenly court. This was sheer madness. It seemed they had indeed been sheltered for too long. Thus they had no awareness of their own limitations. Detected a battle between humans and gods, please choose host. Option 1, remain a detached observer saying nothing and watch the human race suffer a crushing defeat. Option 2, become the leader of the human race, overturn the heavenly court, and become the sovereign of the primordial chaos. If successful, you may obtain a chaotic supreme treasure fragment. Mu Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. Although the reward was tempting, he thought, "Dear friends, I can only wish you good luck." Next, Mu Chen watched as the most formidable cultivators on the Xinzhou land gathered together and marched towards the heavenly court with great momentum. This scene was extraordinarily spectacular. It was passionate and blood-pumping. Then, they were ruthlessly suppressed by the heavenly soldiers and generals. The gap between humans and gods was thoroughly manifested at that moment. The remaining people felt the might of the heavenly court, terrified, and fled in all directions. They came with great fervor, but left in a pitiful state. From then on, the peak power of the human race suffered heavy casualties, with many falling one after another. The civilization of cultivation was nearly extinguished. Mu Chen spent decades watching this spectacle. He smirked. The reason the human race was so weak ultimately stemmed from themselves. It turned out to be due to their own actions. One must understand that if they did not act, they would not perish. They were originally developing well, yet the human race became too arrogant and thus severely regressed. If it were not for this, Fushi and later generations might not have been able to lead the human race. Sigh. Although we are both of the human race, there is no way to save you. Mu Chen sighed. At the same time, he obtained the answer he desired. He prepared to return to the mortal realm. Before leaving, he instructed Hou, Yi, and Qua Fu to continue their travels and cultivation in the mortal world. However, they must not reveal their own cultivation. In simpler terms, they should just survive. They had to endure until the time of canonization, when Mu Chen would have great use for them. Yes, master. Qua Fu and Hou Yi replied in unison. With their promise, Mu Chen departed with peace of mind. Now that the great powers of the human race were mostly dead or injured, he was not worried, even if Qua Fu and Hou Yi were among the strongest. In the sea of clouds, Mu Chen opened his eyes and lazily stretched. This descent to the mortal realm over several hundred years felt like watching a grand performance. At the same time, it served as a reminder to himself. Do not become arrogant. Do not become arrogant. Until he attains sanctification, he must absolutely avoid being reckless. It's time to cultivate. In a few more millennia, I can obtain the handle of the Qingping sword. With this thought, Mu Chen slowly closed his eyes and began his rigorous retreat. Hundreds of years later, an excited voice echoed across the sea of clouds. Master, I have returned. Mu Chen opened his eyes. With a thought, the sea of clouds parted, and the Monkey King instantly entered the grand formation of the sea of clouds, kneeling on the ground. Greetings, master. I have returned. Countless years passed. The Monkey King had fully matured and had even broken through to the level of Daluo Xian. With the majority of the divine abilities bestowed by Mu Chen, he was a dominant figure even across the vast wilderness as long as no saints intervened. Mu Chen recalled something. Little Ten, how did your battle with Luo go? The Monkey King grinned. Reporting to Master Luo is no longer my opponent. It's a pity he refuses to reveal the whereabouts of that Qilin and has an unusual means of escape. I have been pursuing him all these years. So why have you come this time? I specifically stopped by to see you, master, and knowing that you enjoy quiet cultivation, I brought you some celestial materials and treasures. Indeed, such filial piety is rare, but I have already reached the heavens in my cultivation and do not need so much. Mu Chen opened his eyes in shock. A pile of spirit herbs and treasures as large as a small mountain lay together, all of excellent quality, including several innate spiritual treasures. It should be noted that treasures are divided into innate and acquired. Innate treasures are further divided into innate spiritual treasures and innate supreme treasures. Supreme treasures are the best, followed by spiritual treasures. However, any innate item is extremely powerful. Thus, Mu Chen couldn't help but be astonished. Upon inquiry, he learned that the Monkey King had made quite a name for himself in the vast wilderness, having gained a notorious reputation in the extreme north and being titled the Demon King with immense power. All these treasures were offerings from his subordinates. Mu Chen coughed twice. They are of no use to me, but considering your intentions, I shall accept them. The Monkey King nodded and waved his sleeve lightly. Countless pills and treasures flew out. These are offerings from the three sisters to Master. They are said to have found the volcano where Yuan Feng once lived and are currently in secluded cultivation inside. They said they would return to seek an audience with Master once they achieve great success in their cultivation. Mu Chen nodded. You are thoughtful. Little Tin had lived with the three little phoenixes for countless years, so their bond was naturally deep. After some casual conversation, the Monkey King departed once more. Mu Chen then began to swallow all those miraculous pills in one go. Now with the body refined from the blood of Pangu, he was not afraid of the side effects of the pills. After devouring dozens of them, feeling the surging spiritual power enveloping his body, he finally halted his actions and began to cultivate. Huff! Mu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. High-level cultivation methods could no longer satisfy him. If he wished to break through to the Quasi-Saint level or beyond, he must find a stronger cultivation method. He had long coveted Haoshan's Hongmeng heart method, but ultimately could not bring himself to do it. Forget it, let nature take its course. Mu Chen closed his eyes. 100 years later, Mu Chen suddenly opened his eyes from his closed-door cultivation. An unsettled feeling. He felt that something was amiss. This had never happened before. Now with Mu Chen's realm at Daluo, he was sensitive to the resonance with the heavens and earth, so something must have occurred. Strange, if it's not me, then who could it be? Mu Chen fell into deep thought. Thus several more decades passed. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding, detecting that the Monkey King is engaged in a fierce battle with the Demon Master Qilin in the North Sea. Please make a choice. Option 1, showcase strength and go to the North Sea to suppress Qilin together with the Monkey King. If successful, you can support the Monkey King to become the new Demon Emperor ruling over the demon race. Option 2, observe quietly and wait for the outcome, obtaining the fragment of the Taishang Qin Qi method. He pondered the options for a long while. Finally, Mu Chen coughed dryly twice, somewhat sheepishly. Sure, Xiao, it's not that your master lacks reliability. Truly, the reward is simply too tempting. The supreme Qin Qi cultivation method, a cultivation scripture of the sages themselves. Across the heavens and earth, only the three pure ones are said to possess it. Even a fragmented version far surpasses any high-tier cultivation art he himself wielded. But why had Sure Xiao gone after Qilin? A moment's reflection clarified it for Mu Chen. Sure Xiao must have obtained Qilin's whereabouts from Luo. Yet instead of returning first to report, he'd charged straight toward the northern sea, intent on capturing Qilin and dragging him back here. At once, Mu Chen felt a dull throb behind his temples. Though Sure Xiao now stood among the supreme overlords of the Honghuang realm, Qilin was no ordinary foe. He had once listened to the Dao lectures of Hongjun at the Zixiao Palace. After eons of cultivation, he had long ascended to the pinnacle of the quasi-sage realm. Even within the Cloud Sea formation, Mu Chen doubted he could do more than hold his own against Qilin. For now, Sure Xiao stood no chance. Sure Xiao, give it your all, but if things turn dire, flee without hesitation. Once I rise, I'll restore your honor. He murmured inwardly. Sure Xiao bore Hongyun's blessing. So long as Qilin harbored no intent to kill, escape would pose no insurmountable challenge. More importantly, even if Mu Chen himself emerged from the Cloud Sea formation, his cultivation would remain only at the initial stage of the Great Luo mysterious immortal realm. Together, they still wouldn't match Qilin, and rushing in would merely deliver their heads to him. At this thought, Mu Chen chose the second option, both humbled and elated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Tai Ching fragment. A torrent of profound insights from the fragmented scripture flooded his mind. Within moments, he grasped its essence and resumed cultivation without delay. Time flowed quietly onward. Mu Chen's cultivation advanced steadily. He had reached the early stage of the Great Luo mysterious immortal realm and was gradually approaching its middle stage. Yet Tongbi Yuanhou remained silent. Hongyun too had not returned. Mu Chen frowned faintly, a quiet unease stirring within him. Could they truly have been slain? At the thought, a flash of killing intent flickered across his eyes. If Qilin dared provoke such doom, then upon attaining sagehood, his first decree would be the utter annihilation of the demonic clans led by Qilin. As for Sure Xiao, Mu Chen felt no urgency. At worst, he could descend into the netherworld and retrieve Sure Xiao's soul. After all, Holy Sovereign Hutu still owed him a profound debt of gratitude. Decades passed. Mu Chen grew restless and prepared to dispatch a phantom body to investigate. Then beyond the Cloud Sea formation, a towering, majestic figure slowly materialized. Bowing slightly, the figure intoned. Elder. Mu Chen started in surprise. UD. He hurriedly ushered him inside. By now countless eons had passed. Xian was no longer the young Taoist acolyte of old. His countenance exuded solemn dignity and righteous majesty. Even standing motionless, he radiated an irresistible imperial aura. Having presided over the celestial, terrestrial, and nether realms' shared destiny, his cultivation had soared to a terrifyingly profound level. Indeed, the era had changed. Mu Chen dared no longer treat him as a mere novice to be misled. He asked, "What brings His Majesty the Jade Emperor to my humble abode?" Xian dropped all pretense before Mu Chen, offering a gentle smile. Over these long centuries, he had never forgotten the gratitude owed for that millennium-long covenant forged under Mu Chen's guidance. Mu Chen asked again, "What brings your majesty to me today?" Yudi bowed respectfully. "I have come solely to express my deepest gratitude for your guidance during those 1,000 years elder. Moreover, though the Dao Ancestor decreed it, I remain inexperienced in establishing the celestial court. So many eons have passed, yet I still fall short of the Dao Ancestor's expectations. Thus I am deeply troubled and seek your wisdom." Hearing this, Mu Chen smiled. He had just been lamenting the lack of capable allies, when one arrived unbidden. He chuckled softly. "Your Majesty, with you presiding over the celestial court, its foundation is unshakable. Yet the beings of the Honghuang realm know nothing of your true strength." Yudi looked curious. "Then what should I do?" Mu Chen's expression turned enigmatic. I cannot say precisely. That path must be found by your Majesty alone. However, I have performed a subtle divination. The ideal candidate would be an ancient being of formidable power, yet one presently unaffiliated with any faction or lineage. Oh, and I recall a certain foolish bird who once served as Grand Preceptor under Emperor Dijun's celestial court. Mu Chen trailed off there. Upon hearing those words, Yu Di's eyes gleamed, clearly recognizing the name Qilin, the Grand Preceptor of Demons. An ancient entity who had heard the Dao lectures at the Zixiao Palace. Defiant, unyielding, stripped of his former dominion, immensely powerful, and now embroiled in bitter enmity with the nascent celestial court. Was he not the perfect stepping stone? Subduing Qilin would not only awe the three realms, but also elevate the celestial court's prestige. And since maintaining cosmic order was the celestial court's sacred mandate, such an act would also earn the trust and reverence of all sentient beings. At this realization, Xian rejoiced. "Grateful for your guidance, elder. I shall return shortly." He had been agonizing over this very dilemma, yet Mu Chen had just handed him the perfect solution. Without further delay, Xian departed in haste. Mu Chen watched as the Jade Emperor hurriedly departed, unable to suppress a smile. His luck was truly extraordinary. To put it plainly, Qilin and the others were also students from the time when Hongjun imparted his teachings. However, after the Great Calamity, Qilin established his own faction, showing no allegiance or intention to side with Hongjun's group. Such individuals would inevitably face elimination. In the original work, Qilin was suppressed by the Primordial Lord when humanity was on the rise. Now Mu Chen had merely advanced this plot. Mu Chen sighed with relief and returned to his cultivation. "Shall sure wait a little longer. Reinforcements sent by your master are on the way." The heavenly court had to be established and adhere to Hongjun's will. Even the saints could not stop it, let alone a mere quasi-saint. On a small island, a terrifying aura and mist surrounded the area. At the center of the small island, what about that monkey? "Master, that monkey has already fainted." A middle-aged man in black with a hawk-like nose sat on a stone platform, his expression indifferent. It was Qilin. The long-armed monkey had been brought here by him, forced to spar with his subordinates day and night. Despite its formidable physical strength, it had grown utterly exhausted over the long passage of time. "My lord, why not just kill him?" a small turtle's-held demon asked curiously. Qilin sneered. "Fool, what can be accomplished by killing a mere Great Luo? Do you know why I deliberately toy with that guy without striking him down? It is to lure his master Mu Chen here to avenge past grievances. Although Mu Chen is from a distant past, he is merely a quasi-saint. Apart from Kong Xian, I have never feared anyone below the level of a saint." Qilin was exceedingly pleased. Ever since he saw the red cloud beneath the long-armed monkey's feet, he realized that the monkey's master, the one named Mu Chen, was the mysterious figure who had obstructed him from killing Red Cloud back in the day. Since being repelled by Mu Chen, he had kept a close watch on that cloud sea to the south. It was highly likely that Red Cloud had been devoured by Mu Chen. During the time of the witch demon calamity, as a demon master, he was always waiting to lead a group of formidable demons to seek revenge. However, to his disappointment, more than a dozen Yuan meetings had passed, yet this guy had not once stepped out of the cloud sea's reach. This left Qilin speechless. Too cautious. There seemed to be no opportunity at all. For a moment, he even doubted whether Mu Chen was already dead. However, now, his disciple had come knocking on his door, which provided Qilin with an opportunity. If Mu Chen were to discover Kunpeng's intentions at this moment, Thinking about how there was a quasi-saint constantly plotting his demise, he would certainly be startled, thumping his chest, and exclaiming, "Scaring me to death," before hiding away for several 100,000 years as a sign of respect. Just as the two were hurling insults at each other, an unparalleled beam of light shone down from the sky, directly dispelling the clouds and mist surrounding the small island, making everything clear. Qilin suddenly looked up, a flash of shock and fury crossing his eyes. He roared, "Bold! Who dares to ruin my formation?" In the next moment, he received a response. A tremendous oppressive force manifested. The heavens trembled. The clouds of the 9 heavens all descended. In Kunpeng's vision, a towering figure appeared above the cloud sea. "What is this?" Kunpeng's pupils contracted. The person stood with hands behind his back, a mighty voice echoing throughout the 3 realms. "As the first beast of the heavens and earth, Kunpeng, not only do you fail to appreciate the creation of heaven and earth and respect the divine order of the heavenly court, but you also gather the remnants of the demon race here, defying our celestial authority. You are commanded to surrender immediately, or else die." Kunpeng was dumbfounded. The heavenly court. He had been waiting here for Chu Chen. How did he end up being confronted by the heavenly court? However, he seemed to have no grievances with them. "Are you sick? I have no conflict with you, so what do you want with me, eh? Do you think I fear you?" Kunpeng scoffed. The massive figure showed no reaction and coldly repeated, "Surrender immediately. Otherwise, die." To put it plainly, the heavenly court was the boss now. Kunpeng, as a rebellious beast, was certainly a source of concern for the heavenly court. Moreover, since the Jade Emperor had listened to Chu Chen's persuasion, he was now determined to use Kunpeng as an example to instill fear across the 3 realms. Regardless of whether Kunpeng had any conflict with the heavenly court, he was to be dealt with. As for the reason behind it, that was of no concern. Sensing the ironclad killing intent from the other party, Kunpeng was enraged. He had never encountered such provocation. In a fit of rage, he revealed his true form. His massive body, towering over 100,000 feet, cast a shadow over the entire land. As a powerful, ferocious beast from the ancient times, he naturally would not submit. "Kill!" Kunpeng shouted loudly, unafraid, preparing to charge directly into the clouds. However, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. He was struck back to the sea by a single palm. Just then, a figure with no aura descended from the sky. With hands behind his back, he seemed to be looking up, yet it felt as if he was looking down on Kunpeng. With his arrival, the entire world seemed to fall silent. "Who are you? Do you also wish for me to submit?" Kunpeng shouted fiercely, feeling uneasy. The golden-clad man spoke lightly. His powerful voice resonated throughout the mortal realm. "I am the Heavenly Emperor. I am the Heavenly Emperor." This declaration resonated like thunder, even causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Kunpeng roared ominously. "Don't think that just because you are a little attendant by the side of the Dao Ancestor, I cannot deal with you." Xian stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "As an attendant of Hongjun, I have been comprehending the Dao by the side of the Dao Ancestor since childhood, possessing countless powerful divine abilities. Now, having returned after understanding the cycles of calamities and holding the heavenly court's fortune, I have already become an exceedingly terrifying existence. Even if I have not yet become a saint, I already possess an aura of invincibility beneath the saints." Seeking death, Kunpeng charged into the depths of the North Sea, stirring up waves and winds. With the flapping of its wings, dark clouds loomed overhead, and the waves surged violently. Countless terrifying water tornadoes erupted from the sea surface, heading directly towards the Jade Emperor and the surrounding land. This scene was akin to the end of the world. Heoshan's expression remained impassive. With a single step, he appeared in the very center of the North Sea. Without any movement, his figure gradually became enveloped in brilliant golden light. In the next moment, countless golden rays erupted from Heoshan's majestic figure. The instant the tornadoes came into contact with the light, they instantly crumbled. The entire North Sea was split in two from its center, with the rocks at the seabed clearly visible. Watching this scene, not only the countless beings secretly watching the battlefield within the 3 realms, but even the unconscious great sage equal to heaven was awakened and left in awe. Originally thinking of himself as a dominant figure within the 3 realms, he suddenly felt his own insignificance. Compared to the likes of Kunpeng and the Jade Emperor, his divine abilities and talents were utterly insignificant, let alone the saints. Kunpeng, bathed in golden light, was unable to withstand the sea's force and emitted a cry of pain, soaring into the sky, wanting to flee. Now that Heoshan's fortune was at its peak, he was not a match. Xian remained expressionless and clenched his hand in midair. True God's lightning control, a dragon clan's ultimate technique, also a necessary skill that Chu Chen taught to newcomers. Having accompanied Chu Chen for 1,000 years, Xian had naturally mastered it. Boom! Thousands of bolts of thunder descended from the sky. each one as thick as a mountain, relentlessly striking down upon Qinpeng's body. Qinpeng desperately resisted, but blood splattered from its body. Bang bang bang. After an unknown duration, the Jade Emperor finally slowed his strikes. One could see Qinpeng's massive dark shadow battered and bruised, crashing into the ocean, causing countless waves, and then there was no further movement. Xian slowly turned his head and proclaimed loudly, "By the order of heaven and earth, spare Qinpeng's life for now, or should he dare to disrupt the beings of the three realms again, I will kill him." This statement was not only heard by the heavenly soldiers behind him, nearly all beings within the three realms could hear it. It was a form of invisible intimidation. Countless beings who originally held disdain for the heavenly court now displayed expressions of vigilance. In the primordial chaos, strength was paramount. Even a being as powerful as the quasi-saint Qinpeng. Back in the day, the fierce beasts that heard the Dao Ancestor preach were all utterly defeated beneath Haoshan's might. This level of combat power required caution from countless individuals. The Jade Emperor glanced over the entire small island and caught sight of the great sage equal to heaven. He certainly knew that this was Mu Chen's disciple. However, given his current identity, it was inconvenient to speak to a primordial demon monkey, so he simply left. Not long after, the great sage equal to heaven broke free from his restraints. Countless demon beasts under Qinpeng had long fled in fear. After a brief recovery, he also departed from this place. Having witnessed this battle, he resolved firmly. He would continue to cultivate and would not leave seclusion until he reached quasi-saint. In the underworld, within a boundless sea of blood, the severely injured Qinpeng arrived here. I never expected someone as strong as you would fall to this state. A terrifying and eerie old man appeared from the depths of the blood sea, sitting cross-legged in the void, surrounded by countless ghastly, ghostly figures swirling in blood. Qinpeng transformed into human form, his face pale, and coldly snorted. "Mingi, don't give me that sarcastic talk. It's truly that the heavenly court is too overbearing. Mingi, the old ancestor, an ancient existence known to be immortal as long as the blood sea exists." Back in the day, he had listened to Hongjun's teachings alongside Qinpeng in the Zixiao Palace, and the two had a good relationship. The heavenly court is indeed powerful, but don't you find it strange why they suddenly chose to target you? Qinpeng was taken aback. This statement made sense. However, he clearly hadn't done anything recently. Wait. Qinpeng's eyes suddenly lit up as he cursed. "It must be that Mu Chen's doing." Mingi asked curiously, "Is he the one who snatched away the red cloud from you back then?" Qinpeng nodded, viciously recounting the entire story. Then, with a face full of indignation, he said, "This time with Xian personally intervening, it definitely has something to do with this sinister fellow. Damn it, I should have led the demon clan to directly attack his Taoist temple back then." Mingi chuckled. "Interesting, truly interesting. To be able to deceive Xian into acting personally, this fellow is indeed something special." Qinpeng roared to the heavens in anger, causing the blood sea to begin to boil. "Damn it, once I recover, I will definitely kill this guy." Seeing his friend so furious, Mingi smiled faintly. "Don't worry, my blood sea divine powers are about to reach completion, and I have a vague opportunity to become a saint. When the time comes, I will personally accompany you, and anyone who is a half-saint will find it difficult to escape our combined assault. I am also quite curious to see this fellow who has remained in the sea of clouds for countless epochs without ever stepping out. Just what is so special about him? Is he truly a match for me, the old ancestor of Mingi?" Within the cloud sea formation, Xian arrived promptly to explain the situation to Mu Chen and express his gratitude. "The strategy devised by your predecessor must be incredibly useful. Perhaps soon no one in the three realms will dare to underestimate the heavenly court." Mu Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Underestimating. Once the divine tribulation is over, you will be the top dog. The three teachings will not hold a candle to you." Of course, such profound secrets Mu Chen would not disclose for the time being. Upon learning that the arm-extending monkey was still alive, Mu Chen offered a few more pointers. Judging the heavenly court entirely from a modern perspective, such as establishing prestige with celestial beings descending to flaunt their power and founding a divine path for worship. More importantly, it involves the systematic management of talent. There is no need for small fry, one should only recruit experts following an elite route. Hearing these words, Xian felt as though he had been enlightened. Indeed, if that were the case, it would maintain the heavenly court's prestige while also allowing them to rule over the mortal realm. How could he have not thought of such a brilliant plan? Realizing this, Xian took his leave, leaving in high spirits. At that moment, he finally understood why the Dao Ancestor treated Mu Chen so differently. It was not due to cultivation level, it was simply because Mu Chen's thoughts had transcended beyond the three realms. Conversing with him seemed to effortlessly resolve any issue, whether it was understanding the Dao or other matters. Mu Chen watched as the Jade Emperor departed. Finally, a lingering concern was laid to rest. At that moment, ding, congratulations to the host, your 10th ascent of your fishing has concluded, and you have obtained the body of the Qingping sword. The voice fell. An indestructible snow-white sword body floated out of the pool, hovering before Mu Chen. He glanced at it. Now he possessed both the body and hilt of the Qingping sword. It seemed he only lacked an item to fuse them. It was clearly a good thing. Yet for some reason Mu Chen still felt somewhat uneasy. A wave of suspicion washed over him. Had he caught someone's attention again? One must know that the divine tribulation was about to commence, and Mu Chen certainly did not wish to encounter any mishaps at this time. Crisis detected for the host. Please continue to make a choice. Option 1. After fishing for a millennium, gain the system's deduction method capable of unraveling the details of all things. Option 2. After fishing for a millennium, gain a powerful attack divine ability of the same level. Mu Chen's eyes lit up. He understood that this was the system coming to assist him. Without hesitation, he chose option 1. He then began to enter seclusion. A millennium is not long. This feeling of unease was quite strange. Being exceedingly cautious by nature, Mu Chen naturally had to investigate thoroughly. In no time, even the matter of the Qingping sword was placed on the back burner. 50 years later, the arm-extending monkey returned fully healed from its injuries. Mu Chen opened the cloud sea, but did not speak, focusing intently on his seclusion. The arm-extending monkey entered the cloud sea, and noticing Mu Chen in seclusion, obediently settled down in a corner to meditate. A millennium passed like a wisp of smoke. Significant changes had occurred in the mortal realm. Due to the defeat in the Great War, the cultivation culture had completely withered. Sect empires had vanished without a trace, and tribes became the norm for mortal survival. One day, an infant named Fushi was born in the mortal realm, symbolizing the complete arrival of the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Above the cloud sea, Mu Chen opened his eyes. Ding, detecting that the host has completed a millennium of fishing, gaining the deduction method. Instantly, a surge of overwhelming memories flooded into Mu Chen's mind. Mu Chen closed his eyes and began to learn. Now, as a Great Luo Xian immortal, only a thin line separated him from becoming a quasi-saint, granting him exceptional comprehension of any divine ability. Thus, merely a few years later, Mu Chen mastered it. He then began the deduction process, lasting a full 3 months. Mu Chen opened his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. He deduced that the Qilin, after being injured, rushed to the netherworld. He also deduced a blood sea filled with vengeful spirits and resentment. As expected, Mu Chen found the truth and murmured, so it was that damned ancestor of the river of Hades. Mu Chen almost forgot about this character. It is said that since the opening of the primordial chaos, the underworld has existed, and within it lies a realm beyond the 3 realms, the blood sea of the underworld. Within the blood sea of the underworld, a placenta was naturally birthed, which later became the renowned ancestor of the river of the underworld. The river of the underworld once listened to Hongjun preach before the Zixiao palace, later witnessing Nuwa create humanity and sanctify herself, and also creating the Azura race, aspiring to attain sanctification through merit like Nuwa, but unfortunately failed. It is known that the Azura clan enhances their strength by devouring the souls of beings from the underworld, making them extremely malevolent. Back then, due to the formidable power of the witch clan, the Azura clan remained hidden in the blood sea, focusing on silent cultivation, thus being forgotten by Mu Chen. Almost forgot about this guy. He is quite a ruthless character. Mu Chen frowned. He had evaded numerous calamities within the river of the underworld. He had almost lived as cautiously as himself. Surely his ambitions were great. Comparing hearts, Mu Chen felt that this guy would definitely be difficult to deal with. Moreover, considering the relationship between the river of the underworld and Qilin, now that Qilin seeks help, the two would surely come to take revenge on him. Detecting host has acquired the deduction method. Please continue to choose. Option 1. Hide within the cloud sea and cultivate diligently for 100,000 years to obtain the clay of all things can repair the Qingping sword. Option 2. Go to the underworld to eliminate the Azura clan, causing a significant decrease in the power of the river of the underworld, and obtain the Pangu cultivation method, top-grade cultivation technique. Mu Chen clicked his tongue. The Pangu cultivation method. It is probably one of the rarest cultivation techniques in the world. If he were to obtain it and then isolate himself for a few billion years, attaining sanctification would likely be a piece of cake. However, to go to the underworld to eliminate the Azura clan means facing 2 quasi-saint beings simultaneously. Upon realizing this, Mu Chen understood that this was still a single-choice question. No, absolutely cannot seek death. As long as they are not saints, they cannot break through his grand formation, thus posing no significant threat to him. I choose option 1. Mu Chen made his choice. He then heard ding, achievement system activated. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the Primordial Cautious King achievement, surpassing the river of the underworld to become the first cautious being of the primordial era, receiving the favor of the Great Dao. Current host attribute panel, host Mu Chen. Race human. Realm Great Luo Xian Immortal early peak. Divine abilities Law of Heaven and Earth Avatar of the Outer Heaven 36 Laws of the Heavenly Gang True God's Thunder Control Method Inch Space Fire Eye Golden Eye Fire God Method for Body Protection. Techniques Low-level breathing techniques High-level breathing techniques Zhu Rong's Fire Control Method Fragments of the Taishang Pure Qi Method. Weapons Imitation of the Four Swords of the Immortals Demon Suppressing Tower Spirit Dispersing Gourd Immortal Suppressing Cauldron All Things Brush Absolute Immortal Spear. Treasures 3-flavored True Fire A Drop of Waters Origin Gift. Red Cloud Gift 12-petal Industry Fire Lotus. Achievement Unlocked Primordial Cautious King Extra Great Dao Fortune gained instantly. An invisible aura descended from the heavens merging into Mu Chen's body. Already ethereal Mu Chen's aura deepened, as if containing the essence of the Great Dao. Mu Chen felt the changes in his body, still looking bewildered. What is happening? Is the system looking down on him? The system explained. In the primordial era, all beings that are first are favored by the heavenly Dao. This is a law. Now that the host has unlocked the Cautious King achievement, through billions of years blessed by the Great Dao, the speed of cultivation has significantly increased. Mu Chen. Alright, although the name is a bit hard to accept. However, this favor from the Great Dao is still quite appealing. So after some thought, Mu Chen decided to accept it. Congratulations, host, for unlocking an achievement for the first time. Please accept the system gift package. Option 1. After the next fishing session, the host can randomly comprehend a Great Dao principle. There is only one option. But when Mu Chen heard the words principle, his pupils suddenly constricted. Great Dao principles. These are powerful means that only saints can comprehend. Like the 3,000 deities and demons from the primordial chaos, they are the 3,000 Great Dao principles. The later 12 ancestral witches are even more outstanding among the principles. For instance, the ancestral witch of fire Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch of water Gong Gong, and the ancestral witch of space Di Jiang, etc. They all comprehend the principles. Thus they establish their strength in the primordial era. If he could comprehend during the Great Luo period, then his combat power would absolutely surge, becoming an invincible existence within the same realm. Mu Chen felt elated. The system finally came through with something impressive. If he could unexpectedly comprehend advanced principles like space or time, then with his current strength as a Great Luo Xian Immortal, he would likely be able to contend with quasi-saints. Even during the great tribulation of the gods, he could go out and explore, no longer needing to hide timidly here. Thinking of this, Mu Chen stood up. Before entering seclusion, he still needed to do some things. In the distance, the long-armed monkey noticed and respectfully stood up to bow. Greetings, master. Mu Chen glanced at it. The long-armed monkey, having experienced the battle between Qilin and the Jade Emperor, was no longer as arrogant as it once was. Simply put, it had matured. That Qilin is a ferocious beast that has existed since ancient times, roughly the same age as my master. It's common for you not to be able to defeat him. Mu Chen offered a symbolic consolation, and then said, there is a baby among the human race named Fushi. You go down the mountain to find Ho, Yi, and Qua Fu, telling them to support Fushi in unifying the human race and ascending to the throne. Though the long-armed monkey did not understand, it still accepted the task and instantly disappeared into the cloud sea. As he watched the long-armed monkey depart, Mu Chen withdrew his gaze, preparing to observe the trends of the mortal realm. Fushi becoming the celestial emperor of humanity was an inevitable tide. Fushi in ancient times was indeed the elder brother of Nuwa, who fell during the calamity of the witches and monsters. Now reincarnated as a human, all the divine beings in the three realms would show some respect for him, considering Nuwa's status. Moreover, with the heavenly court just established, Xian needed to establish authority in the mortal world, making Fushi the best choice to win over the Saint Nuwa. Not only would the heavenly court support Fushi, but disciples from the three teachings would also assist him, further promoting their doctrines in the mortal realm. This matter was somewhat secretive in the three realms. Everyone knew it, yet no one spoke of it. Even Mu Chen had quietly deduced it through his calculations. This also resolved Mu Chen's previous doubts. Nuwa was a deity that had existed since the Hongjun era, while Fushi, as the celestial emperor of humanity, was quite late on the timeline. The reason was that Fushi had reincarnated. Next, the long-armed monkey found the mortal cultivators Qua Fu and Ho Yi, who had already become scattered immortals during their time in the mortal realm. In the mortal tribes, they were considered beings of immortal caliber. However, they followed Mu Chen's orders and never revealed their divine powers, thus remaining obscure. The master has commanded you to descend and assist Fushi in unifying humanity. Upon achieving this, you will ascend immediately. The two looked at the long-armed monkey. Filled with shock and fear, the powerful aura was something they had never encountered outside of their master. We obey the master's and senior brother's decree. The two respectfully acknowledged this. They then descended and began to assist Fuxi. 10 years later, Fuxi exhibited extraordinary phenomena in the mortal world. With Hou and Quafu, the two great scattered immortals by his side, he was unmatched in the mortal realm. Soon after, the Saint Nuwa surprisingly emerged from her seclusion and traversed the three realms. Everyone in the three teachings was aware and sent people to form good relations with Fuxi. Watching this scene, Mu Chun on the cloud sea array smiled. It's good to have connections. Just upon his birth, all the major figures of the three realms came to establish ties. With luck surrounding him, he was a favored child of heaven destined to easily overcome adversaries and achieve sainthood. Isn't this the very embodiment of a child of destiny? Thinking of this, Mu Chun couldn't help but sigh. Comparing oneself to others truly infuriates. He then began to enter seclusion. With the 10th Ascendier deadline approaching, he aimed to comprehend the laws and integrate with the Qingping sword, which was currently his top priority. Time flowed like water. Before he knew it, 1,000 years had passed. In that time, Fuxi fulfilled the destined script, unifying humanity. By initiating a prosperous era for humanity and completing his merits, he received the Dao's favor, ascending to the Fire Cloud Cave and achieving the position of Celestial Emperor of Humanity with quasi-saint power. 100 years later, Quafu and Hou also attained the position of Celestial Immortal due to their contributions in supporting Fuxi. They approached the primordial chaos and entered the cloud sea array, respectfully kneeling before Mu Chun. I pay my respects to the master. Mu Chun smiled and nodded at the two. Although now Hou and Quafu were merely at the Celestial Immortal level. In their past lives, they were great witches with extraordinary talents. Now reaching the Celestial Immortal level, their future cultivation speed would only accelerate. With a casual wave of his hand, Mu Chun tossed high-level cultivation methods and some spirit pills and magical tools to the two. They were of no use to him anyway. You may choose to travel through the primordial chaos or continue your cultivation here. It is very dangerous. Even I may not be able to protect you fully. Mu Chun reminded them. Hou and Quafu exchanged glances. They then decided to explore the primordial chaos, growing stronger through their experiences. Mu Chun did not hinder this. Everyone has their own aspirations, let them venture forth. As for the little long-armed monkey, after being struck by the past, has become increasingly composed, remaining by Mu Chun's side in seclusion. Watching the two leave, Mu Chun smiled. His influence was beginning to take shape. His disciples included the long-armed monkey Xiao Shi, 3 fire phoenixes, Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, Xiao Jiu, Hou and Quafu, all of whom could potentially reach the quasi-saint level in the future. At this rate, even during the Fengshen calamity, his sect would be extremely powerful. It would even be possible for them to extinguish Qilin and the ancestor of the Mingyi. Still a few more people short. Should I coax a few more over? By the way, those guys like Neza and Yang Jian seem quite good. Mu Chun fell into contemplation. Since the time of Fux's sanctification, the human race officially embarked on the path of resurgence. Due to Fux's influence, people began to worship deities. After Fux's departure, Xian emerged, tasting myriad herbs to heal the people, earning their admiration. 100 years later, Xian also completed his meritorious deeds and ascended to the Fire Cloud Cave, becoming the Earth's sovereign after Fuxi. By this time, the human race had become increasingly prosperous. However, a divergence arose regarding the successor. Xianyuan sought to lead the human race forward with the rightful position, but Qiyu emerged, aiming to seize this position of succession. It is known that the position of the rightful heir of the human race is passed down from generation to generation. Fuxi passed it to Xian, and Xian intended to pass it to Xianyuan. At this time, Qiyu was dissatisfied. With a strong army and powerful influence, he questioned why the human race should be dictated by others. I refused to submit first. So they began to argue. As their argument escalated, they soon came to blows. Thus a great war among humans commenced. The heavens observed this. The mortals were actually fighting among themselves, and the heavens did not intervene, choosing instead to watch for the time being. This scene was quite entertaining for Mu Chun, who was among the onlookers in the sea of clouds. However, he had no desire to intervene. It was all too trivial. If one were to consider the lineage of the human race, he was the very first being to transform into a human. To him, figures like Fuxi were like great-great-grandchildren, deserving of a respectful greeting. Moreover, having witnessed the great calamity of Dragon and Han, and the great calamity of Wu and Yao, the battle between Xianyuan and Qiyu now seemed like child's play. It truly failed to pique his interest. The following days, Mu Chun went fishing while waiting for the passage of 100,000 years. One day, a fierce battle aura unexpectedly emanated from the vast ocean. This surprised Mu Chun. Ever since establishing his dojo in this 10th sand mile, no one had dared to stir trouble here. It was indeed a rare occurrence. He observed from the side and saw a true immortal grade Qilin panicking as it dashed into the ocean, fleeing in a frenzy. Behind it, a terrifying, armored demon general followed, closely expressionless with a cold gaze filled with murderous intent. After entering the ocean, he displayed an overwhelming arrogance. Each step he took caused the ocean to erupt with countless weaker beings perishing instantly. Nearby, Minister Turtle and the three demons trembled at the sight. "The tiger's sovereign," murmured Minister Turtle, "shall we not intervene?" Minister Turtle rolled his eyes. "This guy is clearly at the level of a Great Luo Xian. We are no match for him. The master will take action. My Qilin clan has no enmity with your Mingi, so why this relentless slaughter?" The young Qilin angrily demanded in the ocean. The young Qilin named Xian was a talented youth of the Qilin clan. Yet he was currently too weak to be a match for his opponent. The demon general remained expressionless. "The master has ordered the extermination of all true dragons and Qilins." Mu Chun furrowed his brow in the sea of clouds. This person exuded a lifeless aura mingled with the bloody scent of the underworld. But why was there a massacre of true dragons and Qilins? Mu Chun was puzzled, then began to deduce the cause and effect. After a while he understood. Defantion. This guy is one of the 4 demon kings under the command of the ancestor of Mingi. As for the slaughter of Qilins and true dragons, it was because Mingi and Qinpeng realized their ties to the lineage of true dragons and Qilins. Thus, to retaliate, Mingi sent Defantion to come. Mu Chen's expression darkened. He hadn't dealt with these two yet, and now they dared to come looking for trouble. Xian, feeling cornered, showed a look of despair. Ding, detecting that the host has encountered an enemy attack, please choose. Option 1, save Xian, incurring the enmity of the ancestor of Mingi. Option 2, remain indifferent, driving the two away and gain the ability of the mountain and river in hand. This time Mu Chun did not hesitate. He shouted, "Little 10. The arm-extending monkey had already noticed the unusual situation below. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from the demon general, he instinctively felt an uncontrollable desire to fight. However, he remained extremely composed and did not act rashly. At this moment, upon hearing Mu Chen's command, his eyes brightened, and he immediately flew down. Boom! The clouds in the sky parted. "Bold demons, cease your rampage in the endless sea." With a shout, a gigantic pillar of heaven descended upon Defantion with tremendous force. The demon general Defantion instinctively raised his arm to block. Bang! Instantly, the center of the entire ocean caved in, and Defantion was smashed into the seafloor by the arm-extending monkey. The Monkey King at the pinnacle of Daluo Golden Immortal refrained from action until now. When he struck, it was as if the sky shattered instantly, splitting the entire surface of the sea in half. After countless years in seclusion, the strength of the Monkey King had soared. In the next moment, the great Brahma emerged from the sea, drenched and radiating a formidable aura. As one of the 4 great demon lords under the old ancestor of the river of the underworld, he had never faced such provocation before, and now his expression darkened to an extreme. "I am the great Brahma of the river of the underworld. How dare you, mere monkey, challenge me?" The Monkey King paid no heed and swung his staff, the pillar of heaven, continuing his assault. Being one of the 4 divine monkeys, he showed no respect for heaven or earth, let alone a mere river of the underworld. Moreover, with his master right behind him, he felt invincible. The great Brahma grasped his spear and began to counterattack. Bang! 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 Wherever they clashed, it exploded. The ensuing battle turned the world upside down, and the creatures of the endless sea watched in shock. The battle between 2 Daluo Golden Immortals was exceedingly rare, even in the Primordial era. Time slowly passed, and several hours had already gone by. Yet the two continued to battle fiercely, with no clear victor. Mu Chen quietly observed this scene from the sky, having sent Xiao to help him regain his confidence. After all, he had faced significant setbacks in the past. Now it was evident that the approach was working. Originally, the Monkey King was merely one opportunity away from a breakthrough after his seclusion. Having now fought an evenly matched opponent, achieving the status of Daluo Xian Immortal was just a matter of time. After a little while, Mu Chen could no longer sit still. If these two kept fighting, it was likely that his endless sea would be destroyed. Thus, with a thought, he manifested at a rocky outcrop on the sea. His long hair flowed over his shoulders, and his clothes gently billowed in the wind. There was no display of might, yet he exuded an aura of unmatched strength. This was the sign of a quasi-saint, demonstrating the essence of returning to simplicity. He spoke softly, "Come back." The Monkey King, startled, quickly withdrew and approached Mu Chen. "Who is it?" The great Brahma squinted at the figure in gray, unable to sense any pressure, and thus sneered. "One isn't enough, so you bring 2. Do you seek death?" The Monkey King glanced at him with an odd expression, while Mu Chen remained silent. He held no mercy for the minions of the river of the underworld and Qinpeng. If he could kill, he would. Now, daring to enter his territory was akin to seeking death. In the next moment, Mu Chen gently extended a finger. Instantly, a terrifying bolt of lightning shot forth, and although the great Brahma attempted to block with his spear, he was still sent flying thousands of miles, crashing heavily into the sea. What? The great Brahma was filled with shock. But before he could react, Chu Chen, as if in the blink of an eye, appeared beside him. With a casual slap boom, the great Brahma spat out a mouthful of black blood, his entire body crashing back into the depths of the sea. The water surged to both sides. In the center there was complete vacuum. The great Brahma's figure plunged straight to the seabed, firmly embedding into the rocks below, his face filled with horror and dread. Looking at Chu Chen above the surface, calm and unruffled, he felt a wave of terror in his heart. A quasi-saint. It was undoubtedly a quasi-saint. If he weren't one, it would be impossible to be this powerful. In the next moment, he frantically plummeted, trying to escape back to the Yellow Springs. Chu Chen's expression was emotionless, with a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Coming to his territory to kill, did he truly believe he was easygoing? Without any words, Chu Chen extended a hand into the air. In an instant, a colossal hand appeared in the sky, intertwined with countless bolts of lightning and the essence of the Dao, exuding an aura of destruction. Then the giant palm descended. It pressed down upon the great Brahma. This was no longer a divine ability, it was merely Chu Chen's understanding of the world within his grand formation. Yet it was more terrifying than most divine abilities. The great Brahma attempted to flee, but felt he had no escape. Witnessing this scene, his very soul trembled. No, I am a disciple of the old ancestor of the river of the underworld. You cannot kill me, or the Azura clan will not spare you. Chu Chen replied indifferently. I am precisely here to kill you. With a thought, the giant hand crashed down. The great Brahma was instantly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. After completing this act, Chu Chen vanished from the surface of the sea. In the wake of this spectacle, the Monkey King trembled with excitement. It was the first time he had witnessed his master personally act. The result was an instant kill of a Daluo Golden Immortal. It was truly overwhelming. The other beings watched in worship, nearly kneeling in reverence. As the saying goes, after boasting one must run, lest they be slapped in the face. Chu Chen, as the system-recognized king of survival from the primordial era, naturally understands this principle. Above the sea of clouds, Xian trembled in the corner, seemingly stunned by the earlier battle. Chu Chen looked at this scene, and a smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to recall some amusing stories from years past. Thank you. Thank you for saving me, senior. Xian said hurriedly in a low voice upon sensing Chu Chen's gaze. He was simply too nervous. He had never encountered a terrifying existence that could annihilate a Daluo Jinxian with a mere snap of the fingers since his birth. Even his own ancestor might not have reached such a realm. Chu Chen inquired, what is the current situation of the Qilin clan? The Qilin Dragon and Phoenix clans suffered greatly after the calamity of the Dragon Han era. They had since disappeared from the world, only to be heard of occasionally in legends. Even Chu Chen was curious. Xian shook his head, looking dejected. The situation is not good, the Azura clan is too powerful, and many of my companions have died this time. What is your relationship with Xian? Chu Chen looked at him and suddenly asked. Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Senior, do you know our ancestor? Ancestor? Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then began to deduce, and a look of realization dawned upon him. It turned out that, back in the day, Xian and Ao Tian had left this place and learned of their clan's tragic fate. In despair, he led the remaining clan members to hide on the overseas Qilin island, starting their recuperation. Now Xian had even become the ancestor of the Qilin clan. However, due to the excessive killings during the Great Calamity among the three clans, the current generation of the three clans was far inferior to the previous one, no longer as prosperous as before. Thus, even the Azura clan dared to bully them. This matter is actually partly my fault, Chu Chen said with some guilt. After all, Kunpeng and Mingi were targeting him. The Qilin and Dragon clans were merely collateral damage. With this in mind, Chu Chen said, you will recuperate here for 10 years, and I will pass on my divine abilities to you. You can then tell Xian. May I ask what connection you have with our ancestor? Chu Chen did not answer, and smiled lightly. You will find out when you ask your ancestor later. Next, Chu Chen first tossed several innate spiritual treasures like the 10,000 things pinned to Xian. Then he transmitted the Zhu Rong fire control technique, and the three flames true fire to him. The Qilin are inherently associated with fire, making this technique the most suitable for them. 10 years later, Xian had mastered it to great perfection. Chu Chen said, you can go back now, you can pass on the techniques to the Qilin clan members, and from now on you should have the strength to protect yourselves. Shall sure you accompany him. If you encounter any Azura clan members on the way, just send them back home. The long-armed monkey sat cross-legged on the red cloud and responded respectfully. Before leaving, Xian bowed gratefully. Thank you, senior, for your great kindness. The Qilin clan will remember it in their hearts. With that, he hurriedly departed. In his eyes, the senior must be a being above the Quasi-Saint level. Now that he had gained his protection, the Qilin clan naturally had hope. He needed to quickly inform his ancestor of this news. Next, watching Qi Zhen and Xiao Shi depart, Mu Chun stroked his chin, falling into contemplation. The ancestors of Mingyi and Kuanpeng must have become enemies with him. Now that he had killed Ming's disciple De Fontaine, the two sides were bound to reach a deadlock. The problem was that Mingyi was a being born from the placenta of the Sea of Blood, inherently immortal. Even a saint would find it extremely difficult to completely kill him, unless the power of laws was used. After thinking for a long time, Mu Chen felt that if he could not find a solution, then survival was the only method. It's really not that I want to survive, it's just that the enemy is too powerful, Mu Chen convinced himself, and then began to continue his cultivation with satisfaction. 100,000 years. It's coming soon. At that time, he would be able to comprehend a force of laws, which meant that the day of his breakthrough would not be far off. On the way, the long-armed monkey detected the aura of the Azura clan and chased after it, instructing Qi Zhen to return to Qilin Island first. Qi Zhen nodded, not stopping along the way, and directly arrived at a celestial island overseas. Compared to the dominant position at the beginning of the Primordial era, the current Qilin Island seemed particularly desolate and dilapidated. Inside the island, more than a dozen Qilin were patrolling and on guard, all bearing different wounds. Ancestor. Qi Zhen arrived deep within the island. A terrifying figure as large as a small mountain slowly awakened from the shadows, surrounded by blazing flames, exuding endless power with every breath. It was Qi Yan. Now, after countless years of tempering, Qi Yan's lifespan had increased significantly, and his cultivation had reached a terrifying level. It seems you have not been killed by the Azura clan and have encountered some fortuitous events. Qi Yan spoke, his voice carrying calmness and a hint of relief. I met a senior who not only killed De Fontaine, but also taught me divine abilities to pass on to the clan. Oh, such good fortune exists. Yes, that senior lives in the Sea of Clouds and seems to know our ancestor. He treats me very well. Boom. It was as if the earth dragon had turned over. Qi Yan stood up straight, his figure large enough to cover the entire small island. However, at this moment, he was gasping for breath, staring intently at Qi Zhen. Wait, the Sea of Clouds. Are you talking about the Sea of Clouds in the extreme south of the Primordial era? Qi Zhen had never seen such a flustered ancestor and was quite frightened. He quickly laid out everything that had happened over the past 10 years. After hearing it all, tears welled up in Qi Yan's eyes. It was indeed the master. The master still remembers me. After leaving back then, Qi Yan took on the huge responsibility of protecting the clan. As the older generation of Qilin gradually passed away, he as the strongest among the Qilin bore an even greater responsibility. Unfortunately, the Qilin clan had deteriorated with each generation, unable to restore the glory of the early Dragon Han era. Thus, for countless years, he had to cultivate diligently, striving to protect Qilin Island. Because of this, he had no time or opportunity to return and see the master again. However, in his heart, he had always missed that Sea of Clouds. Now, knowing that Mu Chun had not forgotten it, and had even protected his clan, the once steadfast heart of Qi Yan could not help but break into tears. Ancestor, I will first pass on the divine abilities to the clan. This way, even if the Azura clan attacks again, we can respond calmly. Qi Zhen said happily. Qi Yan tried to maintain his calm in front of his descendants, nodding slightly. Yes, you may go first. Before leaving, Qi Zhen curiously asked, Ancestor, what is your connection with that senior? Can I apprentice under him? Upon hearing this, Qi Yan rolled his eyes. I can only call him master. If you become his disciple, wouldn't that make you my elder? I consider you my grandson, yet you want to be my elder brother. With that thought, Qi Zhen was unceremoniously slapped away toward the island. The poor Qi Zhen had no idea how he had displeased the ancestor. He touched his head, and then went to convey the divine ability to the clan with a face full of resentment. Meanwhile, Qi Yan was stirred with emotions, instructing his clan to be on guard before transforming into a beam of rainbow light and leaving Qilin Island. A heavy silence enveloped the deep sea. The wind howled, and the waves surged higher than the sky, filled with a powerful pressure. Qi Yan arrived here, taking human form. Clad in a fiery red cloak engulfed in flames, he raised the temperature of the entire sea region. He shouted at the same time, "Foolish dragon, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint dragon's roar echoed from the sea. A colossal black dragon gradually revealed itself, surfacing like an iceberg. After a long period of cultivation, Ao Tian had now become the ancestor of the dragon clan, ruling over a vast sea region. I thought it was a bastard from the Azura clan coming to die. Oh, why is it you? Ao Tian's voice boomed like thunder. Although the three clans had battled fiercely in the ancient times after the Great Calamity, Ao Tian and Xian became friends, and the relationship between their clans improved. Xian scoffed. What is the Azura clan? Don't joke around, that old ancestor of the River of Hades is quite troublesome. We are not what we used to be, and we still have to look after our clansmen. Aotion's voice carried a hint of loneliness. Seeing Aotion like this, Xian burst into laughter. What does that old ancestor of the river of Hades matter? The master knows about this and has already come to help us. Aotion's dragon pupils suddenly constricted. Instinctively shaking his dragon tail, the entire sea seemed to churn into a massive wave, throwing some young dragons far away. With a bewildered expression, he had no idea what was wrong with the ancestor. Master, are you talking about the master? Aotion was filled with astonishment. Of course I came to call you, you foolish dragon. The master has already sent someone to fend off the Azura clan's attacks. Now that we have the chance, why don't you hurry and thank the master? Xian said. Under ordinary circumstances, Aotion would have surely retorted, but at this moment, he had no mind for banter. He transformed directly into a black-robed man with 2 horns on his head, flying straight towards the extreme south cloud sea. The pressure was so immense that it cleared the clouds. Hey, foolish dragon, wait for me to reincarnate. Only this way can it show who is more loyal to the master. You can just lag behind and take your time. Wait for me. Chu Chen was currently cultivating over the cloud sea. He noticed 2 terrifying auras flying straight toward the sea and was not surprised at all. After all, he had a clear understanding of most matters since obtaining the divination method. He could only click his tongue in disbelief, not expecting that after so many years the 2 little fellows had already reached the quasi-saint level. However, upon careful reflection, it was only natural. Both were ancient beings who survived the initial calamity of the dragon era with exceptional talents, so it was logical for them to become quasi-saints. Chu Chen opened the cloud sea. In less than a while, Aotion and Xian arrived here. Upon seeing Chu Chen sitting by the pond, they couldn't help but feel their eyes redden and knelt on the ground. With genuine emotions they expressed, Aotion pays respects to the master. Xian pays respects to the master. Chu Chen looked at both of them and felt a bit emotional. In the blink of an eye, the 2 great calamities of the dragon era and the witch demon calamity had passed. After countless years, they unexpectedly met familiar faces again. That feeling was incredibly gratifying. Xian prostrated himself on the ground, shouting, "Thank you, master, for protecting the Qilin clan. Thank you once again." Aotion was taken aback, thinking that this guy was usually so foolish. How come he was so sharp-minded at this moment? He quickly shouted as well. "Thank you, master, for protecting the dragon clan. Thank you once again." Have some dignity. When did the master ever care about the dragon clan? It's clearly me who brought you along for the ride. You stinky dog, do you want to fight? Bring it on, or do you think I'm afraid of you? The 2 began to bicker once more. Chu Chen shook his head, both amused and helpless. Even after becoming the ancestors of their respective clans, they were still the same as before. He naturally understood their thoughts. So he said, "The Azura clan is endless in the blood sea. They cannot be exterminated in a short time. You should move into the endless sea, where you can find a valley and deep sea within a radius of 100,000 miles for your clansmen to reside in." Upon hearing this, Xian and Aotion's eyes brightened simultaneously. They knelt again in gratitude. "Thank you, master." Aotion and Xian discussed, and then returned home to prepare for leading their clans to migrate. Chu Chen had also given this matter considerable thought. There are still many unoccupied areas in the endless sea where the dragon clan and the Qilin clan can settle. Furthermore, both clans are ancient divine beasts representing auspiciousness and possessing the fortune of heaven and earth. If they were to survive in the endless sea, it could enhance the spiritual energy here. There is even a possibility for it to become a blessed land. A month later, Xian led his clan to select an extremely desolate and vast island in the sea. The trees were lush, and the island contained deep valleys and caves, making it very suitable for the Qilin clan's habitation. With the arrival of 18 young Qilins, the entire desolate island instantly burst with vibrant life. Immediately afterward, Aotion also brought the descendants of the dragon clan to the endless sea. They selected a section of the sea. The true dragon continuously entered the water. Countless beings in the sea watched this scene, trembling in fear of the terrifying dragon might. True dragons. These are terrifying existences from ancient times. Even though they are currently weak, they are not something these beings can contend with. What was surprising, however, was that the dragon clan completely ignored them and directly dove into the deepest part of the sea. They had already received stern warnings from their ancestor. Entering the endless sea, one is not allowed to stir up trouble or engage in conflict. In short, everything must be conducted according to the rules here. If trouble arises, the ancestor would personally extract their dragon tendons and impose clan punishment. Upon hearing this news, even the traditionally unruly dragon clan dared not create any disturbances. On a distant reef, the turtle prime minister and the 3 monsters swallowed hard. Watching the true dragon rush into the depths of the sea without restraint, they were somewhat doubtful of life. The tiger sovereign muttered quietly, "Boss, Shouldn't we go ask about this? The turtle prime minister rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? What is this? It's a true dragon and a Qilin. You still think they are those small fish and shrimp from before? This matter. I still need to ask the master. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian and Aotian appeared beside them. Feeling the gaze of the two Quasi-Saints, the turtle prime minister and the three monsters nearly wet themselves. Xian gently asked, "Are you the managers of the endless sea?" The three monsters trembled and replied, "I. My name is Tiger Sovereign Very Strong. I am called Moing Not Bad Either. I am Turtle Son. No Turtle God." The turtle prime minister distanced himself from the three monsters with a look of disdain. It was too embarrassing. He then tried to maintain his composure and said, "I am the turtle prime minister of the endless sea, and I will temporarily oversee an area of 100,000 miles. Xian nodded thoughtfully, then extended his hands in a fist and respectfully said, "Turtle prime minister, we are newcomers. If there are any rules we do not understand, please guide us." Aotian also clasped his fists. "We will trouble you in the future, turtle prime minister." Seeing this scene, the turtle prime minister took a deep breath. This are the ancestors of the Dragon Clan and Qilin Clan entrusting this to him. Usually he dealt with beings at the celestial immortal and true immortal realms. Such a situation is rare in 10,000 years. In an instant, the turtle prime minister felt as if he stood taller. Ahem. Rest assured, I will take good care of the clan members of both clans and will inform other beings not to intrude upon their territories. Then thank you very much. Xian and Aotian exchanged smiles and then left. In the sky, Chu Chen opened his eyes in surprise. With the true dragons and Qilins migrating here, he keenly sensed that the spiritual energy within the dojo had become increasingly abundant. Unbeknownst to him, even the speed of his cultivation had significantly increased. This is clearly a good thing. Chu Chen thought to himself that his decision was not wrong. When Shao Qi, Shao Ba, and Shao Jiu return in the future, and the three ancient clans gather, his Dao field will likely undergo a qualitative change. However, if that is truly the case, a cloud sea of 100,000 miles would be a bit too small. The wilderness is vast and boundless. In the future, he must at least establish a Dao field of 1,000,000 miles to hold any prestige. Thinking of this, Chu Chen felt even more motivated and eagerly began his retreat. Next, as the two clans moved into the endless sea, the situation became much calmer. The Azura clan did not dare to intrude into the sea. 10 years later, the Great Ape also returned. All those from the Azura clan wandering in the wilderness were struck dead by him. With a single blow, the task was complete. When he saw the changes in the endless sea, he could not help but be astonished. True dragons and Qilins were the overlords of the ancient wilderness. Especially when he saw the ancestors of the two clans at the Quasi-Saint level respectfully addressing his master as Lord, the awe of the Great Ape towards Chu Chen flowed forth like a torrential flood. At this moment, Xiao Shi even began to doubt his master's realm. How could a master who could command Quasi-Saint level divine beasts possibly just be a Quasi-Saint? Thinking of this possibility, the Great Ape was startled and increasingly convinced. His master must be afraid of his own inflation, which is why he deliberately pretended to be only at the Quasi-Saint level. If he were merely a Quasi-Saint, how could he have never left the Cloud Sea? He must have long since reached the level of a saint, being immortal and indestructible, which is why he has no interest in worldly matters. Having understood this possibility, the Great Ape began to train diligently, even more fervently than before. There was no other choice. The pressure of being a saint's disciple is immense. Chu Chen was unaware of his disciple's thoughts at this moment. He was fishing while watching the developments of the human race with a sense of detachment. It was as if he was reading history all over again. Qi Yu and Xianyuan began a great battle. Qi Yu's forces were strong, bolstered by the war god Xing Tian as a subordinate. For a time, they pushed back Xuanyuan's army in a series of defeats, causing chaos. Just then, the heavenly court began sending deities down to assist Xianyuan. It turns out that Qi Yu and Xing Tian both possessed the bloodline of the ancient shaman clan, while Xianyuan was the designated heir of Fuxi and Shinnong. Now Fuxi and Shinnong had ascended to the Fire Cloud Cave. In terms of both emotion and reason, Xuanyuan, the legitimate human clan heir, should succeed to the throne. If Qi Yu were to ascend, it would not bode well for the heavenly court's control over the Shinzhou continent, considering the shaman clan's previous hostility towards it. Thus, with the descent of the gods, Qi Yu's army began to collapse, facing almost no resistance. Only the war god Xing Tian's realm soared during the great battle. It turned out he had awakened the bloodline of the great shaman, killing several major deities and gaining a fearsome reputation. Yet it still did not change the final outcome of the war. In the end, the legendary scene from mythology unfolded. Xing Tian charged into the heavenly court, attempting to slay the Jade Emperor. Chu Chen watched this scene, clicking his tongue. This is what is called ambition. This is true ambition. Although he was ultimately beheaded, even his corpse was discarded at the foot of the Buzhou mountain. Yet this spirit is still worth passing down through the ages. After finishing this story, Mu Chun withdrew his gaze and began to focus on his seclusion. Now most of the heavenly court and the three teachings' attention were on the human world, making the wilderness exceptionally quiet. Time passed, and 80,000 years went by in the blink of an eye. There were still 2,000 years until the fishing time of 100,000 years. On this day, Mu Chun opened his eyes, and the cloud sea of 100,000 miles began to stretch outward once more. He had broken through to the late stage of the Great Luo Xian immortal realm, just a thin line away from the Quasi-Saint level. Before Mu Chun could rejoice, he heard Ding detecting the arrival of the Xidagarba king from the Western sect. Please choose. Option 1. Follow the Xidagarba king to join the Western sect and receive the full support of the two saints, becoming the future Buddha. Option 2. Close the door and refuse decisively, and in the future face various schemes from the Western sect. Option 3. Discuss the Dao with the Xidagarba king, using various means to dissuade him from recruiting, allowing him to oversee the underworld and suppress the Azura clan. How did the Western Church set its sights on me? They even sent the Xidagarba Bodhisattva to recruit me into their faith. Upon hearing this news, Mu Chen's brow furrowed instantly. In essence, he harbored a dislike for the Western Church. One must remember that back in the day, the two figures Zhuan and Xian managed to persuade the inherently kind-hearted Hongjun to relinquish his position through deception and trickery. Furthermore, during the future Great Tribulation, the Western Church would emerge as the greatest beneficiary, swiftly rolling away 3,000 disciples from Jie, becoming the backbone of the Western Church. To put it nicely, they are called Buddhas, but in truth, they are just a bunch of rogues. The first option is not viable. I have no interest in becoming a monk. The second option is also out of the question. Zhuan and Xian are too cunning, and being plotted against by them is far too perilous. Thinking of this, Mu Chun could only choose the third option. To put it plainly, if there is anyone in the three realms capable of deceiving better than the Western Church, it could only be him. I must say, sometimes Mu Chen's understanding of himself is quite impressive. Across the world, who else could match the Western Buddhist sect in terms of deception, if not me? With this in mind, Mu Chun simply activated the Cloud Sea Great Formation, calmly waiting for the Xidagarba Bodhisattva to arrive while contemplating how to deceive this fellow. It is worth noting that the Xidagarba Bodhisattva holds a very high status and level within the Western Church, making him a formidable opponent. Remarkably, Mu Chun felt a sense of crisis. On the Hongwang continent, a monk arrived from the distant west, hands clasped together, draped in a cassock, walking between heaven and earth. His figure was hunched and his face was aged, yet it bore a compassionate heart, filled with sorrow for the world. Suddenly, Dao Bao Daoist emerged from the void ahead, his expression notably grave. What brings the Xidagarba Bodhisattva of the Western Church here? The monk slightly bent forward and calmly replied, the Buddha is in the south, seeking the Buddha as always. Dao Bao scoffed, the Buddha is clearly in the west. How can there be a talk of the south? The monk's expression remained serene. The Buddha I see is indeed in the southern endless sea. Naturally, I must come. Dao Bao Daoist slightly furrowed his brows. In fact, the arrival of the Western Church in Hongwang may seem trivial, but it is quite significant. Zhuan and Xian, who founded the Western Church, are at odds with the orthodox teachings of the Three Pure Ones. To put it bluntly, if the Western Church were to spread its teachings in Hongwang, the doctrines of the Three Pure Ones would face upheaval. The prosperity of the West signifies the decline of the Taoist sect. The impact concerns the entire three realms today. This is something the three saints are unwilling to witness. Therefore, upon seeing representatives from the Western Church, Tongtian personally sent someone to inquire. The Xidagarba Bodhisattva's voice was indifferent as he asked, will the Taoists stop me? Dao Bao Daoist remained silent for a moment before shaking his head, preparing to return to the palace to consult his master. The Xidagarba Bodhisattva continued on his way. As he left, he glanced at Dao Bao with a smile, saying, Dao Bao, you have a connection with the West, or would you be willing to come to the Pure Land to cultivate? Dao Bao Daoist scoffed, I am Dao Bao Daoist, the eldest disciple of the Tongtian sect. The Xidagarba Bodhisattva shook his head, you can become a Buddha on the Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain. Dao Bao rolled his eyes and flew away directly. What a lunatic. He is a disciple of Jie, currently at the peak of his career. How could he possibly go to the remote and dilapidated Western Church to become a Buddha? There is no way he would go. It is simply impossible in this lifetime. Dao Bao returned to Bo Palace and recounted the events except for the part about going to the West to become a Buddha. Endless sea. Isn't that the territory of Mu Chun, the little Taoist? Tongtian pondered. Ever since the last time he saw Mu Chun preaching for the beings of the sea above the ocean, he had been struck, and thus for these years he had been in seclusion to improve the principles of Jie. He knew that the Western Church was short on personnel, even trying various means to recruit from the East. However, he never expected that Zhuan and Xian would set their sights on Mu Chen. A wave of interest and curiosity washed over him. Inform Yuan Shi and Laozi, my senior brothers, I wish to see how Mu Chen will respond. Tong Tian separated a strand of his primordial spirit and flew towards the endless sea. Mu Chen waited atop the sea of clouds. He saw a monk slowly approaching from the shore, hands clasped together, exuding an aura of weightiness akin to a mountain. He remained motionless like the earth itself. His contemplation was profound, akin to a hidden treasure. This is the origin of the term Dizong. It attests to his power. The monkey opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within. Soon after, Ao Tian and Xian sensed something amiss and arrived above the sea of clouds, their expressions wary. Incredible. Even they felt the pressure. Mu Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, regaining the composure and mindset befitting a Kwasa saint. He spoke lightly, I wonder what brings you to my endless sea. The monk, holding a wooden staff, ascended into the sky and halted several dozen meters before Mu Chen. I am Dizong. Observing the south, there is a Buddha. Today it seems the one is you, Mu Chen, so I have come to lead you to join the Western teachings and assist the two saints in saving all beings. TCH. Indeed, it's the standard line of deceit. Not even a single word was modified. It's simply as deplorable as the line, little one, I see your extraordinary bones. I'll sell you a martial arts manual for 50 cents, and then you can join me in saving the world. Mu Chen scoffed internally, yet maintained a stoic expression. But I cultivate the three pure path. The Buddhist path is about rebirth. Naturally, Mu Chen can amend his ways. If I am unwilling, will Dizong Bodhisattva persist in pressuring me? There is no hierarchy in the Buddhist and Taoist paths, yet distinctions exist. I can persuade you until you agree. So does this mean Dizong Bodhisattva wishes to debate the two paths of Buddhism and Taoism with me? To alter my mindset? Yes. A dispute of Buddhism and Taoism. It is the profound conflict from the time of the journey to the West. I never expected that such a trend would already exist now. Mu Chen was not daunted and directly stated. Then let it come. After saying this, Mu Chen appeared in midair. The sea of clouds beneath his feet parted on its own, forming a black and white yin-yang taiji diagram. Mu Chen stood at the center, hands clasped behind him, long hair flowing, exceptionally ethereal. Upon seeing this scene, Dizong Wang sat cross-legged in midair, hands clasped, and an overwhelming will filled the endless sea. In the distance, Tongshan's avatar had arrived. In less than a moment, Yuan Shi and Laozi followed. The three looked at this scene, their expressions somewhat strange. Dizong Bodhisattva held a fearsome reputation in the West. Yet the scene of Mu Chen preaching here had vividly lingered in their minds. It was truly difficult to distinguish. It was even comparable to the three purities. Beneath the sea, countless beings stirred. The true dragon and Qilin quietly emerged, gazing at the celestial phenomenon. The contention between Buddhism and Taoism appeared calm on the surface, yet it was exceedingly perilous for the two debaters. A slight misstep could damage the foundation of their millennia of hard cultivation. In the Western Pure Land, the two saints, Zhuan and Xian, sat high in the void. Beneath them, the myriad bodhisattvas and Buddhas slightly bowed their heads. The Buddha's light shone broadly, and the power of thought was boundless. At this moment, their attention was also focused on the east. Senior brother, that friend Mu Chen has existed since the time of the Dragon Han calamity. He did not take a seat when invited by the Dao Ancestor. Is it difficult for Dizong? The principles of Dizong are profound. This endeavor represents the belief in the rise of the Western teachings, so success is natural. As Mu Chen has not yet attained sainthood, his Dao practice is ultimately shallow. Zhuan exchanged a glance with Xian, then confidently closed his eyes. Even at the highest point in the Zhixiao Palace, a trace of Hongjun's will silently descended here. Please proceed first, my disciple. Dizong sensed the arrival of the three purities and was not surprised. He had intended to debate in front of the saints so that Taoist saints would be unable to obstruct him. Mu Chen smiled and said, if the Bodhisattva wishes to lead me into the Western teachings to become a Buddha, what constitutes a Buddha? Dizong Wang was confident. The awakened and the enlightened. The one who understands the truth is a Buddha. The one who comprehends all things and knows the past and future is a Buddha. Hearing these words, all beings could not help but nod. However, Mu Chen smiled and directly shook his head, saying, not right. The beings listening were momentarily taken aback. This response was evidently perfect. How could it be wrong? If it were anyone else, they would suspect it was a deliberate attempt to cause trouble. After all, debating requires reasoning and evidence. Both sides were great cultivators, and with so many people watching, they could not afford to lose face. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, with a very good temperament, smiled and spoke. Where is the mistake? If the other party were spouting nonsense, then the debate would naturally be his victory. Mu Chen, confident, spoke up. Of course it is incorrect. To comprehend all things and understand the past and future, this can only be considered as a saint, not a Buddha. The leaders of the three teachings do not say that, but today many human cultivators in the primeval era can calculate the past and future. Do they count as Buddhas? Xitigarbha seemed to ponder deeply and subconsciously asked, then what is a Buddha? Mu Chun replied lightly. Naturally, it is someone who helps countless beings cross to the other shore. The world is like a sea of suffering. Ordinary people traverse this sea of suffering seeking liberation, but finding none. Therefore, those who can help people reach the other shore may become Buddhas. Xitigarbha thought carefully and could find no point to refute. He could not help but nod. Mu Chun then asked, does Xitigarbha nod in agreement with what I said? Indeed, it is reasonable, Mu Chun sneered. Wrong, utterly wrong, and profoundly mistaken. The Xitigarbha Bodhisattva showed a look of astonishment while the other beings exchanged glances. How could what he had just said be overturned by his own words? The three pure ones also frowned slightly, not revealing any unusual expressions. Mu Chun with a blank expression explained, in my view, those who help others reach the other shore are merely bodhisattvas, but not Buddhas. The scriptures of the Buddha state that a Buddha is the manifestation of all beings, meaning that all beings are Buddhas. If one truly wishes to speak of how to become a Buddha, if you traverse the sea of suffering and discover that everyone within it bears the likeness of a Buddha, perhaps that signifies that you have already become a Buddha. Although these few words seem brief, it is not that Mu Chun is making things up. Dealing with someone of Xitigarbha's caliber requires some substantial content. Fortunately, Mu Chun lived in an era of information explosion in his past life and understood some Buddhist texts. As soon as the words fell, the low-level beings listening to the teaching immediately clutched their heads in pain, even collapsing to the ground, their cultivation scattered. They felt unbearable agony. It was something that could not be thought through. The words contained profound truths. A moment's carelessness could lead one to be completely immersed and utterly lost in the Tao. At this moment, Xitigarbha Bodhisattva also appeared bewildered. He even wanted to say something, but could utter not a single word. Mu Chun pressed forward, asking, if one puts down the butcher's knife, can they immediately become a Buddha? Is this statement true? Xitigarbha at this moment actually showed a hint of hesitation before firmly nodding. No mistake. Mu Chun smiled slightly. Then his expression grew colder. I still think it is wrong. The Buddha says all beings are equal. If a wicked person can become a Buddha by putting down the butcher's knife, then a good person must endure all kinds of suffering and misfortune in this world to seek a reward in the next life. What kind of equality is that? Isn't this reward too easy to obtain, and is it not too difficult for good people to bear? Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, can you clarify this? Each word rang out like thunder. Xitigarbha's face turned pale at this moment. It felt as if from the beginning of the debate, every word from his opponent struck like thunder upon his heart, leaving him with no power to retaliate. If they truly engaged in a Zen debate on Buddhism, he was confident that he would only be slightly inferior to the two saints of the West. However, facing Mu Chun, he felt completely restrained and unable to exhibit his skills. In reality, was Mu Chun's understanding of Buddhist teachings deeper than that of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva? Of course not. It was merely because Mu Chun employed modern debating techniques. He conducted research at a literal level, guiding his opponent into a trap from the very first question, then using pre-prepared theories to defeat him. When had Xitigarbha Bodhisattva ever encountered such a method? He could not react for a while, thus gradually falling into the traps that Mu Chun had set long ago. In the distance, the three pure ones exchanged glances. When did this kid come to understand the profound meanings of Western teachings so deeply? Just a few simple sentences made even them feel as if there was indeed some reason behind it. Above the clouds, Cao Tian and Xian almost knelt down to listen. The giant ape had already kneeled and was bowing his head repeatedly. They initially thought it would be a contest of equal strength, but it turned out to be a crushing defeat from the very start. My master is formidable. The many bodhisattvas and Buddhas of the West looked at each other in confusion. They were also filled with an expression of disbelief. Jane angrily said, this child does not play by the rules. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva remained silent for a long time. Yet there was still a hint of unwillingness, and he spoke. Your deep understanding of Western Buddhist teachings further proves that you have a connection with Western teachings. Then in your heart, where is the Tao? What a good question. Only powerful beings could understand the debate between the two. They immediately grasped the brilliance of Xitigarbha's words. If Mu Chun's understanding of Buddhism is so profound, then, if his comprehension of the Tao is slightly inferior, does that not imply that the Tao is less than the Buddha? If so, this debate would naturally come to an end. Countless beings looked towards Mu Chun, wondering what answer he would provide. Mu Chun remained silent for a moment. He pointed to the ground beneath his feet. Sorry, I stand upon the cloud sea, that is the Tao. As his words fell, the heavens and earth resonated together. The heavens and earth resonated in unison. The Grand Dao revealed itself with the Taiji Yin-Yang Bagua diagram beneath Mu Chen's feet, instantly covering the entire endless sea. Within the domain, the Grand Dao flowed naturally, and countless beings felt a sense of tranquility, their realms progressing imperceptibly. Radiant rays of light fell from the sky, piercing through the sea of clouds, cascading over Mu Chen's form. He stood amidst them, resembling the Dao Ancestor, descending into the world, exuding unparalleled grace. Master is indeed a sage. The great sage monkey roared in his heart. If he were not a sage, how could he utter such confident words and cause the heavens and earth to tremble? After all, the Hongjun Dao Ancestor still exists. Who among the world dares to discuss the Dao in front of Hongjun? Ao Tian and Xian were slightly more composed. After all, they were beings who had followed Mu Chen since the beginning of the Longhan calamity. A wave of exclamations arose among countless beings. Magnificent. Regarding Mu Chen's response, even they could sense the dominance and invincibility contained within. Among the three pure ones, Laozi continually stroked his beard, nodding and laughing heartily. Wonderful. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. The king of the earth store was indeed quite clever. He observed Mu Chen's profound understanding of the Buddhist teachings. No longer deliberately debating the understanding of Buddhist teachings, he took the initiative instead. You understand Buddhism so deeply in your heart, do you not? Then where does the Tao reside in your heart? How do Buddhism and the Tao differ? This question was deeply probing. Should Mu Chen respond carelessly, he could easily fall into the trap set by the king of the earth store. However, Mu Chen's answer was even more marvelous. I am the Tao. This meant that the Buddha resides in my heart, within my understanding. But I am the Tao itself. I have formed my own Tao. I observed the Buddhist teachings from within the Tao. Instantly the distinction was clear. Mu Chen felt the reverent gazes surrounding him. Unconsciously he became elated. In truth, he hadn't even considered this point. As for why he said such things, it was quite simple. It's a show-off. This statement, viewed from any angle, was filled with boundless arrogance. As for how the other party thought, it was of no concern to him. At this moment the king of the earth store understood. His face was filled with confusion and frustration. He knew that when Mu Chen uttered this phrase, he had already lost entirely, and he had no means to retaliate. I have lost. The king of the earth store clasped his hands together, slightly bent at the waist, eyes closed, filled with sighs. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sea was in an uproar. All beings displayed expressions of shock. After the great calamity of the necromancers, debates between Buddhism and Taoism had occurred countless times. Yet Taoism often found itself at a disadvantage, losing more than it won. Ultimately, this was due to the Western teachings possessing a complete logical system and concepts, while Taoism advocates for the natural flow of the Tao, not contending for temporal territories or possessions. To put it simply, believe it or not, do not hinder my alchemy and ascension. Ordinarily, there was little difference, but during true debates it fell into a disadvantage. Who would have thought that the renowned king of the earth store from the Western teachings would directly concede under Mu Chen's argument? Moreover, he lost without a trace of resistance. In an instant, countless people began to cheer and applaud. At present, the orthodox of the Xian men remains deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Next, the king of the earth store performed a shocking act. He knelt, bent his knees, and clasped his hands together in respect, inquiring with utmost sincerity. May I ask, Senior, what is the true Buddha in your heart, and how should one become a Buddha? Seeing this scene, all beings were dumbfounded. This is the king of the earth store. At this moment, he actually bowed like a disciple. Only the three pure ones remained calm. Mu Chen had existed since ancient times, even longer than their years, thus naturally deserving this bow. Ask me. Mu Chen thought, finally getting to the point. He then corrected his posture, revealing a mysterious smile. Buddhism knows no bounds. The Tao follows nature. You ask me what the true Buddha is. It depends on whether you can become a Buddha. The king of the earth store grew even more reverent. Then how can one become a Buddha? Mu Chen coughed twice, his face filled with worry. I calculate with my fingers, in the yellow springs, in the underworld, there are countless wronged souls, especially in a certain place, the blood sea of the underworld, which is not within the three realms, yet gives birth to the Azura clan, living by devouring wronged souls with deep sins. If you can transcend, you will naturally become a Buddha. To be honest, I observe the underworld and feel compassion, always wanting to save the Azura clan, but I truly have no time. Alas! Mu Chen shook his head in sorrow, appearing extremely heartbroken. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the three pure ones watching revealed strange expressions. You have been to the underworld. Are you trying to deceive fools? The beings of the three realms who have achieved a certain level of cultivation are almost all aware of the events that have transpired in the wilds over the years. The three pure ones are even more aware. For example, the disciples under the Mu Chen sect have confronted the elder of the underworld and the Azura clan. The two sides have nearly reached a situation of no retreat and no surrender. What a farce. It's only a matter of life and death now. However, at this moment, Mu Chen's performance was incredibly genuine. Most of the beings who were unaware looked at him with reverence. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was no exception. He was completely captivated by Mu Chen's grand compassion. He said solemnly, "I see there is indeed a true Buddha in the South Sea, and he has not deceived me. Though you do not cultivate Buddhism, you are a true Buddha. I also know that the underworld is filled with wronged souls and evil spirits. If that is the case, I shall go to the underworld on your behalf, hoping to do some good deeds." Mu Chen was taken aback. He did not expect such straightforwardness from the other party. His heart was filled with joy, yet he maintained an air of calm on the surface. "Thank you. Remember that the Buddha resides in your heart. I shall trouble you this time. By the way, there is a terrifying being in the ghostly blood sea known as the Elder of the Underworld. Please be cautious of him. He kills without mercy, his sins are immense, and he is ruthless. Even the 6 realms of reincarnation cannot deal with him. Ordinary people are no match for him. Just show a little caution, don't actually provoke him." Mu Chen feigned great concern. In reality, the underlying message was, "This guy is a great villain. I recite your scriptures fiercely and put him to death." Sure enough, this action immediately drew disdainful glances from the 3 pure ones. They were well aware of Mu Chen's intentions. However, Ksitigarbha was ultimately a practitioner of the Western teachings. No matter how he was tricked, they felt it was nothing. Ksitigarbha said lightly, "In my life, I have always loved to save such people." After saying this, he respectfully bowed and turned to leave without any reluctance. As he departed, his face showed no bitterness, but rather was filled with contentment and joy. With Ksitigarbha's departure, Mu Chen let out a heavy sigh, realizing that his back was drenched in sweat. So exhausting. More tiring than a battle. "Little Tsang, it's your turn now, but don't let me down. Go and deal with that old fellow of the underworld well." A mischievous smile appeared at the corners of Mu Chen's mouth as his figure instantly returned to the Cloud Sea array, with both protagonists gradually dispersing. The beings who came to observe felt somewhat unsatisfied, having to return to their respective sea domains or retreat into closed-door cultivation. This topic would once again be discussed among the wilds for several years before gradually fading away. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, a hint of silence enveloping them. The good news was that this time in the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism, Mu Chen had greatly honored Taoism, significantly delaying the progress of Buddhism's invasion into the wilds. The bad news was, the 3 of them had already suffered a severe blow from Mu Chen last time and returned to their respective studies of the mysteries. Now, many years later, they emerged with some confidence. Yet they witnessed this scene with their own eyes. A sense of frustration crept in. Tongtian rolled his eyes. Where did this kid gain so many insights? Shouldn't this level of understanding of the Tao allow him to attain sainthood long ago? Yuan Shi said lightly, "Everyone has their own ambitions. Tao friend Mu Chen must have different thoughts. Not attaining sainthood may be more liberating." Laozi stated directly. "You are just envious." Laozi said with a smile. I suddenly have insights again. Oh, I shall return to the palace to study further." After saying this, the 3 pure ones vanished from the spot. Another round of countless years of research. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun furrowed his brow slightly. Am I the Tao? Has Mu Chen found the method to prove the Tao? Or is he secretly hinting at something? It must be known that in today's wilds he symbolizes the Tao. Mu Chen's words surely carry some profound meaning. Hongjun thought, once again falling into contemplation. In the underworld's yellow springs, wronged souls lay scattered everywhere, and the cries were deafening. The terrifying murderous aura and yin qi pervaded the surroundings, creating an atmosphere of extreme horror. A monk slowly arrived from the wilds. He surveyed the area with a compassionate expression and murmured, "The elder does not deceive me. This is indeed the Avicii hell." In the primordial era, the Yellow Springs underworld was an exceedingly terrifying place. The fallen beings were all powerful entities from the primordial realm, imbued with countless grievances and malice, making it impossible for ordinary underworld spirits to suppress them. Moreover, the system of the 10 Yama kings had not yet matured, and the fierce ghosts of the Shura clan, empowered by the ancestor of the underworld river, constantly devoured vengeful souls near the Yellow Springs. The Yama kings feared the might of the ancestor of the underworld river, thus they could only turn a blind eye. Therefore, the Yellow Springs underworld was exceptionally dangerous at that moment. The Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha arrived here. With a compassionate expression, he began to walk along the edge of the Yellow Springs. Countless vengeful souls in the water saw a living person on the shore and surged forward with howls. They clawed, roared, accused, and raged. They desperately tried to drag him into the Yellow Springs. Ksitigarbha pressed his palms together, unmoved by the 8 winds, showing no signs of influence. Do not think that Ksitigarbha lost to Mu Chen. In truth, he was merely at a disadvantage due to experience. Looking around, Ksitigarbha's true combat power was exceptionally formidable even among the 3 realms. Walking among the malevolent ghosts, unwilling to reincarnate, Xitigarbha suddenly closed his eyes. His lips moved slightly as he silently recited the rebirth mantra. Namo Amitba, Do Takadoi, Do Dinitaka, Amitba Pavi, Amitba Do, Siddham Pavi, Amitali Do, Qilin T, Amitali Do, Qilin Duo, Gamiani, Gagani, Zidakali. With the scripture manifesting, a multicolored light of the Buddha radiated from behind Xitigarbha with immense chanting power. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, countless irrational malevolent spirits began to pause in the incantation, awakening and attaining liberation. The scriptures echoed continuously. Several dozen days later, the countless vengeful souls in the yellow springs that had listened to the scriptures began to emit white light. Their sins gradually dissipated, and their forms began to drift into the 6 paths of reincarnation. As they departed, the beings looked towards Xitigarbha with eyes filled with gratitude. May the Bodhisattva guide all beings to salvation. May the Bodhisattva guide all beings to salvation. May the Bodhisattva guide all beings to salvation. Seeing this effectiveness, Xitigarbha revealed a hint of a satisfied smile. He then sat down in place and continued reciting the scriptures. The air was filled with the flowing verses of the rebirth mantra. The yellow springs began to tremble. The 9 hell also quaked. For the first time, the holy light of great merit pierced through the primordial realm, illuminating the underworld. Old bald donkey, dare to save my kin, you are seeking death. A terrifying aura spread throughout the entire underworld. The ancestor of the underworld river charged in from the blood, see his face twisted with rage. Previously he had been in seclusion. Upon realizing something was wrong, he awoke. Shocked to find that the Shura clan had been largely purified by the rebirth mantra. He knew this was his chance to attain the status of a sage. Though it had failed, it was still his hard work. Xitigarbha looked towards the underworld river. I, the monk Xitigarbha, wish to deliver all beings and escape from the sea of suffering. May the benefactor turn back from the boundless sea of suffering and find the shore. The underworld river laughed furiously. I live in the blood sea, and this is my shore. Since I am here, why must I turn back? With that, boundless power surged towards Xitigarbha. Xitigarbha remained expressionless, still silently reciting the rebirth scriptures. A faint Buddha light protected his body. Bang, bang, bang. The blood sea erupted, raising towering waves of blood. Xitigarbha acted as if he saw nothing. Still that same phrase. Strong. The Western teachings are simply resilient against attacks. Even if the underworld river is indestructible, it still cannot harm Xitigarbha. You cannot even touch him. Next, countless vengeful souls and Shura clan members were purified and reborn through the rebirth mantra. However, even more vengeful souls and malevolent spirits continued to die in the primordial realm, entering the underworld one after another. The cycle continued indefinitely. 100 years later, while delivering vengeful souls, he also endured the attacks of the underworld river. Even Xitigarbha's face occasionally revealed sweat. Finally, one day, he reopened his eyes, revealing a look of confusion. Delivering millions of people is to become a Buddha. Then why, after delivering vengeful spirits for 10,000 years, has he still not attained Buddhahood? Moreover, even if he became a Buddha, could he truly deliver these endless malevolent spirits and vengeful souls? If he could not deliver them, then what use was it to become a Buddha? Xitigarbha was filled with conflict. The underworld river saw Xitigarbha no longer reciting the rebirth mantra and was nearly in tears of excitement. Please, Bodhisattva, do not recite any longer. If you recite for another 100 years, my kin will all be dead. He had fought for over 100 years, yet he simply could not inflict any damage. Over these 100 years, the Shura clan suffered heavy losses, a sight too tragic to bear. This was equivalent to his heart bleeding. Xitigarbha suddenly looked up, recalling the words of Chu Chen from years ago. The Buddhist scriptures state that a Buddha is the reflection of all beings, meaning that all beings are Buddhas. If one were to truly say how to become a Buddha, you traverse the sea of suffering, discovering that within the sea of suffering, everyone has the Buddha's countenance. Perhaps it means that you yourself have already become a Buddha. Xitigarbha finally revealed a look of enlightenment. Delivering all beings would make one a true Buddha. Then Xitigarbha looked towards the underworld river with a smile. The underworld river took a deep breath. A very bad premonition arose. What do you want to do? Calm down. Immediately after, Xitigarbha slowly sat in midair. In his left hand, he held a lotus flower, and in his right hand, he displayed the fearlessness mudra. The Buddha light surged. It was as if the Buddha was making a vow. May I for the future eons provide all beings suffering from karmic retribution with expedient means to attain liberation. May I from this day forth face the pure lotus and the Tathagata, and for countless eons. May I for all the hells and the beings suffering from the 3 evil paths vow to rescue them, to free them from hell. May those with such karmic retributions all achieve Buddhahood and only then will I attain true enlightenment. The Xitigarbha Sutra that would be passed down in later generations was officially born. From then on, Xitigarbha formally made a great vow. Only when all beings are delivered can one attain Bodhi. I vow not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. As the words fell, the heavens and earth trembled. Countless lights of merit burst forth from above the primordial realm. All three realms heard this statement. When the underworld river heard these words, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood, nearly fainting on the spot. Damn it! In the endless sea above the cloud ocean, Mu Chen also heard the grand vow issued by Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. He couldn't help but click his tongue. It really succeeded. This means that from now on, an old bodhisattva who constantly mutters will appear next to the infernal blood sea, idling away the days. Rather than preaching Buddhism in hell or the yellow springs, he spends his days by the blood sea reciting scriptures and guiding the lost souls and the Azura tribe. Poor old ancestor of the Nether River naturally became an old nemesis of Xitigarbha, leading to a life of shamelessness. Mu Chen thought of this and sighed. No wonder these Western cultists hold grudges. After being beaten for 100 years, they must recite scriptures at the enemy's doorstep for countless years. Who can withstand this? Just thinking about it is terrifying. However, for Mu Chen, it's a good thing. This way the Nether River won't come looking for trouble. As for Qilin, forget it, let's close the doors. In another 20,000 years, my laws and the god-slaying spear will be within reach. With that thought, Mu Chen began to cultivate in peace. 20,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the great ape successfully broke through to the Great Luo Xian Immortal. Sensing something, he continued his travels through the wasteland. The cloud ocean grew increasingly tranquil. With Ao Tian and Xian's arrival, the two Quasi-Saints held the fort, and no one dared to stir up trouble in the sea, creating a scene of peace. On this day, a sacred and terrifying pressure emanated from the cloud ocean, enveloping an area of over 100,000 miles. Immediately after, the area of influence continued to expand. This time it surged exponentially. In an instant, it covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Countless mountains, rivers, seas, and lands were enveloped. Countless beings looked up, their faces filled with awe and terror. Mu Chen opened his eyes and gently exhaled upon the great formation of the cloud ocean. The sea beneath him instantly churned with countless waves, and a fierce wind arose, nearly obliterating most of the land in an instant. Mu Chen then focused his thoughts. The sea area immediately returned to tranquility. Have I finally broken through to Quasi-Saint? Mu Chen stood up, his long hair resting on his shoulders, exuding an aura that commanded admiration. There was a hint of reassurance in his gaze. As a figure from the same era as Hongjun, it was somewhat disheartening that he only reached Quasi-Saint after experiencing two great calamities. However, Mu Chen was different from other beings of the wasteland. When he first crossed over, he was merely an ethereal spirit, later choosing to be human, which set his talent and background apart from others. Even the cultivation method he practiced now was just a fragment of the supreme, pure Qi method. Yet, relying solely on his own efforts, he took one step at a time, reaching today. This level of difficulty is akin to reaching the top 10 of the national server in a pay-to-win game without spending a dime. The sense of satisfaction it brought him was immensely gratifying. Just then, fortune came knocking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 10,000 years of fishing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the universal clay to merge and restore all treasures. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You may randomly comprehend a law, and the system is selecting randomly. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's eyes brightened. I am about to become stronger. Laws are the most powerful means of attack at the dawn of the wasteland. Mu Chen kept silently praying. Heaven, please grant me the law of strength from the Pangu great god. I am willing to exchange 10 years of my lifespan for this luck. If that doesn't work, 20 years will suffice. After waiting for a while, for the first time, Mu Chen felt the sensation of time dragging on. Finally, with a ding sound, random selection completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Beep. Randomization complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 5-element law. Mu Chen sighed softly. Humph, so not the law of strength. In the next instant, he was startled once more. Wait. The 5-element law was no trivial boon after all. A spark ignited in Mu Chen's eyes. He knew well that within the primordial chaos reigned 3,000 fundamental laws, the very Dao paths of divine and demonic sovereigns. Yet among them, only those who mastered a law ranked within the top 10 attained supremacy across the hallowed wastes. Foremost among these was Pangu's law of strength. Others included the law of time, the law of space, the law of chaos, and countless more. And the 5-element law stood proudly among those elite top 10. The 5-element sage had once been a legendary figure throughout the hallowed wastes. Humph. Acceptable then, Mu Chen murmured, reflecting. Though less awe-inspiring than the law of strength or the law of space, he had still secured one of the top 10 laws. No meager gain. Moreover, Perhaps further opportunities would yet arise. At this thought, Mu Chen settled into cross-legged meditation as an overwhelming torrent of profound, ineffable insight surged violently into his mind. His brow furrowed. This power was immense, so vast even his current status as a quasi-sage evoked a tremor of awe. This was the true essence of the five-element law. Generation: metal begets water, water begets wood, wood begets fire, fire begets earth, earth begets metal. Restraint: metal subdues wood, wood subdues earth, earth subdues water, water subdues fire, fire subdues metal. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Their mutual generation and restraint enshrine the supreme profundity of the Tao itself. As time flowed onward, a surging torrent of primordial flame erupted, coiling like a celestial dragon around Mu Chen's form. Then from afar a single droplet of aquatic essence, once gifted to the long-armed macaque, flew back unbidden, condensing into a glistening bead that merged seamlessly into Mu Chen's forehead. Water and fire fused harmoniously. Among the five elements, Mu Chen's comprehension of water and fire ran deepest. Thus in this moment, his mastery over these two elements surged beyond all precedent. Indeed, it surpassed even that of the two ancestral divine warriors, Zhurong and Gonggong. With but a thought, every inch of land submerged beneath water became as familiar to him as his own palm. A mere flicker of intent summoned blazing true fire, capable of incinerating all things. Mu Chen's consciousness sank wholly into the boundless ocean of the five elements. This epiphany endured for 3 millennia. 3,000 years later, Mu Chen opened his eyes, his entire aura transformed anew. His ash-gray robe had transmuted into flowing robes of black and white billowing midair with a resonant wind-whipped roar. His features too had subtly shifted. A Taiyi sigil bloomed upon his brow, water and fire intertwined at its core, while his presence grew ethereal, indistinct, merging effortlessly with heaven and earth. Mu Chen stepped forth from the sea of clouds, emerging above the boundless ocean. His gaze swept the horizon briefly, and in every blade of grass, every ripple of wave, every grain of sand, he perceived the subtle interplay of the five elements, their ceaseless dance of generation and restraint. So this is the power of law. He gazed at his open palm, then slowly clenched his fist. After these long eons, his perception of all existence, how he saw, felt, and understood the world, had irrevocably changed. Yet those 3,000 years had granted him only a fraction of the five-element law's full depth, barely its threshold. Nonetheless, his combat prowess now dwarfed that of both Great Luo divine immortals and his former self at the dawn of quasi-sainthood. After all, this was one of the top 10 laws born of the primordial chaos, its Dao infinitude inexhaustible. Yet the system implied plainly mastering its totality would demand nothing less than solitary cultivation measured only in eons. At this, Mu Chen allowed himself a quiet smile. At last, he possessed genuine means of self-preservation. Quasi-sage at the first tier with even a nascent grasp of the five-element law. Was he now within the hallowed waste, the foremost being beneath the celestial sages? For the first time, a rare thrill stirred within him, an urge to test his strength against another. Just then, the long-armed macaque soared in from the distance astride a crimson cloud, his body bearing grievous wounds. "Master, I have returned." The Monkey King, filled with rage, appeared on the surface of the sea, his body drenched in blood and his aura somewhat weakened. He wanted to say something, but upon seeing Mu Chen's appearance, he was stunned again. At this moment, Mu Chen's demeanor and aura seemed to have undergone a significant change, becoming increasingly ethereal, as if blending with the heavens and earth. This instantly instilled a sense of reverence in the Monkey King. Could it be that Master has progressed further down the path of the saints, gaining new insights? Mu Chen glanced at the Monkey King, lightly furrowing his brow. "Little Ten, what happened?" Now the Monkey King had already reached the level of a Great Luo Xian immortal, and even his physical form was exceedingly formidable. However, it was evident that he had sustained injuries from a fierce battle. In the entire primordial realm, he should be acquainted with anyone capable of defeating the Monkey King. Hearing his master inquire, the Monkey King gritted his teeth. "Master, it was that Qilin. While I was in seclusion, he actually launched a sneak attack on me. Fortunately, with the help of Hongjun, I escaped death several times and managed to return. From the looks of it, he intends to capture me alive to threaten Master." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen revealed a look of understanding. This made sense, as a quasi-saint Qilin was indeed capable of dealing with Little Ten. Thinking of this, Mu Chen cast a sympathetic glance at the Monkey King. In reality, the Monkey King was truly quite strong. He inherited the majority of my supreme arts. In the entire primordial realm, he would undoubtedly be considered a super expert. However, following me, he encounters enemies that are just one level above him each time, making it seem as if he is perpetually being beaten. Regarding this, Mu Chen couldn't help but sigh. With a serious tone, he said, Little Tin, you must understand enduring hardships is essential to becoming the best among monkeys. To become a Quasi Saint enduring more hardships is actually a good thing. Master, I understand. Please teach me powerful divine abilities, and once I achieve Quasi Saint status, I will personally seek revenge. The Monkey King said with exceptional determination. No need, let's go now, Mu Chen instructed. The Monkey King revealed a hesitant expression. Now? But Master, I can't defeat that guy. Mu Chen smiled confidently. This time I will accompany you. Since he has harmed my disciple twice as a master, I should make some gesture. Upon hearing this, the Monkey King thought he misheard. Master is personally going out. Since he could remember, it seemed that Master had never stepped out of the Cloud Sea even once. On ordinary days, he only sent out his avatars. If he remembered correctly, this was Master's first time leaving seclusion. The Monkey King thought of this and felt his eyes turning red. Master must be doing this for me, willing to leave seclusion. I am unworthy. Master, please don't go. Just rest assured. No, I will go. Don't worry about your disciple. I will seek revenge myself in the future. No, I will go. Master. Get lost, I want to go out. Mu Chen slapped him back into the Cloud Sea to heal. It was hard one for him to achieve Quasi Saint status. He had also comprehended the laws. He was in high spirits, preparing to go out for the first time in his life to show off. And now you tell me not to go out. Impossible. With a thought, Mu Chen appeared on the land outside the Cloud Sea formation. At the same time, he no longer deliberately suppressed his aura. As a hint of Quasi Saint aura leaked out, rumbling echoed. The white clouds across thousands of miles began to disperse. The earth trembled. Rivers flowed backward. Various phenomena emerged around him. 3 flowers gathered at the crown. 5 energies converged towards the source. Moreover, terrifying phantoms began to manifest behind Mu Chen's head, embodying the aura of the Dao. This time he was undoubtedly a true Quasi Saint. Mu Chen took a deep breath. Glancing at the land outside, he instantly felt a different sensation. It was unlike being within his own territory. Since the beginning of the Dragonhan calamity, this was his first time truly stepping out of the Cloud Sea. Is this the feeling of mastering thunder and lightning? I know the feeling of freedom. Eliminating this subtle discomfort, Mu Chen gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the world around him. Since comprehending the principles of the 5 elements, his insights into the universe had multiplied countless times. In an instant, his divine sense spread across countless miles. Wherever the 5 elements existed, Mu Chen could reach. The Qilin was a beast transformed from heaven and earth, possessing unimaginable strength. When facing such an enemy, Mu Chen harbored a lethal intent. At the same time, he sought a worthy opponent to sharpen his skills, deepening his understanding of the 5 elements. After much thought, it seemed that the Qilin was the most suitable companion for training. He had naturally considered the dangers involved. However, the calamity of the gods had yet to arrive. The forces of the various sects in the primordial wilderness were steadily developing, with no significant heavenly tribulations marking what could be described as a vacuum period in the primordial wilderness. A Quasi Saint could still roam quietly outside as long as they did not attract the attention and hostility of the saints. It was precisely for this reason Mu Chen emerged draped in a cloak that concealed heavenly secrets. After dealing with the Qilin, he could quietly return without issue. Days later, Mu Chen opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing in his gaze. He had found it. In the next moment, Mu Chen utilized the technique of shrinking the land, stepping forward and crossing mountains and rivers in an instant, heading straight south. In the far south lay a vast Dead Sea stretching millions of miles, said to be connected to the underworld. At this moment, the Qilin had transformed into a pale man with an aquiline nose, sitting cross-legged at the deepest point of the sea. Initially, he was recuperating in the blood sea of the netherworld. However, ever since the arrival of the old Bodhisattva Xitigarbha, he could neither kill nor escape, having to listen to his sutras every day. Seeing the river of Hades suffer daily, the Qilin wisely left the blood sea of the netherworld and began to cultivate in the depths of this sea. Decades ago, he found an opportunity to ambush a Great Luo Xian immortal-level monkey. To his surprise, the first red cloud of heaven was too swift, allowing the monkey to escape. Furious, the Qilin returned here, always ready for the next opportunity. Currently, the attention of the 3 realms and the heavenly court was entirely focused on the human race of the divine continent, leaving him unchecked. Moreover, that Mu Chen was merely a Quasi Saint, and he was not a match in direct combat. With this thought, a sinister glint appeared in the Kunpeng's eyes as he murmured to himself, Mu Chen, wait for it. Although the river of Hades is no longer functioning, once Kong Xian emerges, the 2 of us can still kill you together. At that moment, a faint cold laugh echoed over the surface of the sea. Wait for whom to emerge? The Qilin was startled. He had set up a Quasi Saint level formation here. Even beings as powerful as those at the Great Luo level could not discover him. How could he hear his murmurs? Yet in the next moment, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. The seawater surrounding him began to part on its own completely beyond his control. Boom. In the blink of an eye, he was exposed to the heavens and earth. The seawater on both sides was as smooth as if cut by a knife. The Kuanpeng then saw a figure in midair. The person wore a robe of black and white floating with the wind, hands clasped behind a streak of vermilion in the center of his brow, resembling a Taiyi symbol, standing tall in the air, exuding an aura of immortality. Chu Chen. The Kunpeng's expression twisted. Instantly a surge of violent killing intent and malice erupted from him. His grudge with Chu Chen dated back to the Hongjun Zhixiao Palace. Now it had escalated into a mortal feud. Yet he never expected that the other party would dare to appear before him alone. You dare to seek death. Chu Chen stood with hands clasped behind him, speaking calmly. For daring to harm my disciple, I have naturally come to take your life. Upon hearing this, the Kuanpeng could not help but burst into laughter. Above the croissant level, the gap between each minor realm is as vast as the heavens and earth, like a chasm. He had long been at the pinnacle of the croissant level. Although the other's aura seemed strange, his realm was merely at the early stage of the croissant level. In comparison, their combat powers were not in the same league. Now that Chu Chen had taken the initiative to seek him out, it truly saved him a lot of trouble. A mere ant at the early stage of the croissant level dares to provoke me. Since you seek death, then I shall grant it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the Kuanpeng shot into the sky. However, in the next moment, Chu Chen extended his right hand downward and said calmly, "Scram." In an instant, the towering seawater on both sides transformed into terrifying power, condensing into countless giant hands crashing down upon him. Bang, bang, bang. The Kuanpeng had no reaction. His entire form instantly smashed back into the depths of the sea. The power of the laws. Even a being as strong as Kuanpeng was momentarily taken aback, his face revealing an expression of disbelief. Just moments ago, he had felt a trace of the power of the laws amidst the onslaught of the sea. Impossible. How could a mere early-stage croissant like you possess the power of the laws? Kuanpeng roared, erupting once more. At the same time, his entire body swelled against the wind, instantly reaching countless zhang in height. If the Jade Emperor were to descend, perhaps he would admit his defeat. However, he could not bear it. The current Chu Chen was even stronger than him. Even he had merely grasped the law of extreme speed. Chu Chen's expression was calm. With his left hand behind him and his right hand extended, the light between his brows flowed. Come. As the words fell, the seabed erupted, rocks splitting apart, and a gigantic seed slowly blossomed from within. One of the branches began to reach out, followed by countless vines, evolving a scene brimming with infinite vitality. They soared towards the sky, instantly entangling Kunpeng's massive form, preventing him from breaking through the clouds. Kuanpeng felt his movement stall. Looking up, he was immediately filled with rage. A mere twig dared to attempt to bind the body of his true self. Get lost, he bellowed. An endless surge of power erupted. The densely packed massive vines exploded like firecrackers. Yet an eerie thing occurred. The just shattered branches seemed infinite, disappearing only to reconstitute, becoming whole once more. In this standoff, those vines appeared indestructible, utterly impossible to eliminate. Moreover, with each repair, the vines grew even thicker. In the end, even a being as powerful as Kuanpeng could only be bound in midair, unable to move. What on earth is this thing? Kuanpeng was furious. His true form was of the utmost strength within heaven and earth, yet he was bound by vines, something he simply could not comprehend. Chu Chen, deep in thought, was also somewhat astonished. The power of the laws exceeded his imagination. Originally, with his early-stage croissant strength, his chances against Kuanpeng were minimal. However, according to the principle that water can nourish wood in the 5 elements. At this moment, the vines represented not only the power of wood, but also the vast strength of the ocean. Water, when soft, can become extremely rigid. Even Kuanpeng could not break free. This is the power of the laws. In that instant, Chu Chen seemed to gain a deeper understanding of the rules of the Primordial World. Die. Unable to escape, Kuanpeng simply opened his mouth wide. All the vitality within 1,000,000 miles was drawn into Kunpeng's mouth. It then fused into a purple sphere, compressed to the utmost, spinning continuously, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction. Is that the tailed beast orb? Chu Chen blurted out. In the next moment, he quickly shook his head. No. This is not right, as something has gone awry. This is the Primordial World. With a flash of movement, he plunged into the water. In the next moment, countless mountains behind him were instantly reduced to ashes, obliterated without a trace. Kuanpeng unleashed powerful shockwaves from his mouth. Waves of purple light shot forth, and countless massive holes were blasted into the boundless ocean, creating terrifying turbulence. Chu Chen flickered through the water, clicking his tongue in amazement. Truly terrifying. If I weren't moving quickly in the water, I might have really been blasted to death. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Chen returned to the high sky, having been struck by true fire, cursing. Just wait, I will stew you today. As the words fell, he formed the 5-element seal with both hands. Radiant colors erupted together. Then the light in his right palm surged, enveloping the entire sky in a fiery red, searing atmosphere. Great Sun Golden Flame. Mu Chen thrust both hands forward simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of golden flame from his palms hot enough to burn heaven and sea. Like a waterfall, it crashed down upon Kunping's purple shockwave. Boom. The sea of clouds dissipated and the land within tens of thousands of miles erupted, fissures spreading like a spiderweb in all directions. It was as if the heavens were collapsing. Boom. Two terrifying shockwaves collided in midair, and the mere aftermath of their power obliterated all surrounding terrain. After a moment, Mu Chen's Golden Sun Flame gained the upper hand. This was of course to be expected. The Golden Sun Flame was known as the ancestor of the 5 elemental fires born from the chaos at the dawn of creation. It was countless times stronger than the so-called true fire of Samadhi. Now, with Mu Chen's profound understanding of the 5 elemental fires, he could naturally unleash it. Die for me. Mu Chen thrust both hands forward and roared. The Super Turtle School's Kamehameha. The Golden Sun Flame instantly surged to double its size. The terrifying golden flames engulfed the Kunping's tail beast cannon, and then covered the body of the Kunping. Boom. Endless flames blinked, completely enveloping the Kunping's form, boiling and burning. The Kunping let out an extremely angry and tragic scream. That terrifying sensation seemed as if it would completely melt him. Instinctively, its wings trembled. It was about to invoke the law of speed to escape. After all, the Kunping's true innate divine ability was speed. With a flap of its wings, it could cover 80,000 miles. Without a doubt, it was the fastest divine beast in the world. If it were to soar into the clouds, no one would be able to catch up. Mu Chen remained expressionless. With his hands painting in the void, he lightly uttered a word. Bind. The vines that were already entangled around the Kunping spread again, merging with the Golden Sun Flame on the Kunping's body, binding it tightly, preventing its escape. Mu Chen did not relent. The surging flames continued to evaporate. The fire chains restrained it, preventing its escape. He was determined to roast the Kunping in the ocean. From a distance, it looked like there was a large pot in the middle of the ocean, with the Kunping trapped inside, being burned by the fire. Coincidentally, this scene was seen by several cultivators who had come to investigate, and they were all terrified. Thus a saying emerged in later generations. In the North Sea there is a fish named Qilin, and it is so large that it cannot be cooked in a single pot. Time passed second by second. The magical power within Mu Chen was being consumed at an exaggerated rate. After all, his understanding of the 5 elemental laws was not yet profound, resulting in significant expenditure. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, as a certain smell of something being cooked wafted in, Mu Chen sniffed and ceased his attack. The fire chains dispersed. The Kunping fell into the sea, splashing towering waves. Mu Chen glanced over and found that the Kunping still retained some awareness, but it no longer had the strength to resist, lying quietly on the surface of the sea. Done. Mu Chen clapped his hands, preparing to eat meat. Kunping meat it seemed no one had truly eaten before, just thinking about it made him excited. Although this was the first Kunping of heaven and earth with great merit on its body, Mu Chen was not relying on merit to become holy, so why be afraid? At the same time, a feeling of elation rose in his heart. Strong as the Kunping, a pinnacle existence of Quasi-Saint, was actually defeated by him. Even though he had consumed more than half of his strength at this moment, he still felt particularly inflated. The Kunping was no match for me. Who in the primal chaos is worthy of me acting humble? At this moment, Mu Chen had only 6 words in his heart. Who else? Step forward. It seemed that sincerity would bring results. The next moment, a sacred and ethereal aura descended upon the South Sea. An indifferent high-cold elder with white hair descended from the sky. He looked at the unconscious Kunping and was momentarily stunned. Then a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Little friend Mu Chen, you actually comprehended the 5 elemental laws. Mu Chen looked at this person. His scalp tingled. It was actually Yuan Shi Tianzun. He wondered how this person recognized him. At this moment, Mu Chen had no idea that the 3 pure ones had already discovered his understanding of the 3 teachings' profound meanings. Moreover, he didn't know how long he had been observed. Yuan Shi turned to look at the battlefield, revealing a hint of admiration. I didn't expect the Golden Sun Flame of the 5 elements to be used by you. Its power is impressive enough to make even me take a second look. After saying this, he gently waved his hand, and the burning golden flames in the sea of fire instantly vanished. Oh, this dense wood born from the 5 elemental laws also possesses boundless transformation. Very good. After saying this, he pointed at the void again. The countless vines began to shrink as if time was reversing, instantly transforming into a small seed. Watching this scene, Mu Chen was bewildered. What was he doing? Yuan Shi's actions at this moment seemed like a person who kept praising him while simultaneously hanging him up to beat. Is he playing a game? At this moment, Mu Chen finally understood that profound truth. Below the sage, all are ants. No matter if you are Daluo or quasi-saint in front of a true sage, you must obediently stay put. Sages indeed invincible in the primal chaos. Since the fall of the five-element Taoist in ancient times, there has been no existence comprehending the five elemental laws. Yuan Shi said, "You are quite remarkable." Mu Chen smiled a bitter smile. "I don't know why the sage has come here." Yuan Shi Tianzun said with a faint smile. "The Kuanping possesses the demon clan's emperor's supreme treasures, the river diagram and the Luo book. This treasure relates to the prosperity of humanity, and I have come to retrieve it along with the convenience of transforming it. I wonder, little friend Mu Chen, would you be willing to show some kindness and spare a favor?" This, Mu Chen fell into contemplation. After a while, Mu Chen left the Nether Sea, honestly returning home while somewhat regretfully sighing. The knife and fork were all prepared. However, the sumptuous dinner was taken away by Yuan Shi. But there was nothing to be done. Who told the other party to be a sage, and this act was also for humanity. Mu Chen, as an ancestor of humanity, should not say anything in terms of feelings or reason. However, after this incident, Mu Chen suddenly understood a principle. To become a saint, one must be patient and develop. With this thought in mind, Mu Chen soared toward the endless sea. Mu Chen returned to the endless sea. The long-armed monkey had been waiting for a long time and hurriedly approached. "Master, what happened to the Kuanping ancestor?" In his eyes, his master was a sage-level figure, so there was no need for him to worry. Mu Chen remained calm, his heart steady. The Kuanping had already been almost roasted to perfection by my true fire, but just as I was about to finish it off, Yuan Shi Tianzun came to plead for it, saying that the Kuanping held great fortune and should not be easily slain, so out of respect for the old Yuan, I let it go. The long-armed monkey was taken aback. Yuan Shi Tianzun came to plead. What great influence and power must he have? Instantly, admiration for Mu Chen flowed from him once more. "I will be entering seclusion for a while. You take care of things yourself. Remember to look after your junior brothers Hou, Yi, and Qua Fu when you have the time." Mu Chen instructed, "They are still inexperienced wandering in the wilderness now, don't let them perish." Yes. The long-armed monkey accepted the order and immediately went to find the locations of Hou, Yi, and Qua Fu. Watching the little one leave, Mu Chen sat down beside a small pond on the 12-petal red lotus. He stretched lazily. Oh, home is still the most comfortable. Soon after, Mu Chen began to take out the sword body and hilt of the Qingping sword. He concentrated his thoughts. The universal adhesive gifted by the system appeared in midair. Years ago, he had forgotten about this innate supreme treasure for the sake of the laws. However, in reality, the true Qingping sword was also extremely terrifying. It symbolized the unity of Taiyi's dust brush, the three treasures Jade Rui, and the three pure ones' teachings. The sword was 3 feet 6 inches and 5/10 long. The sword body and sheath were entirely jet black with blue lotus flowers entwined around them. It was also transformed from the lotus leaves of the 36th grade pure world blue lotus, one of the 3 innate merit spiritual treasures. Mu Chen gently extended his hand. The sword body and hilt of the Qingping sword slowly fused together. He then carefully covered the junction of the two with the universal adhesive. Suddenly, a powerful blue radiance erupted from the true Qingping sword, soaring into the sky and flooding the cloud sea, turning the entire cloud sea into a terrifying black with lightning crackling. Immediately afterward, an unparalleled, terrifying might spread down from the sky, enveloping the surrounding sea. The once tranquil surface began to roil and roar, raising towering waves. Countless beings were awakened from the sea or caves, looking at the sky with expressions of fear, especially the true dragon and Qilin clans, who were extremely sensitive to the aura of heaven and earth. At this moment, feeling this fierce aura, they all turned pale with fright. What is this? So terrifying. No, we must hide, otherwise we will die. What a terrifying aura. This is the Qingping sword. Ao Tian and Xian appeared in midair simultaneously, their expressions grave. The demon ancestor Luo Hou had used the god-slaying spear to massacre the 3 races. However, the aura of this sword was actually on par with the god-slaying spear. But this is said to be a sage's treasure. How could it appear beside its master now? They exchanged glances and flew towards the sky. At this moment, Mu Chen's eyes widened. What a strong aura. That force directly enveloped his entire being. If he were to let his guard down even slightly, he would be lost in the overwhelming power. Mu Chen clicked his tongue twice, using the power of the 5 elements to place a seal on the sword body, sealing the aura. Then he spent a little effort to recognize the Qingping sword as his own. Unless the seal was lifted, this sword would appear no different from an ordinary treasure. Only by unsealing it would its terrifying might be revealed. Looking at the Qing Ping sword, Mu Chun fell into a new contemplation. This sword seems to be the weapon of the Tong Tian teacher. How did I inexplicably obtain it from the system? Did the Qing Ping sword from the Tong Tian teacher disappear, or does it still exist? If it still exists, then wouldn't there be two? How would I explain myself if Tong Tian found out? For a moment, Mu Chun fell silent. At that moment, Ao Tian and Xian arrived above the cloud sea respectfully saying, "Master." Then noticing the Qing Ping sword in Mu Chen's hand, they instinctively gasped. Mu Chen smiled faintly. "Don't worry, it has already recognized me as its master." Xian and Ao Tian were initially extremely worried. However, upon hearing these words, they immediately sighed in relief. Although the Qing Ping sword was filled with a murderous aura, it was also prone to backlash against its master. The master's confidence was evident in his words. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously said, "Congratulations, master, on subduing the innate treasure of merit." The Qing Ping sword was a sage's artifact. Now that the master had obtained it, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly, which was certainly a cause for celebration. However, Mu Chun did not feel overly joyful. While being below a sage was indeed impressive, once one reached the sage level, the power of the Qing Ping sword paled in comparison to the principles of the universe. Ding, detecting that the Qing Ping sword has recognized its master, please choose host. Option 1. Fish for 2 primordial years. Continue to comprehend the power of the 5 elements principles. Upon complete understanding, you may obtain the remnants of the ancient 3000 principles path, which can be fused with multiple principles of the Dao. Option 2. Showcase quasi-sage strength using the Qing Ping sword along with the 5 elements principles to sweep through the primordial era, commanding the vacuum period during the calamities of the witch and demon and the sealing of the gods. You may gain a significant portion of the heavenly Dao's fortune with a chance in the future to replace Hongjun as the foremost of the heavenly Dao. Mu Chen's eyelids twitched. This time the system's reward was quite substantial. To be aware, in the primordial era, 1 meeting 30 fortunes 1080 years, and 1 primordial 12 meetings 19600 years. As for 2 primordial years, Mu Chen paused for a moment, then thought, that's quite a lot of years. Mu Chen stroked his chin, beginning to ponder. After a moment of thought, he found his answer. Although the second option could grant him the fortune of the heavenly Dao and a chance to replace Hongjun. However, Hongjun was also unable to overcome the heavenly Dao. As a transmigrator, Mu Chen's ultimate desire was undoubtedly to become an unrestrained existence, even breaking through the heavenly Dao. Thus, he directly passed on the second option. After becoming quasi-sage, the most pressing matter was to study how to become a sage. He didn't even have the complete method for becoming a sage, while the first option could directly provide him with the principles of the Dao, which was undoubtedly what he needed most at this moment. Option 1. Mu Chen made up his mind, then closed off the endless sea with a grand formation. He continued his seclusion. After the calamity of the witch and demon for Mu Chen, only several 100,000 years had passed. For the primordial era, however, this was merely a drop in the bucket, especially with a long time remaining before the calamity of sealing the gods. The heavenly court was making arrangements among the human race, strengthening its power. The Chan sect, interception sect, and human sect were also gradually gathering disciples. Amid the passage of time, Mu Chen's endless sea remained particularly tranquil. Having reached the quasi-sage level, his sea had expanded to over 100,000 miles. However, due to the presence of true dragons and Qilins apart from the original creatures that lived here, it had transformed into an unapproachable forbidden zone. All at once it felt spacious. The true dragons and Qilins began to disperse across their respective islands, and with their reproduction, an invisible fortune enveloped this place. From the inside, it appeared like a paradise. From the outside, however, there were no clues. During this lengthy period of fishing, Mu Chen diligently comprehended the mysteries of the 5 elements principles. He was quite eager to know if, upon receiving the system's reward of the principles fusion method, he would have the opportunity to continue comprehending other principles. In the primordial era, even the strongest among the 3,000 great paths and divine demons only comprehended one mystery. What if at that time he possessed multiple principles? Wouldn't he then be a genius akin to a legendary hero capable of cutting through realms? Thinking of this, Mu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Just then a cautious voice came from beyond the sea. "Excuse me, is Senior Mu Chen here?" Mu Chen opened his eyes, sensing the aura around him, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. Is it Taoist Duobao? What could he possibly want here? It's probably related to Buddhism. Mu Chen said directly. Not here. To let Xitigarbha reside in the underworld had already offended the 2 holy beings of the Western sect. Before he reached the strength of a saint, he did not wish to entangle himself further. What if the 2 of them forcefully abducted him? Taoist Duobao was taken aback upon hearing the words. Hadn't he just spoken? Not here. So is he here or not? Moments later, Taoist Duo Bao understood. Senior Mu Chun had profound insights into the Western teachings. This was definitely a matter of Zen philosophy, implying that the timing was not yet right. Thinking of this, Duo Bao showed respect. Then I will come to visit another day. Mu Chun watched Taoist Duo Bao leave, also taken aback. He didn't expect this fellow to be so easily persuaded. But that's fine, it doesn't hinder him from fishing in the heavens, fishing in the earth, or fishing in the air. He continued to fish. The next day, Taoist Duo Bao came again. May I ask if Senior Mu Chun is here? Not here. Mu Chun closed his eyes. The third day. May I ask if Senior Mu Chun is here today? Not here. Mu Chun rolled his eyes. The fourth day? The fifth day? The sixth day? May I ask if Senior Mu Chun is here? Mu Chun was speechless. Now he understood why Duo Bao later went to the Western sect. This was exactly like the old fellows of the Western sect. A truly annoying pest. Even a stone would be converted if he made him chant. No wonder he is the future Buddha. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding detected that Taoist Duo Bao is persistently inquiring. Please choose host. Option 1. Allow Taoist Duo Bao to enter the Cloud Sea Great Array, and upon resolving his doubts, the Cloud Sea Great Array can be upgraded again, making it impossible for saints to forcibly invade in a short time except for Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Option 2. Refuse. Do not become entangled in any karmic ties. With Duo Bao, no rewards will be given. Mu Chun thought for a moment. Forget it. Seeing how persistent the other party was, he might as well let him in. The reward for upgrading the Cloud Sea Great Array was too tempting. After the upgrade, even the 3 pure ones would not be able to silently enter his Dao ground, which was indeed quite reassuring. Mu Chun's voice transmitted from the Cloud Sea. Come in. Taoist Duo Bao's eyes lit up. Finally the timing had come, and he hurriedly walked into the Cloud Sea. He saw Mu Chun sitting cross-legged on the 12th grade Red Lotus. He immediately bowed. I have met Senior Mu Chun. He had personally witnessed the scene of Mu Chun debating with Xian, and he was filled with admiration. Furthermore, he learned from his master that Mu Chun was a being who had rejected the invitation from the Dao Ancestor back in the day, which made him even more in awe. Having been from the same era as the Dao Ancestor during ancient times, his cultivation must be extraordinary, and he would surely be able to answer his questions. Mu Chun also glanced at the little fat man before him, feeling that this fellow had gotten even fatter. He had seen him once when he went to listen to Tongshin's teachings at Penglai Island, and he wasn't this chubby back then. Could it be that chubby people are suited to be monks? I wonder why you keep coming to find me. Taoist Duo Bao faced Mu Chun. He felt an unprecedented pressure. I have learned that Senior has a profound understanding of the principles of Buddhism and Taoism and excels at enlightening beings, so I have come to ask for your guidance, Senior Mu Chun. To speak frankly, during the time when Xian Bodhisattva came to the Primordial Chaos, I once obstructed him, and during that time he invited me to join the Western sect. Since then, every time I cultivate, dreams arise in my mind, and even the 2 holy beings, Xian and Junti, appear within, calling me to the West, promising I could become a Buddha immediately. Taoist Duo Bao revealed a hesitant and conflicted expression. This is truly too strange. I dare not tell my master, so I have come to seek your advice on how I should decide. Hearing this, Mu Chun suddenly realized a glimmer of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Xian and Junti are starting to make their moves. During the future investiture of the god's calamity, outwardly the Jie sect suffered a crushing defeat, while Yuanshi Tianzuan's lineage emerged triumphant. Yet in truth, it was the Western religion that amassed immense silent gains. They recruited 3,000 disciples of the Jie sect to become 3,000 Buddhas and transformed 4 prominent disciples of the Chan sect into Western bodhisattvas, among them Guanyin Bodhisattva, the most widely revered. It was precisely this maneuver that enabled the Western religion to evolve into Buddhism, grow steadily in power, and ultimately rise to a stature rivaling Taoism itself. By the time of the journey to the West, the Buddhist faction had already taken clear precedence over Taoism, and Duo Bao Taoist stood at the very heart of this pivotal transformation. At this thought, Mu Chun could not help but inwardly marvel. Indeed, the most terrifying beings in the primordial chaos were the sages. Every event, every twist of fate unfolded precisely within their celestial calculations. Mu Chun carefully reviewed the events of recent years and realized that Junti and Xian's original target had been none other than himself. In their eyes, he was the ideal candidate to attain Buddhahood in the West. They even dispatched Dizong Wang, a figure of extraordinary stature, solely to persuade him. Yet who could have foreseen encountering a master deceiver from the primordial chaos who defied all conventions? Even Nuwa had been subtly guided by him to ascend as a sage. Thus, Dizong Wang's failure was inevitable. Undeterred, they shifted their focus to Duo Bao Taoist, every move meticulously orchestrated. Meanwhile, the three pure ones, having dwelled in serene supremacy for countless eons, proved marginally less incisive in such intricate celestial strategizing than Junti and Jane. Mu Chun nodded inwardly at this realization. Yet a new dilemma arose. What should he do? Should he outright refuse, and then inform Tongtian Jiaozhu, thereby sabotaging the Western sage's grand design? If he truly did so, would Junti and Jane, utterly disregarding face and decorum, descend here, personally, to annihilate him? Recalling the chilling might of the Western religion, Mu Chun shuddered involuntarily. No, he must not act. Monks bear grudges with unparalleled tenacity. Dizong Wang's relentless sutra chanting directed at the clan of Mingi Laozu bore stark witness to this. One proclaimed, so long as the blood sea endures, Mingi shall never perish. The other vowed, until the hells are emptied, I shall not attain Buddhahood. Such solemn, unyielding vows were profoundly terrifying. What if the two venerable monks began chanting sutras beside his cloud sea? He dared not imagine it, dared not even contemplate it. Yet sending Duo Bao directly to the west, he harbored no goodwill toward the Western religion. Moreover, disrupting the heavenly Tao's ordained order, or altering its natural course, might invite unforeseen retribution. After prolonged deliberation, Mu Chun concluded that inaction was the wisest course, and so he would simply play the part. He straightened his posture, sitting upright and solemn. Fixing Duo Bao Daoist with a steady gaze, he spoke gravely. As the saying goes, what one dwells upon by day appears in dreams by night. Dare you claim you've never pondered this matter? Duo Bao Daoist recoiled in alarm, his face paling instantly. Seeing this, Mu Chun mused. Could this plump disciple truly be entertaining thoughts of defection? Since you are unwilling to reveal your true thoughts, you may withdraw. Mu Chun deployed his ultimate tactic. Duo Bao's expression shifted abruptly, and he hastily interjected. I truly have not. I truly have not. It is only that my master holds the Western religion in deepest contempt. Ever since Dizong Bodhisattva broached this matter, I feared discovery. Gradually, without realizing it, this fixation took root ever deeper. Mu Chun gave a quiet, non-committal hum, recognizing this as likely some subtle technique of the Western religion. Then slowly he asked, do you understand what is meant by the will of heaven is unfathomable? Duo Bao nodded, then quickly shook his head. How could he dare claim ignorance before Elder Mu Chun, whose cultivation and insight pierced heaven and earth? Mu Chun smiled faintly, cleared his throat twice, and said, as the ancient verse declares, what destiny ordains one must accept, what it denies one must not force. All unfolds through karmic affinity. The will of heaven cannot be altered. If this matter lies beyond your control, whether it transpires or not, why linger in doubt? A subtle smile curved Mu Chun's lips. Moreover, do you truly believe Tongtian Sage is a fool? These words, though seemingly profound, were in essence hollow platitudes. Go or stay, it matters not. Eat, drink, and live in peace. What harm is there in that? Yet strangely, such rhetoric resonated deeply within the primordial chaos. Duo Bao now wore an expression of sudden radiant enlightenment. He was practically on the cusp of sagehood. Duo Bao reflected indeed. His own master was among the most formidable sages in heaven and earth. Could he possibly remain unaware of the origins of this affair? If his master knew, and yet remained silent, then would Duo Bao's furtive anxieties not betray hidden treachery? At this realization, Duo Bao broke out in a cold sweat. He resolved then and there to cease all further contemplation, and with profound gratitude he declared, many thanks, Elder Mu Chun, for dispelling my confusion. Your few words have lifted a great weight from my heart. Please accept these modest tokens as a token of respect. With that 7 or 8 resplendent treasures, primordial spirit artifacts, and post-heavenly supreme treasures, piled up like a golden mountain upon the ground. Then with a graceful sweep of his sleeve he departed, light as drifting cloud, carrying away not even a wisp of mist. Mu Chun watched the scene unfold, eyes wide with astonishment. After all his years of spiritual fishing, he had never once drawn forth such abundance in a single haul. A mere Great Luo Golden Immortal, and with a flick of his hand he bestowed such riches. Duo Bao, Duo Bao. So that was the meaning behind the name. With a sweep of his wide sleeve, Mu Chun sealed them into its folds. He did not recognize these post-heavenly treasures, nor the primordial spiritual artifacts. In other words, they were unremarkable even among peers of their rank. Now that Mu Chun possessed the Qingping sword, a treasure of extraordinary caliber, he deemed them unworthy of attention and casually stowed them away. A soft chime echoed. System update complete. Yunhai formation upgraded. No sovereign except Hongjun can forcibly breach it within a short time. The sea of clouds churned violently. Across a million li of ocean, countless terrifying sealing arrays surged into existence, emanating waves of oppressive ancient power. All living beings stirred in sudden alarm. Then glancing toward the cloud sea where Mu Chun dwelled, they lazily withdrew their gazes. There was no help for it. They had grown accustomed. Another Qingping sword manifestation, another breakthrough. The thrill had long since faded. Once the ceiling arrays surrounding the Yunhai formation fully coalesced, Mu Chun paused to sense their strength. Finding them markedly enhanced, he nodded approvingly. Nothing pressing remains to be done, he mused, then turned his gaze downward, to the mortal realm, where the age of the three sovereigns had already passed. Yuan Shi Tianzuan bestowed the Hichu Luo Shu upon Fuxi, who had already attained the status of a quasi-sovereign at Huiyun Cave. Fuxi in turn passed them on to Huangdi, the Yellow Emperor, who now reigned as the paramount sovereign of humanity, ushering in an era of unprecedented prosperity for the human race. After the three sovereigns came the five emperors. As for this age of humanity, having endured countless cosmic calamities, Mu Chun could scarcely bear to watch, and so he averted his gaze. Moreover, he discerned a peculiar phenomenon. Time flowed at different rates between the Honghuang realm and the Zhoushan continent, the former accelerated relative to the latter. To cultivators of the Honghuang, and to Mu Chun himself, time in the mortal realm appeared agonizingly slow. Moments later, he grasped the truth. It must be Hongjun's sovereign's protective measure for humanity. After all, great cultivators of the Honghuang could enter seclusion for eons, blink once in meditation, and millennia might vanish. What if one closed their eyes one moment only to open them the next, and find the world leapt forward to the year 2020? By establishing divergent temporal flows, a few cultivation cycles, measured in Huan, might pass for them, while only centuries or millennia elapsed in the mortal realm. Time to resume seclusion, Mu Chun murmured, closing his eyes serenely. The following day, Duo Bao Daoist arrived again, hurriedly, breathlessly. Senior, in my dream, Xuanti and Jane declared, I am to lead the Western religion as their new supreme sovereign. Mu Chen's face darkened. Those two venerable monks were truly holding back a devastating move, announcing it outright within a dream. You were told it was a dream. Why the commotion? Go home and sleep some more. But, do you wish to become the overlord of the West? That single question sent Duo Bao Daoist scurrying away. His utility exhausted, Mu Chun had no desire to waste words with him. Should Tongtian Jiaozhu misinterpret matters, believing Mu Chun had schemed to turn Duo Bao against him, that stain would cling like blood from the river of souls, impossible to wash clean. Yet on the third day, Duo Bao returned, bustling, flustered, his voice trembling. Senior, they said the Western religion shall become the Buddha Dharma, and I shall be the next Buddha. Mu Chun smiled faintly. Do you wish to go? Duo Bao shook his head vigorously. No, I dare not. Mu Chun rolled his eyes. Then why babble pointlessly? Leave, do not disturb my cultivation. Duo Bao Daoist stood there crestfallen, his brow furrowed with quiet anxiety. But they said no great sect endures forever, not even the sovereigns themselves. A sharp jolt pierced Mu Chen's heart. So, they were laying their cards on the table. Wait, how could Xuanti and Jane possibly know the outcome of the Fengshan calamity? Had they glimpsed the future itself? If so, then Duo Bao Daoist, having foreseen that very outcome, had orchestrated the entire Fengshan era, persuading Tongtian Jiaozhu to confront four sovereigns alone. Was he not in effect the sixth patriarch of Buddhism, the blinding luminous revelation that stunned the entire Honghuang? Mu Chun paused, pondering, then swiftly dismissed the notion. Such foresight would render Duo Bao too terrifying to fathom. Besides, the Fengshan calamity lay far in the future. Xuanti and Jane had not yet attained such prescience. Duo Bao Daoist looked utterly bewildered. Senior, may I beg your enlightenment? Could the Jie sect suffer upheaval in the days to come? Mu Chun remained silent. Duo Bao's thoughts ran deep. Currently, Jie Jiao is the most powerful sect among the three teachings, enjoying the reputation of attracting countless immortals. Logically speaking, he should lie down and study the Dao, inheriting the mantle of the Tongtian saint. However, in his dreams, the implication from Xuanti and Jiein was clear. Nothing is eternal, not even Jie Jiao or the saints. The words of the saints are not to be taken lightly. Does this mean there will be great changes in the future? Even a strong sect like Jie Jiao could perish. Thinking of this, Duo Bao felt an unusual tension and unease. Mu Chun pondered briefly and shook his head. As I said, the birth and extinction of all things follow a set law, that is the Dao. Beyond that, I know nothing. You may leave now. Neither side could afford to offend the other, so it was better to say nothing. After all, Duo Bao would eventually be sent west by Laozi, which was of no concern to him. Duo Bao suddenly expressed his frustration. Senior, why do you clearly know, but refuse to tell me? Mu Chun sighed. He thought to himself, it's not that I don't want to tell you, little brother, but I truly cannot. Otherwise, whether or not you become the leader of the Buddhist teachings, you will still face troubles. Hearing the deep sigh, Duo Bao misunderstood. Who else in the vast wilderness could make Senior Mu Chun so reluctant to speak aside from the saints? Saints. There are only a few saints left in the current wilderness. They are the most powerful beings in the land. But would the strongest face the strongest? Wouldn't that mean a battle of the saints? Thinking of this, Duobao's Dao heart nearly shattered. At this moment, he had no idea that he had inadvertently predicted the true future. Yet just this possibility frightened him immensely. The two saints of the West and the orthodox Taoism of the three pure ones have evidently diverged. The conflict between Buddhism and Taoism is merely taking shape. Could it lead to battle? Recalling what Mu Chun had said earlier, it is not something you can control, you might as well accept it openly. It turned out that Senior Mu Chun had already given him the method. Thank you, Senior Mu Chun, for your guidance. I will remember it well. I will take my leave now. Duo Bao Daoist was no longer as tense as before. Instead, he wore a calm and casual expression. He turned and left. Mu Chun was left puzzled, not knowing how this guy suddenly came to understand. But that was fine, he wouldn't have to be bothered. Thus Mu Chun jumped onto the sea of clouds and continued his cultivation. Returning to the Bio Palace, Duo Bao Daoist had quieted down significantly. He even seemed to have developed a hint of self-abandonment. To him, if it were truly as he imagined, then it wouldn't matter how he acted. He only needed to see if his master could survive this tribulation. As for himself, what difference did it make whether he cultivated or not? The saying beneath the saints all are, but ants was not just mere words. Thinking of this, Duo Bao Daoist became disheartened, growing indifferent to the cultivation he once held dear. In the days that followed, Duo Bao Daoist's temperament gradually changed. He no longer practiced or worked with the same rigor as before. He became exceedingly lazy, going with the flow. He began to enjoy descending to the mortal realm to wander. Otherwise, he simply liked to sit idle and watch the clouds. Gradually, he fell in love with this tranquil and leisurely feeling. Duo Bao started to feel the suffering of the mortal realm. If even the saints could not fully control their fates, then what use was it for the myriad beings, the countless gods and demons, to strive in cultivation? They still couldn't escape this prison of heaven and earth. If that were the case, then was their entire life merely a tribulation? How boring. Duo Bao shook his head. In the Western Pure Land, the gods and Buddhas murmured lowly. Xian and Zhuan Ti exchanged a knowing smile. Good. On the Sea of Clouds, Mu Chun was unaware of the subtle changes occurring in Duo Bao's mindset at that moment. But it didn't matter. All of his attention was focused on his fishing rod. In the small pond, he rarely caught anything. Over countless years, he had only caught a few low-grade magical treasures and pills which were negligible compared to the rewards from the system. However, today was different. As he gently lifted the fishing rod, he felt something familiar yet unseen for many years. If his guess was correct, this is a bottle of Pepsi. Mu Chun was stunned. Just looking at the incredibly familiar logo and color, he confirmed that he was not mistaken. He then grasped the cola in his palm. Carefully opening the bottle cap, he took a sip. A strong, pungent flavor instantly surged into his brain. It was still that familiar taste of joy. It was indeed cola. Mu Chun was instantly filled with mixed emotions, especially complex feelings. Nostalgia, excitement, sighs. It had it all. He never expected that in his lifetime he would be able to drink cola in the Primordial World. Moreover, it was fished out. Soon Mu Chun inexplicably felt homesick. This small pond seems to be yielding more and more catches lately. Mu Chun sighed. He then took a few more sips. He couldn't bear to finish it in one go. He placed it beside the pond, preparing to continue drinking next time. After all, no one knows when the next opportunity to fish something out will come. At that moment, Mu Chun raised an eyebrow, slightly sensing that someone had arrived in the cloud sea formation. It was an elderly man with white hair and a kind expression. There was a 5-point star shape on his forehead. The elderly man slowly bent down and respectfully said, "I am the little god Tai Bai Jin Xing, here to convey the command of the Jade Emperor and deliver some edicts." Mu Chun exclaimed softly, "Tai Bai Jin Xing." In his understanding, Tai Bai Jin Xing was loyal and kind, mainly serving as the Jade Emperor's envoy responsible for delivering various orders. Moreover, in Taoism, Tai Bai Jin Xing is considered one of the core members with a status only beneath the three pure ones, which is quite high. Of course, facing an existence like Mu Chun, who predates the three pure ones, was still a significant gap. Upon realizing this, Mu Chun understood. In the past primordial myths, it was said that Tai Bai Jin Xing was born only during the period of the investiture of the gods. This was evidently incorrect. Tai Bai was already a trusted aide of Hao Tian. Since it was the Jade Emperor's decree, Mu Chun opened the cloud sea. Tai Bai Jin Xing approached the pond. Upon seeing Mu Chun, he slowly bent down. "Little god greets, Senior Mu Chun." Mu Chun inquired, "What is the Jade Emperor's command?" Tai Bai Jin Xing fidgeted slightly and said softly, "After the establishment of the heavenly court, the manpower has been exceedingly lacking. Everything is somewhat hesitant, so the Jade Emperor wishes to borrow your disciple senior Mu Chun to serve in the heavenly court. Mu Chun was taken aback. My disciple? Who? Taiyi Jinxing hurriedly continued. It is Hou, Yi, and Qia Fu. Their talents and divine abilities are appreciated by the Jade Emperor, so I came to ask if they could serve in the heavenly court. If the senior is unwilling, I will leave immediately. When he came, Hao Tian had already clarified Mu Chen's background with Taiyi. Fearing that Taiyi Jinxing might convey the message incorrectly and anger Mu Chun. Upon learning that Mu Chun could discuss doctrines with the Dao Ancestor and had led the young Hao Tian for 1,000 years, Taiyi Jinxing was instantly terrified. How could he dare to show even a hint of disrespect? So that's how it is. Mu Chun suddenly understood. To put it simply, it was about recruiting people. The calamity of the investiture of the gods arose because Hao Tian truly lacked manpower and sought discussions with Hongjun and Yuan Shi. In the end, a list of deities was created. Unexpectedly, before that time even arrived, the Jade Emperor had already started to recruit people. But it makes sense. During the primordial period, talented individuals were indeed scarce. The Western sect and the heavenly court were busy recruiting people. Ding, detecting a request from the Jade Emperor, please choose. 1. To directly refuse, gradually fading the past ties with the Jade Emperor, but receive 10 ginseng fruits. 2. Allow Qia Fu and Hou Yi to enter the heavenly court as generals, establishing a good relationship with the Jade Emperor, ensuring that no disciples will be dragged into the calamity during the investiture of the gods. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun smiled immediately. Why even choose? He directly said, this matter can be done, but since Hou Yi and Qia Fu are still low in cultivation, I need to guide them for 100 years. After 100 years they can serve in the heavenly court. Taiyi Jinxing was overjoyed. You must know why the Jade Emperor did not come personally. He feared that if Mu Chun directly refused, it would be embarrassing for the dignified heavenly emperor. However, he did not expect Mu Chun to be so straightforward. All right. I will go back to the heavenly court and report to the Jade Emperor first, Taiyi Jinxing said, and then left joyfully. Watching this scene, Mu Chun's mind moved, and he called for Ao Tian and Xian. Ao Tian and Xian delineated a vast territory of 200,000 miles known as the True Dragon Sea and a colossal Qilin island within the boundless ocean as the domains of their respective clans. At the same time, both were at the initial stage of croissant. In the outside world, they were renowned, formidable existences. The two sensed Mu Chun's command and directly appeared over the cloud sea. Young master, what is the matter? Xian inquired. Decades ago, Mu Chun had instructed the two to change their titles. After all, they were now the esteemed ancestors of their clans and deserved some respect. Upon learning Mu Chun's thoughts, the two felt even more grateful, shedding tears. Earlier, there were visitors from the heavenly court. Mu Chun recounted the previous events. Ao Tian, more opinionated, frowned. Hou Yi and Qia Fu possess exceptional talents. Serving as officials in the heavenly court seems like a waste of their abilities. Xian agreed. Indeed, that makes sense, young master. This action seems inappropriate, Mu Chun replied with a smile. All right, if they want go, then you two shall, as they are now absent. The two paused, their expressions momentarily stunned. Ao Tian stroked his beard and said solemnly, that said, Qia Fu and Hou Yi are still young and could benefit from some training. The heavenly court is indeed a good choice. Xian nodded repeatedly. Indeed, that reasoning holds merit. Mu Chun looked at the two with a blank stare, pulling at the corners of his mouth. He no longer wished to engage with these two. 10 years later, Hou Yi and Qia Fu returned. Compared to when they first ventured into the wilderness, both had become more mature and composed. Their realms had also advanced from the initial celestial immortal to the mid-stage of Xian immortal, just one major realm away from Taiyi. We pay our respects, master. The two knelt in greeting. Their faces bore an indescribable respect. After traversing the wilderness, they had come to understand their master's immense strength even more. Mu Chun nodded slightly. Speaking of which, among his disciples, only Hou Yi and Qia Fu were currently human, so he was particularly fond of them. From today onward, you shall cultivate here for 100 years, and after that you will go to the heavenly court as officials. Mu Chun commanded. The two exchanged glances, unaware that the Jade Emperor had taken notice of them. Hou Yi, meticulous in thought, curiously asked, Master, what will we do in the heavenly court? Mu Chun saw through Hou Yi's thoughts and replied with a smile. You will simply enjoy good food and drink there, doing whatever is easy. Do you understand what a civil servant is? Hou Yi and Qia Fu had followed Mu Chun during their childhood on Earth. Naturally, they understood many of the peculiar terms their master used. They were quite familiar with the concept of civil servants. So they exchanged glances and smiled. We will faithfully obey master's decree. For the next 100 years, Mu Chun imparted his essential techniques, True God's thunder control, and the ability to shrink the distance. He also took out 2 innate treasures from his sleeve. Both were gifts from Duo Bao. One was a divine bow and the other an axe, which were extremely suitable for the two. 100 years later, their skills had begun to take shape, just a thread away from Taiyi. They prepared to head to the heavenly court. Master, shall we go empty-handed? Kuo Fu asked curiously. Mu Chen thought for a moment. It seemed inappropriate. However, asking him to gift treasures, that was too difficult. He had always been the one to gather from others. When had he ever actively given anything away? Mu Chen pondered for a while and noticed a half bottle of cola beside the pond. It had been sealed with his magical power for 100 years, but he wondered if it would still be good. He waved his hand. The cola flew out of the bottle and was then stored in an empty golden bottle. That was impressive enough. He tossed it directly to Hui. Mu Chen smiled and said, "Consider this a greeting gift for the Jade Emperor. It's called Fat House Happy Water. Additionally, remember that the Sea of Learning is boundless. When you go to the heavenly court, act modestly and remain grounded." Understood. Hui and Kuo Fu showed a hint of reluctance. They bowed 3 times vigorously over the cloud sea before departing. Outside the heavenly gate, several heavenly generals were stationed. Their aura was imposing and fierce, creating a solemn atmosphere. Upon arriving, Hui and Kuo Fu sensed the ambience and felt an unusual tension on their faces. "Who goes there?" A burly man in silver attire shouted. Hui bowed respectfully. "We are Hui and Kuo Fu from the endless sea, summoned by the decree of our master to serve in the heavenly court." The celestial general frowned slightly. "What a joke. Who is your master? This is the heavenly court. How can you just enter on a whim based on your master's words?" He was about to drive the two away. At that moment, 2 beams of golden light appeared. In front stood a kindled figure, naturally the Taiyi Jinxing. Behind him was a valiant man dressed in a dragon robe, exuding an aura of righteousness, with his hands clasped behind him, embodying a dominance that seemed to overlook the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Countless heavenly soldiers turned pale, kneeling on the ground. "We pay our respects to the Jade Emperor." Hui and Kuo Fu were not foolish, either promptly kneeling on the ground to pay their respects. The master had already stated that under someone else's roof, upon seeing the Jade Emperor, one must kneel without a word. If that doesn't work, then bow down. In short, just act humble. Once the proper greetings were completed, the people of the heavenly court couldn't find any trouble with them. The Jade Emperor saw the two and smiled. "Do not be nervous. You two are the ones I sent Taiyi Jinxing to bring from your master. I have high hopes for you, and I hope you will achieve great things in the heavenly court." As soon as he finished speaking, not only were Hui and Kuo Fu taken aback, but even the kneeling heavenly soldiers nearly fell over in shock. In the entire primordial world, aside from Hongjun and a few saints, who else could make the Jade Emperor personally come from the heavenly court to greet them? After a brief conversation, the Jade Emperor began to lead Hui and Kuo Fu into the depths of the heavenly court. The dignified Jade Emperor personally accompanying 2 minor immortals who hadn't even reached the Taiyi level was indeed highly favorable. Of course, the most important reason was still based on Mu Chen's reputation. On the way, Hui remembered something. He then cautiously took out a golden bottle. "Your Majesty, this is a treasure specially brought to you by our master, called the Happy Water for Lazy People." The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow, taken slightly aback. He picked up the golden bottle and inquired, "Where did this come from, and what does Happy Water for Lazy People mean? Is there really such a water in the world?" Hui and Kuo Fu both shook their heads, presenting a stance of ignorance. The Jade Emperor pondered for a moment, then smiled skeptically. "All right, then I shall give it a try." After saying this, he elegantly raised the bottle and took a sip. In the next moment, the Jade Emperor frowned slightly. This made both Hui and Kuo Fu's hearts sink. They had seen that bottle of happy water for lazy people sit around for 100 years. No one knew if there would be any issues. It seemed even their master hesitated when he picked it up. If the Jade Emperor were to have a bad reaction, would they be done for right then and there? Just when the two were feeling tense, suddenly the Jade Emperor's tightly knit brows relaxed, his eyes brightening with approval. "Not bad, not bad, not bad. This is simply excellent. I have never tasted such a delightful happy water. No, it is simply divine elixir." Originally, the Jade Emperor was accustomed to drinking fine nectar and dew and held a sense of disdain and superiority towards other beverages. Even those sent by Mu Chen were no exception. However, to his surprise, that feeling was completely conquered in an instant. The Jade Emperor quickly inquired, "Senior Mu Chen is truly thoughtful. I must have my ministers taste this. I wonder if your master has any more." Hui and Kuo Fu scratched their heads, wearing expressions of ignorance. "Well then, next time I will send Taiyi Jinxing to inquire personally." The Jade Emperor sighed regretfully. Then he perked up, speaking grandly. "I did not expect Senior Mu Chen to be so generous. As a return gift, you may request any official position in the heavenly court, considering the favor of this happy water." At that moment, even Mu Chen himself was unaware. Relying solely on half a bottle of soda, Hou and Qua Fu became the only two favored individuals of the Jade Emperor from then on. 3 days later, Hou and Qua Fu hurriedly returned to the Endless Sea. Mu Chen looked at their appearance and asked curiously what happened. Hou and Qua Fu replied respectfully, "Master, that delightful beverage deeply pleases the Jade Emperor. Not only did he personally guide us, but he also allowed us to choose positions at will in the Heavenly Court. This time we will serve in the Heavenly Court for an unknown number of years, so we came to bid farewell to you once again." Mu Chen's expression turned strange as he stroked his chin. It seems that this drink is quite a popular item everywhere. If an ordinary person were to take a sip, they might very well perish on the spot. I wonder if the Jade Emperor will feel any discomfort after drinking this cola for a century. However, immortals shouldn't suffer from diarrhea, right? By the way, what positions will you hold in the Heavenly Court? Mu Chen asked curiously. It is well known that the current Heavenly Court has very few personnel and countless powerful positions remain unoccupied. If Qua Fu and Hou were to rise to prominence, it would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Qua Fu scratched his head, revealing an honest smile. I told the Jade Emperor that I wanted to move mountains, so I was appointed as the mountain-moving god responsible for altering the geography of the primordial wilderness. Mu Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth. Moving mountains. This has too little potential. Isn't this just akin to a modern-day brick mover? Mu Chen sighed, inwardly looking at Hou. And you? Hou hesitated for a moment. I told the Emperor that I enjoy moon gazing, so I was assigned as the moon guardian outside the moon palace. Mu Chen. Great. One is a brick mover. The other is a gatekeeper. It seems I can't rely on them at all. Mu Chen looked at Hou and sighed. So many years have passed, and you still haven't let go. Hou's expression changed unpredictably. He then silently lowered his head, not saying a word. Once when Mu Chen ordered Qua Fu and Hou, who were still mortals, to travel and cultivate in the mortal realm, he had actually taken a wife named Change who was merely immortal. One day, by a twist of fate, Hou obtained several elixirs of immortality, intending to share them with Change and become a loving couple who lived forever. However, who would have thought that Hou was simply too extraordinary at that time? After receiving guidance from Mu Chen, he was no longer like an ordinary person. Change, feeling inferior and fearing that he would abandon her, consumed all the elixirs herself. As a result, she unexpectedly ascended during the day and became a fairy of the Moon Palace, renaming herself Change. Meanwhile, Hou failed to become a celestial being and could not ascend, thus separating them across realms. This incident is indeed a pain in Hou's heart. It is precisely because of this that he wished to guard the Moon Palace, likely hoping to catch another glimpse of his wife from back then. Although he never spoke of it, Mu Chen understood this all too well. He couldn't help but sigh. Look at this, what a tragically beautiful love story filled with regret. Even Mu Chen, an ancient virgin for countless millennia, felt a twinge of sadness. Alright, since you both like it, I won't say anything more. Mu Chen waved his hand. Why does it feel like everyone in my lineage is just a bunch of slackers? Perhaps this is what it means to be a disciple. Only Xiaoshi is a bit more ambitious. Mu Chen spoke. In that case, you may leave. The delightful beverage the Jade Emperor desires is something I obtained by chance. If I have the opportunity again, I will send someone to deliver it to the Heavenly Court. Hou and Qua Fu nodded simultaneously. Then, Master, we shall take our leave. With Mu Chen's nod, the two departed the Endless Sea, flying straight towards the Heavenly Court to become deities. As Hou and Qua Fu ascended to the heavenly realms to attain divinity, the Endless Sea grew increasingly tranquil. However, this tranquility did not last long before the True Dragon clan became restless. The True Dragons were inherently proud and unruly, imbued with a sense of superiority that looked down upon the world. Once hiding here, due to the massacres by the Azura clan, many dragons now wished to venture out after enjoying a leisurely life. Although the Endless Sea was vast, it still failed to satisfy these dragons. After all, who would prefer to be confined to this small corner when they could reign supreme in the outside world? In response, Aotian felt somewhat troubled and ascended to the Cloud Sea to seek guidance. Young Master, how should I decide? He inquired. Mu Chen had anticipated this and spoke up. If you wish to go out, then go. But remember, do not use the Endless Sea as your backdrop or support. The future Dragon Clan will dominate the four seas. Even so, things were different from the past. They could only become subordinates of the heavenly realms. It could be said that these young dragons had never experienced the harshness of society, but once they stepped outside, they would soon be subdued by the heavenly beings. Upon hearing this, Aotian felt relieved. He then brought a junior named Ao Guang to the residence of Minister Turtle. Minister Turtle, my Dragon Clan's junior, is about to venture forth to unify the oceans. I wonder if you have any insights or strategies to share. Aotian considered this matter seriously. Anyone capable of helping the young master manage the Endless Sea must possess extraordinary abilities. Minister Turtle was currently drinking with the three monsters. For a long time, the three monsters had loyally assisted Minister Turtle in managing the affairs of the Endless Sea. It was because of this that they received elixirs rewarded by Chu Chen and broke through to the Taiyi realm. Upon hearing Ao Tian's question, Minister Turtle did not dare to act carelessly. After careful consideration, he said the Dragon Clan is unparalleled. However, the greatest challenge after unifying the seas will be managing the four seas effectively. After all, the four seas are vast. Countless beings reside within. Therefore, I suggest establishing dragon palaces throughout the four seas, with 4 dragon kings stationed to oversee them, maintaining peace with numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals. This way we can uphold the dignity of the Dragon Clan and ensure its enduring prosperity. Minister Turtle's words were indeed heartfelt. After all, he had managed the Endless Sea for countless years and was filled with experience. Upon hearing this, Ao Tian's eyes brightened. That makes perfect sense. What a brilliant idea. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Minister Turtle. After leaving the cave of Minister Turtle, Ao Tian asked, Ao Guang, do you understand? Ao Guang, still a young boy with dragon horns, replied earnestly, Elder, I understand. Receiving a positive response, Ao Tian allowed the Dragon Clan members led by Ao Guang to depart. As for the remaining inhabitants of the sea, there were only a few elderly or young dragons left. The Qilin clan, unlike the Dragon Clan, possessed no such ambitions. They merely set out from the Endless Sea to explore the wilderness. In fact, one even ventured to the Shinjo continent seemingly by chance, driving away the Demon Clan and becoming a herald of fortune for the human race, transforming into a totem. The future custom of celebrating the new year with firecrackers to imitate the roar of the Qilin driving away evil is based on this origin. Chu Chen witnessed all of this with a sense of speechlessness. After all this time, the division of the 4 sea dragon palaces was actually the idea of their own Minister Turtle. Of course, for Chu Chen, all of this was merely trivial conversation during moments of boredom. What he cared about most now was his understanding of the 5 elements law. He had even temporarily set aside his own cultivation. After all, the time until the end of fishing was still long. As time flowed by, several hundred years passed. Ao Tian and Xian, born from the Dragon Han initial calamity, had now grown exceedingly old. They were now deeply secluded, and unless there were significant changes in the world, they would not awaken. After all, only saints could achieve immortality, while quasi-saints could not escape the karmic retribution of great calamities. It was not uncommon for quasi-saints to fall during calamities. One day, Chu Chen opened his eyes and unexpectedly caught another bottle of cola, unable to contain his delight. Over the years, he had successively fished out 18 bottles of cola, placing them beside the pond. He had sent a total of 5 bottles to the heavenly realms. It was not that he was unwilling to part with them. It was simply that rarity enhances value. Moreover, he heard that the heavenly realms had already renamed this cola as divine water, placing it on par with nectar. It would only be granted to the gods for tasting during grand banquets held in the heavenly realms. Even Chu Chen could hardly believe that this item had inadvertently become popular in the heavenly realms, turning into a rare commodity. At that moment, a formidable aura surged towards him from afar. Chu Chen slowly narrowed his eyes. It was not weak, but neither was it particularly strong. It was not of the saint level. Moments later, a woman descended from the moon to the mortal realm. Her expression was cold, yet she exuded an indescribable chill. I am Changshi, the moon goddess. PS 100 chapters completed. Throw flowers, and there will be 2 more chapters tonight. The moon goddess Changshi, wife of Emperor Jun, was born on the 12th day of the month, thus becoming the moon goddess. She is also the first moon goddess in Taoist mythology. Chu Chen's thoughts stirred, and he appeared at the edge of the sea of clouds. Gazing at the coldly beautiful woman, he calmly asked, what brings the moon goddess Changshi to the Endless Sea? Changxi's expression showed a hint of displeasure. Without beating around the bush, she said, is Hou-yi, who has come to serve as the guardian of the moon star in the moon palace, your disciple? Chu Chen nodded instinctively. A trace of anger flickered across Changxi's face as she questioned, I came here to tell you that Hou-yi is frivolous and untrustworthy, neglecting his duties, and instead loitering outside the moon palace with my subordinate, the fairy change, acting sneaky. I considered him still a junior, and since the Jade Emperor personally issued the decree, I refrained from dealing with him, but I must ask you, as his master, what does this mean? This. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen was at a loss for words regarding Hou-yi. Why must he act so lewdly when meeting his wife? Every day, like a stalker, he loiters outside someone else's door. Not to mention, it had been many years since he last saw his wife, which normal fairy wouldn't be frightened. It's only natural for others to come and complain. However, Chu Chen was also puzzled. As the moon goddess, why would Changshi personally seek him out for such a trivial matter? It felt as if a wrong daughter was coming to confront the other party's parents. Chu Chen pondered. Although what Hou-yi did is inappropriate, this matter doesn't seem to concern you, does it? Changshi replied coldly, change is my daughter. Do you think this matter is related to me or not? Mu Chen was dumbfounded. Instinctively, he used divination and discovered that this matter was indeed true. Emperor Jun and Changxi had a daughter, and she was changed. However, back then, during the great calamity of the witches and the demons, the two used secret methods to seal change, allowing her to reincarnate as a human in later generations. As fate would have it, she encountered Hou Yi and even became his wife. Later, Change secretly consumed a pill and ascended to the Moon Palace, but in reality, it was largely due to Chang's subtle influences. Mu Chen's face was filled with disbelief. This was completely different from the mythological stories he had heard before. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. Myths are myths, they can't all be true. Instead, these truths are even more real. Mu Chen cleared his throat. Well, Change and Hou Yi at least have a bond as husband and wife in the mortal realm. Although Hou Yi's actions are somewhat inappropriate, it shouldn't be that serious, right? Upon hearing this, Changxi showed a hint of disdain and contempt on her face. A mere remnants of an ancient witch clan bloodline, now just a watchdog in the Taiyi realm, how dare he continue a past relationship with the daughter of me and Emperor Jun? I am here to tell you that you must make Hou Yi report to the Jade Emperor and leave my daughter. Otherwise, he will bear the consequences. Changxi had already investigated Hou Yi's background thoroughly. Now her expression was filled with the typical disdain of a wealthy mother-in-law towards a poor son-in-law. As the wife of Emperor Jun, the moon goddess above the moon star harbored deep-seated animosity towards the witch clan and possessed an exceptionally high perspective. Even when looking at Mu Chen, she had a natural sense of superiority. However, upon hearing this, Mu Chen's smile faded. Calmly, he said, "You must have not been outside for many years, right?" Changxi frowned slightly. And how is that? She had been residing in the Moon Palace since the great calamity of the witches and demons. She had never shown herself in the wilderness except concerning her daughter. This time she was enraged by Hou Yi's behavior towards her daughter, which compelled her to come here after inquiring about the details. She couldn't even be bothered to investigate Mu Chen's background. In her eyes, aside from a few saints and the heavenly court, the rest of the cultivators were mere ants. It's not that I just want to tell you. Mu Chen's expression suddenly changed, a chilling aura sweeping out. My disciple Mu Chen is not someone you, a mere Daluo Golden Immortal, can refer to as a watchdog. I am only treating you with respect because of my disciple. In terms of age, cultivation, and strength, what do you have to be arrogant before me? Do not think that just because you are a mere moon goddess, even the entire moon palace can be overturned by me with a flick of my hand. Each word was like thunder erupting. As the words fell, Mu Chen's entire body suddenly soared to great heights, an incredibly terrifying aura sweeping across the entire sky. Mu Chen was exceptionally domineering this time. Firstly, he was cautious, not cowardly. When he emerged from seclusion years ago to help Xiaoshi reclaim his honor, he dared to kill even the Qilin at the peak of the quasi-saint level. Secondly, Hou Yi and Qua Fu were two disciples he held in high regard. Although they had not achieved much, Mu Chen's nature was always to fiercely protect his own, especially after being looked down upon for no reason. This aspect of him had never changed at its core. However, the most important thing was, Changxi was merely a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Although her heavenly creation divine powers were exquisite, she ultimately was not his match. In terms of background, the demon race led by Di Jun had long since fallen. The new heavenly court and the Jade Emperor respected Changxi due to her influence, but it was impossible for them to support her. After all, the only connection Changxi could rely on was the Saint Nuwa. And what connection did Nuwa have with him? It was a joke. Back then she had sent both a phoenix and monkeys. With such a relationship, how could she deal with him? Therefore, considering all of the above, and given that the other party had come to his doorstep to show off, Mu Chen felt he could not tolerate it. The aura of the quasi-saint erupted like a mountain. The entire sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Chang's pupils contracted, and her cold, proud face was filled with shock. Quasi-saint. Quasi-saint. How can it be a quasi-saint? She was stunned, her mouth agape, completely at a loss for words. She had originally thought that Hou Yi was merely a human cultivator at the Taiyi realm, and that her master was not that strong either. However, who would have thought? Mu Chen was actually a quasi-saint. Reflexively, Chang's mind stirred, and countless stars surrounded her for protection. At the same time, she unleashed her heavenly alteration divine powers. The ground beneath her feet shifted dramatically, with countless celestial bodies swirling around, a chill pervading the air. In an instant, the two found themselves amidst the starry sky, observing the colossal rocks and planets swirling around. Mu Chen remained expressionless, a hint of a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He flicked his finger, and a ripple of ethereal energy spread out. Boom! The stars, infused with countless Dao auras, exploded in an instant, crumbling like dried twigs. Then he stomped his right foot down with force. The starry sky trembled violently beneath his feet, and countless visible cracks appeared. These cracks then spread like a spider's web in all directions, and the entire starry sky seemed to turn into a fragile glass on the verge of shattering. With a crackling sound, the starry sky erupted. Countless fragments floated in the air, and in an instant the two returned to the endless ocean. Under the Quasi-Saint level, even a Great Luo Golden Immortal felt like an ant. The moon goddess Chang, she almost simultaneously spat out a mouthful of golden blood, her complexion pale, swaying unsteadily. Mu Chen was just about to continue slapping her away when he remembered that she might be Ho Yi's future mother-in-law, so he reluctantly withdrew his hand. "This is a small token. If you are unconvinced, feel free to find me," Mu Chen said. It had been many years since he had hit anyone. He felt a strange sense of nostalgia. However, the next action from Chang, she surprised him. He saw Chang, she clutching her chest, voluntarily getting up and bowing in greeting. Chang, she has eyes but fails to see, offending the senior. "I deserve this slap from you, senior. I only ask that you do not take it to heart." Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback. However, after realizing it, he felt some admiration. Chang, she had become Di Jun's wife and survived the calamity of the Wu and Yao, proving her worth unlike those mindless fools. She understood the importance of assessing the situation. Chang, she was well aware of this principle. Offending a Quasi-Saint while being in the wrong was absolutely not advantageous in the Hongluang. Taking the initiative to admit fault was the best method. Mu Chen shook his head. "In that case, let's consider this causality settled." His imposing aura dissipated in an instant. However, Chang, she bit her lip, slightly, speaking stubbornly. "Senior, I still oppose the matter between Ho Yi and change. Even though he is your disciple, I still believe he is unworthy of my daughter." Hearing this, Mu Chen felt a bit helpless. The mother-in-law disapproving of the son-in-law was not something he could manage. He couldn't possibly force her just because of his cultivation level. That would be too uncouth. What is the heart of a parent for their child? It is the same in the Hongluang. Mu Chen pondered and said with uncertainty, "Ho Yi is sincere. Why not observe him more carefully? As a return gift, I have a few bottles of divine water granted by the heavenly court. Would the moon goddess like to take some back to taste?" With that, he waved his sleeve gently. A bottle of cola in a silver container flew before Changshi. "This is divine water." Chang's eyes brightened. The divine water that had become immensely popular in the heavenly court over the years was something she had heard of, but had never had the opportunity to taste. In the next moment, she picked up the silver bottle and took a gentle sip. Then, she fell silent. Her expression was somewhat dazed. Mu Chen cautiously said, "Given this bottle of divine water, would the moon goddess be willing to give me some face?" After a long while, she decisively shook her head. "Not possible." Changshi stubbornly extended 3 fingers, her face serious as she said, 3 bottles at least." Mu Chen's face was filled with frustration. "What the hell? Just a moment ago we were at odds with each other, and now I'm bargaining with myself." Yet inexplicably, he found that Changshi was somewhat adorable in her current state. However, selling his own daughter for 3 bottles of cola. He couldn't help but wonder what Change would think upon hearing this. Ding, detecting that Changshi is requesting divine water. Please choose host. Option 1, grant a certain amount of divine water to gain the favor of the moon goddess Changshi and the entire moon palace, as well as obtain a wisp of lunar essence, source of the moon. Option 2, reject on the spot, either swatting her away or slaying her to forcibly take change and receive a piece of innate spiritual treasure. Mu Chen heard this. There was no need to contemplate further. No matter how one looked at it, he wasn't that ruthless. Besides, for the happiness of his disciple, he as a master had to do something. Mu Chen pondered for a moment and slowly smiled. "Sure, it's not impossible to give, but you must understand that even in the years I've spent in the heavenly court, I've only given away 5 bottles of this divine water. You want 3 bottles at once? That seems a bit much, doesn't it?" Changshi thought for a moment, realizing she had indeed asked for too much. Even the grand heavenly court only had 5 bottles, and she truly lacked the qualification. So she said, "Then just 2 bottles. I want to take them back for the disciples of the moon palace to taste, so it can't be any less." Mu Chen smiled brightly. "Deal." After saying that, he handed over another bottle from the side of the water pool. Seeing Mu Chen's directness, a hint of surprise flashed in Chang's eyes. In truth, her request for divine water was not only because she thought it was delicious. The most important thing was to see Mu Chen's reaction. Now she felt reassured. With such a broad mind and excellent character, the disciples he taught should not be too bad. "I never expected the senior to be so magnanimous. I was too disrespectful this time. To express my apology, I wish to present a wisp of lunar essence as a token of thanks. As for this divine water, I only wish for 1 bottle." Changshi bowed again, her expression extremely respectful. She then presented a grain-sized pearl radiating a faint moonlight to Mu Chen. Watching this scene, Mu Chen smiled. He had not expected Changshi to have such intentions, as she was quite bold. He realized he had misunderstood her. So he said, "No need, since I have already given it away, I won't take it back." Keep these 2 bottles for now. If in the future change and Hou are fated, I will grant 2 more bottles. That would be excellent. Thus, after a pleasant exchange of gifts between both parties, it successfully concluded. Watching Changxi leave Mu Chen's side, and said earnestly, Xiao I have already helped you settle your mother-in-law, the rest depends on your own abilities. Outside the Moon Palace, Hou gazed affectionately at the faint, graceful figure within the Moon Palace and suddenly yawned. Who is thinking of me? After this little hiccup, Mu Chen was now alert from his fishing state. He focused all his attention on the study of the 5 elements principles. For water and fire, he had nearly mastered them completely. Now he still had the elements of metal, wood, and earth to comprehend. Only with the complete understanding of the 5 elements can one truly grasp the power of the 5 elements principles. Thus the cloud sea once again fell into a prolonged period of tranquility. Blue skies and white clouds, lush green mountains, and clear waters. It had been over 1,200 years since Mu Chen entered seclusion, which was equivalent to 1 cycle. According to the system's given fishing time of 2 cycles, there was still half a distance to go. Understanding the 5 elements principles individually isn't difficult, but the interplay of these 5 elements containing myriad pathways is far too complex. One day Mu Chen opened his eyes and murmured softly. Over these several thousand years, he was still far from achieving the realm of complete mastery of the 5 elements. There was no way around it. Although the human race was the most spiritual in the future age of no laws compared to the innate divine demons of the primordial era, their innate talents were still significantly lacking. Reaching the early stage of Quasi-Saint has already been extremely rare. Undoubtedly, he was the number 1 among humans. However, Mu Chen was not anxious. As a human, his path to becoming a saint would not be scrutinized or manipulated by the heavenly Dao. This meant that the calamities of heaven and earth would not specifically target him, which was the most important thing. In comparison, it was not a big deal to progress in cultivation a bit slower. Currently, Mu Chen's attributes were already considered quite good in the primordial era. Host Mu Chen. Race human. Realm Quasi-Saint, early stage. Abilities Law of Heaven and Earth Avatar of the Outer Heaven 36 Methods of Heaven True God's Thunder Control Art, Shrink the Land to an Inch Fire God's Body Protection Technique. Cultivation Techniques Low-Level Breathing Techniques High-Level Breathing Techniques Zhu Rong's Fire Control Technique Fragments of the Supreme, Clean Qi Method. Weapons Imitation of the 4 Swords of Julian's Spirit Dispersing, Gourd Qingping's Sword, and others. Treasures 12th Grade Fiery Lotus Platform, a Wisp of Lunar Essence. Host's Comprehension Form of the 5 Elements Principles. As for some other items, either they have been given away or they were not comparable to the ones above, so they were directly ignored. However, overall, he already vaguely had the demeanor of a max-level character. Mu Chen was quite pleased. Suddenly, he turned to a certain direction of the mountains and asked with a smile, "Little 6 ears, do you dare to pry into my Dao?" "A mere 6-eared monkey dares to pry into my Dao." The voice boomed like thunder echoing through a secluded and deep forest. At the mountain's peak, a clever and lively-looking monkey's expression changed drastically as it retracted its 6-eared divine power and turned to flee. However, in the next moment, a figure in gray blocked its path. This was a casual clone of Mu Chen with hands clasped behind his back and a smile on his face. "Why are you running?" The 6-eared monkey was terrified and turned to flee once more. Yet no matter where it ran, Mu Chen followed like a shadow. After a long time, the 6-eared monkey could no longer run. Only then did Mu Chen lightly wave his hand. A tremendous gravitational force instantly pierced through the void, pulling both of them in. In the Cloud Sea Grand Formation, Mu Chen carefully examined the trembling 6-eared monkey crouching on the ground, feeling a sense of curiosity. Among the 4 monkeys of chaos, the 6-eared monkey was skilled in sound perception, capable of discerning principles and understanding everything. At the same time, it was also the oldest among the monkeys. Back when Hongjun imparted teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, the 6-eared monkey was punished by Hongjun for eavesdropping. It was even said that the teachings were not to be passed to the 6-eared monkey. Thus, the great Dao of the world had no connection with it. Many cultivators who admired the 6-eared monkey dared not take it as a disciple for fear of the authority of the Dao Ancestor. So by now the 6-eared monkey was merely a small Xian immortal. However, Mu Chen did not expect that this little fellow had actually eavesdropped on him. Mu Chen was not angry. Instead, he joked, "Little 6-eared, you are quite bold. Has the Dao Ancestor not taught you enough back then? Please spare me, senior. I will never dare again." The 6-eared monkey knelt down to beg for mercy. Throughout endless years, because of Hongjun's words, it had lived a miserable life. Even with exceptional talent, it could not enter the gates of cultivation. As for Mu Chen's cloud sea, it was something it discovered by chance. Back when Mu Chen debated with the king of the underworld, the 6-eared monkey happened to be present and was astonished. Yet who would have thought that upon using the six-eared divine power for the first time, it would be discovered by the other party, causing it to feel even more fearful. Just as Mu Chen was about to speak, a sound rang out. Detected the visit of the six-eared monkey, please choose host. Option 1. Subdue the six-eared monkey as a disciple and impart its divine power, which may grant a congenital supreme treasure, though it might provoke Hongjun's dissatisfaction and attention. Option 2. Kill it casually with no rewards. Option 3. Leak a hint of heavenly secrets to the six-eared monkey, pointing out the path ahead, which could grant the six-eared divine power. Listening to these options, Mu Chen's gaze momentarily blanked. To kill it. He did not like to commit acts of killing. Moreover, having reached the stage of quasi-saint to take the life of an Xian immortal seemed too lowly. As for the congenital supreme treasure, it was somewhat alluring, but unfortunately, compared to provoking Hongjun's dissatisfaction, it was certainly not worth it. In other words, it could only be option 3. Although the six-eared divine power was not strong, it was still quite practical. Mu Chen pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. Then why did you eavesdrop? The six-eared monkey answered honestly, I want to cultivate, unwilling to remain a mere Xian immortal. Please spare me, senior. I will never dare again. Mu Chen smiled. The Dao Ancestor has already issued a decree. Now no one in the entire Hongwang dares to impart teachings to you. You might as well give up on that. Hearing this, the six-eared monkey's face instantly showed indescribable sorrow. But Mu Chen changed his tone and continued. All things have their rules. Perhaps the Dao Ancestor was merely angry back then and has long forgotten it now. You may still have a chance. From the perspective of future events, the prohibition of imparting teachings to the six-eared monkey could very well be a deliberate choice by Hongjun to provide talent for the Quasi-Dao. After all, the six-eared monkey was quite ordinary before the Fengshen Great Tribulation. Only during the later journey to the west did Buddhism flourish, and it was accepted into the Buddhist sect. Of course, there is also the possibility that Buddhism grew too arrogant, daring to disregard the Dao Ancestor. The six-eared monkey's eyes brightened. Would you be willing to impart the methods to me, senior? Mu Chen smiled faintly and shook his head. What I have learned is the orthodox teachings of the three teachings, so that won't do. However, there are certainly more than just Dao methods in the world. You can continue to seek your own opportunities. Having said that, Mu Chen gently waved his sleeve directly, sending him to the land outside the endless sea. There was nothing more he could hint at. Moreover, although this type of monkey had immense potential, the cultivation time and resources required were too great. Raising a single arm-extending monkey consumed most of his wealth and time. Another one would be too much trouble. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. I must say, as a transmigrator, the idea of collecting followers is quite novel for Mu Chen. Meanwhile, Luo was directly sent outside the forest. He fell to the ground with a thump, yet showed no reaction. In his mind, only Mu Chen's words lingered. What I have learned is the orthodox teachings of the three teachings. Of course, it cannot be done, but there may not be only Dao in this world. You can continue to seek your own opportunities. Luo scratched his head. Is there not only Dao in this world? Aren't all things in the world generated by Dao? If my opportunities are not in Dao, then where else could they be? Luo was lost in thought for an entire day. He watched the sun slowly rise from the east and then gradually set in the west. Suddenly, he remembered Mu Chen casting a glance towards the west before leaving. Wait, the west. The Western teachings. Luo immediately understood and jumped up from the ground. His face was filled with excitement. Yes, Senior Mu Chen must be referring to the Western teachings. Only the Western teachings emphasize self-transcendence, pursuing, not the Dao. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Luo will never forget. Luo the macaque knelt on the ground, continuously bowing before getting up with enthusiasm and rushing towards the west. The vast wilderness is sparsely populated and fraught with dangers. Only beings above the Great Luo would dare traverse it. This journey would take Luo countless years. Mu Chen watched Luo head towards the west from the clouds, knowing he had grasped his meaning, and slowly withdrew his gaze. Ding detected that the host guided Luo the macaque, obtaining the Luo divine ability. Mu Chen felt a warmth in his ears. Countless subtle sounds from the world began to flood into his ears. I must say, this divine ability is extremely convenient and fun. In an instant, Mu Chen discovered countless whispers of beings conversing. In the sea, brother goldfish, why does the master of the nearby endless sea never come out? What you don't know is, according to what I've heard from my ancestor's ancestor, the master of the endless sea is a powerful cultivator who existed long before the myriad eras. It is said he even witnessed that person proving the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Why to have been a Great Luo Golden Immortal for so long? Wouldn't he be an old monster now? Indeed. Mu Chen couldn't help but smirk. The divine ability spread to the mountains. Hurry, my golden and silver axe was stolen by that bear demon on the neighboring mountain. Let's go demand it back. It is said that Bear Demon has great magical power. We are no match for it. Don't worry, that bear demon loves to eat honey from hives. At that time you distract him, and I will handle it. Okay. Mu Chen smiled gently. This is indeed quite interesting. With a thought he arrived at a peak. Qing'er, that purple jade Taoist from Jiao Zhuangguan, wanted to become my Dao partner yesterday. Ah, sister, did you agree? I told him that no one was home at my residence last night during the full moon. Wow, and then what? And then what? What happened next? Then really no one was there. He knocked on the door all night, clattering away. Mu Chen said. Heh, women. No, wait. Heh, female demons. Mu Chen rolled his eyes and began to spread his divine ability to the heavens. Unknowingly, he arrived at the heavenly court with a somewhat lewd feeling. The six-eared divine hearing, as a unique ability of the six-eared macaque, allows one to hear all things in the world while remaining undetected. Now with the cultivation of a Saint, Mu Chen's power is even more formidable. He effortlessly passed through the southern heavenly gate unnoticed by several heavenly soldiers and generals. At this moment, the evil Bagua heart hidden within Mu Chen's body was burning fiercely. Sneaking a peek at others' secrets, it must be said, is quite exhilarating. In such a tense and thrilling situation. Damn it. From within a grand hall, the furious voice of the Jade Emperor suddenly resounded. Mu Chen was startled, but after a moment realized he was not the target of the curse and was drawn in. Curiosity piqued. What could possibly make the esteemed Jade Emperor so furious? It is known that Xian rarely shows his emotions unless unable to restrain himself. At this moment, the Jade Emperor was ranting incessantly. This is utterly outrageous. Humans and gods cannot fall in love. This is a hard and fast rule. Yaoji is truly infuriating me. Who is that mortal? Come here, command the mountain deity Quafu to capture him immediately. To disgrace the dignity of the heavenly court, he must be severely punished. The Jade Emperor's face was ashen. Since the establishment of the heavenly court, there had never been a case of a deity falling in love with a mortal. To think that the one who violated this iron rule was his own sister caught him off guard. Meanwhile, Mu Chen was listening with great interest. Yaoji, a mortal in love. This feels somewhat familiar. After a moment, Mu Chen figured it out. Isn't she the mother of Erlang Xinyang Jian? Doesn't this mean that Erlang Xinyang Jian is about to be born? Mu Chen recalled that in the original story, Yang Jian was hunted down, and after splitting the mountain to rescue his mother, he became a disciple of the real person Yuding, emerging as a renowned third-generation disciple under the Primordial Lord of the Chan sect. Moreover, he had considerable battle strength during the function period, with his 9 heavens mystic art being quite remarkable, and he became even more powerful during the journey to the west. He was easy to cultivate. A perfect SS or level character. Thinking of this, Mu Chen began to entertain some thoughts. Ding detected that the host has inadvertently touched the storyline of Yang Jian. Please choose. Option 1. Secretly protect Yao Ji while the Jade Emperor pursues her, which may increase Yang Jian's favorability and make it easier to take him as a disciple. Option 2. Remain indifferent and leave. Option 3. Bring Yang Jian and Yao Ji back to the heavenly court, gain the favor of the Jade Emperor, and also receive 5,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to guard the endless sea. Mu Chen pondered for a moment. It still came down to a choice of 3. Such a good card like Yang Jian must be taken. After all, the recruitment of disciples by the real person Yuding was not predetermined by the Primordial Lord, so there was no fear of offending the saints. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen slowly retracted his 6-eared divine hearing. Next, a significant event would unfold in the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor's sister Yao Ji descended to the mortal realm without permission and fell in love with a mortal, even injuring the heavenly soldiers sent to capture them. Quafu could have apprehended them. However, upon attacking, he suddenly received a transmission from his master. Thus, he feigned defeat and retreated back to the heavenly court. In these times, a deity falling in love with a mortal would definitely make the headlines today. Not to mention the following year. Yao Ji and that mortal named Yang Tianyu gave birth to 3 sons, the eldest Yang Jiao, the second Yang Jian born with divine sight on his forehead, limited in magical power, and the youngest Yang Chan. Upon learning this news, the Jade Emperor was even more furious. He dispatched countless celestial beings to descend and hunt them down regardless of life or death. During their escape, Yang Jiao met a tragic end. Yao Ji was also captured and suppressed beneath Taosan for countless years. Only Yang Jian and Yang Chan were left to wander the world, continuing their escape. During this time, Mu Chen kept a close watch on the Shenzhou continent. The flow of time in the wilderness, heavenly court, and mortal realm was vastly different, as if they did not exist in the same world. After a very long time, Mu Chen finally awaited this outcome. Thus he dusted himself off and stood up. It was time for him to take action. To save Yang Jian, the first obstacle to overcome is not the Jade Cauldron, but the Jade Emperor himself. After all, Yang Jian's existence is a disgrace to the heavenly court. Fortunately, he once had a connection with the Jade Emperor, and given the favor of the Kola, there shouldn't be any major issues. Mu Chen's thoughts began to stir. He dispatched a clone with the cultivation of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, leaving the Sea of Clouds. The Divine Continent. By a stream in a mountain forest, a pair of young siblings hid behind the trees, their faces weary. Despite being covered in dust and fatigue, their perfect features could not be concealed. It was none other than Yang Jian and Yang Chan. At this moment their luck was not good. Not only were they being pursued by the divine generals of the heavenly court, but they had also inadvertently wandered into a demon forest and were attacked by a group of demon beasts. Had it not been for Yang Jian awakening his third eye in this crisis, the two siblings might have already perished in the demon's belly. "Brother, are we going to die?" Yang Chan weakly asked. "No, I will definitely protect you, and we will rescue our mother." The Erling god appeared disheveled, yet his gaze was resolute. At that moment, a beam of golden light fell from the sky, landing straight in front of the two. Yang Jian and Yang Chan were startled. They initially thought it was the pursuing soldiers from the heavenly court, but to their surprise a young man in a gray robe stepped out, exuding no fierce aura, but rather a gentle demeanor, like a spring breeze. Who are you?" Yang Jian remained cautious. Mu Chen got straight to the point. With authority he stated, "I am the Lord of the Endless Sea, Mu Chen. Yang Jian, to be honest, I have been watching over you since the moment you were born. Seeing your extraordinary bone structure so different from the ordinary, you are a rare talent in cultivation. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? Thus I have long prepared to take you as my disciple. Everything you have endured has been meticulously arranged by me, and you have successfully passed my assessment. Henceforth the task of upholding justice in the primordial chaos and maintaining world peace will be entrusted to you." The two siblings were taken aback. Mu Chen clasped his hands behind his back, surveying Yang Jian, growing increasingly satisfied. This is truly impressive. Not to mention his cultivation, this appearance is definitely much better than that of the small servant he raised. At that moment, a distant Tungbi monkey, still fighting and honing its skills against ancient demon beasts, sneezed. Caught off guard, it was struck away by its opponent. "Why should I trust you?" Yang Jian frowned and asked, "Are you not a lackey sent by the heavenly realm?" Mu Chen smiled and shook his head. This little one was not easily fooled. Fortunately, he had a countermeasure and spoke directly. "Yang Jian, do you not know why you have managed to escape death each time under the pursuit of the heavenly soldiers? Do you think the heavenly soldiers are truly weak? Or is it just your luck? With your intellect, you should have pondered this right." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's face changed dramatically. The words struck directly at his heart. He had always been perceptive and had deeply contemplated the questions posed by Mu Chen. There were many times at Peach Mountain when the deity, known as the mountain-moving god, could have captured them, yet each time it failed in a remarkably coincidental manner. Are you saying that you helped us?" Yang Chan weakly asked. Only then did Mu Chen notice the little girl behind Yang Jian. "Oh, isn't this the future San Shengmu?" He smiled and ruffled the little girl's hair. Before he could say anything more, the ground suddenly trembled violently. A surge of demonic energy rushed towards them. Looking around, countless demon beasts in the forest gathered and charged out, targeting Yang Jian and Yang Chan. Yang Jian's face turned pale as he tightly protected Yang Chan behind him. "Run, no need." Mu Chen lazily extended a hand. Great Sun Golden Flame. An intensely scorching golden flame erupted from his palm. Its aura caused the tide of monstrous beasts to instinctively halt, their expressions flickering with agitation and unease. Mu Chen smiled faintly. With his cultivation level, he could have eradicated these demons with a single fingertip. Yet since he was traveling abroad and standing before Yang Jian, it was time to put on a show of overwhelming power. Otherwise, these two siblings would never grasp the true extent of his strength. He snapped his finger. A spark leapt from his palm and drifted toward the beastly horde. As Mu Chen had envisioned, it would glide to the center of the swarm, then detonate with cataclysmic force. In the ensuing apocalyptic rupture, all observers would behold only a colossal mushroom cloud blooming across the heavens, while he, without glancing back, would depart with Yang Jian and Yang Chan, gazing upon him in reverent awe, vanishing like mist, leaving no trace of his name or deeds. Truly, just imagining it sent shivers down the spine. Yet embarrassment struck without warning the palm-sized golden flame. The moment it left Mu Chen's hand, instantly shrank to the size of a fragile ember. It then wobbled forward with agonizing instability, swaying left and right as if barely clinging to existence. Every demonic beast froze in stunned silence, as though they had never laid eyes upon so feeble a flame. Even more terrifying, halfway through its flight, the ember suddenly lost all momentum and tumbled straight to the ground with a sharp pop. A tiny golden spark burst upon impact, like a celestial fart, before vanishing utterly into the void. All watched in silence. The air turned utterly still. Yang Jian, Yang Chan, countless demonic beasts. Mu Chen felt the weight of their skeptical betrayed gazes pressing against his back, and twitched the corner of his mouth. This was utterly humiliating. The 5 elemental laws were simply too formidable. Even the avatar of a Great Luo Golden Immortal struggled to wield them with precision. For a moment Mu Chen found himself speechless. A furious monkey demon shook its head and roared, "Damn it! Charge! Obey the command of Lord Sanshou Jiao. Capture Yang Jian and Yang Chan alive, and slaughter that clownish human on sight." At that order legions of demonic beasts surged forward from every direction, encircling him completely. Yang Jian's face paled. "Are you even capable?" Mu Chen cleared his throat twice. "A minor miscalculation. Let me try again." Right then, he exhaled deeply, then slammed his right palm downward into empty space. Fire arise. Boom. It was as if thunder cracked across a windless plain. Torrents of Samadhi true fire erupted violently from all directions around Mu Chen, coalescing into countless snarling fire dragons that instantly devoured every demonic beast within reach. Temperatures soared. Piercing shrieks filled the air. In an instant legions of demons were reduced to ash. Silence fell absolute and total. As far as the eye could see, 100 li of forest lay charred and barren. Yang Jian and Yang Chan stood frozen mouths agape, faces etched with disbelief at the spectacle before them. Unfathomably terrifying. Even stronger than the celestial soldiers and generals. Mu Chen smiled gently. "How does this fare?" Without hesitation Yang Jian dropped to his knees. "Elder Cultivator, please accept me as your disciple. I vow to serve you as ox or horse. Only grant me your divine arts, so I may shatter the celestial court and rescue my mother. My younger sister Yang Chan kneels beside me." Yang Chan followed suit, bowing low. Mu Chen chuckled and shook his head. "Rescuing your mother is your own path to walk. I cannot destroy the celestial court, but I will teach you the arts. Do you still wish to learn?" Yang Jian paused thoughtfully, then with his sister knelt deeper in solemn reverence. Disciple Yang Jian pays homage to master. Disciple Yang Chan pays homage to master. Mu Chen nodded in quiet satisfaction. "You have many senior and junior sect brothers and sisters, but that can wait. For now follow me back to the boundless sea." Just as he prepared to depart, a golden radiance descended from the heavens, bearing the unmistakable aura of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. An immortal sage, serene and ethereal, descended, holding a dust-clearing whisk in one hand, a gentle smile upon his lips. "This humble Daoist is Yu Ding Zhenren of the Golden Radiance Grotto on Yuchuan Mountain. Master Yuding, a renowned immortal of the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect, and a direct disciple of Primordial Lord Yuanshi of the Jade Void Palace." The investiture of the gods began precisely with the karmic slaying tribulation incurred by these 12 Golden Immortals. As one of the 12 Golden Immortals, Master Yuding ranked among their most formidable, proud, unruly, and fiercely independent. At this moment, he radiated golden light, exuding an aura of solemn majesty and divine authority. His gaze swept past all others as he smiled gently toward Yang Jian. "Yang Jian, I shall speak plainly. I have watched over you since the very day of your birth. From your first breath, celestial omens heralded your arrival. Your bone structure is extraordinary, your constitution unlike any other. Truly a Onsen Tinta Sandier's prodigy of the Tao. As all things obey immutable laws, so too is it ordained that I shall be your master. Will you walk the Tao under my guidance?" Clearly Master Yuding shared Mu Chen's intent to assert his status as master from the outset. Instantly his cultivation energy surged outward, overwhelming and awe-inspiring. Yet Yang Jian remained unmoved. Instead, a strange sense of familiarity stirred within him. Instinctively, he glanced at Mu Chen, who stood nearby, silently rolling his eyes and refusing to utter a word. Yang Jian politely shook his head. "I beg your pardon, Master Yuding. I already have a master." Master Yuding froze in disbelief, then broke into frantic divination, fingers flying as he recalculated the celestial threads. "Impossible. I foresaw no such karmic bond. How could this be? Who dares seize this destiny?" Yang Jian pointed silently toward Mu Chen. Master Yuding's expression instantly darkened. Then in the next breath, upon beholding Mu Chen's face, his countenance seized entirely, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He gasped, voice trembling, Mu Chen Sr. Mu Chen himself was stunned. "Damn, I've been so low profile. How is it that everyone seems to recognize me on sight?" Had his reputation as the supreme hermit of Honghuang already echoed across the entire primordial realm? Once certain, it was truly Mu Chen. Master Yuding's demeanor softened markedly, deference replacing arrogance. As a disciple of Primordial Lord Yuanshi of the Chan sect, he had long revered the legendary figure whom the Dao Ancestor himself once praised during his celestial teachings, the being whose enlightenment aptitude surpassed even that of all primordial deities and demons combined. Such praise spoke volumes of unimaginable profundity. Years ago, during the famed Buddhist Taoist contention of Honghuang, he had observed from afar captivated, and thus remembered Mu Chen's visage with crystalline clarity. In that instant, Master Yuding's expression twisted into one of profound grievance and wounded pride. Regarding Yang Jian, he had watched the boy since infancy. Through years of quiet observation, he found Yang Jian's temperament perfectly aligned with his own ideals, and thus resolved with unwavering certainty to take him as his heir. Yet fate had dealt him a cruel blow. Another had claimed the disciple first, and not just anyone, but senior Mu Chen himself. System alert: host engaged in disciple rivalry with Master Yuding. Choose now. Option 1: assert dominance through sheer force, expel him, and incur the enmity of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. In Option 2: deceive and persuade him, induce voluntary renunciation of discipleship, and receive the celestial stellar formation technique. Option 3: cede Yang Jian to Master Yuding as his disciple, and gain the goodwill of the 12 golden immortals. In hearing this, Mu Chen did not hesitate. Surrender? Absolutely not. To dominate by brute authority contradicted his nature. Yet the celestial stellar formation technique resonated deeply within him. It was the supreme cosmic array wielded by the ancient celestial court of the divine beasts. So quite simply, he would have to unleash his ultimate artifice. At that thought, Mu Chen sighed wistfully, a portrait of solitary melancholy. He recalled how in times past his deceptions had targeted sovereigns themselves, even at the very least beings of Dizong Wang's caliber. Now he faced only Master Yuding. He genuinely feared he might render the immortal utterly addled. And if that happened, would Primordial Lord Yuanshi not hunt him down to the ends of heaven and earth? Tread carefully. Tread very carefully, Mu Chen cautioned himself inwardly. After prolonged contemplation, Master Yuding waved his hand, sending Yang Jian and Yang Chan far away, before gritting his teeth and speaking. Senior Yang Jian is the sole disciple I have chosen to inherit my legacy. Might you, however painfully, relinquish him? Mu Chen drew a slow, deep breath. Then, donning the mantle of a consummate performer, he let sorrow etch itself across his features. Little Ding, do you truly believe I take disciples for my own sake alone? Did you imagine I was unaware of your intention to claim Yang Jian? Master Yuding blinked, bewildered, hesitating, that is. Mu Chen sighed again, shaking his head. In truth, I came here solely to save you. At those words, Master Yuding wore an expression of utter astonishment. Save me? The Jade Dingjinren furrowed his brow, slightly perplexed. May I ask, Senior, what does this mean? Mu Chen smiled, faintly, a mysterious expression on his face. Do you know the background of Yang Jian? The Jade Ding pondered seriously before slowly speaking. Yang Jian is the son of Yao Ji and also the nephew of the Jade Emperor. I know that the Heavenly Court is currently pursuing them. However, I am a second-generation disciple of the Chan sect. Bringing Yang Jian into the Chan sect for cultivation should not be a major issue, right? As a Great Luo, I should be able to bear this karmic consequence. Right. Originally, he had considered this matter long ago. However, upon hearing Mu Chen's words, he unexpectedly felt a twinge of doubt. Could it be that as a Great Luo, a disciple of the saints, I can't bear the karmic consequence of a mere Yang Jian? Mu Chen smiled, leisurely, a hint of mischief on his lips. You are a Great Luo and can bear the karmic consequence of Yang Jian, but can you handle the karmic consequences between the Heavenly Court and the Chan sect? The Jade Dingjinren looked anxious. What does the karmic consequence between the Chan sect and the Heavenly Court have to do with me? Mu Chen sighed, saying with a look of youthful naivety. Currently, the teachings of the three saints are rising in the entire Honghuang, which has created a situation of three sects dominating. Do you know why the Zhu Ming Hao Yin established the Heavenly Court? Balance. The Jade Ding frowned and then whispered. Exactly. Mu Chen regarded the Jade Ding with appreciation. Then, secretly sealing the surrounding space and concealing the heavenly secrets, he continued. Indeed, to speak somewhat irreverently, it is because the three sects are too dominant in the Honghuang. However, the three sects together cannot maintain the balance of the Honghuang, which is why the Dao Ancestor sent Hao Yin to establish the Heavenly Court, aiming to achieve balance between the Honghuang and the three realms. Now I ask you, based on this reasoning, how do you view the relationship between the Heavenly Court and the three sects? The Jade Ding's face turned pale, expressing uncertainty. It seems not so good. As a second-generation disciple of the Chan sect, although the Master did not say it, he could indeed see from the details that the Master did not care much for the Heavenly Court. They have always maintained a stance of mutual non-aggression towards the Heavenly Court. It seems the three sects are like this towards the Heavenly Court. Mu Chen shifted to a look of relief, patting the shoulder of the Jade Dingjinren. That's right. Originally, the relationship between the Jade Emperor and the three saints was not good. It was even somewhat cold and antagonistic. At this moment, if you were to bring the Jade Emperor's own nephew into the Chan sect for cultivation, where would that leave the Jade Emperor and the celestial beings pursuing Yang Jian? Wouldn't you be slapping the heavenly cord in front of all living beings? If the Jade Emperor were to think that this matter was instigated by the Chan sect and came to hold you accountable, then according to the temper of the Yuanshi saint. Mu Chen left it at that, waiting for the cold sweat to appear on the forehead of the Jade Dingjinren. Only then did he continue. Lastly, I ask you, if the Chan sect truly has a rift with the heavenly court and the Dao Ancestor's layout for the Honghuang is disrupted, as the one who stirred up this massive storm, where do you stand? I think the saints are not so easy to deal with, right? To put it bluntly, all of this is just Mu Chen's fabrication. Looking at the situation in hindsight, if Yang Jian enters the Chan sect, the Jade Emperor would likely turn a blind eye. After all, he is his own nephew, and the Chan sect has a saint, so naturally, he would find a way to back down. As for the Yuan Shi Tianzun as a saint, he is even less likely to care about a Yang Jian who is still immortal. But then again, one should not overthink everything. Mu Chen was purely guiding the matter towards the worst possible outcome. Just as his words fell, the Jade Dingjinren was truly ensnared. His back was already covered in cold sweat. After Mu Chen spoke, he naturally felt in his heart, it seems to be indeed that way. He suddenly felt very fortunate. Fortunately, a great disaster was averted. Subsequently, the Jade Dingjinren looked at Mu Chen with an expression of unmistakable gratitude. He bent down and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Senior. Thank you for stopping this catastrophic disaster for me. If it weren't for you, I feel that the Honghuang might have descended into chaos. It's not that great. Senior, you are being modest. It is indeed quite remarkable." "Not really." "Indeed. All right, you caught me there." Mu Chen clasped his hands behind his back, a look of pity for the common people on his face. "But on another note, as the saying goes, if I do not go to hell, who will I? Today's karmic consequence shall be borne solely by me, Mu Chen. You may leave for now." Upon hearing this, the Jade Dingjinren was overflowing with admiration. Countless words surged in his throat, but could not find expression. In the end, he could only leave in tears. Watching this scene, Mu Chen shook his head. Before he even exerted much effort, another one fell down. Alas, how lonely it is. Suddenly he heard ding. The system has detected that the host successfully made the Jade Dingjinren abandon the desire to accept disciples and has gained the Zhou Tian Star Do array. Mu Chen smiled. "Let's make our exit." With a wave of his grand sleeves, he drew Yang Jian and Yang Chan from afar into his sleeves and departed directly from the Shenzhou continent. Above the sea of clouds, Mu Chen brought the Yang Jian siblings back here. It was the first time for the siblings to witness such a breathtaking scene, sitting amidst the clouds with expressions of disbelief as if they were dreaming. So beautiful. Groups of clouds piled up in the distance, seemingly within reach. Mu Chen smiled and said, "From today onward you shall practice here for 300 years. He could naturally see through Yang Jian's thoughts. He probably wanted to rush down the mountain to chop down a peach tree right after learning. However, Mu Chen had no intention of stopping him. It was best to let things unfold naturally. Though the Jade Emperor pretended to be furious and imposing on the surface, he still held some reservations within. In the time that followed, Mu Chen imparted advanced cultivation techniques to the two. The higher-level fragments of the supreme pure qi were still temporarily unsuitable for the two. In the days that followed, Mu Chen guided them in their cultivation within the sea of clouds. Yang Jian's talent was exceptionally high, and Yang Chan, as the future Holy Mother, was no slouch either. Both were descendants of the orthodox bloodline of Xian, and their cultivation speed far exceeded Mu Chen's expectations. In just 100 years, Yang Jian successfully broke through to the Earth Immortal realm and opened his third eye. Yang Chan followed closely behind. So fast. Mu Chen raised an eyebrow. Once the two broke through, he planned to pass on the 36 methods of Tiangang to them and see their progress. At that moment, the disparity in talent became apparent. Yang Chan encountered some obstacles while Yang Jian advanced rapidly, making remarkable progress. Mu Chen nodded silently in approval. This was the technique passed down to him by Hongjun, a superior method that was difficult for ordinary people to master. Part of the reason was also because Yang Jian was extremely diligent. He was determined, practicing day and night without rest. Even Mu Chen was somewhat taken aback. However, he did not say much, as the other party's mother was still suffering under the Peach Mountain. Thus, Mu Chen fully understood Yang Jian's feelings. If it were him, he would likely feel the same. In such a heavy atmosphere, 300 years passed. Yang Jian opened his eyes. His physique had grown tall, and he said earnestly, "Master, I want to return to the human realm." Mu Chen smiled. "Are you sure you can save your mother now?" Yang Jian gritted his teeth and said, "Even if I can, I have to try. It's been 300 years, I can wait no longer." "All right." Mu Chen nodded, casually handing over an axe. "This is the mountain opening axe. Take it, and remember to chop, and then run away with your mother." Yang Chan said weakly from the side. Master, I also want. Mu Chen shook his head. Your cultivation is still shallow, you won't be able to contribute much. Just focus on cultivating here with me. Yang Jian had the same intention and nodded repeatedly. That's right, little sister, just focus on cultivating with master. After saying that, he rushed down into the sea of clouds with the axe. Mu Chen smiled and instructed, continue your cultivation, you can't lose to your brother. Yang Chan, naturally gentle and obedient, replied softly and ran off to watch from a distance. At this moment, the sea of clouds slowly parted. Mu Chen looked to the side and smiled. The Jade Emperor has come in person. Oh, it truly adds luster to this humble abode. Before him, a golden light gradually transformed into a figure, merging into a charismatic middle-aged man of imposing demeanor. It was Xian. At this moment, he was dressed in casual clothes, but still could not hide his strong presence. Seeing Mu Chen, a trace of worry appeared on his face as he sighed. Senior Mu Chen, you really put me in a difficult position. Mu Chen's eyes widened in shock as he feigned ignorance. What? How have I made things difficult for the Jade Emperor? Speak up and I will change it immediately. Watching Mu Chen's blatant act of playing the fool, the Jade Emperor rolled his eyes momentarily at a loss for words. Mu Chen looked at the embarrassed expression of the Jade Emperor and quickly climbed a tree, chuckling. Oh, dear Jade Emperor. Yang Jian and Yang Chan are your nephew and niece. Can you really bear to kill them? Am I not helping you down the stairs? The Jade Emperor rubbed his brow and sighed. But this kid is now supposed to cultivate diligently, yet he insists on going to split Peach Mountain. You aren't stopping him. He doesn't that disregard the dignity of our heavenly court. What can I, the ruler of the heavenly court, do? The Jade Emperor finished speaking and glanced at Yang Chan, who was fully immersed in his cultivation. In the distance, a glimmer of unprecedented softness flashing in his eyes. Though he appeared thunderously angry on the surface, even issuing a pursuit order against the two, deep down, he was not so heartless. After all, Yao Ji was his own sister, and Yang Jian and Yang Chan were his own nephews. Blood is thicker than water. How could he be so cruel? However, the rules of heaven cannot be broken. As the ruler, if he sheltered his own relatives, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? It was this entangled situation that made the Jade Emperor feel so distressed now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come alone after learning that Yang Jian and Yang Chan were taken away by Mu Chen. Mu Chen had spent 1,000 years with the young Hao Tian, so he naturally understood the Jade Emperor's thoughts. At this moment, he confidently patted his chest and declared, Yang Jian, splitting Peach Mountain is his own matter and shows great filial piety, which will surely be passed down in the wilderness in the future. Why don't you just send someone to chase after them and later say that they were taken by me to cultivate in the endless sea? At worst, I'll take responsibility for this cause. At this moment, Mu Chen displayed an unprecedented arrogance in his life. The Jade Emperor stroked his chin, his eyes flashing with uncertainty. This seems a bit inappropriate, right? Upon hearing this, Mu Chen was agitated. He lamented painfully, Little Hao Tian, you're not even listening to me anymore. Have you already forgotten the days we spent fishing under the moon back then? He cried out. Well, I can't go on living. A Little Hao Tian doesn't even listen to my words anymore. Mu Chen had no desire to act anymore. Facing the Jade Emperor, he employed the tactics of crying, throwing a tantrum, and threatening to hang himself directly sitting down on the steps. He rolled around in a fit. The Jade Emperor, hearing this, had a dark expression and helplessly rubbed his forehead. Although he had known for a long time that Mu Chen's temperament was quite unconventional, he truly did not expect this scene. How could a dignified Kwasa saint be so shameless? If the gods in the heavenly court saw this, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. Hao Tian sighed helplessly. All right, this matter will be decided by Senior Mu Chen. But there is still one issue. Mu Chen immediately jumped up from the ground, his face calm and carefree, as if the earlier act of lying on the ground was not even him, quickly asking, what issue? He had completely thrown away his pride for a few disciples. After all, in the future, Mu Chen's retirement plan would depend on the Tong by Yuan Ho, the 3 fire phoenixes, and Yang Jian, these great generals. The Jade Emperor cleared his throat twice and elongated his tone. Recently, the divine water has been extremely popular among the celestial beings in the heavenly court, and the treasure vault is a bit in short supply. Mu Chen stared with dead fish eyes, remaining silent. After all this, was he still trying to scam himself? Gritting his teeth, Mu Chen got straight to the point. 3 bottles of divine water. 10 bottles. 5 bottles is the maximum. 8 bottles. 6 bottles is the limit. Deal. As Mu Chen watched the Jade Emperor leave with 6 bottles of divine water, he couldn't help but be lost in thought, feeling an unexpected grace emanating from the towering figure. What feels strange? Am I being tricked? Could I be deceived as well? No, that's impossible. Mu Chen shook his head and began to focus his gaze on the mortal realm. The ensuing events were quite similar to what he had anticipated. In the original myth, Yang Jian cultivated to great success under the tutelage of the master of the Jade Cauldron wielding the three-headed serpent blade as he descended the Peach Mountain. However, the Peach Mountain was bound by a formation accessible only by the mountain opening axe. Thus Yang Jian sought the axe across the 5 seas. After enduring hardships, he successfully rescued his mother and created a legendary tale. Even the later tale of Chen Xiang rescuing his mother stemmed from Yang Jian's story. Now with Mu Chun as the master at the very least, he would not have to struggle for 50 more years. There would be no winding paths. The journey began with the mountain opening axe. Thus Yang Jian wasted no time and immediately cleaved the Peach Mountain in half. The mountain split apart. Yao Ji emerged barely clinging to life. Ever since her love with a mortal, her powers had gradually waned, and after being suppressed for countless years, both her body and spirit reached a state of exhaustion. Had it not been for her persistent thoughts of her child, she might have long since perished. Now having met Yang Jian, all her final wishes were fulfilled, and she passed away in his embrace. Yang Jian was consumed by indescribable sorrow. He hadn't anticipated such a situation, and in his fury he fought against the heavenly soldiers sent to capture him. In truth, had the heavenly court truly intended to capture him, the currently inexperienced Yang Jian would have been no match. Little did he know that the Jade Emperor had made an unspeakable deal with Mu Chun in the Cloud Sea formation. Thus the battle appeared devastating, shattering mountains and rivers, yet it was filled with falsehood. Unfortunately, Yang Jian was unaware, and while fighting and retreating, he managed to escape the heavenly court's pursuit and returned to the endless seas. In later tales, due to his mother's tragic death, although Erlang Shen Yang Jian ultimately served in the heavenly court, he refused to recognize the Jade Emperor as his uncle, becoming the only deity who listened to orders but disregarded decrees. This meant that he could act on what was said, but he had no interest in pretending to be familiar, choosing to ignore the Jade Emperor. At this moment, Master, Yang Jian cried, his eyes red, kneeling on the ground as he relayed the news of Yao Jia's death. Hearing this, Yang Chan also welled up with tears, and the two wept together. Mu Chan observed this scene with a calm heart, looking up at the heavens, and speaking, heaven's will is hard to defy. All one can do is cultivate. If you wish to change this fate, you must strive to amend your destiny. This was purely Mu Chen's heartfelt reflection. Upon crossing into the Primordial World, he too had endured endless solitude. Recalling his loved ones from his past life, he presumed they had long passed in the face of infinite years, leaving him alone. Ultimately, he could only rely on cultivation to numb his emotions. Life, old age, sickness, and death are the great sufferings of existence. Only through experience can one grow. He was well acquainted with this, needing no comfort, as only time could wash away all sorrow. Countless years later, the two gradually emerged from the shadow of their mother's loss and began a new round of cultivation. Without the pressure of rescuing his mother, Yang Jian's training became even more stable. Celestial Immortal, Golden Immortal, Mystic Immortal, until he reached the Taiyi Golden Immortal stage. His progress was like a hot knife through butter. Mu Chun was also astonished, thinking these disciples are increasingly formidable. Little Ten had already reached the Great Luo Mystic Immortal stage, and after countless years of honing his skills outside, he was likely only one opportunity away from becoming a Quasi Saint. Meanwhile, Little 7, Little 8, and Little 9, the 3 fire phoenixes, had discovered the volcanic site of the Yuan Phoenix for cultivation countless years ago, and they had been in seclusion ever since, their current strength unknown. Now another Yang Jian had emerged. Mu Chun inexplicably felt the pressure mounting, thinking that he couldn't fall behind his disciples, and began to delve deeper into his own 5 elements Dao. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun understood. He was going to subdue his weapon. Thus he inquired, "Can you handle it alone?" He remembered that the strength of the 3-headed Flood Dragon King seemed to surpass that of Yang Jian today. Yang Jian responded confidently, "That 3-headed Flood Dragon King pierced my mother's heart back in the day. Oh, I shall avenge her, master, need not worry about me." "All right, go ahead, and take Yang Chan with you." "Understood," Yang Jian respectfully replied, feeling a surge of confidence within. Over the years, while master was strict with him, he had been exceptionally kind to his sister. He possessed no less than 7 or 8 protective treasures, not to mention numerous powerful divine abilities for self-preservation. Even though Yang Chan's current realm was lower than his, if it came to battle, her treasures alone could easily crush him. One must admit, Yang Jian suspected that perhaps his sister was the true favored disciple of their master, while he merely benefited from her presence. Mu Chun did not provide any explanation for this. As the saying goes, raise boys in hardship, raise girls in luxury. The more challenges Yang Jian faced, the better he would be honed like uncut jade. Watching the siblings leave the Cloud Sea formation, Mu Chun let out a sigh of relief. For some reason, he recalled a certain monkey. Look at that. The gap between humans and monkeys is just too vast. They are nothing like Xiao Shi. He had devoted so much effort in nurturing it, giving away most of his resources, yet that monkey always returned to him pitifully seeking help. Of course, these were merely jesting thoughts in Mu Chen's mind. After reflecting, he returned to his study of the laws. Progress was swift, nearing completion. However, at this moment in the unknown lands, Xiao Shi, who was diligently training through battles with the demonic beasts, suddenly sneezed. Yang Jian's subjugation of the three-headed Flood Dragon King did not cause much of a stir. With Yang Chan's support after some twists and turns, the three-headed Flood Dragon King bowed his head in submission, ultimately kneeling in surrender and transforming into the three-edged blade, thus becoming Yang Jian's weapon. After subduing the three-headed Flood Dragon King, the siblings found the human world dull and prepared to return home. However, halfway through they passed by a village and discovered that the originally tranquil sky had suddenly turned pitch black, engulfed in darkness. Yang Jian opened his third eye and looked up at the sky. He saw a massive shadow gradually spreading across the moon, as if intending to swallow it whole. Countless people cried out in the night, "Tengu! Tengu devours the moon. It's over, the moon is going to be eaten by the Tengu." Yang Jian opened his third eye and furrowed his brow slightly. This was no Tengu devouring the moon. It was clearly a colossal black dog blocking the moonlight, and it was coming towards this village, evidently treating the inhabitants as its meal. "Little sister, move aside." Yang Chan blinked and asked, "Brother, should I just use the Samadhi True Fire directly?" Yang Jian shook his head. "No need, I will handle this myself." With that, the three-edged blade appeared in his hand, charging straight towards the Tengu. Boom! The three-edged blade struck hard against the massive black dog. The ground erupted, instantly transforming into numerous cracks. Roar! The black dog yelped in pain, swiping a paw at Yang Jian. It seemed slow, but it was actually a split second. Bang! 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 The man and the dog engaged in a fierce battle on the ground. The earth shattered, turning into countless large pits. The villagers in the distance watched this scene, terrified and trembling. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Jian pointed his right hand's two fingers towards his third eye. Divine Thunder Control Technique. In an instant, a towering lightning bolt erupted from his eye, striking fiercely at the black dog. The Divine Thunder Control Technique is the ancestral skill of the Mu Chen lineage, and everyone who enters the sect learns it, including Yang Jian and Yang Chan. A bolt of thunder struck fiercely upon the big black dog, changing the color of the heavens and the earth. A piercing and mournful scream echoed. The big black dog began to charge madly towards Yang Jian, intent on devouring him. "Second brother, be careful." Yang Chan appeared beside Yang Jian. With a gentle wave of her sleeve, a torrent of blazing true fire erupted, engulfing the creature. Roar! The clash of thunder and fire created an immense force. Yang Jian observed for a moment, frowning as he said, "This creature is quite strong indeed." The true fire and the divine thunder control technique struck the black dog simultaneously, yet it suffered no damage, merely slowing its movements temporarily. "This dog is extraordinary. We cannot subdue it with our current strength, nor can we allow it to harm the villagers. Let us lure it back to the endless sea for master to handle." After saying this, Yang Jian and Yang Chan began to entice the black dog while flying towards the boundless, endless sea. It took them a full 2 to 3 years. The three of them traversed the entire divine continent, and from then on the celestial dog distanced itself from the human realm, while the legend of the celestial dog devouring the moon spread widely among mortals. In the primordial chaos, after numerous distant pulls, the two finally brought it to the endless sea. At this moment, Mu Chan, clad in gray, stood quietly upon the surface of the sea, his clothes billowing in the sea breeze. Using his deduction technique, he had already calculated the situation concerning the two of them. As for the big black dog, if all went as expected, it was indeed the howling celestial dog. Sure enough, as Yang Jian and Yang Chan laboriously returned, a massive black dog closely followed behind, its face twisted in rage. Clearly, it also held a grudge. However, in the next moment, when the big black dog saw Mu Chen on the surface of the sea, its enormous form suddenly came to a halt. A glimmer of suspicion flashed in its eyes. Strange. It couldn't see through him. It was evident that he was a powerful figure. Thinking of this, the big black dog hesitated not a moment and turned to flee. Watching this scene, not only Yang Jian and Yang Chan were dumbfounded, but even Mu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This dog was rather clever. However, it was of no use. In the face of absolute strength, cunning held no value. Mu Chen gently extended his right hand. He softly uttered a single word, "Bind." Instantly, the water's surface erupted, transforming into countless massive ropes that surged towards the big black dog. Bang! 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 In an instant, hundreds and thousands of water chains formed a gigantic water prison, tightly binding it. The big black dog panicked, unable to break free no matter how it collided. Its final cries transformed into this. Roar! 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 Woof! 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 Ugh! Ugh, ugh. Finally, it lay despondently on the water's surface, its form shrinking from that of a mountain to barely half a person's size, and it simply fell asleep. Mu Chen couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Wasn't this just a Chinese rural dog? Master, this black dog has an extremely strong body, we cannot deal with it. Yang Jian and Yang Chan stepped forward and explained the situation clearly. Mu Chen smiled faintly. This is an extraordinary beast of heaven and earth. Your current cultivation level is still a bit lacking in comparison, so you feel powerless against it. It's not a big deal. Yang Jian curiously asked, then how do we deal with this big black dog now? Mu Chen glanced at the big black dog, which still looked displeased and unwilling to regard them, and smiled. Let it starve. After a few good years of hunger, it will naturally become obedient. When it comes to dealing with dogs, Mu Chen definitely had his methods. What of the howling celestial dog? Ultimately, it was still just a dog. Yang Chan weakly asked, Master, what if starving it for a few years doesn't work? Then continue to starve it. What if it still refuses to pay us any mind? Starve it more until it dies of hunger. Hearing these unemotional words, the big black dog, which had been keeping its eyes closed, couldn't help but quiver its eyelids. This guy was too ruthless. The big black dog tugged at the corner of its mouth. I am not human, but you are indeed a dog, it thought indignantly. After all, I reached the Golden Immortal realm long ago. Eating is a pleasure, but not consuming grains means I won't starve. Mu Chen seemed to see through its thoughts and continued. Not only will you be hungry, but this foolish dog also cannot go out. Oh, let's keep it confined for a while. Upon hearing this, the big black dog could no longer sit still. Freedom had always been the most important standard in the wilderness. If it were to be locked up here for several hundred years, that would undoubtedly be worse than death. Instantly, it conceded. Woof! Its tail wagged towards Mu Chen with a face full of pitiful expression. Yang Jian watched this scene with some reluctance and pleaded, Master, isn't this too cruel to it? Yang Chan nodded repeatedly beside him. Cruel, Mu Chen retorted. This time, even the big black dog nodded its head vigorously in agreement. Mu Chen smiled faintly. Cruel? Since that's the case, you have offended my disciple, so you shall recognize my disciple as your master for 5,000 years, during which you shall protect them. After 5,000 years, your freedom will be returned to you. As the words fell, the black dog displayed a hesitant expression. If it refused to acknowledge the master, it would undoubtedly be confined for countless years. If it did acknowledge the master, as a gifted beast, it naturally had its pride. At this moment, Yang Jian's strength was not something it feared, so it subconsciously resisted. Mu Chen understood the big black dog's thoughts. He said lightly, Don't worry, a mere spirit beast from the divine land won't make you suffer by recognizing a master. If you are willing, I can give you a big bone stick to chew on when you are bored. With that, he waved his sleeve, and a stick resembling a big bone flew out. This was a post-heaven spiritual treasure, one that had been fished out from a pond, but unfortunately, it had been gathering dust in the corner of the cloud sea for so many years. The black dog looked at it. Its eyebrows raised, it muttered softly, just a post-heaven spiritual treasure. At least it should be a pre-heaven spiritual treasure. Mu Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth. Even a dog is picky about its vision. In the next moment, Mu Chen said nothing, but gently tapped the bone stick against the surface of the sea. Boom. The entire surface of the sea instantly split in half, the ocean exploded, and the waves soared sky high. Then Mu Chen, holding the bone, coldly smiled with a face full of regret. Sorry, my hand slipped. The big black dog. This. It suddenly felt a strong sense of malice. It felt that if it said a word of refusal, it seemed like this would not just be a simple bone anymore. Thinking of that image, the big black dog trembled. Without hesitation, it lay down towards Yang Jian and solemnly said, I have met my master. Master, I do not have a name, but from now on I will be your dog. Only then did Mu Chen nod in satisfaction, restoring his amiable smile. With a thought, the water prison disappeared. In the original work, this dog followed Yang Jian and established a tremendous reputation. Moreover, this dog was considered a rather overpowered existence in the investiture of the gods, daring to bite anything, even the Great Luo Golden Immortals, and was extremely powerful. If it weren't for his strong strength, handsome demeanor, and impressive aura, it seemed like it would still be somewhat difficult. Mu Chen thought to himself with a narcissistic expression. Yang Jian patted the black dog's head, quite pleased. After all, having a strong helper was quite satisfying. Yang Chan curiously asked, Master, the big black dog has no name. Let's give it a name. Yang Jian said, How about Little Black? Yang Chan thought for a moment and pouted. Isn't it better to call it Little Flower? Mu Chen looked at the two disciples with a pained expression. What kind of name is that? He shook his head and said, The black dog is remarkable with the might to swallow the heavens. Let's call it Howling Celestial Dog. After Yang Jian subdued the Howling Celestial Dog, he began to diligently search for a cave within 100,000 miles to commence his arduous training. Yang Chan, however, lost her motivation for cultivation. Ever since she achieved the Taiyi Dao fruit, she began to experiment with various plants and flowers in the sea of clouds. Chu Chen did not intervene. Everyone has their own aspirations, and he never dictated what level his disciples should reach. Moreover, each time Yang Chan went out, she would bring back some extremely rare and precious flora from the primal chaos. Not only did it enhance the scenery, but it also greatly benefited the cultivation of the human body. Countless years had passed, and the sea of clouds was predominantly white, occasionally adorned with splashes of other colors which seemed to lift one's spirits. On this particular day, Chu Chen sat gracefully upon a 12-petal red lotus by the pond. Below the steps were Yang Jian and Yang Chan. At that moment, Chu Chen surprisingly did not continue his study of the 5 elements principles, but instead was imparting his Taoist experiences. As a Quasi Saint, teaching 2 Taiyi cultivators was a trivial matter. The 2 below listened attentively. A resonant voice echoed through the air. "Master." The sea of clouds parted. A burly figure clad in black armor wielding a towering pillar strode in. It was none other than the monkey named Xiao Shi. With his arrival, a fierce and valiant aura surged forth like a tidal wave. At that moment, Yang Jian and Yang Chan were like flowers in a greenhouse, unable to withstand such terrifying pressure, nearly fainting. Especially Yang Jian, whose eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that his master had such a powerful and fearsome disciple. He felt both inferior and in awe. In comparison, he felt exceedingly weak. Chu Chen glanced at Xiao Shi. Peak of the Daluo Golden Immortal. Only a small realm away from the early stage of Quasi Saint. Moreover, after years of relentless battles and training, Xiao Shi was filled with combat experience and was likely among the strongest of his level. Chu Chen expressed his satisfaction. "Indeed, you are worthy of being my most valued disciple." Xiao Shi grinned and looked at Yang Jian and Yang Chan beside him, hesitating. "This is," Chu Chen said, "my newly accepted disciples, your junior brother and sister." The monkey's eyes lit up. He rushed over to Yang Jian for a bear hug, nearly causing Yang Jian to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Usually he was accustomed to battling against the beasts living in the demon domain. Thus the monkey's current personality was quite rugged and bold, yet it also instilled a deep sense of trust and reliability. Xiao Shi then ruffled Yang Chan's hair excitedly. "Wonderful. Aside from big brother Wang Jia and the 3 sisters, we have new junior brothers and sisters joining us." Yang Chan asked curiously, "Senior brother, are there others?" The monkey nodded. "Of course. Big brother Wang Jia is also of the human race. It is said that he created a faction in the mortal realm called the Jia Tian Gang, and his talent is exceptionally strong. And then there are my 3 sisters who possess the true phoenix bloodline. They are currently training elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian and Yang Chan both wore expressions of astonishment. Big brother Wang Jia. Just the name sounds formidable. As for the phoenix, wasn't that an ancient divine beast that had already vanished countless eras ago? "Master, could it be that you have existed since the era of the dragon phoenix and Qilin's great war and have lived until now? How did you survive back then?" Yang Jian couldn't help but ask, his admiration for Chu Chen intensifying. During the initial tribulation of the Dragon Han and the great calamity of the wraiths and demons, these were indeed major calamities of the heavens and earth. Now all beings have some recollection of them. As long as one is not a saint, there is a significant probability of perishing. One could say it was a life or death situation. And to have survived from that time until now, wasn't that divine ability close to that of a saint? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen smiled faintly. "After so many years, I shall no longer pretend. Indeed, I personally experienced 2 great calamities of heaven and earth back then and emerged unscathed." Yang Chan's face lit up with curiosity, as she loved hearing such tales. She asked, Master, how did you survive the calamity back then?" Chu Chen's eyes revealed a hint of loneliness and a sense of the vicissitudes of life. Yet they also carried an indescribable disdain. "Silly disciple, when have I ever been cowardly? What of the great calamities of heaven and earth? Naturally I fought. I battled against heaven and earth. Kill, slaughter until the rivers run red with blood. In the end, I crushed all enemies until I was unmatched in the world." As soon as he finished speaking, a profound gaze from Xiao Shi the monkey could be seen not far away. The monkey could not help but tug at the corner of his mouth. He was indeed unclear about the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era. However, during the great calamity of the witch and demon, he followed his master, and it seemed that his master had never left the Cloud Sea. Where did this battle between heaven and earth come from? For a moment, the monkey was bewildered. Alongside him was the howling celestial dog in the corner, gnawing on a bone. He had known Chu Chen for the shortest time. At this moment, his face was filled with doubt and disbelief. You can trick the master and the monkey, but how can you trick a dog? Chu Chen glanced at the reactions of Yang Jian and Yang Chan, nodding with a look of satisfaction. Then with a stern gaze, he shot a look at the monkey and the dog, signaling them to cool off. It took him an hour to begin recounting the grand achievements of his past to the two disciples. In summary, he narrated the story of how he wielded a watermelon knife, disregarding the myriad of gods and demons traveling from the southernmost to the northernmost of the primordial world without blinking for 3 days and nights. The essence of the tale celebrated just 8 words: life and death are to be regarded lightly. If you are unconvinced, just fight. After finishing, Yang Jian and Yang Chan were already starry-eyed, almost kneeling down to shout, "Master is mighty. Master, how can you be so strong? Please tell your disciple." Yang Jian said excitedly. He wanted to become stronger. Feeling the aura of his senior brother, this desire intensified. This method is naturally very simple. Mu Chen slowly extended a finger, speaking seriously. There is only one word, and that is just survive. The monkey squatted in the corner, weakly saying, "Master, that seems to be 2 words. Get lost." Mu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he continued. Survive. Survive until the powerful enemies are gone. Survive until you become the strongest in the world. This is the ultimate principle of survival. Mu Chen smiled and said, "The path of survival was created by the master and is the most peculiar among the 3,000 paths. If you wish to become the strongest, you must first learn to survive and grow. If you cannot even preserve your own life, how can you talk about overcoming the myriad of celestial beings and becoming the strongest in the world?" Each word was deliberate and emphatic. With fervor and passion, Mu Chen indeed expressed his heartfelt thoughts. After all, for countless years, no one had been able to listen to his ideas. Now that he had finally gained 2 children who admired him, he had to fool. Show off. Cultivate them a bit. Yang Jian and Yang Chan were almost dazed from listening. They exchanged glances, each with a single thought: is this really possible? Yang Jian sniffed. He said with a serious expression, "Master, I understand. You are teaching us. From today on, I will begin to learn from Master and won't leave my retreat until I reach the Quasi-Saint level." Mu Chen smiled and said, "This child can be taught. But isn't the Quasi-Saint level a bit far away?" He was still waiting for the time of the canonization to survive, while his disciples stirred up some trouble to successfully resolve this great calamity. As for taking in disciples, now it was also to prevent Hongjun from plotting against his disciples and dragging him into the schemes. Now that he had the monkey and Yang Jian as his main generals, he would feel more at ease, collecting disciples without worries. When there are issues, the disciples will step in. This was Mu Chen's principle. Yang Jian shook his head, speaking with a serious face. "No, the world is so dangerous and Master is so powerful, yet still surviving. As a disciple, how can I not survive? If I do not reach the Quasi-Saint level, then I will never leave the dojo again to avoid embarrassing Master. So Master, I will first go to find a cave in the dojo to survive." After saying this, Yang Jian ignored everyone and directly descended into the cloud sea to seek his cave. Mu Chen looked at Yang Jian's departing figure, feeling somewhat dumbfounded. Wait a minute. Something feels off. It seems that he has led Yang Jian astray. If this plot continues, could it be that during the time of the canonization calamity, the upright and unparalleled General Yang Jian would also become a coward? Thinking of this scene, Mu Chen swallowed hard. This scene was too peculiar. He felt inexplicably ashamed. "Master." At this moment, the monkey approached, speaking softly. "There is something I need to tell you. I heard a rumor in the primordial world that a terrifying power had emerged named Kong Xian, whose reputation is extremely strong. It is said that the first thing he did was go to the North Sea and later declared he would take revenge for Qilin. Just a small matter. Master, I also heard that the Lord of the River Styx from the underworld inexplicably emerged from the ghostly Blood Sea and arrived in the primordial world. Don't panic. A friend told me that they seem to want to team up to trouble you." Mu Chen was somewhat surprised to hear this. It was originally referred to as the staring eyes and delicate crown red peacock. It is the first peacock in the world, a descendant born from the ancient phoenix ancestor who sensed the energies of yin yang and the 5 elements. Moreover, it was extremely ferocious by nature, feeding on humans, especially with its 5-color divine light technique, which could sweep through anything, creating its own world within the divine light. Mu Chen recalled that during the great calamity of sealing the gods, even Luo Hou and the lantern-raising Taoist were no match for it. It was even said to be the strongest under the saints. Had it not been for being captured later by the Western teachings Saint Zhuangti and made into a mount, the sealing list would have taken much longer. As for the ancestor of the River of Souls, Mu Chen was not surprised. After spending so many years on his own territory while the king of hell recited scriptures, watching his kin transformed into the Western teachings watchdogs, he must be feeling utterly devastated. Now that he probably knew it was Mu Chen's idea, he would certainly come for revenge. But 2 people teaming up, both being quasi-saints. One was an ancient immortal old monster. The other claimed to be the strongest under the saints. Mu Chen had never teamed up against 2 opponents before and felt somewhat uneasy. When will they come? Mu Chen asked. The long-armed monkey shook its head. I don't know yet, it seems they are in discussion. Well, let's leave it at that for now, Mu Chen replied indifferently. Then he continued to cultivate. After all, he had been able to deal with Qilin when he first comprehended the law of the 5 elements. Now, after so many years, his understanding of the law of the 5 elements had deepened, and he thought he could give the 2 a try. If it didn't work, he could just hide in the sea of clouds. Currently, the cloud sea formation required even saints to exert considerable effort to enter. The 2 Quasi saints should not possess that level of strength yet. The long-armed monkey observed this scene and felt that its master didn't take the 2 opponents seriously at all. This only strengthened its conviction. Its master was definitely at the saint level. If he weren't a saint, how could he have the confidence to disregard both Xian and the ancestor of the River of Souls? In an instant, the long-armed monkey's worries vanished. After bidding farewell to its master, it continued to fight in the demon domain, preparing to advance towards Quasi-Saint. Time flowed slowly. The Primordial World did not keep track of years. Mu Chen felt a certain pressure and began to wholeheartedly comprehend the laws of the 5 elements. One day, Mu Chen opened his eyes. A glimmer of 5 different lights flashed in his pitch-black pupils, followed by him floating in midair. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elements fused together. A terrifying aura of 5 colors erupted from his body, shooting straight into the sky, like a beam of light, transforming the entire sea of clouds into a brilliant display of the 5 elemental colors. Finally done. Mu Chen stood up, a hint of satisfaction appearing at the corner of his mouth. After countless years of research, the laws of the 5 elements had finally reached great success. The understanding of the 5-element sage from the primordial era was probably comparable to his current comprehension. Naturally, Mu Chen's combat power began to soar. Ding the host successfully hooked the dual elements and obtained the ancient 3,000 Laws of the Path's proof method fragment. 3,000 Laws of the Path allows simultaneous cultivation of multiple paths among the 3,000 great laws. After possessing multiple laws, combat power skyrockets. Fusing 3 laws grants power comparable to a merit saint. Fusing 5 laws allows one to directly attain sainthood. Current number of laws comprehended by the host: 1 5-element law. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen took a deep breath. Mu Chen was bewildered. 3 laws could barely allow one to contend with a saint. 5 laws could lead to the path of a saint. Hiss, that's quite fierce. Pangu proved his way through strength, battling against 3,000 demon gods, merely utilizing the law of strength. If the number of laws were unlimited, as long as one could infinitely merge laws, one's combat power would essentially be an endless abyss. It was even possible to reach a level that transcends the heavenly path. Thinking of this, Mu Chen felt a surge of excitement. Although the current methods of proving the laws were merely incomplete scrolls, merging 2 or 3 should still be manageable. Ding, detecting that the host is about to face a grave crisis with 3 quasi-saints attacking, please choose. Option 1, stay hidden, relying on the Cloud Sea Great Formation to evade the crisis, no rewards. Option 2, face the battle outside the Cloud Sea. After resolving the crisis, you may randomly obtain another law. Mu Chen listened to these 2 options. This seems somewhat out of character for the king of survival in the primordial era. Moreover, were there not only Xian and the old ancestor of the underworld? Why are 3 quasi-saints attacking? For a moment, Mu Chen was caught in a dilemma. To go or not to go? That was the question. However, the allure of the laws was simply too strong. This was far more enticing than any innate supreme treasure. Now that Mu Chen had obtained the methods, what he needed most was indeed the laws. After a long time, Mu Chen finally took a deep breath, a serious look flashing in his eyes. Damn it, what's there to be afraid of? Such a great opportunity to obtain the laws would be a pity to miss. At worst, if he couldn't win, he could just hide back in the sea. After all, he wouldn't die. Having thought this through, Mu Chen began to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, he contemplated who the third adversary with a grudge against him could be. The system would definitely not betray him, so the old ancestor of the underworld and Xian must have helpers. In the extreme south lies a sea of the underworld. Connected to the underworld, it was the territory where Mu Chen once burned the Qilin. After countless years of change, the surrounding mountains and rivers were still in disarray, easily revealing the devastation of that great battle from years past. At this moment, the old ancestor of the underworld stood here, his expression indescribably gloomy. The red hair on his head had disappeared at some point, leaving a conspicuously bald head. Before long, a gigantic peacock flew in from the horizon, transforming into a rainbow light as it descended to the ground, turning into a handsome young man clad in colorful garments. He glanced at the underworld river, his expression peculiar. What happened to your hair? The old ancestor of the underworld replied with a cold smile. If you had to endure an old fellow chanting scriptures by your door disturbing your peace day and night, you wouldn't fare any better than me. Hearing this, Xian laughed heartily, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. The underworld river gritted his teeth, speaking in a cold voice. I will definitely slay that Chen who dared to trick the hidden earth into my underworld blood sea, causing countless of my Azura clan to become the pawns of the Western Church. This grudge cannot be shared under the heavens. Xian said lightly. We are naturally in the same boat regarding this matter. After Qilin fought with Chen, his vitality was severely harmed and subsequently captured by the Primordial Saint. I cannot do anything about that saint, but Chen must die. At this point, Xian expressed impatience, speaking haughtily. By the way, where is that third helper you mentioned? If it weren't for waiting for him, I would have acted a long time ago. As long as he is not a saint, I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent among the quasi-saints. You are making too big a deal out of this. The underworld river shook his head. He glanced at the sea. A faint buzzing sound emerged. A minuscule mosquito so small it was invisible to the naked eye flew out from the surface of the sea. The boundless sea. Chen emerged once more from the sea of clouds after countless eons. His long hair cascaded over his shoulders. His attire, simple gray robes and cloth shoes, exuded an ethereal, otherworldly grace. At first glance, his eyes held a chilling, indifferent terror. 2 words sufficed to define them. Unrivaled. He stood upon a colossal, weather-worn reef. Hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the millionly expanse of sea surrounding him. All was serene, countless life forms slumbered and thrived in the ocean's profound depths. Faint memories stirred within Chen. The first time he had stepped beyond the clouds, he had journeyed to the abyssal sea in the far south, and nearly set the Qilin ablaze. Yet just as the great beast was roasted to perfection, Tianzuan emerged and claimed it as his personal mount, a loss that haunted Chen forever. He had once sworn an oath never to leave his cultivation realm until attaining sagehood, but circumstances left no choice. The allure of primordial laws was too overwhelming, worth one final perilous gamble. Chen wandered across the millionly sea, without invoking a single divine ability. Yet not a single creature sensed his presence. Qilin Island lay hidden deep within the ocean's heart. Xian and Ao Tian were immersed in their deepest seclusion, awakening only for matters of utmost gravity. Chen observed this scene in silence. He sighed softly, abandoning the thought of rousing them. After all, they were venerable ancestors, pillars upon whom the very futures of the Dragon and Qilin clans rested. I shall handle this myself. Time to test the full might of my perfected 5-element laws. With that thought, Chen vanished in a flicker of light, reappearing upon a remote, desolate island just beyond the boundless sea. He seated himself upon a 12-petaled crimson lotus and waited in stillness for Xian and the others. Time flowed like silent tide, unmeasured, unhurried. A terrifying pressure descended upon the island. The tranquil sea churned violently, clouds thickened overhead, casting creeping shadows across the land. Chen lifted his gaze. A man clad in resplendent 5-colored robes descended from the heavens, pride blazing unmasked upon his face, as he materialized directly before Chen. Xian, one of the most formidable adversaries of the future investiture of the gods' era. Moments later, Mingyi Laozu appeared upon the island, lips curled in a cold, disdainful smile. Chen, you dare emerge from your sanctuary. Then today shall be your end. Xian nodded fiercely. He dared wound my elder brother. His death is certain this day. Chen glanced at Xian and rolled his eyes. Truly a beast remained a beast, still leaping about blindly. The Qilin had long since been taken by Yuan Shi, one of the 3 pure ones, as his mountain guardian. And you yourself will soon be lured westward to serve as a mount for the Western religion. Yet you harbor no sense of peril, daring to strut beneath the very gaze of sages. Were the reward not so extraordinary, he would not have deigned to acknowledge them at all. Then, Chen tilted his head left and right as if searching for something unseen. Xian frowned, watching Chen ignore them utterly. What are you looking for? Chen replied calmly. Where is the third one? Why does he linger? Do you plan an ambush? The moment the words left his lips, Xian and Mingyi exchanged a glance, shock and disbelief flashing in their eyes. This man, could he truly perceive that mosquito? Ha! I did not expect humanity to now boast a quasi-sage, and one who senses me even before I reveal myself. A voice echoed, rich with surprise. A rift tore open in the void. From it emerged a mosquito, no larger than a palm, still in its natural form, yet radiating an aura of lethal primordial dread. The trio had planned for the mosquito to strike Chen with a fatal blow from concealment. Yet now exposed, it chose instead to step forth unapologetically. A mere quasi-sage of the early stage, hardly worth concern. Chen stared blankly, eyes dull as a dead fish's. A mosquito? He paused, then recalled. Oh. So, it was the mosquito Taoist of the Netherblood Sea. At that realization, Mu Chen's first act was to quietly tuck his 12-petal karmic flame lotus into his sleeve. The mosquito Taoist, originally transformed from the blood-winged black mosquito of the primal chaos, was wandering in the void near the blood sea of the underworld. Unexpectedly, he was summoned by the old ancestor of the river of underworld. It is known that the mosquito Taoist was a formidable figure renowned beneath the saints during the journey to the west. Initially, he was captured by the Western sect's Zhuan Taoist during the time of the Fengshen. He was then entrusted to his disciple, the White Lotus Boy. However, later on, due to the White Lotus Boy's negligence in monitoring the mosquito Taoist, was released, resulting in the near-total consumption of one of the 4 direct disciples of the Jia sect, the Turtle Spirit Saintess. As if that wasn't enough, after draining the Turtle Spirit Saintess to a mere shell, the mosquito Taoist, insatiable in his greed, flew to the Western Paradise to absorb the sect's treasured spiritual treasure, the 12-petal Golden Lotus. As a result, the 12-petal Golden Lotus was drained by the mosquito Taoist down to the 9-petal Golden Lotus. Realizing this, Mu Chen quickly tucked away his own Red Lotus. Although this creature seemed to have only one form, when he unleashed his powers, he could unleash swarms of mosquitoes capable of devouring Great Luo Golden Immortals. To be honest, in Mu Chen's perspective, this individual was even more difficult to deal with than Xian. Squinting his eyes, Mu Chen muttered, "Speaking of which, these 3 characters live longer than one another. 3 against 1, do you have no shame?" The old ancestor of the river of underworld sneered, "What a joke." The method of group assault was specifically highlighted by the Dao Ancestor during his teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace. "Oh, what need is there for shame?" Xian disdainfully replied. "The Dao Ancestor's words certainly carry profound truths of the Dao you, an insignificant ant, cannot comprehend." The mosquito Taoist continued to flutter his wings, sneering. "Where did this soil worm come from that doesn't even understand the method of group assault?" Mu Chen was at a loss for words, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. It seemed that the method of group assault taught by Hongjun back in the day was now being derided by these 3 individuals before him. Thinking of this, Mu Chen felt like he was lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. "Forget it, no more nonsense. Let's see how I deal with you." Mu Chen shook his head, faintly, slowly floating towards the sky. In the next moment, a terrifying light surged from within his body, resembling a brilliant beam shooting straight towards the heavens. "Open!" Mu Chen uttered lightly. The light at his brow surged. A streak of vermilion ink appeared, forming a Taiyi Bagua pattern. Following this, his gray robe transformed into a long coat of black and white. His sleeves billowed high as if countless energies were swirling within. This was the form of the 5 elements law that once crushed Qilin. Moreover, now that Mu Chen had fully comprehended it, he was significantly more powerful than before. Behind his coat, a circular Taiyi Bagua pattern gradually formed with the radiance of the 5 elements flowing, exuding an indescribable ancient vitality. Upon witnessing this scene, the mosquito Taoist beneath him, the old ancestor of the river of underworld, and Xian all displayed expressions of shock. This fellow, merely at the initial stage of the quasi-saint, has actually comprehended such a powerful law of the 5 elements. No wonder he has the audacity to confront us alone. It turns out to be for this reason. But what of the 5 elements law? My 5-color divine light has never been defeated. Let me experience the power of the 5 elements law first. Xian huffed coldly, then his entire body shot straight into the sky. The 5 feathers of his destiny behind him surged with brilliance, transforming into 5 colors. Mu Chen remained expressionless, lightly waving his sleeves. Instantly, the sea behind him morphed into a gigantic beast towering tens of thousands of feet, crashing down towards Xian. Boom. The impact was earth-shattering. The immense shockwave split the island beneath them in 2. Xian shouted, "Open!" The 5-colored light resembled 5 long blades. Slash, slash, slash. It cleaved the water beast into pieces. However, just as Xian was about to reveal a smile, a right hand silently pressed down on his head. At the same time, 4 faint words resonated, "Great Sun Golden Flame." Xian had yet to respond when a blaze of golden flames suddenly engulfed him from head to toe. In the next moment, an angry roar filled with pain erupted. "Oh, oh, oh." Xian burst forth from the golden flames, soaring into the air. His body bore the injuries of scorching, but they were not fatal. Oh, Mu Chen was somewhat surprised. He did not expect the other party to emerge from his Great Sun Golden Flames. After a moment of observation, he figured it out. Xian was holding a red feather burning with flames. It suddenly became clear. One must know that Xian was the first 5 elements peacock born from the primordial phoenix. The 5-colored divine light, known for its ability to break through anything, stems from its 5 feathers that symbolize the power of the 5 elements. Thus it remains unmatched beneath the saint level. In other words, it shares the same origin as Mu Chen's 5 elements laws, allowing it to evade this fire attribute attack. Damn it, how dare you ambush me? Kong Xian's expression twisted with rage. It seemed he had never been so severely injured before. In his fury, he revealed his true form, transforming into a gigantic peacock. With a powerful flap of his wings, a cutting gale like knives surged from afar, immensely violent. The entire island appeared to be sliced apart like tofu. Even the mosquito Taoist and the ancestor of the underworld river flew far into the sky to avoid being caught in the aftermath. Mu Chen stood with one hand behind him while his right hand projected a spinning 5 elements bagua array in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Countless gales slammed into the formation, instantly vanishing. Is this your power, Kong Xian? Mu Chen inquired. His tone was calm, yet carried a hint of condescension. The top 10 laws were indeed powerful. If it had been in the past, even he would have found it troublesome to face Kong Xian at the early stage of the Quasi-Saint level. However, now having fully integrated the 5 elements laws, this 5-colored divine light was at best a simplified version of the 5 elements laws, and it was relatively weak. Naturally, he looked down upon it. Feeling the raw contempt, Kong Xian let out a piercing shriek. Countless feathers rose high into the sky, and the 5-colored divine light shone brilliantly, rushing towards the heavens. The sky was enveloped by the 5-colored aura, followed by 5 distinct rainbows shooting down, aiming directly at Mu Chen. The power was so great that it cleaved the very void. Witnessing this scene, Mu Chen lightly shook his head. His hands began to form seals in the air, moving with incredible speed as phantoms began to appear. Do you think you are the only one who can use this technique? Mu Chen smirked slightly, shouting, Behold my 5-colored divine light. Boom. 5 terrifying auras of different colors surged upward. The void was directly shattered. The power was so immense that it surpassed even the one used by Kong Xian. Seeing this, Kong Xian wore a face of disbelief and roared. What a... In the next moment, 2 identical techniques collided in midair. Boom. A massive shockwave rippled from the center, spreading out in all directions. Everything it swept over, mountains, seas of clouds, and earth, was shattered to pieces, completely disappearing from the world. All who witnessed this scene hastily closed their eyes. Mu Chen's 5-colored divine light was evidently stronger. After a brief standoff, it directly shattered Kong Xian's 5 rainbows, crashing violently into him. Bang! The latter was like a kite with a severed string, hurtling down like a long rainbow into the depths of the sea. The surface of the ocean visibly swirled into a massive vortex over 1,000 meters long. Rumble! The seawater flowed backward. Witnessing this scene, the ancestor of the underworld river and the mosquito Taoist were left in shock. The latter exclaimed in astonishment. How do you possess Kong Xian's exclusive 5-colored divine light technique? Mu Chen gently exhaled a breath. He looked at his palm and grinned. Indeed, it worked. Just moments ago, a sudden idea struck him. Since Kong Xian's 5 feathers transformed from the 5 elements, allowing him to wield the 5-colored divine light, then, as the sole master of the 5-element law in the current primordial chaos, he should also be able to manifest it. The result was as he expected. After seeing Kong Xian use it, he could also demonstrate it, and with even greater power. It seems he has added another hidden trump card for the future. Mu Chen thought to himself, then turned his gaze to old ancestor Ming He and the mosquito Taoist, smiling as he said, It's your turn. Old ancestor Ming He and the mosquito Taoist exchanged glances. A strong killing intent flashed in their eyes. They were both individuals who had experienced endless battles in years, although surprised they were not easily intimidated. Moreover, the opponent had already possessed such battle prowess at the early stage of the true saint. If they did not eliminate the threat now, it would only become increasingly difficult in the future. Kill. Old ancestor Ming He erupted with an immense aura in an instant. 2 swords emanating boundless malevolence appeared from the void. Yuan 2. Abai. These existed since the birth of old ancestor Ming He. They are the treasures of slaughter among the innate spiritual treasures, killing without incurring karma. They are the embodiment of the path of murder between heaven and earth. It was with these 2 swords that old ancestor Ming He opened up the Shura realm. With a single slash, a terrifying arc of sword energy surged forth. Mu Chen naturally understood the ferocity of this sword. With a slight stomp, his entire figure vanished into thin air. In the next moment, the ground where he had stood was shattered as if cut by a laser, breaking into countless fragments. Mu Chen appeared in midair, his right index finger pointing to the sky. True God Thunder Control. Boom. The entire sky instantly filled with dark clouds. Thick purple lightning as large as mountains fell relentlessly, striking down on old ancestor Ming He. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Witnessing this scene, Mu Chen inexplicably recalled a line from a song, look the thunder. This transcendent cultivation astounds heaven and earth trapped in the purple gold hammer. After pondering, he thought this lyric was exceedingly fitting. Old Ancestor Ming, he stood atop the sea, his bald head particularly noticeable. With both swords drawn, all the heavenly thunder was swiftly cut down, appearing like a celestial being. Just as Mu Chen was about to take action, he squinted slightly. With two fingers gently pointing to the right side of the void, the seawater formed a barrier perfectly blocking the countless black swarms of mosquitoes that surged forth. Buzzing. The entire sky seemed to be blocked by countless swarms of mosquitoes resembling a plague of locusts. In an instant, even the seawater was devoured. Mu Chen frowned. The mosquito Taoist had countless avatars, as long as the main body was not destroyed, these swarms would be relentless, proving to be quite troublesome. After some contemplation, Mu Chen's right hand formed a seal as the golden sun flame surged forth again. However, to his surprise, the countless swarms of mosquitoes showed no fear, piercing through the golden flames and charging straight at Mu Chen. Ha ha ha, I am undying and indestructible, absorbing countless karmic debts. How could a mere golden sun flame harm me? Mu Chen maneuvered in midair. He also took out the 99 red cloud soul-dispersing gourd. It unleashed a power that could scatter souls, but it was only momentarily effective in dispersing the swarms. Useless. Your treasure cannot harm me at all. The mosquito Taoist laughed arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen suddenly halted in midair. He recalled something. Thus he smiled and said, if the golden sun flame cannot harm you, then how about this? Mu Chen extended his right palm. A crimson flame rose slowly. Amidst the flames, a terrifying aura capable of burning away all karmic debts emanated. Looking at this blazing flame, the fearsome onslaught of the mosquito swarm suddenly froze. Red lotus karmic fire. Instinctively, the swarm of mosquitoes recoiled in awe before the scarlet lotus karmic flame, as if confronting a natural predator. Mu Chen gently raised his hand. Go! With a sweeping gesture, the all-encompassing scarlet lotus karmic flame coalesced into countless palm-sized flames, dense as falling rain surging toward the endless swarm. A crackling roar filled the air. The once unstoppable swarm erupted in acrid smoke. The mosquitoes, incinerated, instantly reduced to ash that drifted silently onto the ground. The surviving insects scattered in panic. With a flick of his right finger, Mu Chen directed the scarlet lotus karmic flame after them. Having comprehended the 5 elements, he could wield most primordial flames of the hallowed wastes with effortless mastery. This scarlet lotus karmic flame in particular he had long mastered, its essence fully revealed through his cultivation of the scarlet lotus karmic flame artifact. It was precisely the perfect countermeasure against the mosquito Taoist. At that moment, the mosquito Taoist, now a disordered swarm, fled in utter disarray. Before a fire capable of consuming karmic burden itself, he possessed not even a sliver of resistance. No sooner had this threat been quelled than the sea's surface exploded violently. Xian, having been driven deep beneath the waves, surged forth, his maw gaping like a blood-soaked abyss, as he lunged to swallow Mu Chen whole. Wretched beast, begone! Mu Chen's voice rang cold and sharp. A colossal ancient tree erupted from the seabed, its countless vines entwined into a titanic hand that clamped down upon Xian, gripping his entire form in unyielding restraint. Then, with a swift reversal of his palm, Mu Chen hurled him back into the depths. His focus was divided threefold, summoning celestial thunder upon Mingi Laozu, commanding the scarlet lotus karmic flame against the mosquito Taoist, and simultaneously directing his remaining awareness to subdue Xian. In that instant, Mu Chen stood alone, engaged in mortal combat against 3 demisages, and held his ground without yielding an inch. Were any other cultivators to witness this spectacle, they would surely question the very nature of reality. It was utterly extraordinary. Meanwhile, outside the Zixiao Palace, the 3 Pure Ones and Nuwa observed the battle from afar, alongside Junti and Jane. They had originally been engaged in profound discourse on the Dao within the palace halls. But this sudden confrontation had drawn them out. As sovereigns who governed heaven and earth, they could not overlook a clash among 4 demisages. To their eyes, however, even such a battle was little more than child's play. Yet as they watched, each bore an expression both rare and unsettled. Nuwa murmured in quiet admiration, Taoist Mu Chen has not advanced his cultivation level for countless eons. Yet his comprehension of laws and his martial prowess are astonishing. Even a demisage at the initial ascension stage could scarcely wield so many divine arts with such composure. Indeed, Laozi nodded slowly, stroking his beard. The 5 elemental laws, truly magnificent. Tong Tian and Yuanshi exchanged silent, awestruck glances, clearly stunned by Mu Chen's overwhelming display of power. Yet almost immediately a flicker of intrigue passed across their eyes. For such mastery alone would never suffice to decisively overcome Mingi Laozu and his 2 allies. Strangely, they found themselves curious, eager even, to witness Mu Chen's defeat. After all his countless feats had left them perpetually astonished, yet never once had they seen him falter. As for death, that was impossible. Nuwa, their younger sister, watched this battle with unmistakable intensity. After millennia of secluded cultivation, even her peers could no longer fathom the depth of her cultivation. Should true peril arise, her intervention would reduce even 3 demisages to insignificant specks of dust. Time flowed onward. Mu Chen felt his spiritual energy depleting at an exponential rate. Fortunately, the 5 elemental laws enabled him to continuously draw refined essence from the world around him. So far, his reserves showed no sign of exhaustion. Yet if this stalemate persisted, victory would remain elusive. Mu Chen did possess formidable artifacts. Yet the mosquito Taoist could devour the very essence of divine treasures, while Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light could absorb any artifact outright. Thus, Mu Chen had refrained entirely from deploying any divine art or artifact, a testament to his razor-sharp combat intuition. I cannot afford to delay any longer, Mu Chen declared. In the next moment, Mu Chen halted his divine powers. The heavenly thunder ceased, the infernal flames vanished, and the colossal tree returned to the depths of the sea. Watching this scene, the ancestor of the Mingyi River wielding dual swords let out a cold laugh. So you realize that you are merely a trapped beast giving up the struggle and waiting for death. Kong Xian's face twisted in rage. Kneeling and begging for mercy is useless today. I will certainly swallow you whole and turn you into a puddle of blood. Mu Chen remained silent. His entire body shot straight up into the sky. Then he took a deep breath and the sleeves of his robe suddenly ballooned. The vast magical power within him surged and roared like a raging river or ocean. The 3 opponents had yet to go all out against him, purely aiming to exhaust his magical energy before launching a collective attack. Mu Chen understood their intentions, but would not grant them that opportunity. Since they could not kill him through prolonged combat, he might as well unleash his ultimate move. In the next moment, 5 radiant beams shot towards the sky from 5 directions within a radius of thousands of miles. The cloud seas of the 5 directions were enveloped by different lights, and soon they formed an indestructible barrier. Centered around the island, the power of the 5 elements surged, accumulating a terrifying force capable of destruction. Mu Chen's long hair began to float in the air, and his gaze was incredibly bright. The 5 elements interacted in a cycle of creation and destruction. When the 5 elements turned upside down, what replaced them was an unparalleled force of destruction. This was the limit of the 5 element laws that Mu Chen could comprehend at this moment. It was simultaneously named the 5 Elements Annihilation Array. The reason Mu Chen had come to this island early as a battlefield was that he had set up the prototype of the 5 Elements Annihilation Array in advance. At this moment, Mu Chen began to form seals with his hands. Countless complex hand signs appeared. The 5 elements began to invert within the Great Barrier Array. Metal conquers wood, wood conquers earth, earth conquers water, water conquers fire, and fire conquers metal. Amidst the intense operation of the laws, an aura of destruction was born. Even the ancestor of the Mingyi River, Kong Xian, and the mosquito Taoist ancient beings felt a tinge of fear at this moment, unprecedentedly shaken. What is this? Such a terrifying aura of destruction. We cannot allow him to continue. Kill. The 3 simultaneously unleashed an unparalleled quasi-saint aura, no longer holding back. 5-colored divine light. The dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi. A swarm of mosquitoes that filled the sky. Various divine abilities all recklessly bombarded Mu Chen. The array is complete, it's too late. Mu Chen's expression was indescribably indifferent. His right palm gently pointed downward, and he uttered a word. Annihilate. His tone was calm, yet it resonated like the supreme Tao. Mu Chen's magical power suddenly depleted, and in its place all vitality within 1,000 miles collapsed in an instant. An unparalleled force of destruction coalesced into a black sphere expanding outward from the center towards all directions. The sea-shattered living beings dissipated, and the cloud sea collapsed. Everything was utterly obliterated. Those divine abilities had no resistance against this force, vanishing in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous roar, the heavens and earth quaked. The black sphere carrying boundless power shattered the void and continued to fall towards the island. I am the ancestor of the Mingyi River. The Mingyi ancestor's expression twisted as he thrust his hands forward. An endless sea of blood surged from his sleeves, attempting to block this force of law. Kong Xian's body transformed into an enormous figure, the 5-colored divine light reaching its peak, leaving only 5 colors in the heavens and earth. The mosquito Taoist transformed directly into an endless sea of mosquitoes. The 3 united to resist the power of the array. In the next moment, Mu Chen's expression was indifferent. His right finger gently pressed down. Ants. As the words fell, two forces crashed violently against each other. Two terrifying forces collided midair. There was no contest. In an instant, the black sphere controlled by Mu Chen crushed the combined might of the three quasi-siges and slammed violently into the sea surface. Boom. A colossal explosion shattered the void itself, whose space ruptured, birthing a vast pitch-black singularity from which violet-purple lightning surged outward like living serpents. At the epicenter, seawater surged outward in violent waves, then boiled, vaporized, and vanished. Within a radius of 10,000 li, the boundless ocean became absolute vacuum. Mu Chen's robes and long hair whipped fiercely in the turbulent air as he hovered motionless. Only after the aftershocks faded did he descend slowly to solid ground. Humph. Seems I overdid it just now. But where did they go? Mu Chen murmured to himself. Though not a celestial sage, Lord Mingyi possessed near-immortal resilience. So long as the blood sea endures, Lord Mingyi shall never perish. This was no idle boast. Meanwhile, Kong Xian and the mosquito Taoist were likewise shielded by the mandate of heaven, whose death eluded them with cruel ease. At that very moment, a crimson light erupted from beneath the seabed, shattering rock and soil. Lord Mingyi emerged, half his body reduced to ruin. His face twisted in raw terror. Without hesitation, he plummeted headlong into the distance, abandoning all thought of vengeance against Mu Chen. Then, a faint emerald light flickered into view. Kong Xian's feathers were charred black, his breath shallow, as he fled weakly into the horizon. Indeed, they did not die. Mu Chen watched the spectacle unfold, poised to act, yet ultimately remained still. His cultivation energy had been utterly spent, will remained, but strength had fled. Moments later, the cataclysm reverberated across the distant boundless seas. Ao Tian and Qi Yin jolted awake from their secluded abodes and hastened to the site, only to find Mu Chen standing alone upon a solitary barren outcrop of earth, where once stretched endless waters, and an entire island, now reigned only desolation. Young master, Ao Tian ventured uncertainly. Mu Chen shook his head faintly. Nothing serious. Encountered a few adversaries. Turned out they all fled. Hearing this, the two exchanged a glance, each reading profound astonishment in the other's eyes. A few. Such devastation could only be wrought by quasi-siges. To think their young master had faced multiple such beings, alone, left them speechless with awe. Let's return. Mu Chen felt strangely fragile. This vulnerability chafed him deeply. Only within the sanctum of his own Dao realm would he feel truly secure. Suddenly he halted mid-step. Wait, where was the mosquito Taoist? Had he truly been obliterated? With his last vestige of divine sense, Mu Chen swept the ruins. At last his gaze settled on a conspicuously protruding stone at his feet, and a sly, unsettling smile curved his lips. He crouched low, then gently tossed the rock aside. There, curled inside, lay the mosquito Taoist. Catching the glint of Mu Chen's smile, those tiny beady eyes welled with a look of utter grievance and helpless despair. He'd intended to flee, but before he could move, Ao Tian and Qi Yin arrived. The overwhelming aura of two quasi-siges froze him in place, petrified. Heh, little mosquito, tell me, how should I deal with you? Mu Chen crouched lower, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. The mosquito Taoist nearly wished for death. Mu Chen had already shattered his Dao heart with a single display of power. Now two more titans loomed overhead. Who among mortals could endure such pressure? After a long pause, he fluttered slowly toward Mu Chen's palm, then began kowtowing incessantly, forehead striking flesh with dull thuds. System alert, mosquito Taoist has submitted. Select an option. In option 1, spare his life. Confine and train him within the Cloud Sea formation. He shall become a formidable asset. In option 2, execute him immediately. Acquire 2 primordial spirit treasures. Upon hearing this option, Mu Chen couldn't help but smile. He instructed, Ao Tian Qi Yin, this guy will be your little brother from now on. Bring him back to the Cloud Sea Grand Array. The mosquito Taoist is considered a bug existence in the entire Primordial World. Not only does he possess lethal methods capable of draining the quality of treasures, but more importantly, he is extremely difficult to detect. Even a quasi-saint would likely face the danger of a sneak attack. If trained well, he would be far more useful than any innate spiritual treasure. Since the system has spoken, he accepted without hesitation. Yes. With a wave of his large sleeves, Qi Yin captured the mosquito Taoist in his palm, and then together with Ao Tian, they kept a close watch on him. Seeing the two quasi-saints by his side, the mosquito Taoist completely abandoned any thought of escape. The three returned to the endless sea. As Mu Chen stepped into the Cloud Sea, he felt a continuous flow of power restoring within him, and the fatigue from the earlier battle vanished almost instantly. So refreshing. Mu Chen lazily stretched. He had come to understand his current combat strength. With one law, he could handle up to 3 quasi-saint level beings, especially the strongest among them. If he possessed 3 laws, he could barely contend with a saint. After all, the power of law fusion is certainly greater than mere addition. Thinking of this, Mu Chun felt elated. This was his opportunity for future ascendance. Master, what just happened? Yang Chan rushed over, a hint of worry on her face. Mu Chun shook his head. It's nothing. A few guys came and I drove them off. Where's your brother? Yang Chan asked. Second brother is still in seclusion, specifically asking me to check on things. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun couldn't help but curl his lips. This young Xian vaguely resembled his former self. No matter how chaotic it was outside, he stubbornly refused to emerge, remaining in seclusion. Buzz, 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 a mosquito flew slowly past Mu Chen's feet. In the next moment, Mu Chun glanced at the mosquito Taoist. Though he had subdued him, this guy was still a quasi saint, and his loyalty was surely not very high. From today on, you can only seek a place to cultivate within a radius of 100,000 miles. You are not allowed to use your divine abilities or harm any living beings here. If you violate the rules here, I will personally deal with you. You should know my strength. Mu Chen's eyes carried a hint of authority and indifference. For Mu Chun, it was best to raise him for now. After all, raising animals is a matter of developing feelings over time. Mosquitoes should be similar, just like Ao Tian and Xian. If he truly couldn't tame him and ended up with a backstabbing wolf, then he would deal with it when the time came. He still had the strength and confidence to do so. Upon hearing this, the mosquito Taoist flapped in the air and nodded in agreement. After receiving Mu Chen's permission, he flew down to the sea to search for a territory. Watching the mosquito Taoist leave, suddenly a sound rang out. Congratulations, host, for single-handedly countering the attack of 3 quasi-saints, earning a chance to randomly select 1 law. Please make your selection, host. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Mu Chen's eyes. Finally, it had come again. He just happened to have the method for the 3,000 laws of enlightenment. If he could gather 3 laws, he would possess combat power comparable to a saint. Activate. Mu Chen declared. Host has activated the random selection system. Randomly selecting a law. Selection complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Sword Dao law. Mu Chen's eyes lit up. The Sword Dao is one of the 3,000 great paths. Although it does not rank among the top 10 laws, if one comprehends it to its peak, its offensive and destructive power is not inferior to that of certain laws in the top 10. Currently, Mu Chun possesses the 5 elements law equivalent to that of a grand mage with extremely balanced strength, yet he still lacks a bit in individual combat capability. This can be seen from his simultaneous battle against the 3 quasi-saints, including the ancestor of the Underworld River. Now, however, the Sword Dao can compensate for his lack of offensive power. In simple terms, Mu Chun is quite satisfied. He gently set his mind at ease, and a surge of terrifying memories and understanding flooded into his mind. At the same time, 4 flying swords shot out from his sleeves, transforming into 4 beams of snow-white light that surrounded Mu Chun, emanating an incredibly terrifying aura. Immediately afterward, the Qingping sword appeared in midair, its chirping resembling that of a dragon. The Sword Dao is said to shatter myriad laws with a single strike. As long as the comprehender can grasp the charm of the Sword Dao, then throughout the world, any sword-like treasure will resonate with them. For instance, the current imitation of the 4 swords of the immortal execution and the innate merit spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword, are both like this. It is unclear how much time has passed. Mu Chun slowly opened his eyes. A sharp sword aura flashed in his gaze as if it could annihilate everything. Is this the power of the Sword Dao? Mu Chun murmured softly, realizing that it was indeed the same as when he comprehended the 5 elements law. It was as if a door to the Sword Dao had been opened for him. However, to master it, he would still need to rely on his own diligent research and practice. With this thought, Mu Chun prepared to enter seclusion. When it comes to improving his strength, Mu Chun can be said to be the most dedicated. This time, at the very least, he must comprehend the Sword Dao to the same level as the 5 elements law. Then he would truly be the first person under the saints. If he encounters individuals like Kong Xian and the ancestor of the Underworld River again, a single strike would likely split them in half. If he could comprehend another one, merging 3 laws would be equivalent to possessing the strength of a saint. Master. Yang Chan finished watering the flowers and grasses over the sea of clouds waiting beside him. Seeing the astonishing sword aura emanating from Mu Chun, her face turned pale, unable to bear it. Mu Chun suddenly realized retracting the Qingping sword and the imitation of the 4 swords of the immortal execution, and the oppressive sword energy in the area instantly dissipated. From today onward, I shall begin my closed-door training here, which will likely take a long time. Mu Chun instructed. If anything happens in the endless sea, you can find Ao Tian or Qian. They will handle it. Yes. Yang Chan nodded gently and left. Mu Chun waited for Yang Chan to depart, then waved his hand gently, and the sea of clouds thoroughly concealed the area. He then fell into closed-door training. Time flowed like water. The comprehension of the great laws is always long and desolate. However, in return, the increase in battle strength after comprehension is something that ordinary closed-door training cannot bring. 100 years. 500 years. 800 years later, the mosquito Taoist flew back to the Sea of Clouds and landed on Mu Chen's head, seemingly uninterested in anything. 1,000 years. Mu Chen awakened from his seclusion. A hint of irritation flashed in his eyes. Strange. It feels a bit different from when he practiced the 5 elements law. It seems that his body inherently rejects sword energy. After some contemplation, he figured it out. It should be that the great laws are different, so the 5 elements law within him has caused a sense of rejection toward the sword Dao. This is indeed a difficult problem. It seems that throughout the history of the primordial chaos, it is quite rare for someone to cultivate 2 different powerful laws after birth. While pondering this, Mu Chen suddenly noticed the mosquito Taoist sleeping soundly on the steps by his feet. Moreover, it had transformed into a small girl with red lips and white teeth. Mu Chen looked at this scene and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. One of the formidable primordial insects, a quasi-saint-level existence, turned out to be female. And in such an innocuous appearance of a little girl. This is too incongruous. It seemed that the little girl felt Mu Chen's gaze. She opened her eyes, her big watery eyes staring at him, her twin ponytails swaying, still carrying a hint of fear. You? How did you come back? Mu Chen couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Because it was too boring outside. Everyone is afraid of me when I go out. After all, when I finally saw a few true dragons, they hid back into the sea as soon as they saw me. I don't know what they are afraid of. I don't drink their blood. The little girl crossed her arms and sighed with an expression much older than her years. Having wandered in the vast ocean for hundreds of years, anyone would feel bored. And it was precisely because of this that she couldn't find any interesting beings to play with. She even found the Shura clan in the Blood Sea of Yomi less interesting, which is why she returned to Mu Chen. After all, Mu Chen seemed to be the only one here who wasn't afraid of her. This young lady. Mu Chen looked at the little girl with a completely disenchanted expression. When she spoke, her voice still had a lowly tone. This left Mu Chen feeling a sense of disbelief, as if his worldview had been shaken. In his mind, the mosquito Taoist should be a lecherous and sinister old man. With such a sudden change, Mu Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt at the thought of having locked a little lowly in his house, which conflicted with his moral compass. You didn't conceal your aura when you left, did you? The aura of a quasi-saint would naturally frighten many people. So that's how it is. The little girl nodded thoughtfully, her eyes widening with curiosity. Have you been comprehending the sword's laws all these years? I sensed the aura of a sword while I was sleeping. As a quasi-saint, her perspective and comprehension were exceptionally outstanding. Mu Chen did not conceal anything. He nodded. That's right, but I've encountered some trouble. The laws of the 5 elements seem to conflict with the sword's laws, and my progress in these hundreds of years of seclusion has been minimal. The little girl looked at him with admiration and awe. To have comprehended the laws of the 5 elements and also have such insight into the sword's laws is truly impressive. If I had known you were so abnormal, I wouldn't have listened to that old man from the river of the underworld and come to fight you for some delicious treasures. Mu Chen chuckled. After all this time, the mosquito Taoist actually came to deal with him for a few magical treasures. He pointed to a corner. There are many magical treasures in the corner of the Cloud Sea, and their grades are only postnatal. You can go find them yourself, and if you're hungry, you'll give them to you. These were all things he had caught, while fishing, along with those gifted by Xiao back then, which he had treated as scrap metal in the corner. Besides giving away some, most of them were still there. Really? Upon hearing this, the little Lola's eyes lit up as if little stars were flashing. Immediately, her whole body dashed toward the corner, her ponytail swaying. In the next moment, she hugged an axe tightly and bit down hard on it. With a crack sound, the postnatal treasure-level axe was bitten by her seemingly tender mouth, creating a fissure. In just a few blinks of an eye, the axe, which was twice the size of her body, was directly swallowed by her. Soon after, an incredibly satisfied smile appeared on the little girl's face as she set her sights on the other treasures. Thus she pounced again. In just a short while, she had devoured 7 or 8 parts of the mountain's treasures. Mu Chen clicked his tongue. With only one thought in his mind, this lowly is way too fierce. I can't afford to raise her. In the days that followed, the little girl seemed to have developed an addiction to eating. Therefore, Mu Chen occasionally had to open his eyes during seclusion, fearing she might eat something she shouldn't. Thus, little mosquito, take it easy. That's my spirit-dispersing gourd. That's my 12th grade red lotus. Pay attention, don't touch. This is my fishing rod. Get away, get away. My chinkping sword. 100 years later, Mu Chen looked at the little girl who had swallowed most of his useless treasures into her belly. He sighed helplessly. As it stands now, although the mosquito Taoist would become infamous in the future, feared by all, in reality, she was merely a little girl who had spent all her time in the underworld, lacking any experience of the outside world. Boss, when can I eat your 12th grade red lotus? On this side, Mu Chun was still deep in thought. On the other side, the little girl pounced onto Mu Chun, licking her lips with a look of unsatisfied longing. Mu Chen's face was dark as he grabbed her collar and tossed her directly onto the ground. Little mosquito, you should go outside and not disturb my comprehension of the sword principles. Mu Chun helplessly rubbed his forehead. If it were someone like Little Sure, a lazy giant, he would have slapped them away long ago. However, faced with the lively little girl in front of him, it was simply impossible to harden his heart. Stingy. Little mosquito puffed up her cheeks and simply laid down on the ground, refusing to get up. Mu Chun watched this scene. Suddenly, he remembered that little mosquito had a grasp of a sliver of the devouring principle. Although she had not fully mastered it, she understood some concepts. So he curiously asked, by the way, I already possess the 5 elements principle, but I have a natural repulsion towards the sword principles. Is there any way to resolve this? Little mosquito heard this question, blinked her big, innocent eyes, and then extended a finger. Reincarnation. Mu Chun frowned. Reincarnation? What kind of lame method is that? Little mosquito smiled brightly and said, silly, you can let a fragment of your clone or soul reincarnate, keeping your memories. After shedding the constraints of the 5 elements principle, you can refine the sword principle. Once the sword principle is fully comprehended, you can return to your true self, and this trouble will be gone. Mu Chun was stunned upon hearing this explanation. Can it really be done this way? However, it does sound quite reasonable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mu Chun decided to send a fragment of his essence to the 6 paths of reincarnation and reincarnate, using the experiences in the mortal realm to refine his sword principles. Little mosquito, well done, I'm off. Mu Chun smiled. He then sat cross-legged and condensed a strand of his primordial spirit from within, instantly flying towards the underworld. Little mosquito watched this scene, blinked her eyes, and a playful glint suddenly appeared in her gaze as she followed closely behind. Underworld. It was Mu Chen's first time here. Booming, endless wails and mournful cries roared within. Wrathful souls were everywhere, their cries deafening. The terrifying, malevolent, and energy filled the surroundings, creating a truly horrifying atmosphere. Mu Chen glanced around. TSK. As expected, the yellow springs of the primordial era was exceedingly terrifying. The fallen were powerful beings from that time, and ordinary underworld spirits lacked the strength to contend. Fortunately, the king of hell was present, which eased things considerably. Mu Chen curiously walked within. Before long, he arrived beside the sea of blood in the underworld. At this moment, the king of hell sat cross-legged on one side, quietly chanting scriptures. Countless wronged souls and vengeful spirits sat in silence, gradually being elevated. The king of hell suddenly sensed something. He opened his eyes and glanced this way. Upon seeing Mu Chun, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Then for the first time, he stood up and slightly bowed. Mu Chun smiled and continued deeper into the underworld. P.S. I spent the day in the hospital. There might be one more chapter, or perhaps not. He wandered through the blood sea of the underworld. The majority of the Shura clan had suffered grave losses. Among the 4 great demon kings, aside from De Fontaine, who he had swiftly slain, the other 3 had already been transformed into disciples of the Western Church by the Xidigarba king. The ancestor of the river of the underworld had been severely injured by him, and was likely recuperating in the depths of the blood sea, not to emerge anytime soon. Mu Chun continued on his way. Suddenly, 2 faceless ghosts with chains floated over from the distance. Mu Chun spoke, I wish to reincarnate as a human. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, which path you take is not for you to decide. Can't we negotiate? Impossible. Mu Chun furrowed his brow. He then raised his head to the sky and asked aloud, is the Holy One of the Earth present? His voice was deep and resounding, echoing throughout the entire underworld. Countless vengeful spirits were taken aback. The faceless ghost roared boldly, disturbing the order of the yellow springs, seeking death. With that, the chains in his hand shot toward Mu Chen's head. Mu Chen did not do anything. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended from the sky, intercepting the chains. Immediately afterward, the sky of the yellow springs began to shift, as if a terrifying presence was awakening from the depths. All the vengeful spirits and Yama sensed this aura and knelt down, not daring to raise their heads. A vague and ethereal face appeared in the sky, resembling a human face, silently observing Mu Chun. Mu Chun smiled slightly. Does the Holy One of the Earth still remember our brief encounter from years ago? I wish to return to the cycle of reincarnation with a wisp of my primordial spirit, so I request the Holy One to open a back door for me. After a long silence, a figure cloaked in black robes appeared in midair. It was a fragment of the Holy One of the Earth. She gazed at Mu Chun. All right. With that, she led Mu Chun deeper into the realm. The Naiha bridge was present, but the dozing Meng Pu was not yet there. Yet it still possessed a broth capable of making one forget everything. Mu Chun cast a glance, but quickly withdrew his gaze. At the end of the Niha Bridge, the Holy One lightly touched the void and a massive reincarnation hole unexpectedly appeared at its center. An endless suction force emerged as if it could absorb everything. Go, the Holy One said softly, and then she vanished into the void. Thank you. Mu Chen slightly clenched his fist and then flew directly into the hole. The 6 paths of reincarnation was after all a cycle. As Mu Chen flew in, he felt his consciousness growing increasingly hazy until he finally fell into a deep slumber. Endless darkness. Endless sleep. It felt like countless epochs had passed. When Mu Chen regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he saw a ray of sunlight shining on his face. A gentle breeze blew in through the wooden window, and a vibrant green leaf hung at the window's edge. Where is this? Mu Chen frowned. When he looked at his body, he was instantly stunned. Why are my hands so delicate? Why are my legs so short? What's going on? Have I really reincarnated as a baby? Mu Chen's heart was nearly collapsing. He only wanted to reincarnate and refine his sword path laws. Why was he starting from infancy? At that moment, 2 villagers walked in from outside, a man and a woman, seemingly his parents in this life. A young woman with a pure and simple demeanor lovingly picked him up and gently spoke. What name should we give this child, dear? The man carrying firewood wiped the sweat from his forehead and pondered. According to the village storyteller, my surname is Mu, so let's name him Mu Chen. Down to earth. Upon hearing this baby, Mu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, at least his name hasn't changed. By a babbling brook, Mu Chen, clad in a coarse garment, crouched by the stream, quietly gazing at the reflection of his own handsome face in the water. Even after a decade had passed, transforming him from an infant into a youth, he still found it hard to comprehend it all. This place was called Xiao Miao Village, a small community enveloped by lush green mountains and waters. At the heart of the village stood a dilapidated shrine, which nonetheless safeguarded the villagers' safety. The villagers rose with the sun and rested at sunset. Mu Chen had yet to discern which dynasty this was. He only sensed that it was somewhat different from his impressions of the Xinzhou continent. Even the dynasties seemed vaguely defined. It seemed that the Earth Mother had intentionally meddled a bit. For here it appeared to be a parallel world, primarily centered on cultivation. The only renowned establishment nearby was a powerful sect of cultivation. It was called the Mo Yun sect. The motto of Mo Yun sect was "Strength is Supreme." Every decade, they would hold an entrance examination for new disciples. All the villagers dreamed of sending their children there to cultivate and become so-called strong individuals. Every time Mu Chen listened to the storyteller at the village entrance recount these tales, Mu Chen would always wear a grim expression. Only a few phrases echoed in his mind. There are no fancy spells here, only the fighting spirit that has evolved to its peak. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. A downcast youth descends into another world, regaining the legacy of the emperor, returning to the peak across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I alone am supreme. Mu Chen rolled his eyes. What a joke. Each one of them was a living embodiment of a lowly fantasy world. Did he really have to rise to prominence in this life? But despite the sarcasm, he still needed to enter Mo Yun's sect. With nothing but memories to rely on, he could only join Mo Yun's sect to learn the swordsmanship techniques. This was the only way to begin his journey of cultivating the sword principles in this life. After sitting by the brook for a while, Mu Chen returned to Xiaomiao village. As he walked along the road, countless villagers looked at him with a hint of fear. This was because Mu Chen was too extraordinary in this place. He was born without crying, could speak within a month, and acted with remarkable maturity, not resembling an infant at all. The ignorant villagers instinctively felt fear and resistance towards the incomprehensible individuals and things. Soon after, rumors spread that Mu Chen was a prodigy, and all the villagers' instinctive fear meant that few children dared to play with him. Mu Chen, however, was indifferent to this. As a terrifying existence that had persisted since the dawn of time, he was indeed a little monster. Upon returning home, Mu Chen saw his parents standing quietly at the door, their faces filled with excitement. "Dad, Mom, what's wrong?" Mu Chen asked curiously. He held deep respect for these adoptive parents. After all, it was also a form of fate. Moreover, it could make up for the regret of not providing for his biological parents in his past life. His father wore an uncontainable joyful expression and said excitedly, Mo Yun sect is going to start accepting disciples tomorrow, my child. You have finally awaited your chance to enter Mo Yun sect. His mother looked reluctant, but still said, Chinner, you must strive to do well. Do not mind what others say about you. You must enter Mo Yun sect. Even though they were reluctant, being able to join Mo Yun sect was the most hopeful and honorable thing for the villagers of Xiaomiao village. Mu Chunyan casually saying, all right, Mom, don't worry, leave it to me. On the morning of the 3rd day, an immortal cultivator from the Mayun sect arrived at Xiaomiao village. Clad in flowing white robes and possessing a tall, elegant figure, he bore the very aura of a celestial being. Countless villagers gathered at the village gate, instinctively bowing low to the ground. Mu Chen accompanied his parents there as well, but stood quietly at the far edge of the crowd, refusing to kneel. The handsome young man spoke. I am Lu Yun, a third-generation disciple of the Ma Yun sect. All children under the age of 15 are eligible to undergo the selection trial. Those who pass may accompany me to the Ma Yun sect's mountain sect as medicinal herb gatherers. Those with exceptional aptitude may even be granted the honor of becoming fourth-generation disciples. At these words, the entire crowd erupted in excitement. Villagers hurriedly brought their children forward to stand before cultivator Lu Yun. Master, how exactly is the trial conducted? A timid voice asked. Lu Yun smiled gently and replied, Cultivation begins with seeking the Dao. Answer my question correctly, and you shall pass. Fail to answer, and you shall be deemed unworthy, forever severed from the Ma Yun sect. Hearing this, Mu Chen arched an eyebrow in mild surprise. Seeking the Dao, he mused. With a group of ignorant children. Curiosity piqued, he crouched nearby, wondering precisely how the cultivator intended to seek the Dao with such innocence. Before long, a sturdy, broad-faced boy stepped forward, the village chief's grandson, named Hu Zi. Though usually boisterous and carefree, his expression now betrayed nervousness. I'll go first. Lu Yun nodded, smiling serenely. How many swords are there in total? 3 swords plus 7 swords. At this, every villager froze in stunned silence. Though unlettered and poor, the village did have an elderly scholar among them. While the children could barely read, such elementary arithmetic posed no difficulty whatsoever, yet still they hesitated. Could it truly be this simple? Was there some hidden profundity? Surely there must be a trick. Hu Zi, however, gave no thought to such complexities. Counting on his fingers, he declared without hesitation, 10. Lu Yun remained silent, sending waves of tension rippling through the crowd, who assumed the answer was wrong. Yet in the next breath, a faint smile curved Lu Yun's lips. Excellent, you have passed. Stand behind me. The words had barely left his mouth when the villagers stared dumbfounded once more. Even Mu Chen stood utterly bewildered. What kind of trial was this? Calling it a riddle would be an insult to riddles themselves. Mu Chen rolled his eyes. He had expected the cliched crystal test for spiritual affinity or some other tedious trope. Instead, it was astonishingly simple. Me next. A ragged youth burst from the crowd, leaping straight before Lu Yun. His name was Man-san. He had just turned 15 and was known for petty thievery. Seeing how effortlessly Hu Zi had passed, he rushed forward without a second thought. Lu Yun spoke calmly. Of the 3,000 great Dao paths, half have vanished. How many remain? Man-san scratched his head, pondered deeply, and then proclaimed with absolute certainty. 1,500. Lu Yun shook his head. Still 3,000. Your trial has failed. Return in 10 years. A wave of astonishment swept the crowd. No one had anticipated this answer to be incorrect. Man-san's face twisted with bitter resentment. Why? On what grounds? There's no logic to it. Lu Yun smiled faintly. My word is the logic. Next. Witnessing this, the villagers tensed anew, gripped by uncertainty and dread. Mu Chen understood now passing the trial mattered less than whether Lu Yun himself deemed one worthy. If the cultivator disapproved, even the most flawless answer would be rejected. With that realization, Mu Chen joined the line, third in order. Humph, a prodigy like him, unlikely to be overlooked, unless the cultivator were blind. Lu Yun turned to the first candidate and asked, how many moons hang in the sky? 1. The boy passed. And how many suns? Also 1. The second passed. Now it was Mu Chen's turn. Lu Yun smiled and asked, how many stars shine in the heavens? Mu Chen. Mu Chen felt at a loss in his heart at that moment. Why should others be the moon and sun while he was reduced to a mere star? The villagers sighed upon hearing this. It was evident that Mu Chen's luck was not on his side. His parents had already nestled together, beginning to weep softly. They seemed to share in the sorrow of Mu Chen's misfortune. Lu Yun smiled and said, if you cannot answer, it proves that you are fated to be unrelated to the Mo Yun sect. In truth, Lu Yun, as a third-generation disciple of the Mo Yun sect, had no other option. After all, the quota from above was only 5 or 6. Fewer would be problematic. More would violate the sect's rules. Thus, Lu Yun devised a method called asking the way. Unless someone clearly had poor aptitude, everyone else relied on luck. Unfortunately, Mu Chen happened to draw this unsolvable question. After a moment of silence, when everyone thought Mu Chen was done for, he suddenly lifted his head. He smiled and said, how many stars are in the sky? My answer is none. None. The villagers behind him burst into laughter upon hearing this answer. Haha, there are so many stars. Oh, any random number you throw out would be better than saying none. The Mu family's child, who was once considered clever, now seems like a fool. All right, next one, stop struggling. Lu Yun chuckled. Why none? Mu Chen clasped his hands behind his back, smiling faintly. If I say none, then it naturally is none. I don't know where the stars are. Could you enlighten me, Lu Yun, immortal master? Of course they are in the sky. Lu Yun instinctively pointed to the sky, but suddenly changed his expression at a loss for words. Mu Chen smiled and said, "The sky. It seems there are no stars in the sky, right?" The eliminated contestant Manson huffed. "Nonsense, stars only come out at night, of course there are none during the day." Mu Chen shrugged. "Since there are no stars during the day, it stands to reason that when the immortal master asked me the question, the answer must also be none. Even if there are stars at night, I have long been asleep by then and have never seen them. Things I cannot see, even if they exist, are still none in my eyes." Everyone exchanged glances, seemingly captivated by Mu Chen's theory despite their lack of education. Lu Yun, however, was deep in thought about Mu Chen's words. "If I cannot see something, then even if it exists, it is none in my perception. All things exist in the void, and from the void existence can arise." Lu Yun was taken aback. This statement clearly contained profound truths. He looked at Mu Chen in shock, realizing how pertinent his words were. Unable to help but admire him with his gaze, he asked, "What is your name, little one?" Mu Chen replied calmly, "Mu Chen." Lu Yun felt a sense of relief. "Very well, that answer is exceptionally perfect. Come stand behind me." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chatter. Mu Chen's parents covered their mouths, nearly fainting from excitement. For the villagers of Xiao Miao village, this was a moment of great honor. Mu Chen smiled faintly as he looked at his overjoyed parents. Calmly, just a normal procedure. If even the sages of the primordial era could be deceived by him, how much less a mere parallel small world. Thus an afternoon passed. With the assessment concluded, a total of 6 children passed the test. As they left, the parents of all 6 families bid farewell to their children, reminding them to be clever in the future. Mu Chen's family was no different. His mother looked at Mu Chen with red-rimmed eyes, but couldn't utter a word. Although this was a good thing, immortals often cultivated for decades, or even centuries, and perhaps this farewell meant they might never see each other again. Mu Chen's father remained silent, quietly stuffing sweet potatoes into Mu Chen's small package, as if this could offer some comfort to his heart. Mu Chen smiled faintly at their demeanor. "Don't worry, I won't be gone for long. They'll become invincible and come back." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's parents cried even harder. Well, it seems they would never see Mu Chen again in this lifetime. The immortal master Lu Yun departed from the small temple village with 7 children. He casually threw out a magical artifact, a massive fan that expanded in the wind, growing to dozens of feet. Once everyone was standing atop it, the fan soared into the sky, heading off into the distance. All the children except for Liu Yun displayed expressions of curiosity, fear, and wonder. After all, this was their first time flying into the sky. Mu Chen, amidst the group of children, rolled his eyes helplessly. He felt like an old man going to kindergarten. Just half a day later, they arrived at the Moya sect. It was a colossal mountain gate shrouded in mist, with numerous buildings and palaces standing tall, exuding a vigorous aura filled with profound heritage. For a moment, the other children became tense. Mu Chen felt a sense of familiarity. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly revealed a look of enlightenment. This era, was it not the time before the heavenly court was established, when he subdued Ho, Yi, and Kwa Fu during the human cultivation era? It was only in this era that human sects flourished, all revering the cultivation of immortality. Mu Chen smiled. So it turned out that when Hutu reincarnated him, the timeline was also advanced. However, this was for the best, as such a chaotic cultivation era was more suitable for his practice of sword principles. Soon after, an elderly elder stood at the gate holding paper and pen, writing something while inquiring name, age. Mu Chen, 10 years old. What do you want to learn, alchemy or Dao techniques? I want to learn sword. The elder frowned slightly. Learn sword. This is a dead end. Our human race achieves the golden core to validate the Dao and ascends to become immortals, which is the true path. In this era, myriad laws did not emerge. Everything was in a vague stage, and the sword path was merely a side path at this moment. Mu Chen replied nonchalantly, "It's fine, I just want to learn sword." The elder pondered for a while, and replied, "In that case, you should go to Sunyan Cliff to find senior brother Lu. He is the only one in the sect who studies the sword path." He sighed with some regret, clearly feeling that Mu Chen's life was wasted. Unfazed, Mu Chen turned and left, taking half a day to finally find Sunyan Cliff. It was a vast and open cliffside. Beside it, a massive waterfall flowed, creating a serene atmosphere for cultivation. Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Who goes there?" An old man with a head full of white hair sat at the edge of the cliff, looking at Mu Chen. His face was stern, and at first glance he exuded an imposing presence, embodying the demeanor of a master. Mu Chen explained, "My name is Mu Chen, and I am a newly admitted disciple. Learning sword." The white-haired, burly elder's eyes lit up, and he immediately appeared in front of Mu Chen. After sizing him up, the elder raised an eyebrow, looking at Mu Chen with admiration and seriousness. "Young man, I see that your bones are extraordinary, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. You must be a rare talent for sword practice. The peace of the mortal realm will depend on you to uphold it. I have a book, the Great Sunstar Cloud Sword, which is destined for you." Would you be willing to join my sect and practice sword with me? Mu Chen's face darkened. This was too much of a con. He couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth, and replied, well, sir, it seems that Sanyan Cliff hasn't had disciples for many years, right? The white-haired elder's face flushed, and he coughed dryly. Nonsense. The sword path only allows for 1 in 10,000 geniuses to learn it, so naturally there are few disciples. Just 50 years ago a disciple came to practice sword with me. Where is that person now? Mu Chen glanced around and asked. The elder coughed twice. I just sent him off 2 years ago. The grass on his grave is almost 3 meters high. Mu Chen facepalmed. Sure enough, in this era humans were focused on the golden core Dao. Achieving golden core and validating the Dao to ascend was the priority. The sword path was merely a side path in the orthodox Dao sect. Moreover, this master seemed rather unreliable. However, this did not matter much to Mu Chen. After all, it all depended on himself. So he spoke up, Senior, please teach me the great Sunstar Cloud sword. I have come here to learn the sword. The white-haired old man Luo Xian is an inner sect elder of the Mo Yun sect. However, due to the lack of emphasis on the sword path within the sect, Sanyan Cliff is considered a peripheral territory of the Mo Yun sect. With Mu Chen's volunteering, he became the first disciple of Sanyan Cliff in 50 years. Little Chen, you are now my only living disciple. You must make me proud and not force me to send you away as well. Luo Xian earnestly patted Mu Chen's shoulder. Afterward, he dropped the sword manual for the Great Sun and Moon sword and cheerfully slipped away. Watching this scene, Mu Chen pulled at the corner of his mouth, feeling as though he had been tricked by someone. Until one day later, Mu Chen learned that any elder of the Mo Yun sect must have a disciple stationed in their territory before they can leave the sect. Hence, upon finding a willing disciple, like Mu Chen, Luo Xian naturally took his leave. At this moment, Mu Chen thought, forget it, I should focus on learning the sword. He picked up the sword manual for the Great Sun and Moon sword and began to study it earnestly. In his past life, due to the presence of the 5 elements law within him, he harbored a repulsion towards the sword path, and coupled with his lack of affinity for it, his progress was extremely slow. However, in this life, he was devoid of any such burdens. If he could elevate his understanding of the sword path to an extremely high level, then he should be able to integrate it with the sword path laws. Cultivation. The most important aspect is still seclusion. This happens to be Mu Chen's strong suit. The Great Sun and Moon sword. The first is the sword path's heart method. Then comes the sword techniques. Finally, there are the mysteries of the Great Sun and Moon sword. Mu Chen began learning the first phase, the sword path's heart method, at Sanyan Cliff. He sat in meditation for 5 years. After 5 years, Mu Chen opened his eyes, thinking it was about time. He picked up a wooden sword to practice his sword techniques. Seasons changed. He practiced for another 3 years. Fortunately, cultivation is fundamentally a matter of time accumulation, so Mu Chen was not in a hurry. In the spring of the 8th year, Luo Xian returned and was astonished by Mu Chen's progress. It was not that it was too fast, but rather too slow. After 8 full years, he had yet to master all the sword techniques of the Great Sun and Moon sword. Instinctively, he felt that Mu Chen had no talent for the sword path at all. Thus, after casually teaching a few words, he left, clearly believing that this disciple had no future and became rather indifferent. Sanyan Cliff returned to silence. Mu Chen, however, seemed unfazed, his heart as tranquil as still water. It had only been a few years. What was the rush? His days in the primordial chaos were measured in epochs. In the 9th year, Mu Chen finally completed the training of the sword techniques and heart method of the Great Sun and Moon sword. Do not be fooled by the slow progress. He dared to bet that no one in this world understood the contents of this sword manual better than he did. Thus, Mu Chen began to comprehend the mysteries of the Great Sun and Moon sword. Great Sun and Moon, as the name suggests, when a sword is swung, it is as if the Great Sun emerges from the vast ocean. With one sweeping strike, the stars and moon scattered across the sky. Mu Chen tentatively tested the might of the sword technique, swinging the wooden sword gently. He saw the waterfall beside the cliff thundering as it was abruptly severed, with half rising into the sky and the other half plunging into the pool below. Mu Chen scratched his head. After all these years, he still did not know the cultivation levels of the cultivators here. Luo Xian had never mentioned it. Therefore, Mu Chen did not bother to care, quietly practicing his sword, and even now he was unaware of what level he had reached. However, judging by the power of this sword technique, it seemed quite ordinary and had not reached the realm of a sword strike akin to the Great Sun. It seems further cultivation is required. At this moment, from a distant mountain forest, countless outstanding disciples of the Mo Yun sect who were diligently cultivating were left utterly dumbfounded by this scene. It was as if they were all stunned. In the 10th year, Mu Chen watched the spring snow blanket the cliff. He left the Mo Yun sect, returned to the small temple village to see his parents, and left behind some inexpensive yet beneficial pills for mortals. At this point, Mu Chen's parents had already begun to show signs of aging. They were extremely happy to see Mu Chun and urged him to cultivate diligently. A month later, Mu Chun returned to Sanyan Cliff once more. He continued his seclusion. 10 years seemed very short in Mu Chen's eyes. After all, a brief seclusion in the primordial chaos felt like countless years. Now this was trivial. However, during the 13th year, the sect conveyed some devastating news. Elder Luo Xian of Sanyan Cliff was killed by a group of demons and evildoers while traveling to save others. This news immediately caused an uproar within the Mo Yun sect. Mu Chen also heard this news and could not help but be astonished. He sighed, "Look at this. If you have no ability, don't go around making a fuss." He had already understood this principle in the primordial chaos. However, Luo Xian did not comprehend it, hence, he met his demise recklessly. Although he had no deep feelings for Luo Xian, who had not really taught him swordsmanship, there was still some master-disciple bond, so he silently mourned for him in his heart. At the same time, he resolved that once his swordsmanship reached a significant level, he would seek revenge. 3 days later, another young disciple who had just entered the sect arrived at Sanyan Cliff. It turned out that the Mo Yun sect had issued an order appointing Mu Chun, the only disciple of Luo Xian, as the official master of Sanyan Cliff, and exceptionally promoted him to an honorary elder of the Mo Yun sect. This news was somewhat unexpected for Mu Chun. It took him a few days to grasp the reason behind it. The sword path was desolate, and no one would come to Sanyan Cliff, so someone had to stay here. Since all the elders were unwilling to come, it seemed that only he could take up the position. The title of elder was probably meant to appease him. Thinking of this, Mu Chun smiled. This was actually in line with his wishes. Without anyone to disturb him, he could focus on practicing his sword. Thus the days passed. There were no cliché villains seeking death or worn-out fiancé tropes. What remained was only endless loneliness and cultivation. It seemed that this was the true essence of life. Mu Chun and Sanyan Cliff appeared to have vanished from the eyes of the Mo Yun sect. Every 10 years, Mu Chun would timely exit his seclusion to bring some longevity and health-enhancing pills to the shepherds of Xiaomiao village. However, mortals were ultimately just mortals. In the 4th decade, the shepherds had passed away, returning to the earth. Mu Chen's expression remained calm. He had long anticipated this outcome. Calmly, he dug a large pit beside the village and buried them. He then guarded their grave for a full 3 months. After 3 months, Mu Chun returned to Sanyan Cliff. With no more attachments, he began to cultivate frantically. His comprehension of the sword path started to increase at an astonishing rate. From initially being able to only cut through waterfalls, he could now slice apart the ocean of clouds and storms above the sky with a single sword. However, Mu Chen still did not know what realm he had reached. He simply felt it was not enough, so he continued to practice his sword. 50 years later, Mu Chen suddenly felt that the Daystar sword was no longer sufficient for him, so he left Sanyan Cliff to seek a new sword manual from the sect. The steward managing the library of the Mo Yun sect stared blankly at Mu Chun, who appeared to be in his 20s for a long, while nearly failing to recognize him. As the library opened, Mu Chun began searching for swordsmanship manuals within. It must be said that the Mo Yun sect was indeed a large sect for cultivating immortality, who, although the sword path had declined, it still possessed quite a few sword techniques. Mu Chun rolled up all the manuals and brought them back to Sanyan Cliff. Then began an endless period of seclusion. He started to no longer care about the passage of time. There was nothing in the mortal realm worth his concern, so he focused solely on the sword path. As time passed, the world changed. This seemed to be the longest period of seclusion Mu Chun had experienced in the mortal realm. He mastered all the sword techniques in the library. One day he opened his eyes and looked at the pool of water. In the reflection, he saw his face covered in stubble, his long hair cascading down to his waist, but his eyes were remarkably clear and bright, like a sharp sword. Although he did not know nor did he care what realm he had reached, Mu Chun felt that his current cultivation was sufficient, and thus he exited Sanyan Cliff. Dressed in gray, Mu Chun walked within the sect and discovered that the Mo Yun sect had undergone great changes. The few people he remembered were all gone, and even the steward of the library had changed several times. He arrived at the sect square. A burly and strong old man approached him, staring at Mu Chun with a flash of shock in his eyes. Mu Chun. Mu Chun turned his head, glancing at the old man, who seemed vaguely familiar. He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The burly elder's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. "It's really you. You're not dead yet. Still so young." The old man's expression was one of extreme joy and surprise, his eyes reddening as he said, I am Huzi. Huzi, we used to cultivate together at the Mo Yun sect." Mu Chun blinked, pondering seriously, and suddenly a look of realization appeared on his face. Huzi, the son of the village chief from Xiaomiao village, was one of the few who entered the sect with him at that time. After a brief conversation, Mu Chun understood the general situation. It turned out that several hundred years had already passed since those days. Most of his childhood companions had long since perished. Now Hu Zi was the highest ranked among them, but he had also reached an advanced age. Now a revered elder in charge of the laws of the Mo Yun sect, Hu Zi held a very high position. Mu Chen couldn't help but smile with a hint of comfort as he patted Hu Zi on the shoulder. Not bad, reaching this level shows you've worked hard, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Hu Zi wore a peculiar and complex expression. Having spent so long in the Mo Yun sect, it felt somewhat awkward for him to have a middle-aged man patting his shoulder with encouragement and admiration. But at the same time, seeing that Mu Chen had not aged, he knew that Mu Chen's cultivation level must be far above his own. Mu Chen, how come you haven't aged at all? You still look so young. Have you broken through to the golden core stage and reached the nascent soul period? Mu Chen shook his head. I don't know, I've just been cultivating all along. By the way, let's not talk about this. I can't believe you're still alive. How is Xiao Miao village now? Upon hearing this, Hu Zi's expression froze, and an uncontainable sadness surged forth. The village is gone. The demon beasts from the Black Forest attacked the north, and all the villages were wiped out. Only the Mo Yun sect now has the strength to resist them. Mu Chen frowned slightly, his voice instinctively becoming heavier. Don't worry, tell me what happened. Following this, Mu Chen learned the entire story from Hu Zi. This story begins with the death of Luo Xian. At that time, the demons led by the Black Forest in the northern region had already begun to oppose the human race. During a rescue mission for a village, Luo Xian tragically died. Afterwards, the demons did not retreat, but grew even more rampant. For over 100 years, the continent has been quite turbulent, filled with the conflicts and bloodshed between humans and demons. However, humans are ultimately weak, thus at a disadvantage on the battlefield. During several major offensives by the demons, many villages in the north have been slaughtered, including Xiao Miao village. Even the Mo Yun sect has suffered devastating losses. In these years, they have already paid a heavy price, with many elders and disciples dead, so they can only temporarily seal the mountains to recuperate. After listening to the story of the past few hundred years, Mu Chen's expression remained calm. He said nothing and silently walked towards the sect's exit. Seeing this scene, Hu Zi hurriedly said, Mu Chen, don't go. The Mo Yun sect has a protective formation, and there are demon spies outside. It's not safe. Mu Chen casually waved his hand, signaling him not to worry. Then he took a step forward and left the mountain gate of the Mo Yun sect. Outside the gate, a bear demon as large as a small mountain sat in the distance among the forest, holding a human leg and gnawing on it, blood dripping everywhere. Behind it were dozens of small demons cooking meat and making a great noise. The bear demon had just become a powerful demon capable of rivaling golden core cultivators, demonstrating fierce strength among its kind. Currently, most of the northern territory has been occupied by the demon race, and its task was to monitor the activities of the Mo Yun sect's cultivators, reporting back any abnormalities. The human race is a bunch of worthless cowards, none of them have any guts, it thought disdainfully. Just then, a long-haired man dressed in gray walked out alone. He approached them with great calmness and indifference. All the little demons exchanged glances in shock. The bear demon witnessed this scene. Initially stunned, it then stood up, its eyes brightening with a hint of a sinister smile. Haha, these little brats finally dare to come out. Watch how I twist off its head. Having said that, it charged at the gray-clad man with a massive wolf fang club, seemingly intent on smashing him into a puddle of blood. Mu Chen merely watched this scene without making any move, gently raising his eyes to glance at the bear demon, exuding no pressure. It was as if it was just an ordinary glance. However, the next moment, with a soft sound, the bear demon's throat and chest seemed to be pierced simultaneously by a fine line, and endless blood gushed from its body like a waterfall. With a thud, the bear demon, expressionless, collapsed to the ground, creating a large pit. A golden core demon killed with a single glance. Seeing this scene, the dozens of little demons behind nearly popped their eyes out. However, there was no opportunity for them to react. Mu Chen casually walked through the demon horde, and countless demon beasts had no power to resist. They didn't even know how they died, as they all fell to the ground devoid of any breath. It was as if in an instant all the demons stationed here were wiped out. At the gate of the Mo Yun sect, Hu Zi watched this scene, sitting down on the ground, his face filled with awe and shock. Throughout, Mu Chen had not regarded these beasts at all. After dealing with them, he returned to Xiao Miao village. Xiao Miao village. The once picturesque landscape of green mountains and clear waters was now replaced by ruins and debris. Mu Chen walked through the desolation. The houses on both sides were gone. The buildings had collapsed, engulfed in smoke and fire, resembling a wasteland. Eventually, he arrived at the graves of his parents behind the mountain. Now this place was also in shambles, with the stream turned into a wasteland, the tombstones broken and large pits scattered all around. Recalling the laughter and joy from hundreds of years ago, a sense of surreal nostalgia washed over him. Mu Chen sat before the grave and tidied up for a while. With a gentle wave of his hand, the distant trees fell like they had been cut with a knife. A small demon was grabbed by Chu Chen by the throat. The demon's face was filled with panic. "Senior, please spare me." Chu Chen glanced at the small demon and spoke indifferently. "Who did this?" Currently, the greatest force among the demon race belonged to the Black Forest, as it had a master known as the Nine Dragons Emperor. The name sounded quite imposing. In reality, he was a Jiao dragon with ancient bloodline and was a being of the Great Ascension stage. It is known that after the Great Ascension comes tribulation transcendence, and upon overcoming it one can ascend to the heavens, becoming the immortal that human cultivators dream of. Thus, a Great Ascension dragon supported by countless demon beasts was undoubtedly a dominant force in the current human world. After all, no one wished to provoke him. Those who reached the tribulation transcendence stage were rare, and mostly nearing the end of their lifespan, busy preparing for their final ascension, leaving them no time to save the world. Cultivators of slightly lower realms were no match for the Nine Dragons Emperor. Therefore, the human world was extremely turbulent under the army of demon beasts he led. Chu Chen interrogated the small demon to clarify the matter. He recalled that his adoptive master Luo Xian had also fallen to this group of demon beasts, and he had promised to avenge him. Thus, Chu Chen began his first journey through the human world in this life. Mountains and seas, bustling towns. Along the way, any demon beast he encountered, regardless of strength or number, was slain by his wooden sword. Although Chu Chen was unaware of his own realm, he felt no threat while walking through the human world. As time passed, the number of demon beasts Chu Chen killed continued to rise regardless of their realm. His name gradually grew in the human world as everyone knew of a sword cultivator wielding a wooden sword who could contend against the demon race. Slaughtering golden cores as easily as killing dogs, he seemed invincible. In response, the number of demon races pursuing him increased, and their realms grew higher. In battle, Chu Chen began to hone his swordsmanship. He grew stronger and stronger, and then the legendary scene that had been passed down in the Xinzhou continent for countless eons naturally unfolded. By the seashore, countless terrifying demon tides converged. Chu Chen appeared at the edge of the sea, raised his wooden sword, and simply waved it lightly. The great sun rose from the sea. The sky was filled with stars, and the full moon ascended. In an instant, the terrifying demon tide was instantly reduced to ashes. Even the demon beasts comparable to the nascent soul and transformation stages were no exception. After Chu Chen drew his sword, he departed, and this astonishing feat was witnessed, creating a stir throughout Xinzhou. No one expected the swordsmanship to be so terrifying and powerful. After all, in the past, swordsmanship was considered inferior and had no future. However, from this day forward, everything changed. Everyone aspired to swordsmanship and learned to wield the sword. In an instant, a wave of sword cultivators surged across the world. Moreover, the sword path began to be enlightened. Chu Chen was regarded as the saint of swordsmanship, even revered as the first sword immortal in the human realm. Of course, that is a story for another time. At this moment, Chu Chen was unaware that he had inadvertently led a great tide of swordsmanship merely focused on slaying enemies and refining his sword intent, all without realizing it. Having slaughtered the majority of demon beasts single-handedly, peace inexplicably returned to the entire northern region. He finally arrived at the Black Forest. Before he could make a move, a colossal jiao covered in scales appeared in the sky.